The research has finally succeeded. The first intelligent robot is about to be birthed by my hands. Qin Rue. In a vast room filled with computers, a young man clad in white, with bloodshot eyes, gazes intently at the progress bar on his screen. This young man, Qin Rue, is a leading scientist in the Dragon Kingdom, specializing in the field of intelligent robotics. After 3 consecutive days and nights without sleep, he is finalizing the artificial intelligence system, which is currently running on his computer. All that remains is to upload this AI system into the robot he has constructed nearby, and the first intelligent robot will soon come into existence. At last, the progress bar on the screen reaches 100, and a surge of joy floods through Qin Rue. However, before he can initiate the robot, a wave of dizziness overtakes him. With a resounding thud, Qin Rue collapses to the floor, losing consciousness. Prepare the next experimental subject. Amidst his hazy state, Qin Rue hears a voice nearby. The icy sensation beneath him momentarily sharpens his muddled mind. With great effort, he opens his eyes, only to find himself lying on a laboratory table, his arms and legs restrained. Before he can ponder his predicament, a deafening roar fills the air, and the table slowly ascends, enveloped in a glass dome. Before he can grasp the situation, a jolt of pain strikes him, and he succumbs to unconsciousness once more. After Qin Rue slips into oblivion, mechanical arms within the glass dome gently extract syringes from his body and place an oxygen mask over his face. Shortly thereafter, a green liquid fills the dome, submerging him completely. Once this is accomplished, a figure emerges, wielding a pen to inscribe the number 697 upon the glass. May this experiment succeed. After all, it is our only hope. Gazing at the number 697, the figure's expression is complex. This marks the 697th trial, with all previous 696 failing without exception. Thus, he holds little hope for the current experiment. Doctor, another subject has been delivered. We require your presence to receive them. At this moment, a voice from outside calls out. The figure glances once more at the glass dome containing Qin Rue, then departs the laboratory. Pain, a profound and penetrating agony, is the sole sensation Qin Rue experiences. This suffering is not merely physical, but also mental. However, a peculiar energy soon enters his body, alleviating some of the physical torment. Yet the mental anguish remains insurmountable. Qin Rue endures it, feeling as though his head might burst from the onslaught of alien memories flooding his consciousness. This process persists for a considerable duration until, at last, the pain dissipates, and Qin Rue realizes that he has acquired memories that do not belong to him. Upon examining these memories, he comprehends the truth has traversed into another realm. I never imagined I would transcend into another world. Qin Rue murmurs to himself. In his former life, he was a top scientist who perished from exhaustion the moment his research on intelligent robots bore fruit. I wonder if my intelligent robot has successfully been developed. My mentor must be grieving upon learning of my demise. I hope my research contributes to breakthroughs in the field of intelligent robotics for the Dragon Kingdom. With a sigh, Qin Rue reflects on his past. Orphaned and alone, he had relied on assistants to attend university and had become a scientist specializing in intelligent robotics. The thought of his mentor's sorrow over his untimely death fills him with melancholy. I wonder what kind of world I have entered. As he contemplates, he begins to process the memories of the original host. Perhaps this is the fate woven by destiny. Through these memories, Qin Rue discovers that the original host shares his name, Qin Rue. The original host lived in a slum and, in an attempt to protect a young girl, offended a wealthy heir from the affluent district. This led to the heir's henchmen capturing him and selling him to a laboratory, where he became a test subject. Within the lab, the original host endured numerous experiments, ultimately succumbing to exhaustion, paving the way for Qin Rue's consciousness to inhabit his body. From the original host's memories, Qin Rue learns of the original's elderly parents, and as he contemplates the host's regrets and resentments, he feels a wave of discomfort. Qin Rue recognizes this as the original host's obsession, and he feels more sympathy than anything else. Rest assured, I will care for your parents, and I shall avenge you, Qin Rue vows silently. As he utters these words, the discomfort fades, yet the lingering obsession remains in his mind. He understands that it will likely persist until he encounters the original host's parents and avenges him. If he fails to uphold his promise to seek retribution or care for the original's parents, the obsession will haunt him, weakening his body and clouding his consciousness. Continuing to digest the original host's memories, Qin Rue discovers that the world he has entered is remarkably similar to his own, both being called Earth, albeit divided into numerous nations. What sets this Earth apart, however, is its significantly advanced technology compared to his previous world. Yet, the current state of this Earth is dire. It has endured an apocalyptic zombie crisis followed by an invasion of extraterrestrial beings, leaving it under alien dominion. From the original host's recollections, Qin Rue learns that the supreme rulers of this Earth are the aliens, while the federal government, composed of Earthlings who have allied with the extraterrestrials, operates as mere puppets under their control. Having absorbed this information, Qin Rue feels exasperated by his predicament. As a scientist with extensive experience in experiments, he never anticipated finding himself in a parallel world as a test subject. What kind of experiments are being conducted in this laboratory that necessitates so many subjects? Qin Rue seeks clarity on these questions. However, the original host's memories provide no insights regarding the laboratory's operations. The mere thought of experiments conjures images from a television series he once watched, depicting the tragic fates of those used as test subjects. It can't be that grim, can it? To arrive in a new world only to become a test subject? Aren't those who traverse into other realms usually the protagonists? Where's my system? Where's my golden finger? Chapter 2. The nanomechanical armor form activation in his previous life. Aside from engaging in scientific research, Qin Rue most cherished reading various types of time travel novels. Therefore, upon reflecting on his current predicament, a sense of urgency began to swell within him. He certainly did not wish to meet an unfortunate fate so soon after his arrival in this new world. Qin Rue incessantly prayed for the emergence of his golden finger, hoping it would swiftly manifest to extricate him from his present plight. Although he had regained consciousness, he felt utterly powerless, unable even to wiggle a finger. Thus, he could only place his hopes upon this mythical golden finger. Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. The system had finally arrived, though the voice was not particularly loud. To Qin Rue, it resonated like heavenly music, for he understood that his escape relied solely on the system's appearance, which would bestow upon him unparalleled abilities, allowing him to break free from this confinement. With bated breath, Qin Rue awaited the voice's next pronouncement. Gene compatibility detected. AI program activating. AI program activated. Gene identification in progress. Gene identification successful. Binding in process. Binding successful. The AI program Lingfeng is at your service. As a series of declarations reverberated through his consciousness, Qin Rue felt a surge of information flooding his mind. Lingfeng? Is that not the artificial intelligence system I developed in my former life? He pondered, astonished at the possibility that it had traversed alongside him. However, he quickly dismissed such thoughts. The paramount concern was to escape without delay. Resolutely, Qin Rue suppressed his musings and addressed the AI program. System, please assist me in extricating myself from this predicament. Analyzing the host's current environment, the system responded, commencing an analysis of Qin Rue's surroundings as he patiently awaited its findings. Ding. Analysis complete. Based on the current conditions, the following solutions are proposed. 1. Activate the nanomechanical armor form. Success rate of escape, 100. However, given the host's physical condition, the mortality rate stands at 80. 2. Utilize energy transfer to channel the nanomechanical armor's energy into the host, enhancing strength, speed, and stamina. Success rate of escape, 50. Mortality rate, 40. Faced with these two alternatives, Qin Rue found himself in a quandary. The first option guaranteed a 100 chance of escape. It entailed an 80 risk of death, conversely. The second option bore a 40 mortality rate but only a 50 chance of success. The choice weighed heavily upon him. After a moment of steely resolve, Qin Rue decided to take a gamble. Just as he opened his mouth to select the first option, he felt the glass dome enclosing him begin to tremble violently. Wow. System, you're incredible. I haven't even spoken yet, and you've conjured an earthquake. I'm utterly enamored. The thought of imminent liberation filled Qin Rue with exhilaration as he envisioned the remarkable potential of his new system. He fantasized about using it to win over a beautiful and affluent partner and ascend to the pinnacle of success. However, his brief elation was abruptly interrupted by another voice. Ding. Laboratory under attack detected. The host is facing a life-threatening situation. initiating forced activation of the nanomechanical armor form. Before Qin Rui could utter a word, a surge of energy erupted from the depths of his being, overwhelming him and plunging his consciousness into darkness. A blinding radiance emanated from his body, enveloping him entirely. Had there been an energy detector present, it would have revealed that the energy within Qin Rui had surged to an extraordinary level. A layer of metallic substance began to materialize on the surface of Qin Rui's body, rapidly coalescing into a suit of armor. The armor, adorned in silver and crimson, exuded an elongated elegance, devoid of the cumbersome heft typical of traditional mechs. Bathed in the lab's illumination, the armor shimmered with a subtle metallic sheen, imparting an aura of chilling sophistication. Protective plates, resembling well-defined musculature, adorned the armor, safeguarding vital areas without an ounce of excess bulk, instead presenting a harmonious aesthetic. Its cold visage, marked by sharp lines akin to a chiseled sculpture, was accentuated by eyes glowing with an eerie blue light, enhancing its technological allure. With Qin Rui's consciousness submerged in oblivion, it was the AI program Lingfeng that commandeered the nanomechanical armor. With a graceful gesture, it shattered the glass dome imprisoning Qin Rui, causing the viscous green liquid to cascade onto the floor. Stepping out from the confines of the glass enclosure, Lingfeng surveyed the laboratory structure before ascending into the air. In an instant, the armor surged forth, breaking through the laboratory's confines and soaring into the outside world. Meanwhile, the laboratory's overseer remained oblivious to the unfolding events. In a chamber resembling a command center, she observed a massive screen displaying the external situation. Fighter jets hovered menacingly in the skies, while numerous armored vehicles advanced on the facility, their intentions clear: to seize the base. Dr. Alan, we are surrounded by the insurgents. With our current base forces, we cannot break through. Should we request support from the federal government? A man clad in combat armor urgently inquired. Nodding, Alan commanded, initiate red alert. Deploy all armed forces to repel the insurgents. They must not be allowed to breach the base under any circumstances. Additionally, expedite a request for assistance from the federal government. Receiving her orders, the man promptly turned to implement Alan's directives, while she cast a worried glance at the screen. Alan, the very figure who had been present in the laboratory, understood that the insurgents had come for her. Suddenly, the command center shook violently. What is happening? Alan demanded. Report. Doctor, the insurgents have fired energy cannons at us. Several areas of the base have been destroyed. A soldier monitoring the base relayed urgently. With a grim countenance, Alan ordered. Activate the base's energy cannons and retaliate against the insurgents. Understood, Doctor. The soldier affirmed, rushing to relay Alan's orders to the base's personnel. As her commands were disseminated, massive cannons throughout the base sprang to life, targeting the airborne and ground forces of the insurgents. Chapter 3. The escape. Just as Ireland commanded to prepare the cannon, the operations room trembled once more. Before Ireland could inquire, the soldier responsible for monitoring the base hurriedly reported, Doctor, an unknown aircraft just surged out of the base, moving at such speed that our energy cannons cannot lock on. Bring up the monitoring of that aircraft. Ireland seemed to recall something, breathing heavily as he commanded. Yes, Doctor. The soldier quickly accessed the surveillance, and a small video appeared on the large screen in the operations room, showcasing the unknown aircraft that had just emerged from the base. The video revealed the aircraft enveloped in a radiant glow. After breaking free from the base, it halted mere hundreds of meters away from the rebel fighters. As the brilliance dissipated, the figure within was unveiled, revealing the nano-mech controlled by the AI program, Lingfeng. The experiment has succeeded. Upon seeing this figure, Ireland's breath quickened. The others in the operations room were momentarily taken aback, clearly astonished that the unknown aircraft was, in fact, a person clad in mechanized armor. Just as the personnel in the operations room were momentarily dazed, a voice snapped them back to reality. At all costs, stop the rebels and protect the mech. Yes, Doctor. The team quickly responded, preparing to mobilize the entire base's armed forces to strike against the rebels. After Ireland issued the command, the rebels, momentarily stunned by the appearance of Qin Rui, soon received the order to attack from their commander. With the command given, the rebels unleashed an onslaught on Qin Rui, an array of weapons raining down upon him. Ding! Attack detected, activating energy shield. As this announcement echoed, the rebel assault reached its target, and a series of thunderous explosions resonated, engulfing Qin Rui in a cloud of smoke, obscuring any view of his condition. With such formidable firepower, he must have been reduced to ashes, thought the rebel commander. However, the ensuing scene caused his pupils to constrict in horror, a look of disbelief creeping onto his face. As the smoke cleared, Qin Rui's figure emerged into view. He was encased in a layer of energy shield, impervious to the previous attacks. The incredulous commander ordered another energy cannon to be fired at Qin Rui. A beam of light streaked through the air, crashing against the energy shield surrounding Qin Rui. The energy cannon exploded, yet the shield remained unscathed, leaving both the rebels and those in the base astounded. The rebels appeared somewhat terrified, while Ireland, though taken aback, was also filled with excitement, for she knew her experiment had truly succeeded, and the power of the nano-mech exceeded her expectations. Under the assault from the rebels, Qin Rui, now in nano-mech form under Lingfeng's control, naturally regarded the rebels as foes. A brilliant azure glow surged in his eyes as he raised his hand. The air around his arms warping as countless beams of light converged towards him. Quick, get out of the way. The alarm system of the fighter jets blared urgently as the rebel commander hastily commanded. However, before the fighters could react, the gathered light reached its zenith and surged forth from Qin Rui's arms towards the cluster of fighter jets. As the beams raced through the air, they detonated violently, transforming into a multitude of tiny lights that accurately targeted each aircraft. Boom! The continuous explosions echoed, and within moments, the rebel fighter squadron was utterly annihilated, with their commander perishing alongside the destruction of the jets. Hiss! Within the operations room, all present, including Ireland, collectively inhaled sharply, astonished by the sheer might of the nano-mech, which had obliterated the rebel fleet in mere moments. Yet, almost immediately, Ireland felt a surge of exhilaration with the destruction of the fighter jets. The base's crisis was effectively averted, and the remaining ground forces of the rebels could now be managed by the base's military strength. At that moment, Ireland contemplated how to proliferate the nano-mech technology. Just as she was deep in thought, a voice interrupted her. "Doctor, look." Ireland quickly refocused her attention on the large screen, only to see that after dispatching the fighter jets, Qin Rui did not assault the rebel ground forces but instead prepared to flee the base. Not good. He intends to escape. Quickly send someone to intercept him and also deal with the rebel ground forces. Ireland hastily issued her command before leaving the operations room for the laboratory. The nano-mech was her experimental creation, and she had anticipated the possibility of it going rogue. Thus, she had embedded certain controls within the nano-mech to ensure she could regain command if necessary. Upon arriving at the laboratory, Ireland swiftly activated a computer, her fingers flying across the keyboard as she input a series of commands. Soon, a control interface materialized. After entering a command sequence, she grabbed the computer and headed back to the operations room, eager to witness Qin Rui's return to the base. The command she had just input was designed to halt the nano-mech's operations. As Ireland made her way to the operations room, outside the base, in the sky, after eliminating the rebel fighter squadron, Qin Rui intended to similarly obliterate the rebel ground forces. Having suffered an attack from the rebel fighters, the AI program, Lingfeng, classified the rebel ground forces as enemies, naturally inclined to eliminate any threats to Qin Rui. However, just as Lingfeng was poised to strike at the rebel ground forces, an alarm sounded. Warning, warning, energy levels critically low. Following this alert, another warning blared. Warning, warning, external program interference detected, activating defense systems. With these consecutive alerts ringing out, Lingfeng analyzed the situation and swiftly made a decision to escape while there was still some energy remaining. Thus, under Lingfeng's command, Qin Rui's form darted away at great speed, swiftly distancing himself from the base. When Ireland entered the operations room, she could only see Qin Rui's figure shrinking into the distance, resembling a mere ant. In a panic, Ireland pulled out her computer and frantically typed a flurry of commands, but to no avail. All she received were notifications stating, "Command invalid." Chapter 4. Falling into a coma with a violent crash, Ireland hurled the computer to the ground. Her face contorted with rage as she addressed the soldier responsible for monitoring the base. Why wasn't anyone dispatched to intercept him? "Doctor," his speed was overwhelming. "Our personnel had barely left the base when he had already soared far beyond our reach. We simply couldn't intercept him." The soldier stammered, his anxiety palpable. Internally, he mused. Even if we had attempted to intercept, would we have succeeded? Naturally, he would never voice such thoughts, for everyone knew that Ireland's word was law within the entire base. To utter such words would invite dire consequences. Taking a deep breath, Ireland suppressed her fury. It was too late for blame. Her priority now was to devise a means to retrieve Qin Rui. After all, Ireland was intent on studying Qin Rui to enhance the success rate of the nanomechanical armor experiment, as only through this could the widespread adoption of nanomechanical armor be realized. Suddenly, Ireland's gaze fell upon the ground forces of the rebels displayed on the screen, a sinister smile curling at the corners of her lips. Convey my orders. Annihilate all ground forces of the rebels. Leave none alive. It was evident that Ireland was channeling her wrath over Qin Rui's escape onto the rebels. The unfortunate ground troops of the rebels, reeling from the destruction of their fighter jets and the loss of their commander, were in utter disarray as they attempted to retreat, only to be met with a devastating counterattack from the base's armed forces. In an instant, the battlefield tilted overwhelmingly in favor of the base. The rebels' ground forces offered no resistance and were utterly obliterated. With the rebels vanquished, Ireland's fury was quelled only slightly. She promptly ordered the base to dispatch personnel to search for Qin Rui's whereabouts. Just then, reinforcements from the federal government arrived, led by a strikingly handsome young man. His skin was remarkably pale, and his long purple hair was tied back, while his thin lips bore a sour expression. Most shocking of all were his violet irises, complemented by an enigmatic purple symbol on his forehead, adding an otherworldly allure to his presence. "Eric, what brings you here?" Ireland inquired, clearly recognizing the young man. A flicker of disdain glimmered in her eyes as she spoke in a frosty tone. "Ireland, it has been quite some time. The elder sent me to inquire about the progress of your experiment," Eric replied, unperturbed by Ireland's icy demeanor as he approached the large screen in the war room, his expression devoid of emotion. In response to Eric's inquiry, Ireland directed her violet gaze towards the screen. "As you can see, the experiment was successful, however. The subject has escaped." She turned her head to regard Eric, adding, "So, Eric, what exactly did the elder send you here for?" Ireland brushed aside her violet bangs, revealing a similar arcane purple symbol on her forehead. After scrutinizing her for several seconds, Eric chuckled lightly. "Ireland, we've known each other for ages. Please, spare me that frigid demeanor. I am merely here to relay the elder's message." Ireland, however, maintained her frosty glare, prompting Eric to shrug in resignation. "All right. It seems you still harbor resentment over past events, but I am merely executing the elder's orders. I will settle the score with you for what you have done. My agreement with the elder to study the nanomechanical armor is solely for the benefit of our clan. Do not presume that I will bend to the elder's will to compel me into action. I am not so easily swayed." Ireland remained impervious to Eric's increasingly displeased expression and strode out of the war room. "Fool, you are nothing but a traitor, surviving on the elder's leniency. How dare you treat me this way?" Eric bellowed, watching Ireland's retreating figure with anger. Yet, his fury was merely a faade. He dared not act against her, for the elder still relied on Ireland's scientific prowess. Once his emotions settled, Eric recalled the task assigned to him by the elder and began to follow the direction in which Ireland had departed. In the laboratory, Ireland relayed the status of the nanomechanical armor experiment to Eric. Having acquired the information desired by the elder, Eric had no wish to linger any longer and promptly exited the base. As Ireland watched the craft carrying Eric depart, her gaze grew distant, her thoughts drifting into memories. Like Eric, Ireland belonged to an extraterrestrial race, as Qin Rui had gleaned from the memories of his original host. They were part of the alien faction that currently dominated Earth. However, they differed in ideology. Ireland was aligned with the peace faction, whereas Eric belonged to the radical faction. The elder they spoke of was aligned with the radicals, like Eric. Presently, the radicals held a monopoly on power, while the peace faction had either perished, hidden away, or surrendered. Those who refused to submit were driven from their stronghold and forced to coexist with humans. Though these individuals were also extraterrestrial, their status was abysmally low, akin to humans living in slums. Despite being a member of the peace faction, Ireland's exceptional research capabilities had spared her and her family from the radicals' wrath, who sought to win her over. However, out of jealousy, Eric defied the orders of the radical elder and chose to act against Ireland and her family. Although his actions were thwarted by the elder's envoy, Ireland's family perished at Eric's hands. In response to the plight of her race, Ireland consented to serve the elder, albeit solely in a research capacity, distancing herself from any other matters. This was the root of the conflict between Ireland and Eric. Shaking off her reverie with a sigh, Ireland resumed her experiments. The success of the experiment involving Qin Rui provided her with a glimmer of direction towards the widespread implementation of nanomechanical armor among her extraterrestrial kin. Meanwhile, Ireland dispatched personnel to search for Qin Rui, for if she could retrieve this initial successful subject, she was confident she could achieve an 80% probability of making nanomechanical armor commonplace. Hundreds of kilometers from the base, a flash of light darted across the sky before plunging into the woods below. As the light dissipated, it revealed a figure, Qin Rui, now transformed into the nanomechanical armor formed by the AI program Lingfeng. Warning: energy levels insufficient. The danger level in the current environment is 0. Nanomechanical armor status has been disengaged, echoed Lingfeng's voice in Qin Rui's mind as the armor began to dissolve, unveiling Qin Rui's form, though he remained in a state of unconsciousness. Chapter 5. Awakening, Encountering Xiao Shuiqin Beep. Host vital signs critically low. Remaining energy allocated to sustain life functions. The AI program Lingfeng scanned Qin Rui's physical condition before transferring its dwindling energy reserves into his body to stabilize him. Beep. Energy depleted. AI program Lingfeng entering hibernation mode. Reactivation pending energy replenishment. Energy replenishment protocol transmitted to host. After transmitting the energy restoration plan directly into Qin Rui's consciousness, Lingfeng fell into complete dormancy. The nanites within Qin Rui's body likewise deactivated, entering a passive state. As both Lingfeng and the nanite slumbered, faint streams of photonic energy gradually permeated Qin Rui's form, slowly recharging the dormant nanites. However, the sluggish absorption rate meant reactivation would require an indeterminable length of time. Thanks to Lingfeng's final energy infusion, Qin Rui's vitals stabilized while his body underwent subtle repairs and enhancements. Time passed indeterminately until a young woman suddenly appeared at the side of Qin Rui's unconscious form. She gasped upon noticing the intricate alien sigil emblazoned upon his forehead, identical to her own, though unlike her violet tresses, his hair was jet black. A pacifist faction member? But he doesn't quite fit the profile. Why then does he bear our people's sacred mark? She murmured. Her assumption stemmed from the knowledge that radical faction members rarely ventured alone beyond their strongholds, let alone lay unconscious in the wilderness. Fortune smiles upon you today. Had another found you, death would have been certain. Hoisting Qin Rui onto her rugged off-road motorcycle, she revved the engine and sped away from the forest depths. The jostling ride roused Qin Rui to groggy consciousness, a sharp headache making him wince. You're awake. Hearing movement behind her, the woman braked and turned to observe him. My gratitude for your rescue. Might I inquire our current location? Qin Rui forced out through the pounding in his skull. The eastern continent's border primal jungle. She replied before countering with questions of her own. Your identity? Pacifist faction affiliation? What brought you unconscious to these woods? I am Qin Rui. As for your other queries, my memory fails me. Ah, amnesia then. She nodded before extending a hand. Xiao Shuiqin. Since you've nowhere to go, I'll take you in, provided you earn your keep through work. Her eyes twinkled with playful implication. Qin Rui stared blankly, momentarily stunned. Have you objections? Her expression darkened when met with prolonged silence. My apologies, this headache clouds my thoughts. I'm deeply grateful for your offer and would never presume free lodging. Qin Rui clasped her delicate hand briefly, its remarkable softness as sole observation before releasing it. Might I inquire about the nature of this work? That's confidential. Xiao Shuiqin answered with a cryptic smile. Rest assured, it guarantees comfortable living. Recognizing her reluctance to elaborate, Qin Rui pressed no further. As the motorcycle roared back to life, carrying them deeper into the primordial jungle, he turned inward to process Lingfeng's transmitted energy restoration protocols, the source of his splitting headache. Lingfeng provided multiple replenishment methods. Photonic absorption is impractical without implementation knowledge. Energy cores require fabrication, leaving only zombie nuclei viable. Eliminating other options left only one path: harvesting zombie brain cores. Typical Lingfeng provides solutions without execution details. Qin Rui sighed. The existence of zombies in this world surprised him, though as an avid zombie film enthusiast in his past life, the thought of confronting them stirred unease. Best to inquire with Shuiqin about zombie locations while learning more of this world. The original host's memories offer scanned information. Miss Xiao Shuiqin, might you know where zombies congregate? Despite his trepidation, Qin Rui steeled himself. Reactivating Lingfeng outweighed his fears. Just call me Shuiqin. That misformality makes my skin crawl. She shuddered theatrically. Ah, Shuiqin. About those zombies? Her eyes gleamed. Perfect timing. Our current mission involves zombie hunting for their brain cores. Market demand keeps prices high. Qin Rui's spirits lifted. He prepared arguments against anticipated, now rendered unnecessary. Though I'm curious, why seek zombies, Xiao Rui? Caught unprepared, Qin Rui fabricated quickly. My amnesia. Something in my subconscious insists zombie cores might restore lost memories. Chapter 6. The hunt for zombies. The presence of Lingfeng is of paramount importance, and Qin Rui understands that he cannot disclose this to anyone. Thus, he concocts a casual excuse, much like when he feigned amnesia earlier. He is at a loss as to how to elucidate matters to Xiao Shuiqin, so he resorts to pretending amnesiac once more. I see, Xiao Shuiqin nods, not pressing him further. With that, Qin Rui breathes a quiet sigh of relief, only to be struck by a thought, prompting him to inquire further. Xiao Shui. Could you enlighten me on the current state of Earth? As you know, I have amnesia and cannot recall certain details. Upon hearing Qin Rui's words, Xiao Shuiqin pauses momentarily before beginning to explain the current situation on Earth. You must have noticed that I am different from Earthlings, in truth. I am of an extraterrestrial lineage, as are you. We both belong to the peaceful faction of our alien race. Peaceful faction? Do extraterrestrial beings really have different factions? Qin Rui ponders, though he refrains from interrupting Xiao Shuiqin. This matter dates back to when our extraterrestrial kin first discovered Earth. Upon finding this planet, differing opinions emerged regarding its fate. A faction among us advocated for an invasion, seeking to subjugate Earthlings under our rule, while another faction proposed peaceful coexistence and mutual development. This division birthed the peaceful and radical factions within our race. Our clan leader sided with the radicals, asserting that Earthlings should indeed be governed by us, which incited discontent among the peaceful faction. Some of our kin even contemplated revealing this information to Earthlings, but unexpectedly, the radicals secured the leader's consent and commenced a purge against the peaceful faction. During this purge, many from the peaceful faction perished, while others went into hiding, and some even surrendered to the radicals. However, a portion was imprisoned, and after the radicals took control of Earth, they were exiled to live among the impoverished of the planet, relegated to a lowly status. Following the eradication of the peaceful faction, the radicals launched a massive invasion of Earth. The three dominant races of Earth mounted a fierce resistance, but our technological prowess proved overwhelmingly superior, particularly in mecha technology. Under the weight of our advanced technology, the three races suffered devastating casualties, and those who survived ultimately capitulated. A segment of the unwilling survivors formed a resistance, engaging in clandestine activities with the hope of one day overthrowing the radical regime. Notably, some individuals from the peaceful faction also joined the resistance. After the surrender of the three races, the radicals established a puppet federal government to facilitate their dominion over Earth, while the radicals themselves reside in their stronghold, the floating city. From Xiao Shuiqin's explanation, Qin Rui gleaned a general understanding of the current state of Earth. He also learned how to identify members of the extraterrestrial race, characterized by their purple hair and irises, adorned with enigmatic purple runes on their foreheads. As for the three dominant races of Earth, he now comprehends that they consist of zombies, half-human, half-zombie entities, and humans. Touching the mysterious purple runes on his forehead, Qin Rui can only manage a bitter smile. The presence of these runes indicates that the original owner was indeed of extraterrestrial descent, a revelation that is difficult for him, a human, to accept. Yet, what perplexes him is that, aside from the runes, his eyes and hair are the same dark hue as those of a human. Unable to resolve this conundrum, Qin Rui sets aside his bewilderment, awaiting Xiao Shuiqin to guide him in locating a zombie to procure a zombie brain core for replenishing Lingfeng's energy. In the primeval jungle, towering trees abound. Without a clear direction, one could easily become lost amidst the verdant expanse. Fortunately, Xiao Shuiqin's numerous forays into this wilderness enable her to navigate with remarkable accuracy. After approximately half an hour, the trees overhead begin to thin, and sunlight once again bathes Xiao Shuiqin and Qin Rui. We are nearing the realm of zombie activity. From here on, we must proceed on foot. The sound of the motorcycle is too loud and may alert the zombies, Xiao Shuiqin declares. Finding a tall tree to secure the motorcycle, she turns to Qin Rui, conveying her instructions. Qin Rui has no objections to her plan and follows closely behind her as they venture towards the territory inhabited by the zombies. As they traverse the jungle, they emerge into a desolate expanse, where scattered zombies roam amongst the ruins. Shh, do not make a sound. These zombies are currently in a dormant state. If we make any noise, they will awaken, and being encircled by them could prove perilous. Xiao Shuiqin turns to Qin Rui, signaling him to be quiet. Qin Rui nods in understanding. Xiao Shuiqin then resumes her cautious approach, inching closer to the nearest zombie, with Qin Rui closely trailing her. Stooping low, Xiao Shuiqin approaches within half a meter of the zombie, which seems to sense the scent of fresh flesh and begins to stir violently. The commotion of this one zombie triggers the activation of others nearby, yet they remain unaware of Xiao Shuiqin and Qin Rui's positions. Thus they are not immediately threatened by an encirclement. With a serious expression fixed on the looming zombie, Xiao Shuiqin retrieves a compact handgun from her tool bag. However, instead of bullets, the weapon is loaded with syringes. This specialized handgun allows for silent strikes, and the syringes contain a concoction designed to incapacitate zombies instantaneously, rendering them unable to resist. Of course, this solution is effective only against lower-tier zombies. Higher-tier ones remain unaffected. Noticing the inquiring gaze from Qin Rui, Xiao Shuiqin softly elaborates. With practiced ease, she loads the syringe into the handgun, disengages the safety, aims at the zombie, and pulls the trigger in a seamless motion, indicative of her experience with such tasks. As predicted, the syringe is discharged silently, striking the zombie. Instantly, it succumbs to paralysis, collapsing to the ground. While this draws the attention of other zombies, they do not rush to investigate, for their limited intellect fails to recognize that one of their own has been attacked. Stealthily, Xiao Shuichen approaches the downed zombie, producing a syringe resembling a gun from her tool bag. I procured this at great expense. It directly extracts the zombie brain core, converting it into energy from within the zombie's head, thus preventing the scent of blood from attracting more zombies, she explains, inserting the syringe into the zombie's head. A stream of ethereal blue energy begins to flow from the zombie's skull into the syringe's reservoir. Once the extraction of the zombie's brain core is complete, Xiao Shuichen adjusts the syringe, and soon, a smooth, round zombie brain core is retrieved and placed into her tool bag. The remarkable feature of this syringe is its ability to convert the zombie brain core into energy liquid, and vice versa. As she continues to explain in hushed tones, she leads Qin Rui toward another unsuspecting zombie. Chapter 7. Replenishing energy. The system is activated after extracting dozens of zombies using the same method. Xiao Shuichen glanced at the twilight sky and remarked, "Nightfall approaches. Once darkness descends, the capabilities of the zombies will be enhanced, and we shall be in peril." With that, she led the way into the primeval jungle at the eastern border, determined to depart before night enveloped them. After all, her harvest had been substantial, and lingering any longer could spell danger as night fell. Throughout the journey, Qin Rui said little, following Xiao Shuichen closely, witnessing firsthand her adeptness in hunting zombies, which deepened his understanding of their behaviors. Upon reaching the location where their motorcycle was parked, Xiao Shuichen immediately started the engine, while Qin Rui took his place on the rear seat. Just as they were about to leave the jungle on the motorcycle, a rustling sound emerged, prompting both Xiao Shuichen and Qin Rui to enter a state of alertness. They were still in proximity to zombie-infested territory, and the presence of the undead in the jungle was uncertain. Xiao Shuichen retrieved 2 handguns from her toolkit, handing one to Qin Rui. Taking the firearm, he inhaled deeply, vigilantly scanning their surroundings while Xiao Shuichen remained poised to flee at a moment's notice. The rustling grew louder, and soon, 2 zombies appeared before them. Noticing only 2, Qin Rui quietly exhaled in relief. As long as there weren't a horde, he felt confident that he and Xiao Shuichen could handle the situation. However, just as he prepared to engage the zombies, Xiao Shuichen's anxious voice rang out, "Hold on tight, we need to escape." Sensing her fear, Qin Rui instinctively wrapped his arms around her slender waist. Although her cheeks flushed, Xiao Shuichen understood the urgency and said nothing, instead twisting the throttle. The motorcycle surged forward at breakneck speed toward their point of entry. This sequence of events transpired within mere seconds. The zombies had yet to react when the motorcycle sped away. Once they did, the 2 zombies let out a furious roar and, propelled by a speed surpassing that of the motorcycle, began their pursuit. The situation escalated further as the roar awakened other dormant zombies among the ruins, who lifted their heads and charged toward the primeval jungle. "Xiao Shui, what is happening?" Qin Rui asked, his voice trembling as he noticed the approaching zombies. He hadn't anticipated their remarkable speed. Those are 2 evolved level 2 zombies, possessing rudimentary intelligence. With the weapons I currently carry, I can barely contend with them. Xiao Shuichen replied gravely. Relieved that they could manage the 2 zombies, albeit with difficulty, Qin Rui pondered why Xiao Shuichen had chosen to flee. Her subsequent words dispelled his confusion. However, these zombies can summon others of a lower level with their roars. In other words, their cries have activated the zombies lying in wait in the ruins, and I suspect they are now racing toward us. Hearing this, the relief Qin Rui had just felt quickly dissipated. He turned to see the 2 zombies drawing ever closer and asked anxiously, "Xiao, how can we rid ourselves of them?" "We must distance ourselves from the ruins as much as possible and eliminate those 2 level 2 zombies before the horde arrives. Otherwise, we shall find ourselves besieged," Xiao Shuichen stated with grave seriousness. "Damn it." Qin Rui cursed silently upon hearing her words. The thought of the dormant Lingfeng in his mind gave him a headache. Although he had obtained some zombie brain cores according to Lingfeng's plan with Xiao Shuichen, those cores were derived from her hunts, and the plan had not instructed him on how to use them to replenish Lingfeng's energy. Gritting his teeth, Qin Rui asked Xiao Shuichen, "Could you spare me a zombie brain core? You can find one in my toolkit." Without looking back, Xiao Shuichen, busy operating the motorcycle, replied, "Go ahead." With her consent, Qin Rui reached into her toolkit and soon produced a smooth, glowing blue zombie brain core. Just as he held it, a voice resonated in his mind, and a look of joy spread across his face. Beep, zombie brain core detected. Energy replenishment initiated. As the voice faded, an internal force emerged within Qin Rui, drawing energy from the brain core into his body, where it was absorbed by the nanofibers within him. He felt as though something within him was awakening. He realized that the AI program, Lingfeng, was being revitalized. The energy within the brain core was quickly depleted, transforming it into a gray stone that turned to ash with a slight press. Beep, remaining energy 1. A portion of the program has been activated. Please replenish energy promptly. The AI program Lingfeng's notification echoed in Qin Rui's mind, causing him a twinge of frustration. A single zombie brain core only replenishes 1 of energy? This system is indeed a voracious consumer. Yet he understood the urgency of their situation. The more energy the system acquired, the greater their chances of survival. With this thought in mind, Qin Rui extracted several more zombie brain cores from Xiao Shuichen's toolkit, continuing to replenish Lingfeng's energy. In just a short while, all the brain cores Xiao Shuichen had harvested from her zombie hunts were consumed, and the system's energy level rose to 30. Now, it is time for our counterattack, Qin Rui declared. Turning to face the 2 level 2 zombies closing in on the motorcycle, his eyes gleaming with determination. In his view, these zombies were no longer a threat, but rather a source of energy for replenishing the system. Chapter 8. Consuming Energy. Strengthening weapons. The system analyzed how to deal with the 2 level 2 zombies. With Lingfeng reactivated, Qin Rui immediately sought its assistance, hoping for a strategy to eliminate the 2 level 2 zombies. Ding. Analysis and progress. Analysis complete. Current attributes of the zombies acquired. Species, Zombie Clan, Level 2 Strength, 300 Speed, 300 Defense, 150. No special abilities. Weakness. Head. Solution. Attack the zombie's head. As the attributes of the 2 zombies flooded Qin Rui's mind, he felt somewhat exasperated upon seeing that their weakness was listed as the head, and the proposed solution was to attack it. Of course, he was aware of the zombie's weakness, having watched countless zombie movies in his past life, and Xiao Shuichen had also informed him of this during her previous encounters with zombies. The solution provided by Lingfeng felt almost redundant, as he had already attempted to shoot the heads of these 2 level 2 zombies with a handgun, only to have his efforts evade him completely. Qin Rui recalled the moment when Lingfeng had transformed him into a nano-mech to escape the laboratory. But he quickly dismissed the thought upon glancing at Xiao Shuichen, setting aside the fact that Lingfeng's energy was only at 30. The implications of adopting the nano-mech form were significant, considering the extensive research that had gone into that laboratory. They would not simply allow him to escape. Moreover, whether his current body could withstand the nano-mech form was uncertain. After all, the last time Lingfeng had controlled him, it was only through injecting the remaining energy into his body that he survived. Given Lingfeng's insufficient energy now, should Qin Rui transform again, it was likely that Lingfeng would not have the extra energy to preserve his life. Weighing all factors, Qin Rui resolved not to adopt the nano-mech form unless absolutely necessary. Lingfeng, is there a way for me to accurately hit those 2 zombies and kill them in one shot? Qin Rui inquired within his mind. Ding. A corresponding solution has been matched for the host, consuming 1 of energy to enhance the handgun, granting it increased power and automatic tracking capabilities. Lingfeng timely provided a solution. Enhance. Without hesitation, Qin Rui chose to proceed with the enhancement. Ding. Enhancement successful, consuming 1 of energy, remaining energy 29. A warm current surged through Qin Rui's body towards the handgun he held, a sensation that lasted only a moment before dissipating. Gazing at the handgun in his grasp, although its appearance remained unchanged, Qin Rui could sense that its power had significantly increased compared to before. Xiao Shui, I have exhausted the zombie cores you collected, so I'll gift you these 2 level 2 zombie cores as compensation, Qin Rui said to Xiao Shuichen. Initially feeling guilty for consuming all of Xiao Shuichen's hard work from the afternoon, he now felt reassured as he had acquired a means to confront the 2 zombies. Upon hearing that Qin Rui had depleted her afternoon's efforts, Xiao Shuichen had felt a twinge of anger. Yet, when she heard his next words, she asked in astonishment, Do you have a way to deal with those 2 zombies? They are level 2 zombies. How can you handle them alone? I have my methods. You just focus on driving the motorcycle safely, Qin Rui replied confidently. Just be careful. Xiao Shuichen's lips moved, but instead of admonishing him, she chose to trust Qin Rui, sensing his confidence in his words. Twisting the throttle, the motorcycle sped up once more, and Xiao Shuichen drove ahead, all the while keeping a watchful eye on Qin Rui. Should anything happen to him, she would be the first to rush to his aid. Narrowing his eyes, Qin Rui raised his handgun, aiming at one of the zombies. As he aligned his sights, a reticle appeared in his vision. He understood that this was a targeting aid granted by the enhanced handgun. Otherwise, as a novice, he would not have been able to hit the zombie. With the assistance of the targeting tool, he quickly aimed at the zombie's head. Resolute, he pulled the trigger, and a gunshot echoed throughout the primitive jungle. The targeted zombie's head shattered like a watermelon. Immediately, Qin Rui redirected his aim at the other zombie. Perhaps sensing the threat from its fallen companion, the remaining zombie let out a howl, seizing a stone from the ground and hurling it at Qin Rui. "Xiao Shui, duck," he shouted. Without needing his warning, Xiao Shuiqin had already noticed the zombie's movement through the rearview mirror. Steering the motorcycle, she swerved to the right, narrowly avoiding the stone. The rock struck the ground, creating a large crater and kicking up a cloud of dust. Catching sight of the crater from the corner of his eye, Qin Rui felt a shiver run down his spine. Had Xiao Shuiqin not evaded in time, they both could have been crushed by the thrown stone. Knowing he had to eliminate the remaining zombie swiftly, Qin Rui readied his handgun once more, aiming at the zombie's head. He squeezed the trigger, and the bullet shot forth. The zombie, sensing danger, raised its arm to shield its head in a futile attempt to block the bullet. However, the bullets fired from the enhanced handgun were not so easily resisted. With a loud bang, the zombie's arm and head disintegrated, its massive form crashing to the ground, lifeless. Seeing the two zombies vanquished in the rearview mirror, Xiao Shuiqin turned the motorcycle around, approaching the lifeless bodies. She retrieved her tools and extracted the cores from both zombies, placing them into her toolkit. With 2 level 2 zombie cores now in her possession, Xiao Shuiqin's face radiated joy. "With these 2 level 2 zombie cores, I shall overlook your consumption of my afternoon's efforts," she declared. As she restarted the motorcycle, she said to Qin Rui, "Let us go. We must leave quickly before the horde arrives. Once they do, escaping will be much more difficult." Nodding, Qin Rui climbed onto the back of the motorcycle. Xiao Shuiqin twisted the throttle, propelling them towards the exit of the primitive jungle. "Xiao Shui, how about we go for something big?" Just as Xiao Shuiqin was about to ask Qin Rui how he managed to defeat the 2 level 2 zombies, his voice rang out, catching her off guard. Chapter 9. A grand undertaking. What do you mean? Xiao Shuiqin was momentarily taken aback before quickly regaining her composure. "You are correct, Xiao Shui. Look, those 2 level 2 zombies have been dealt with. The remaining horde poses little threat. As long as we exercise caution and avoid being surrounded, we can completely annihilate this group of zombies," Qin Rui declared confidently. Armed with the weapon enhanced by Lingfeng, combined with Xiao Shuiqin's extensive experience in hunting zombies, they could easily turn the horde into mere targets. However, Qin Rui and Appo's encouragement of Xiao Shuiqin stemmed not only from their capability to eliminate the zombies but also from his desire to acquire the zombie cores to replenish Lingfeng and Appo's energy. Upon reflection, Qin Rui came to understand that Lingfeng and Appo's manipulation of his arrival in this primeval jungle was not without purpose. It seemed that Lingfeng had anticipated that. Given Qin Rui and Appo's current condition, the options of energy replenishment and the heart of energy were unattainable, thus necessitating the acquisition of zombie cores for energy restoration. This explained why Qin Rui had fallen unconscious in this jungle adjacent to the area of zombie activity. It was all part of Lingfeng and Appo's design to expedite his acquisition of zombie cores and activation of Lingfeng. As for Xiao Shuiqin and Appo's appearance, it was likely a fortuitous coincidence. Thinking this, Qin Rui gazed intently at Xiao Shuiqin, hoping she would agree to join him in this grand endeavor. Under Qin Rui's earnest gaze, Xiao Shuiqin gritted her teeth and said, "If that is the case, I shall accompany you in this grand undertaking. But you must tell me how you managed to eliminate those 2 level 2 zombies. I used this special weapon to dispatch them. I have carried it since my amnesia, and its power is formidable, more than sufficient for those 2 level 2 zombies." Qin Rui had already prepared his explanation, presenting the weapon enhanced by Lingfeng to Xiao Shuiqin. "Isn't this the gun you gave me?" Xiao Shuiqin muttered as she took the handgun. "The one you gave me accidentally fell, and I could only recall this weapon thanks to your zombie core, Xiao Shui. It was the zombie core that jogged my memory of this weapon," Qin Rui replied nonchalantly. After examining the handgun, Xiao Shuiqin returned it to Qin Rui. Taking a deep breath, she stated, "I agree to your proposal, but all actions must heed my command. As for your weapon, it must not be used unless absolutely necessary. Its noise could attract the horde." Qin Rui understood the power of the handgun. However, its use would create a significant commotion. Therefore, it should not be employed unless in dire circumstances. Should it be fired, they would risk being ensnared by the horde. No problem, Qin Rui readily agreed. With Xiao Shuichen's partnership, he felt emboldened in confronting the zombies. Let us prepare, Xiao Shuichen said, driving the motorcycle and taking Qin Rui to the corpses of the two level 2 zombies. Xiao Shui, what are you doing? Qin Rui inquired, puzzled by her actions. Zombies are most sensitive to the scent of blood. I intend to use the blood from these two zombies to lure the horde. Without pausing her work, Xiao Shuichin explained. After her clarification, Qin Rui understood and began assisting her in the preparations. Once everything was arranged, Xiao Shuichin called for Qin Rui and rode the motorcycle away from the two zombie corpses. After concealing the motorcycle, they hid behind a tall tree, awaiting the arrival of the horde. Minutes later, a series of growls echoed intermittently. Hearing the sounds, Xiao Shuichin's delicate face grew serious. The horde has arrived. Qin Rui too heard the growls, his expression becoming equally grave, and his breathing slowed as he recognized that any careless noise could spell doom for them. Under the tense scrutiny of both Xiao Shuichin and Qin Rui, the horde began to materialize, agitated by the scent of blood. Upon detecting the source of the scent, the horde halted before the corpses of the two level 2 zombies. The pungent aroma of blood incited the horde into a frenzied state, and as night approached, their aggression intensified. As someone accustomed to hunting zombies, Xiao Shuichin and Appo's toolkit contained not only various tools but also weapons and explosives, which were indispensable. After waiting for the horde to gather around the corpses, Xiao Shuichin decisively pressed a button on her remote. With a resounding boom, an explosion erupted from the two zombie corpses, instantly incinerating the nearest zombies. Indeed, in addition to using the bloods sent to attract the horde, Xiao Shuichin had also placed 2 high-explosive charges within the corpses. The detonation swiftly eliminated a third of the zombies, while the remaining ones, now under attack, grew increasingly berserk. Fortunately, due to their distance and the cover of the tree, Qin Rui and Xiao Shuichin remained relatively safe as they observed the chaos through binoculars. After assessing the situation, Xiao Shuichin retrieved a night vision scope from her toolkit and donned one herself. Follow me. We shall commence hunting the remaining zombies. Xiao Shuichin stepped out from their hiding place, slowly advancing towards the horde, with Qin Rui trailing behind her. Sticking to their previous strategy, Xiao Shuichin utilized a substance to incapacitate the zombies, extracting their cores with precision. Though fraught with peril, under Xiao Shuichin's guidance, they managed to eliminate another third of the horde. Thus, only the final third remained. After dispatching a zombie, Xiao Shuichin leaned against a tree to rest, with Qin Rui sitting beside her. I can't go on anymore. I need a break. I'm exhausted. Xiao Shuichin retrieved 2 bottles of water from her toolkit, offering one to Qin Rui and keeping one for herself. Qin Rui accepted the water without hesitation, draining it swiftly. Leaning against the tree, Qin Rui closed his eyes, allowing himself a moment of respite. Although they were stealthily hunting zombies without direct confrontation, both remained vigilant to avoid detection, resulting in a profound mental fatigue. Chapter 10, Blood Bomb. Xiao Shui, let us continue. The longer we delay, the more I fear unforeseen events, Qin Rui stated as he opened his eyes after a brief respite. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Shuichin did not contest him, but instead rose to resume the hunt for the remaining third of the zombies. Just as they located a solitary zombie and prepared to stealthily approach it, a dark object plummeted from the sky, landing before them. What is that? Qin Rui inquired, startled by the sudden appearance of the object. Run! Xiao Shuichin's face paled upon seeing it. Ignoring the remaining zombies, she grasped Qin Rui's arm, ready to flee. If they stirred the horde, they might still have a chance to escape. However, should that object explode, their chances of survival would dwindle to nearly none. Indeed, the object before them was a bomb, but not just any bomb, it was a blood bomb. As the name implies, it detonated to release a copious amount of blood. While the bomb itself lacked significant explosive power, the fresh blood contained within would splatter in all directions upon detonation. Such blood bombs were typically employed to attract zombies, and its presence here indicated that someone was plotting against them. Recognizing the nature of the device, Xiao Shuichin urgently pulled Qin Rui to flee. Yet, despite her haste, she could not outpace the bomb's explosive force. With a resounding bang, the blood bomb detonated, showering Qin Rui and Xiao Shuichin in a spray of crimson liquid. That was not the worst of it. A pungent smell of blood permeated the air, inciting the nearby zombies into a frenzy. The horde, lured by the scent, turned their ravenous gaze toward Qin Rui and Xiao Shuichin, roaring as they charged forward. Realizing the gravity of their situation, Qin Rui and Appo's countenance darkened. He had not anticipated being betrayed, and he found himself puzzled as to why they were targeted. Suppressing his thoughts for the moment, he turned to Xiao Shuiqin. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Shui, it seems we are about to face a dire battle. Xiao Shuiqin remained silent, her expression tense as she regarded the oncoming swarm. Tightening her grip on her handgun. How many bullets do you have left? Qin Rui suddenly asked. He had just checked his own weapon and discovered only 4 bullets remaining. If they were exhausted, it would mean hand-to-hand combat with the zombies. For someone like Qin Rui, who was accustomed to research rather than melee confrontations, such a scenario would be akin to courting death. I don't have many either, roughly 20 rounds left, Xiao Shuiqin replied. Her face grim as she realized the gravity of their ammunition situation. A heavy silence enveloped them until Qin Rui suddenly recalled Lingfeng. In his mind, he posed the question, Lingfeng, is there any way to help us deal with the zombie horde? Ding. Analyzing. Ding. Analysis complete. The following strategies may assist the host in overcoming the present zombie horde. Strategy 1. Spend 2 energy to enhance the handgun into a photon gun, free from bullet constraints. Strategy 2. Engage in melee combat with the zombies, with a 70% chance of eliminating the horde based on the host's current physical attributes. Without hesitation, Qin Rui selected the first option. It was absurd to consider the second option with its only 70% success rate. The risk was too great for someone who had been granted a second chance at life. He could convert both his and Xiao Shuiqin's weapons into photon guns, leveraging their power to dispatch the zombies. Moreover, the primary reason for choosing option 1 was his instinct that those who had ambushed them were lurking nearby. Conserving energy and wielding formidable weapons would be essential for facing their adversaries. Resolute, Qin Rui silently declared, Lingfeng, I choose strategy 1. Ding. Expending 2 energy, commencing enhancement. Ding. Enhancement complete. As Lingfeng's voice faded, Qin Rui beheld his handgun, now transformed into a photon gun, devoid of any visible alterations. He passed it to Xiao Shuiqin. Xiao Shui, use this gun. Without waiting for her to respond, he thrust the photon gun into her hands and seized the other handgun from her. Lingfeng, enhance. Immediately, Qin Rui chose to enhance the gun he had taken from Xiao Shuiqin, and Lingfeng consumed an additional 3 energy to transform it into a photon gun as well. Taking a deep breath, he urged, Xiao Shui, let us get to work. With that, Qin Rui raised his photon gun and fired at the advancing zombies. Though Xiao Shuiqin was momentarily perplexed by his actions, she too lifted her photon gun and joined the fray. With a swift whoosh, their shots illuminated the battlefield, obliterating the foremost zombies in an instant. Staring at her photon gun in astonishment, Xiao Shuiqin was filled with questions for Qin Rui. Yet she understood that this was not the time for inquiries. Suppressing her curiosity, she began to assist Qin Rui in dispatching the zombie horde with their newfound weapons. Under the formidable power of the 2 photon guns, the zombie swarm posed no threat to them. As the number of zombies dwindled, the tension on Xiao Shuiqin's face gradually dissipated, replaced by a glimmer of joy. The prospect of harvesting the remaining zombie cores would yield substantial rewards, a source of her delight. However, the thought of the individuals who had orchestrated this ambush rekindled her vigilance. She knew they were likely lurking not far away. As Qin Rui and Xiao Shuiqin speculated, a mere few hundred meters away, concealed within a thicket, 4 individuals waited in anticipation, eager to witness the demise of Qin Rui and Xiao Shuiqin at the hands of the zombies. Boss, you truly are clever to think of using others to do your dirty work, a scruffy-looking man remarked, addressing a formidable figure sprawled on the ground, exuding a menacing aura. The man was muscular, a scar etched from his left ear to his jawline, and his bald head accentuated his intimidating presence. Chapter 11. Abundant harvest. Upon hearing the insidious words of the lecherous man, a smug expression emerged on the bald man's face. Little brother, this time. Your cleverness has allowed us to ensnare that wretched woman, Xiao Shuiqin. If it weren't for your astuteness, we might not have even discovered her presence here. As he spoke of Xiao Shuiqin, a glint of hatred crossed the bald man's features. His name was Yicheng, and like Xiao Shuiqin, he profited from hunting zombies by acquiring their brain nuclei. However, unlike her, Yicheng was notorious for his unscrupulous methods, willing to resort to any means to achieve his goals. His cunning and brutality had enabled him to amass considerable wealth through the brain nuclei of zombies. To further his ambitions, Yicheng assembled a 4-man team to maximize their efforts in hunting zombies. The sycophant who had just flattered him was one of his team members, nicknamed Little Brother, whose real name was Gao Bufan. With a rather unappealing appearance and little skill, he thrived on flattery. Yet his selection to join He Chong's team spoke volumes of his own treachery. Besides Gao Bufan, two other men stood beside He Chong. One was Wang Yu, a muscular individual who served as the team and Oppo's enforcer, while the other, Lu He, the less prominent, was equally cunning. With the strength of his four-man crew, He Chong reaped vast rewards from each zombie hunt. The reason behind his desire to lure Qin Rui and Xiao Shuiqin into a deadly trap stemmed from a prior conflict with her during a zombie hunt when he was still without a team, resulting in a significant setback. After forming his team, He Chong sought revenge against Xiao Shuiqin, but her penchant for solitude and her unpredictable movements had thwarted his plans until now. Thanks to Gao Bufan's suggestion to deploy a reconnaissance device to monitor zombie activity, they finally tracked her down. He Chong devised a plan to use the zombies as unwitting instruments of death against Xiao Shuiqin and Qin Rui. Believing that even with 4 members, a direct confrontation with the horde would be perilous. Thus, he resolved to employ a treacherous tactic, viewing Qin Rui as insignificant, merely an ant whose demise would be inconsequential. "Boss, something seems off." Lu He's voice broke through He Chong's thoughts as he wondered whether the two had succumbed to the zombies. He handed He Chong a screen displaying footage from their reconnaissance device, showcasing Xiao Shuiqin and Qin Rui wielding energy guns and dispatching zombies with ease. "Boss, this footage is from our device. Xiao Shuiqin and that kid are armed with energy guns, rendering these zombies no threat to them." He Chong's expression darkened as he received the screen. Gritting his teeth, he muttered, "I miscalculated. I never anticipated that woman would possess an energy gun." Enraged, He Chong smashed the screen to the ground, frustrated by the unforeseen turn of events. "Retrieve the reconnaissance device. Retreat. That woman possesses an energy gun, and the zombie horde cannot harm them. If she discovers our treachery, we may not escape." He Chong stood, brushing off his clothes, and led the way into the underbrush, followed by his 3 teammates, who retrieved the device. As He Chong and his team departed, Qin Rui and Xiao Shuiqin eliminated the remaining zombies with their energy guns, preparing to gather their spoils. "Qin Rui, let us collect the brain nuclei from these zombies first. We can divide the spoils once we exit the primitive jungle," Xiao Shuiqin proposed. "Absolutely." Qin Rui concurred without hesitation. With no objections from Qin Rui, Xiao Shuiqin began to gather the brain nuclei, and he joined her in the task. After a lengthy endeavor, they successfully collected all the brain nuclei. Fortunately, Xiao Shuiqin had a spatial compression bag, enabling them to transport the considerable haul without difficulty. "All the brain nuclei have been collected. Once we leave here, we can distribute the spoils," Xiao Shuiqin remarked with a bright smile, clearly delighted by their substantial gains. "Let us depart. It is time to go." With that, she set off towards the concealed motorcycle, followed closely by Qin Rui. Under the cover of night, Xiao Shuiqin rode with Qin Rui for over an hour before finally emerging from the dense jungle. After navigating their way out, she oriented herself and continued forward. As the scenery blurred past, Qin Rui fell into deep contemplation. What was the nature of the experiment he had participated in? How had the system come to be? These questions loomed in his mind. He had initially presumed that the system was an inherent feature of his journey across worlds, reminiscent of numerous novels he had read where the protagonists were always accompanied by a system. However, the day's events led him to sense that Lingfeng, the system he encountered, bore a distinct difference from those familiar narratives. In typical stories, protagonists received regular tasks from their systems and were rewarded upon completion. Additionally, a beginner's gift package was often granted upon the initial binding of the system. Yet, with Lingfeng, no such package or tasks had been presented. Furthermore, while systems and novels would often provide assistance in times of danger, Lingfeng did not offer help unless specifically requested. Most perplexingly, during his first brush with life-threatening peril, Lingfeng had forcibly activated a nano-mech form to extricate him from danger. All these revelations left Qin Rui with the impression that the system resembled an artificial intelligence he had developed in a previous life, necessitating explicit commands to execute respective tasks. Chapter 12. The Slum, Sanjiang Town. Suddenly, a possibility dawned on Qin Rui, yet to confirm it, he needed to consult Lingfeng. However, surveying his current surroundings, he dismissed the idea of asking Lingfeng right away, deciding instead to wait until he was alone to inquire more thoroughly. About an hour later, Xiao Shuiqin, carrying Qin Rui, arrived at the outskirts of a small town. To call it a town was perhaps a misnomer. It resembled more a gathering place for the impoverished, which had gradually formed a semblance of a town due to the increasing population of destitute individuals. As a hub for the impoverished, the town appeared rather dilapidated, with crumbling houses, the tallest being merely 2 stories high, while most were single-story dwellings. The town was enclosed by iron railings, with the sole entrance being a massive iron gate, upon which hung a sign that seemed precariously tilted, as if it might fall at any moment. Gazing at the town before him, a sense of familiarity washed over Qin Rui, intensifying when he lifted his gaze to read the inscription on the sign, Sanjiang Town. Sanjiang Town, Qin Rui murmured, and suddenly, a sharp pain shot through his head, only to dissipate almost instantly. In that fleeting moment, he understood why he felt so familiar with this place. It turned out that the original owner of his memories hailed from Sanjiang Town, which naturally imbued Qin Rui with a sense of recognition. The reason he hadn't identified it sooner was that, although he inherited the original owner's memories, his consciousness remained primarily his own, leading to this delayed realization. "You must have nowhere to go. Let me take you to my home," Xiao Shuichen said, patting Qin Rui on the shoulder as she rode into Sanjiang Town. He did not refuse her offer. He intended to visit the original owner's home after retrieving the zombie brain cores from Xiao Shuichen. Despite the night, Sanjiang Town was aglow with lights. Various vendors lined the streets, selling an assortment of goods. Some offered zombie brain cores, others weapons, and some displayed high-tech products that Qin Rui could not comprehend. The townsfolk appeared rather shabby, with few, like Xiao Shuichen, dressed relatively cleanly and neatly. Along the way, many greeted Xiao Shuichen, who, as a zombie hunter, enjoyed a degree of notoriety in Sanjiang Town, a status closely linked to her extraterrestrial lineage. Xiao Shuichen greeted her acquaintances with a smile, however. Qin Rui discerned a bitter undertone lurking beneath her cheerful facade. Observing those who greeted her, he noted that, although they smiled, the disdain in their eyes was unmistakable, accompanied by a palpable fear. Witnessing this scene, Qin Rui sighed inwardly. From Xiao Shuichen, he learned that the peace faction of her extraterrestrial kin had been relegated to live among Earth's destitute. A demotion that now appeared to extend beyond mere low status to outright disdain. If it weren't for Xiao Shuichen's role as a zombie hunter, it seemed likely that Sanjiang Town would not tolerate her presence. Qin Rui reflected on this, recognizing that the contempt in their gazes indicated a desire to expel Xiao Shuichen from Sanjiang Town. The fear in their eyes suggested that these individuals had suffered losses at her hands. As he absorbed these observations, Qin Rui felt a lump in his throat, but ultimately chose silence. The atmosphere fell into a somber quietude, but fortunately, this silence was soon broken. They had arrived at her home. "Here we are. This is my house," Xiao Shuichen announced with a smile as she parked the motorcycle and gestured for Qin Rui to disembark. From her demeanor, Qin Rui sensed a wave of relaxation, likely a result of returning home. He recalled similar feelings from his past, where after a day of intense research in the lab, returning home would instinctively ease his tension. They say home is a sanctuary, and it seems this holds true universally. Upon entering, Xiao Shuichen led Qin Rui inside. The room, though modest, was arranged with considerable warmth and care, reflecting the effort she had invested. The house had 2 stories. The first floor served as the living area, complete with a living room, kitchen, and bedroom, while the second floor was dedicated to an array of tools, weapons, and trophies. Once inside, Xiao Shuichen guided Qin Rui to his small room on the second floor. The room was rather simple, featuring a table, 2 stools, and a few storage cabinets. With little else, Xiao Shuichen took her seat at the table first and produced a compact storage bag containing their spoils from their zombie hunts. Sitting across from her, Qin Rui remained silent, waiting for Xiao Shuichen to speak first. Clearing her throat, she initiated the conversation. "The zombie brain cores in here are the fruits of our joint efforts. I propose we split them 50-50. What do you think, Qin Rui?" She gazed at him, anticipating his response. "I have no objections," Qin Rui replied, feeling no qualms about the division. Had it not been for Xiao Shuichen, he would have remained oblivious to the whereabouts of the zombies, let alone the means to supplement Lingfeng's energy and activate him. To him, even if Xiao Shuichen had suggested a 60-40 split, he would have been agreeable. Yet, he was pleasantly surprised by her proposal for an even division, prompting him to regard her with newfound respect. "Since there are no objections, let us commence the division of the zombie brain cores." With that, Xiao Shuichen tapped the compact storage bag, and a cascade of rounded zombie brain cores poured forth, quickly forming a small mound in the corner of the room. She separated half from the heap and declared, "This half is yours." Subsequently, she stowed her portion back into the storage bag. Noticing Qin Rui still in a state of astonishment, Xiao Shuichen inquired, "What's wrong? Is there an issue?" Rolling his eyes in exasperation, Qin Rui replied, "With so many zombie brain cores, how am I supposed to carry them?" "I forgot you don't have a compact storage bag," Xiao Shuichen replied sheepishly. sticking out her tongue. She then handed her storage bag to Qin Rui, saying, "Consider this compact storage bag a gift. A token of gratitude for the bounty I've reaped this time." Chapter 13. The Floating City. Thank you very much. Qin Rui expressed his gratitude as he received the compact storage bag from Xiao Shuiqin. As a researcher, he had been quite intrigued by this item since the first time Xiao Shuiqin had presented it, longing to study it, yet unable to find an appropriate excuse to ask for it. Now that Xiao Shuiqin had voluntarily gifted it to him, he was overjoyed and could not possibly decline. A slight twinge of regret washed over Xiao Shuiqin as she contemplated the costliness of the compact storage bag. However, having already made her promise, she would not retract her words. "Now we can discuss how you were able to directly absorb zombie brain cores and wield 2 energy guns." Xiao Shuiqin and Appo's voice interrupted his thoughts. A sudden tightness gripped Qin Rui and Appo's heart as he found it difficult to meet her unwavering gaze. Had she truly uncovered his secret? Closing his eyes, he took a deep breath, and when he opened them again, his demeanor had returned to calmness. "This is my secret. I cannot divulge it," he replied. "So your amnesia was merely an act?" She pressed, to which he nodded in agreement. "In truth, I never intended to feign memory loss. I was simply bewildered and followed your lead." His voice dwindled as he noticed Xiao Shuiqin and Appo's expression darkening. "So it appears I am at fault," she exclaimed in frustration, seizing a nearby stool and hurling it towards Qin Rui. With a resounding thud, the stool struck his head, leaving him momentarily dazed. Wincing from the pain, he glared at Xiao Shuiqin, his expression hardening. "This is your punishment for deceiving me," she muttered under her breath. In response to his glare, she retrieved a vial of potion from her toolkit and handed it to him. Clenching his teeth in irritation, Qin Rui chose not to pursue the matter further. Accepting the potion, he seated himself and began to apply it. "What are your plans moving forward? Perhaps you could join me as a zombie hunter. While it may not lead to immense wealth, at least it guarantees sustenance," Xiao Shuiqin suggested, taking a seat opposite him. Given their previous collaboration, they had developed a mutual understanding and a foundation of trust, prompting her proposal. The profession of a zombie hunter was fraught with peril. Not only did one face the threat of zombies, but also the dangers posed by rival hunters. Even when teaming up to hunt zombies, conflicts over resources could arise, which was why Xiao Shuiqin often worked alone. Though working solo had its benefits, it also had its drawbacks, particularly the diminished combat capacity of a lone hunter. Should she encounter a particularly formidable zombie or other hunters, the situation could quickly turn dire. After a thoughtful pause, Qin Rui finally responded, "I need to reflect before I can give you an answer. However, I must first return home." He referred to the residence of the original owner. And as someone who had inherited the original and Appo's memories, he had vowed to care for the original and Appo's parents, a promise he intended to uphold. "Where is your home? Would you like me to accompany you?" Xiao Shuiqin inquired. After mulling it over, Qin Rui replied, "I appreciate the offer. It and Appo's a small matter, and by escorting you home, I can also learn your whereabouts, allowing me to visit frequently. Perhaps then, you might agree to team up for zombie hunting," she said with a sly smile. Qin Rui was taken aback, then chuckled helplessly. "Let us go. Where is your home?" Xiao Shuiqin stood and made her way downstairs, asking as they walked. "My home is also in Sanjiang Town, though it lies at the easternmost edge, quite a distance from yours," Qin Rui answered candidly. Upon hearing that Qin Rui also resided in Sanjiang Town, Xiao Shuiqin and Appo's eyes glimmered with excitement, yet she said nothing and instead exited the room to start her motorcycle. "Hop on and give directions," she instructed succinctly. Qin Rui complied, taking his place on the back of the motorcycle and indicating the direction of his home. As Xiao Shuiqin rode towards Qin Rui's residence, high above the ground, a colossal city floated in the sky. Known as the stronghold of the radical faction of an alien race, the Floating City. Within the Floating City, no humans resided. Its structures were constructed of unfamiliar metals, and various flying vessels traversed the air, exuding an aura of advanced technology. At the city's center stood a massive edifice, the heart of the Floating City, serving as the headquarters for the alien radicals. Only those at the pinnacle of power within this building could be considered among the elite of their kind. This imposing structure was designated as the Elder Hall by the alien race. At that moment, a small aircraft approached the Elder Hall, undergoing extensive scrutiny before landing on one of its platforms. A man disembarked from the craft, none other than Eric, who had departed from the base in Ireland. General Eric. The guards stationed at the platform saluted him respectfully. Eric offered no response, instead making his way into the Elder Hall. The hall was heavily guarded. with soldiers stationed at regular intervals. Each soldier greeted Eric with deference, underscoring his elevated status among the aliens. Navigating through the fortified corridors, Eric arrived at the entrance of a grand hall, where 2 guards stood vigilant. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside. The hall was vast, and upon entering, Eric felt a sense of insignificance. Beyond the massive throne at the front, there were 2 additional colossal thrones on either side, making for a total of 5. None were occupied at that moment. However, as Eric crossed the threshold, figures clad in mechanized armor began to materialize slowly upon the 5 thrones. Chapter 14. The command from the elders. Upon witnessing the scene, Eric hastily bowed respectfully to the 5 figures clad in mechanized armor. These 5 individuals were the supreme rulers of the radical faction of the alien race, as well as the ultimate authority over both the alien species and the people of Earth. It could be said that the power of life and death over the extraterrestrials and humans lay firmly in their hands. Seated at the foremost position was the Grand Elder of the radical faction, while the remaining 4 were other prominent elders. Notably, these 5 elders were not physically present. Rather, they projected their images into the Grand Hall through advanced projection technology. Typically, they resided deep within the floating city, emerging only when urgent matters arose. Eric, what is the progress of the nanomechanical armor research from Erlen? A voice from the leftmost seat inquired shortly after Eric's bow. In response to Elder 5, the nanomechanical armor has been successfully developed. However, the experimental subject has escaped from the laboratory. Eric relayed the information he had gathered from Erlen to the elders. Humph. The audacity of the rebels is astounding. A group of vermin dwelling in the filth dares to assault our base. It seems they have grown complacent and forgotten the terror of our race. Elder 4 remarked coldly upon hearing of the rebels' attack on the base where Erlen was located. It appears we must take decisive action, otherwise, even insignificant creatures will dare to tread upon us. Elder 3 echoed, his tone equally frigid. I propose we dispatch mechanized warriors to strike at the rebels' base. Elder 2 declared. Agreed. 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 Elder 3, Elder 4, and Elder 5 all expressed their concurrence. Seeing his proposal embraced by the other 3 elders, Elder 2 turned his gaze towards the Grand Elder seated at the front, his eyes conveying a sense of inquiry. Eric, this matter is entrusted to you, the Grand Elder commanded after exchanging glances with the other elders. Yes, Grand Elder. Eric accepted the task with utmost respect. You mentioned that the experimental subject escaped the base? The Grand Elder inquired once more upon witnessing Eric's acceptance. Indeed, Grand Elder. When I arrived at the base, I witnessed the experimental subject transforming into mechanized armor and flying away from the laboratory, Eric affirmed. After a moment of contemplation, the Grand Elder instructed, Eric, issue a warrant for the capture of the experimental subject and deploy mechanized warriors to scour the entirety of Earth for its whereabouts. Anyone providing information on the subject will be handsomely rewarded. Yes, Grand Elder. Eric bowed respectfully before exiting the Grand Hall. Once Eric departed, the 5 elders began to deliberate amongst themselves. The nanomechanical armor is of utmost significance to our race. We hope Eric can successfully retrieve the experimental subject, one elder stated. We cannot place all our hopes on Eric alone. We must simultaneously advance Erlen's research. Since she was able to develop the first nanomechanical armor, I believe she can also create the second and third. Eventually, this technology will proliferate within our race, another elder concurred. Agreed. I propose we enhance the defensive capabilities of Erlen S base and increase the research resources allocated to her, striving to enable her to develop nanomechanical armor that can be widely adopted by our race. Agreed. The proposal from the Grand Elder received unanimous approval from the other 4 elders. Thus, it is decided. The responsibility for the defense of Erlen S base will fall to Xingzu, while Eric will handle the rebels and the search for the experimental subject. Given his existing conflict with Erlen, I fear entrusting him with her base's defense may lead to complications. With that, the Grand Elder summoned Xingzu. Xingzu was a relatively handsome young man, also bearing the characteristics of the alien race, purple eyes, purple hair, and an intricate pattern upon his forehead. Though a general of the alien race, he was not as renowned as Eric. Upon encountering the elders, Xingzu bowed respectfully. After receiving his assignment, he bowed once more and exited the Grand Hall. May Xingzu not disappoint us. The rebels' attack on the base appears to be no mere whim. It is likely aimed at Erlen, the Grand Elder's side, fully aware of Erlen-esque grievances against their radical faction. Yet, out of a sense of responsibility towards their race, she continued her research on the nanomechanical armor. Nevertheless, the Grand Elder remained cautious, wary of the possibility that Erlen might defect from their race and join the rebels. Such a betrayal would spell significant losses for them. He also surmised the rebels' intentions to bring Erlen back, and if persuasion failed, to imprison her to prevent her from aiding the alien race. After all, her contributions were integral to many of their technological advancements. With a deep sigh, the Grand Elder and Apos' figure gradually faded, and the remaining elders followed suit, disappearing from the Grand Hall. Meanwhile, after receiving the elders' orders, Eric began preparations to strike against the rebels' base. Naturally, this required him to first scout the location of the rebels. Only by ascertaining the whereabouts of their base could he mount an effective attack. Therefore, Eric promptly made his way to the federal government, intending to utilize their resources to ascertain the location of the rebels' base. He also aimed to enlist their assistance in disseminating information about the experimental subject, thereby facilitating its capture. Simultaneously, Xingzu, having received the Grand Elder's command, led his subordinates to Erlen's base to bolster its defenses, bringing along a substantial amount of resources required for research. Unbeknownst to Erlen, or perhaps indifferent to the developments, she was currently in her modestly decorated room within the base. The simplicity of her surroundings resonated with her identity as a researcher, save for a large floor-to-ceiling window that overlooked an expansive square in front of the base. The square was filled with numerous mechanized warriors, the very soldiers Xingzu had brought, and at that moment, he was assigning tasks to them. Observing the scene from her window while savoring a drink, Erlen's lips curled into a slight smile. Through Xingzu, she had learned that the elders had entrusted Eric with the task of capturing Qin Rui. However, the elders could never have anticipated that the information Erlen had provided about Qin Rui contained both truths and fabrications. The genuine aspect pertained to the appearance of Qin Rui in his nanomechanical form, while the falsehoods involved his name and physical characteristics. Erlen had meticulously modified this information before relaying it to Eric, and her motivations for doing so remained known only to her. Chapter 15. Cloud City. Federal government. After AI Xingzhu led the mech warriors to redeploy the base and Apos' defensive capabilities, he returned to his post. Initially, he intended to report to Erlen, but upon learning that she was resting in her quarters, he decided to wait until she had finished before presenting his report. Meanwhile, Eric had also arrived at the headquarters of the federal government. The headquarters, located in the heart of a sprawling metropolis on the eastern continent, represented the pinnacle of affluence. Residing in this city was akin to standing at the zenith of human power. One could easily imagine that a stray brick thrown here would likely strike someone of considerable wealth or status. This vibrant city, known as Cloud City, stood in stark contrast to the dilapidated slums of Sanjiang Town. Its streets bustled with hovering vehicles, while towering edifices contributed to the city and Apos' opulence. Upon reaching Cloud City, Eric boarded a flying vehicle and made his way directly to the epicenter, the federal government and Apos' headquarters. He landed in a vast plaza, where no one dared to impede his passage. For the employees of the federal government knew well that this was a vessel of the alien race, and they were merely puppets of their extraterrestrial overlords. As Eric disembarked, a throng of individuals approached him, led by a middle-aged man, the president of the federal government and the nominal supreme ruler of Earth. Although his appearance was unremarkable, his long tenure in power exuded an air of authority. However, the next moment, his demeanor shattered this facade of gravitas. Upon seeing Eric, the formerly stern president instantly donned a smile, his rigid posture softening slightly. Standing before Eric, he obsequiously remarked, "Lord Eric, if there is anything you need, you could simply send someone on your behalf. There is no need for you to come personally." While he typically projected an air of superiority towards them, he now lowered himself before the alien race. Observing the president and Apos' sycophantic behavior, those behind him could not help but think disdainfully. Yet, they dared not voice their thoughts, for they too had to adopt a submissive stance before the alien race, albeit they resented the president and Apos' pretentious demeanor. Eric, faced with the president and Apos' fawning attitude, could not suppress a frown, his eyes flashing with a mix of disdain and revulsion. Nevertheless, recalling the task assigned by the elders, he bore his distaste and calmly stated, "President Yang Hu, I come bearing the elders' orders." Upon hearing the mention of the elders, Yang Hu bowed even further, his tone dripping with humility as he replied, "Lord Eric, I will fulfill the elders' directive, even at the cost of my life." The elders commanded that he assist in investigating the rebel base and facilitate strikes against it. Furthermore, he was to aid in apprehending an individual or rather, a test subject. As Eric spoke, he produced a screen and handed it to Yang Hu. This contains detailed information about the test subject. Release this information, and should you succeed in capturing the subject, you shall be rewarded by the elders. Upon hearing that capturing the test subject could earn him the elders and Apos favor, Yang Hu eagerly turned his gaze to the screen, where the details of the subject were displayed. Name, Qinyu, gender, male, age, 19. In addition to the detailed information, a photograph of the test subject was also present. Handing the information to those behind him, Yang Hu declared, Lord Eric, I will do my utmost to assist you in accomplishing these two tasks. Is there anything else you would instruct me to do? For the time being, I will station my subordinates at the federal government. Any news of the rebel base or the test subject must be reported to me immediately. Remember, do not entertain any ulterior motives. For what we can offer you can just as easily be reclaimed. Eric and Apos' voice turned icy at the end, clearly warning Yang Hu. Rest assured, Lord Eric. I will report any developments without delay. Yang Hu wiped the cold sweat from his brow. Truth be told, upon hearing of the rewards for capturing the test subject, he had entertained thoughts of dispatching his own men to seize the subject without informing Eric. However, it seemed Eric was already aware of Yang Hu and Apos' intentions. And after the warning, Yang Hu discarded that notion. Lord Eric, please follow me. I will arrange your accommodations. Yang Hu bent slightly, addressing Eric, with a cold snort. Eric remained silent and followed Yang Hu and his entourage into one of the federal government and Apos' buildings. They stopped before an opulent room, and Yang Hu said, Lord Eric, this shall be your quarters. Should you require anything, simply send someone to inform me. Thank you for your consideration. You may leave now, Eric replied, nodding in approval. After a respectful bow, Yang Hu and his entourage exited the room to make further arrangements. Eric then entered the room, seeking respite. I hope to capture the test subject swiftly, he murmured to himself as he lay on the bed. Little did Eric realize that the information he had received from Alan regarding the test subject was largely fabricated. Apart from the genuine details of gender and age, the name Qinyu was an alias, and the photograph had been altered. With these falsehoods, both Eric and Yang Hu were destined for futility. After departing the room, Yang Hu convened a meeting with the senior officials of the federal government, the agenda being the two tasks assigned by Eric. Following a thorough briefing, Yang Hu successfully delegated the tasks, and soon, messages were dispatched from the federal government headquarters to its various branches. Once they received the directives from headquarters, the local branches of the federal government commenced their operations, dispatching numerous soldiers to scout the rebel base while simultaneously initiating a comprehensive search for the test subject, Qinyu, across both affluent districts and slums. Unbeknownst to all this, Qin Rue, accompanied by Xiao Shuiqin on a motorcycle, was drawing ever closer to his home. Chapter 16, Returning Home. Replenishing energy at last, Xiao Shuiqin brought Qin Rue to a dilapidated low house. Gazing at the familiar structure, Qin Rue hesitated, feeling a sudden reluctance to knock on the door. This modest dwelling, constructed from wooden planks rather than bricks, appeared to be on the verge of collapse, with its rickety door swaying precariously. As memories flooded his mind, he approached the door and raised his hand, poised to knock. Yet, just as his hand neared the door, he faltered, a look of inner turmoil etched across his face. Uncertain whether the memories of the original owner were influencing him, Qin Rue and Apos' emotions were a tangled web. Sensing his struggle, Xiao Shuiqin refrained from urging him, quietly observing from the motorcycle with an unusual glimmer in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, Qin Rue steeled himself and finally rapped on the door. However, before his hand could make contact, the door creaked open. A middle-aged man with disheveled hair, a worn face, and an unkempt beard appeared before Qin Rue. The sight of him sent a buzzing sensation through Qin Rue and Apos' mind. A torrent of complex emotions coalescing into a single word, father. A flicker of joy crossed Qin Shuang's face as he looked at Qin Rue, his eyes gradually glistening with tears. This joy was quickly masked, and as he observed Qin Rue's well-being, all his anger and concern over his son's long absence transformed into a simple phrase. It's good to be back, just good to be back. Hearing the palpable relief in Qin Shuang's voice, Qin Rue's eyes welled up, glimmering with unshed tears. Wiping them away discreetly, he asked, Father, where is mother? Upon hearing this, Qin Shuang's expression darkened. Noticing his father's demeanor, Qin Rue grew anxious, hastily inquiring, Father, is mother? Your mother has been unwell for quite some time due to your absence, but now that you are home, I believe she will recover. Qin Shuang and Amp, Oppos. S words brought a sigh of relief to Qin Rui. He then introduced Xiao Chen, saying, "Father, this is my friend, Xiao Chen. She brought me back. Thank you, Miss Xiao, for returning Xiao Rui safely. Please, come in for some water. Though our home is humble, there's a place to sit." Qin Shuang expressed his gratitude and extended an invitation to Xiao Chen. "No, uncle, Xiao Rui has been away for so long. You certainly have much to discuss. I wouldn't want to intrude. It's late, and I must return home, which is not far from Sanjiang town. I will visit again soon," Xiao Shuiqin replied. "Since you insist, I shall not press further. Please take care on your journey home." Qin Shuang nodded, respecting her decision. "Goodbye, uncle." Xiao Shuiqin bid farewell to Qin Shuang, then turned to Qin Rui, saying, "I will come to see you again. I hope you will give my proposal some serious thought." With that, she started her motorcycle and rode off in the direction of her home. As Xiao Shuiqin disappeared from sight, Qin Rui withdrew his gaze and followed Qin Shuang into the house. After closing the door behind them, a weak female voice called out from inside, "Old man." "Who is at the door?" "Dear, guess who has returned?" Qin Shuang replied, his voice laced with joy. "Who is it?" "Mother." Lying in bed. Chu Lin sensed the delight in Qin Shuang and Amp, Oppos' voice and, puzzled by who could evoke such joy, was momentarily stunned by the ensuing revelation. An overwhelming wave of happiness surged through her, causing her to tremble. "Xiao Rui, is that you? Have you come home?" Countless times she had envisioned waking to find Qin Rui at home, only to be met with disappointment. But now, upon hearing his voice, she questioned her own senses, her voice quivering. "Mother, it's me, I'm back." With Qin Rui and Amp, Oppos' confirmation, Chu Lin exhaled a sigh of relief, her voice filled with concern rather than reproach for his prolonged absence. "It's good that you are home, just good that you are home. Xiao Rui, are you hungry? If you are, I'll prepare something for you." Chu Lin suddenly remembered something, rising from the bed as she prepared to make food for her son. "Mother, I'm not hungry. I ate with a friend on the way back. Please, rest well, it's late." Qin Rui hurried to her side, supporting her gently. "Father, you should also retire early. We can discuss everything tomorrow." After ensuring Chu Lin was settled, Qin Rui turned to Qin Shuang. Nodding, Qin Shuang approached the bed, taking over to support Chu Lin. Meanwhile, Qin Rui gently said, "Father, Mother, I'm a bit tired. I'll go rest now. You both should get some sleep as well. We can talk tomorrow." Following the familiar path to his room, Qin Rui locked the door behind him. The modest wooden house, though small, was organized and cozy, with the interior divided into 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. Once inside his room, Qin Rui retrieved a small storage bag containing zombie brain cores. Due to the limited space, he didn't pull them all out at once. Instead, he placed a portion on the floor, took a handful in his hand, and communicated mentally with Lingfeng. Lingfeng absorbed the zombie brain cores and replenish energy. Ding, detecting zombie brain cores, absorption in progress, current energy at 35. After absorbing the cores in his hand, Lingfeng's energy rose to 35. Observing the dull zombie brain cores in his grasp, Qin Rui felt the absorption process was rather slow. Suddenly, he realized that Lingfeng absorbed energy through contact with the cores, thus hastening the replenishment of its own energy. If he lay amidst the pile of zombie brain cores, would that not accelerate the absorption? Without hesitation, Qin Rui retrieved another batch of cores from the storage bag and reclined into the pile. He could hear Lingfeng's voice resonating in his mind. Ding, current energy at 40. Ding, current energy at 45. Ding, current energy at 100. Chapter 17. The origin of Lingfeng. Upon hearing that his energy had replenished to 100, Qin Rui's eyes sparkled with excitement. He stored the remaining zombie brain cores in his compact storage bag and plunged his consciousness into his mind. "Lingfeng, I have some questions that require your insight." Qin Rui asked directly. "Beep. Host, please inquire." "This system will attempt to provide answers within the limits of its authority," came Lingfeng's mechanized voice. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Rui resolved to first inquire about Lingfeng's origins before addressing other questions. With this thought in mind, he asked, "Lingfeng, who created you? And why did you choose to bind with me? Is it merely because my genes are compatible?" After posing this question, Qin Rui awaited Lingfeng's response. But after several seconds of silence, he felt a sinking sensation in his heart, concerned that he may have ventured beyond the system and Amp, Oppos, as permitted inquiries. Yet, just as his thoughts spiraled, Lingfeng's crisp voice resonated once more. "Regarding the creation of this system, that question exceeds the current host's authority level, and this system is unable to provide an answer. As for why it chose to bind with the host, beyond genetic compatibility, there is one primary reason. What reason? Qin Rui asked eagerly. The primary reason is that the artificial intelligence system created by the host prior to crossing over also arrived in this world. During the laboratory experiments, this system integrated with the AI system created by the host, thus giving rise to the AI program Lingfeng. This is the principal reason for this system's choice of the host. Lingfeng's voice remained distinctly mechanical, yet the implications of its words stirred a tempest within Qin Rui. He had not anticipated that Lingfeng was aware of his crossing over, nor had he imagined that it was an amalgamation of the AI system he had created. In his astonishment, Qin Rui instinctively inquired, Lingfeng, what system are you? What specific functions do you possess? This system is known as the nano-mech system, with its primary function being combat. It also includes auxiliary functions such as analyzing physical attributes and enhancing weaponry. Lingfeng elaborated on the various capabilities of the system, and Qin Rui nodded in agreement, recognizing that the functionalities of the nano-mech system would greatly assist him in thriving within this world. However, a concern arose within him. These capabilities required energy to operate. In other words, from this point forward, Qin Rui would inevitably have to engage with zombies. By the way, Lingfeng, what is your relationship with the nano-mech system? Suddenly, a thought struck Qin Rui, compelling him to ask. Given that Lingfeng was a product of the integration of his own AI system with the nano-mech system, he was keenly interested in understanding their connection, as it would determine his ability to control the nano-mech system effectively. Lingfeng is an AI program birthed from the fusion of the nano-mech system and the artificial intelligence system created by the host. It possesses all the permissions of the nano-mech system and can assist the host in better controlling it. However, due to insufficient current authority, certain functionalities of the nano-mech system remain inaccessible to the host. Upon hearing this, Qin Rui let out a sigh of relief and proceeded to ask the most critical question. How can I elevate the authority level of the nano-mech system? Upgrade. Upgrade? Are you referring to a system upgrade? Qin Rui queried. Indeed, host. This system is currently at a low level due to certain reasons, resulting in restricted permissions. Therefore, to unlock all functionalities, the system must be upgraded. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Rui asked, Lingfeng, what are the conditions for system upgrades? Beep. Analyzing system attributes. Analysis complete. Lingfeng did not directly answer Qin Rui and Amp. Oppo's question. Instead, it began analyzing the system and Amp. Oppo's attributes, and upon completion, it presented the information within Qin Rui and Oppo's mind. System, nano-mech system AI program. Lingfeng current level, 1. Upgrade conditions, zombie brain cores, upgrade points, 0-100, available functions, scan, analyze. Enhance, activate nano-mech form, level 1, energy transfer. Hint, with the current constitution of the host, forcibly activating the nano-mech form carries an 80 risk of life-threatening consequences. Gazing at the attributes Lingfeng had displayed, Qin Rui fell into deep thought. The upgrade points indicated the amount required for advancement, while the preceding figure represented the points he had already accumulated. As for the warning provided by Lingfeng, Qin Rui couldn't and Amp. Oppo's help but chuckled bitterly. His physical condition was indeed quite poor. Had Lingfeng not transferred all energy into his body during his initial transformation into the nano-mech form, he likely would have perished. This realization only dawned upon him after awakening. Lingfeng, scan my physical attributes. Qin Rui commanded. Beep. Scanning and analyzing. Analysis complete. Host, Qin Rui, level 1, strength, 50, speed, 40, defense, 30, current weapon, energy handgun. Indeed, I am quite feeble. Observing his attributes, Qin Rui felt a mix of amusement and despair. He had not anticipated his physical capabilities to be so lacking. Likely, this was a consequence of the original owner and Amp. Oppo's impoverished background, resulting in malnutrition and insufficient exercise, in comparison to his physical prowess prior to crossing over. This new body was dreadfully inferior, explaining why it could not withstand the energy surge encountered during the transformation into the nano-mech form. However, Qin Rui harbored some doubts regarding the displayed level of his physical attributes. Before he could voice his concerns, Lingfeng seemed to sense his thoughts and began to elucidate. This system converts the energy accumulated within different species into numerical values, presenting them in the form of levels for the host comparison. Upon hearing this explanation, Qin Rui nodded in understanding. He then retrieved the energy handgun, requesting Lingfeng to analyze it. Weapon: energy handgun, level 2, attack power 350, attributes: absorbs light energy to form energy projectiles, equipped with a targeting system capable of auto-tracking targets. Looking over the attributes of the energy handgun, Qin Rui nodded in approval. No wonder it could eliminate level 2 zombies with a single shot. Its attack power of 350 far exceeded the 300 defense of level 2 zombies. After storing the energy handgun, Qin Rui concluded his dialogue with Lingfeng. He reclined on the bed, lost in contemplation. Although certain information remained elusive due to permission restrictions, he had gleaned a portion of insights. His next course of action was to facilitate Lingfeng and Oppo's upgrade swiftly to unlock its permissions. It appeared he would need to acquiesce to Xiao Shui and Oppo's request to team up with her in hunting zombies. Qin Rui murmured to himself before gradually drifting into slumber. Chapter 18. Energy transmission. After a night of silence, Qin Rui enjoyed a restful slumber, only rising when Qin Shuang called for him the following morning. The night and Oppo's repose had rejuvenated him, and as he stepped into the living room, he was greeted by the sight of a steaming breakfast laid out on the table. The meal was simple, a bowl of hot congee and a few slices of bread, but it filled him with a profound sense of warmth. Nearby, Chu Lin, still frail yet radiating kindness as she gazed at Qin Rui, stood up after he hastily devoured the congee and inquired, "Xiao Rui, are you full? If not, I can serve you another bowl." With that, she picked up Qin Rui and Oppo's empty bowl and headed toward the kitchen. Observing his mother and Oppo's retreating figure, Qin Rui paused for a moment and decided to have Lingfeng scan her physical condition. Ding, scanning and analysis in progress. Analysis complete. Ms. Chu Lin suffers from severe weakness due to prolonged fatigue and excessive sorrow, which has rendered her bedridden, Lingfeng reported. Relieved that his mother's condition was not dire, Qin Rui breathed a quiet sigh of relief. He contemplated and asked Lingfeng, "Is there a way to restore my mother's health?" Ding. This system can transmit energy to Ms. Chu Lin to aid in her recovery. Given her prolonged weakness, it is advisable for her to rest and recuperate thoroughly after recovery to maintain her health long-term, Lingfeng proposed. Nodding in agreement, Qin Rui glanced at his father, Qin Shuang, who was busily occupied, and requested Lingfeng to scan his father's health as well. The results confirmed Lingfeng's suspicions. His father was also in a suboptimal state of health, suffering from fatigue exacerbated by prolonged separation from home, which had caused him emotional distress. Seeing the precarious state of both his parents, Qin Rui exhaled deeply and communicated with Lingfeng in his mind. "Transfer energy to my father and mother to help them regain their health." Ding. Energy transmission requires the host to make physical contact with Mr. Qin Shuang and Ms. Chu Lin, Lingfeng reminded him. Acknowledging this, Qin Rui approached his father from behind and said, "Father, let me massage your shoulders." As he began to knead Qin Shuang's shoulders, he simultaneously instructed Lingfeng, "Initiate energy transmission." Ding. Energy transmission commenced, consuming one of energy. As the words faded, Qin Rui distinctly felt a surge of energy flowing from his palms into Qin Shuang's body. The latter, feeling enveloped by a warm current, experienced an indescribable sense of comfort. Once the warmth dissipated, Qin Shuang felt an invigorating lightness wash over him, banishing the fatigue and weakness accumulated over the years, replaced by a newfound vitality. Once he confirmed his father's recovery, Qin Rui quietly stepped away and moved behind his mother in the kitchen. Using the same excuse of a shoulder massage, he prompted Lingfeng to commence energy transmission again. Lingfeng expended another one of energy to channel revitalizing energy into Chu Lin, not only restoring her health, but also alleviating the hidden ailments fostered by years of overexertion. Observing the rosy glow return to his parents and Oppo's faces, Qin Rui felt immense joy. After finishing breakfast, he began contemplating his future plans. The prospect of returning to his original world was no longer a consideration. He had fully embraced his identity in this new realm. Now, he needed to determine how to enhance his quality of life. For someone equipped with a nano-mech system, this challenge was trivial. His current concern revolved around how to negotiate the distribution of zombie brain cores with Xiao Shuiqin. As hunting zombies to acquire these cores was undoubtedly the most effective means of upgrading his nano-mech system, replenishing its energy, or earning money. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Rue resolved to seek out Xiao Shuiqin and gauge her thoughts on the distribution of the zombie brain cores. With purpose, he informed his parents that he had matters to attend to outside and would return later. Just as he opened the door, he was greeted by the sight of a graceful figure standing outside, none other than Xiao Shuiqin. Why, Arin and Amp, Oppos, to you inviting me in? She teased, noticing Qin Rue's momentary surprise at her unexpected appearance. Oh, what brings you here? I was just about to head to your house, he stammered, recovering swiftly and inviting her inside. I came to discuss teaming up with you to hunt zombies. I heard you were looking for me, she replied, surveying Qin Rue and Amp, Oppos' home. Upon encountering Qin Shuang and Chu Lin, Xiao Shuiqin politely greeted them. For a fleeting moment, Qin Shuang and Chu Lin expressed astonishment and a hint of wariness upon recognizing her features. However, these expressions were quickly masked. Qin Shuang recognized Xiao Shuiqin as the young woman who had escorted Qin Rue home the previous night. However, the darkness had obscured her features, leaving him unaware of her extraterrestrial origins. Father, mother, this is Xiao Shuiqin, a friend I recently made. She is here to discuss something with me. Qin Rue introduced her to his parents before ushering Xiao Shuiqin into his room. My home is quite modest. Please don't mind. Qin Rue apologized, then continued, Xiao Shui. I agree to team up with you for the zombie hunt, but how shall we divide the zombie brain cores we collect? As the conversation turned serious, Xiao Shuiqin adopted a more solemn demeanor. I've considered this issue as well. I propose that the distribution of the zombie brain cores be based on each team member's contribution during the hunt, as this would be the most equitable method. What do you think, Qin Rue? But how is this contribution quantified? Qin Rue pointedly raised the critical question. Chapter 19. The trading market. In response to Qin Rue's inquiry, Xiao Shuiqin pondered for a moment before articulating, regarding your question on how to calculate contributions. We could consider various factors such as the number of zombies hunted, the provision of weapons, and so on. What do you think of this approach? Upon hearing Xiao Shuiqin and Amp, Oppos' suggestion, Qin Rue expressed no objections. He had merely raised his concerns. It was indeed fortuitous that Xiao Shuiqin possessed a solution, thereby averting potential discord over distribution issues. Seeing that Qin Rue had no further objections, Xiao Shuiqin extended her hand towards him, proclaiming, Then let us wish for a delightful collaboration, to a fruitful partnership. Qin Rue replied, grasping her delicate hand with a smile. After releasing her hand, the atmosphere became noticeably more relaxed, having reached a mutual agreement. Suddenly, Xiao Shuiqin and Oppos' expression turned grave. Qin Rue, do you recall the blood bomb that unexpectedly appeared while we were hunting zombies? Of course, Qin Rue replied, his demeanor darkening at the memory. Despite being a traveler from another world, he felt a surge of murderous intent towards those who sought to end his life. Had it not been for his nano-mech system, he might have perished alongside Xiao Shuiqin amidst the zombie onslaught. Noticing the serious expression on Xiao Shuiqin and Amp, Oppos' face, Qin Rue inquired, Do you have any leads on who set the blood bomb against us? I am not entirely certain, but I have my suspicions, given that I can count on one hand those who have clashed with me. What do you intend to do? He asked. I plan to investigate. If it turns out to be those individuals, I will ensure they pay the price. A rare glint of murderous intent flashed in Xiao Shuiqin and Oppos' eyes. This was the first time Qin Rue had sensed such strong hostility from her. Although it was not directed at him, he felt a chill nonetheless. Once the investigation yields results, please do inform me, Qin Rue suggested, though he left his statement unfinished. Nevertheless, Xiao Shuiqin discerned his meaning, sensing the faint trace of vengeance in his tone. Nodding in acknowledgement, she chose not to dwell on the matter further, shifting the topic instead. Qin Rue, have you decided how to handle the batch of zombie brain cores you possess? I have absorbed most of them, and I plan to sell the remainder to improve my family and Oppos' living conditions, but I am uncertain where to sell them. Qin Rue did not conceal his ability to absorb zombie brain cores from Xiao Shuiqin. However, the intricacies of this ability were tied to the nano-mech system, a secret he wished to protect from too many prying eyes. It was not a matter of distrust, but rather the significance of the nano-mech system necessitated discretion. In that case, allow me to take you to the trading market. There, you can buy and sell zombie brain cores, along with a myriad of other items, provided you have the necessary funds. The trading market? Qin Rue inquired, intrigued by the notion. Let us set forth for the trading market at once. I too am eager to witness what it entails, he said with palpable enthusiasm. Seeing Qin Rue and Oppos' keen interest in the trading market. Xiao Shuiqin said nothing further but rose to her feet and made her way towards the door, with Qin Rui closely following. After exchanging brief farewells with his parents, Qin Rui mounted Xiao Shuiqin and Appo's motorcycle, and together they sped off towards the trading market. The trading market emerged only after the establishment of the federal government, initially forming as a spontaneous gathering of individuals trading for their needs. However, as its prominence grew, an organization was established to oversee it, leading to the creation of trading market branches in every city, including impoverished areas. Naturally, the value of goods traded in the slums paled in comparison to those in affluent districts. The trading market in Sanjiang town was situated near its central area. Previously, Qin Rui had been solely focused on survival, thus remaining oblivious to the existence of such a market. As they navigated the uneven roads of Sanjiang town on the motorcycle, the pair drew closer to their destination. With each passing moment, the throngs of people increased, and among them, Qin Rui observed various other races beyond mere humans. Among the crowd were extraterrestrial beings resembling Xiao Shuiqin, primarily peaceful in nature, as she had explained that the more radical factions resided within floating cities, seldom venturing beyond. Additionally, he spotted individuals with pallid complexions and steel-like fangs. Xiao Shuiqin elucidated that these were members of the zombie race, distinct from the mindless lower-tier zombies, as they possessed a degree of intelligence and self-control. Another group present were the half-human, half-zombie beings, nearly indistinguishable from humans save for their blood-red eyes. It was said that this race originated from a human infected with the zombie virus, but who did not succumb to full transformation. Their defining trait was the ability to shift freely between human and zombie forms. Furthermore, they could absorb zombie brain cores, or rather, the viral essence within, to enhance their own capabilities. The nature of their evolution was entirely random, and it was rumored that those of higher evolution could control lower-tier zombies through cerebral waves. Thus, the half-human, half-zombie and zombie races were inherently adversarial. The former could evolve through absorption, while the latter could achieve advancement by consuming the former. Since the inception of the half-human, half-zombie race, numerous conflicts had erupted between the two factions. During these battles, humanity had found a respite. And had it not been for the sudden emergence of extraterrestrial beings, the Earth would have remained a triad of competing races. In light of the arrival of alien civilizations, the three races were compelled to set aside their grievances and unite against their common foes. Though they ultimately failed, leading to Earth and Appo's subjugation by the alien race. This coalition had prevented further warfare among the three factions. Despite ongoing minor skirmishes, a semblance of harmony persisted among the three races under the dominion of the extraterrestrial beings. Chapter 20. The founder of the half-human, half-zombie clan. After listening to Xiao Shuiqin and Appo's explanation, Qin Rui gained a certain understanding of the zombie clan and the half-human, half-zombie clan. Speaking of the founder of the half-human, half-zombie clan, one cannot help but acknowledge him as a figure of monumental significance. Through sheer determination, he established a formidable clan that could stand on equal footing with both the human and zombie races, all during the apocalyptic era of the zombie outbreak. Qin Rui felt an intense curiosity regarding this founder, and it was evident from Xiao Shuiqin and Appo's tone that she held him in profound respect. At that time, during the apocalypse, this founder was merely an ordinary individual from a slum, who, after being bitten by a zombie and infected with the zombie virus, did not succumb to transformation due to his unique constitution. Instead, he possessed the extraordinary ability to shift freely between zombie and human forms. Utilizing this remarkable capability, the founder joined one of the 10 elite human military factions, the Lingfeng Tiger Corps, which was then engaged in the struggle against zombies, primarily relying on genetic warriors. As he grew stronger within the Lingfeng Tiger Corps, he led them in their battle against the undead, achieving substantial victories. However, this rise to power inevitably revealed his true identity, leading to his expulsion from the human race. When he realized he could no longer integrate into either the human or zombie clans, he resolutely founded the half-human, half-zombie clan, providing refuge for others like himself who, due to their unique constitution, were also affected by the zombie virus and could shift between forms. After establishing the half-human, half-zombie clan, the founder led his people to claim a territory amidst the two dominant races, thereby solidifying their status as a third major clan, alongside the humans and zombies. Such a founder commands great admiration. Upon hearing this, Qin Rui could not help but express his awe. The ability to create an entirely new race, especially during such dire times, is indeed worthy of respect. Qin Rui understood the source of Xiao Shuoqin and Amp Appos' admiration, and after learning about the founder and Amp Appos' deeds, he too felt a deep sense of reverence, not to mention Xiao Shuoqin. Yet, she did not pause for his admiration. Instead, she continued, stating that during the invasion of Earth by the radical faction of the alien race, the founder fought valiantly, but ultimately vanished. The elders of the radical faction, upon hearing of his exploits, did not harass the half-human, half-zombie clan, but merely eliminated some of their resistors, compelling the clan to submit. In stark contrast, both the human and zombie clans suffered catastrophic losses in that great battle, with human genetic warriors nearly decimated and the strong among the zombies also severely affected, ultimately leading to their capitulation. Xiao Shuoqin sighed, revealing her own regret for the founder. At this point, Qin Rui fell silent, contemplating. Before inquiring, what was the name of that founder? Lingfeng, Xiao Shuoqin replied, her eyes shimmering with admiration as she spoke the name that commanded respect from all. Lingfeng. Qin Rui silently etched this name in his memory. According to Xiao Shuoqin's account, Lingfeng's disappearance implied that he had not perished, leaving a faint hope that he might one day encounter this legendary figure. However, such a possibility seemed slim, considering how long Lingfeng had been missing. Had he been seen, it would likely have been widely known by now. Welcome to the trading market. As Qin Rui and Appos' thoughts meandered, Xiao Shuoqin and Appos' voice brought him back to reality. He turned his gaze forward, where a grand structure loomed before him, starkly contrasting with the simple buildings of Sanjiang town. The building occupied a vast area and rose 3 to 4 stories high, reminiscent of Western architectural styles from Qin Rui and Appos' past life. Atop the edifice were 3 spire-like structures adorned with emerald tiles and golden eaves, glistening in the light, exuding an air of majesty. The structure featured a massive, intricately carved wooden door, flanked by fully armed soldiers clad in mecha, standing guard to ensure the safety of the trading market. At that moment, the wooden door stood ajar, with a steady stream of individuals entering and exiting. Above the entrance, a carved plaque boldly displayed the words Trading Market. Admiring this distinctly Western-style building, Qin Rui marveled at how it resembled structures from his previous world. Following the signs directing them to the trading market, Xiao Shuoqin parked their motorcycle in the designated area and led Qin Rui inside, under the watchful eyes of the guards. Throughout the journey, Qin Rui frequently glanced back at the guards, particularly intrigued by their mecha suits, as it was his first encounter with anyone other than himself wearing such technology. As the guards began to scrutinize him, preparing for action, Qin Rui finally averted his gaze and mentally posed a question to Lingfeng. Lingfeng, are those guards wearing nano-mecha as well? Ding, analysis in progress. Analysis complete. The guards are indeed wearing nano-mecha. However, it differs from the nano-mecha form you possess. Came Lingfeng and Appos' response. Your nano-mecha form is derived from the nano-factors within your body, meaning you and the nano-mecha are one entity. In contrast, the guards wear nano-mecha made from nanomaterials, which is a wearable type of mecha, separate from the wearer. Anyone can don it as long as they acquire the storage device for the nano-mecha. However, it has been determined that the wearable nano-mecha is DNA-bound. Upon hearing Lingfeng and Appos' explanation, Qin Rui realized the distinction between the 2 forms of nano-mecha. Which of the 2 is more powerful? He inquired curiously. Ding. Overall, the nano-mecha you possess is superior. It has greater growth potential and is genetically bound. However, its initial power is limited. Conversely, the wearable nano-mecha has fixed power upon creation and cannot grow. Yet its advantage lies in its easier accessibility, Lingfeng elucidated. I see. Qin Rui nodded in understanding and proceeded to follow Xiao Shuoqin deeper into the trading market. Chapter 21. The transaction of zombie brain nuclei. Xiao Shuoqin, accompanied by Qin Rui, entered a modest establishment known as the Huayu Pavilion. The shop was rather unadorned, featuring merely a counter at which a young attendant, appearing to be around 20, idly flipped through the pages of a book. Upon noticing the entrance of customers, the attendant set aside his reading and looked up, his face brightening into a smile upon recognizing Xiao Shuoqin. Sister Shui, how many zombie brain nuclei have you hunted this time? Is your boss not here? Xiao Shuoqin inquired, noticing only the young attendant, whom she recognized as Xiao Li. As a frequent patron of the shop, she always sold her harvested zombie brain nuclei here. Drawn not only by the shop and Appos' reputable standing, but also by the fair prices offered. Over time, she had grown quite familiar with both the proprietor and the staff. The boss has returned to headquarters. He mentioned an important announcement was to be made. However, before he left, he entrusted me with the full management of the shop. If you wish to sell your zombie brain nuclei, we can transact directly, considering you are one of our regulars. Xiao Li replied with a grin, his gaze toward Xiao Shuiqin betraying a subtle affection. Indeed, it was hard not to be charmed by someone as forthright and generous as Xiao Shuiqin. Not just Xiao Li. Even Qin Rui felt a tinge of admiration for her, though it was far from the depths of true affection. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Shuiqin retrieved the zombie brain nuclei from her compact storage bag. Observing this, Qin Rui also produced his own collection, resulting in a modest mountain of nuclei accumulating in the small shop. Xiao Li was taken aback by the sheer volume of the zombie brain nuclei, and he gazed at Xiao Shuiqin incredulously. Sister Shui, could it be that you exterminated a zombie nest? Just a little unexpected incident. Xiao Shuiqin laughed off the inquiry. Not pressing further, Xiao Li began to tally the total. Utilizing a machine, he swiftly calculated the quantity of the nuclei. Sister Shui, there are a total of 432 level 1 zombie brain nuclei and 2 level 2 nuclei. At the market price, level 1 nuclei are worth 1,000 federal coins each, and level 2 are 4,000 each, totaling 440,000 federal coins. Please verify if I've made any mistakes. Not at all. Xiao Shuiqin replied confidently, having already assessed the value of her harvest on her way there. Thus, she had no objections to Xiao Li and Oppo's calculations. Sister Shui, please provide me with your bank account number, and I will transfer the funds directly to you, Xiao Li stated. Xiao Shuiqin shared her account number, and shortly thereafter, she received a notification on her smartphone confirming the deposit. Meanwhile, Xiao Li began collecting the mound of zombie brain nuclei. Qin Rui observed the transaction between Xiao Shuiqin and Xiao Li. From the memories of the original owner, he understood that federal coins were the universal currency established by the federal government post-establishment, with a value comparable to that of the paper currency from his previous world. The federal bank was the sole banking institution initiated by the federal government. After concluding the transaction with Xiao Shuiqin, Xiao Li proceeded to assess the zombie brain nuclei that Qin Rui had produced. Due to the consumption of spiritual energy, Qin Rui had only a little under 100 nuclei remaining. Once completed, Qin Rui received nearly 100,000 federal coins, but lacking a federal bank account. He requested Xiao Li to transfer the coins into Xiao Shuiqin and Oppo's account, intending to later transfer the funds to his own account once he established his own banking credentials. Upon finishing the transaction, Qin Rui, Kuden and Oppo's helped but marvel at how easily money could be earned in this world. In just a short while, he had accrued nearly 100,000, a sum that would have taken him nearly a year to earn in his previous life. Yet, such wealth came at the peril of his life. As the saying goes, the greater the risk, the greater the reward, a truth that is universally applicable. Xiao Li, may I inquire if Yicheng has visited the shop for any transactions recently? After the transaction, Xiao Shuiqin did not depart, but instead posed her question. Oh, Yicheng was here just a couple of days ago to trade a batch of zombie brain nuclei, Xiao Li replied candidly. Ordinarily, their establishment would not disclose customer information. But faced with his infatuation for Xiao Shuiqin and his discontent with Yicheng, Xiao Li divulged the information. Did he exhibit any unusual behavior during his visit? Upon learning of Yicheng and Oppo's transaction, Xiao Shuiqin and Oppo's interest peaked, and she pressed on. Unusual? Well, he did appear rather sullen, but otherwise, nothing stood out, Xiao Li reflected. Oh, I recall now. He and his companions seemed to mention Oppo's, blood bullets and Oppo's, in passing. Thank you, Xiao Li. With the information she sought, Xiao Shuiqin expressed her gratitude and beckoned Qin Rui to leave the shop. As she turned, her countenance darkened abruptly, and Qin Rui and Oppo's expression mirrored her newfound somberness. From their brief exchange, both understood that it was Yicheng and his team who had plotted against them. Xiao Shui, do you know where Yicheng and his team might be? Outside the shop, Qin Rui inquired, as he was unfamiliar with Yicheng and his associates, thus relying on Xiao Shuiqin and Oppo's knowledge. I do not know, but I am certain others are aware. Xiao Shuiqin replied coldly, fully cognizant of Qin Rui and Oppo's intentions. They shared the same goal, to track Yicheng and Oppo's whereabouts and strike while he was out hunting zombies. Nodding in silence, Qin Rui trusted that Xiao Shuiqin would adeptly handle the situation. His role was merely to await her call for action. As they strolled and conversed, they commenced a substantial procurement spree in the trading market, acquiring numerous items such as weapons and supportive gear. Qin Rui, however, focused more on acquiring household necessities to improve living conditions at home. He even contemplated renovating their residence after the next transaction involving zombie brain nuclei. Fortunately, with the compact storage bag, they could effortlessly store their bulk purchases. Otherwise, the logistics of transporting such goods would have posed a significant challenge. Just as they prepared to leave the trading market, a figure caught Qin Rui and Amp, Oppos, SI. Upon recognizing this individual, his eyes blazed with rage. An overwhelming anger swelling within his chest, leaving him profoundly disturbed. Chapter 22. The Warrant. What is the matter, Qin Rui? Noticing that something was amiss with Qin Rui, Xiao Shuiqin inquired with curiosity. Following Qin Rui and Oppos' gaze, she soon spotted the figure that had captured his attention. Being astute, she quickly deduced that Qin Rui must have had a confrontation with that individual. The person in question was Xia Shan, the head of this trading market and a scion of the Xia family that operated behind it. Xiao Shuiqin discreetly elucidated this to Qin Rui. Once Qin Rui had composed himself, Xiao Shuiqin resumed speaking. Although being assigned as the head of the trading market in Sanjiang Town might imply a somewhat diminished status within his family, he remained a member of the Xia clan. Acting rashly against him could provoke retaliation from the Xia family. However, if one possessed sufficient strength or influence, eliminating him could be considered. As such, prominent families often acted in accordance with their interests. Thank you for the warning. I shall refrain from acting impulsively. Qin Rui expressed his gratitude to Xiao Shuiqin. While he had no intention of killing Xia Shan at that moment, her well-meaning advice warranted his appreciation. Without inquiring further about the nature of Qin Rui and Oppos' conflict with Xia Shan, Xiao Shuiqin stepped outside the trading market. With Qin Rui casting one last deep glance at Xia Shan and Amp, Oppos' retreating figure before following her out. Just as they were leaving, Xia Shan seemed to sense something. Turning back to scrutinize his surroundings before fixing his gaze on Qin Rui and Oppos' silhouette. This individual gives me the impression that he may pose a threat, he mused, frowning in confusion at the source of his unease. Though Qin Rui and Amp, Oppos' figure seemed familiar, his attire clearly indicated that he belonged to the lower class. How could a commoner possibly threaten me? Xia Shan chuckled to himself, yet adhering to the principle of better to kill an innocent than let a threat slip. He signaled to one of his guards to follow Qin Rui and gather information on him. Unbeknownst to them, this entire exchange was detected by Lingfeng. Ding. An individual is tracking the host, posing a potential threat. This person has been marked. Lingfeng and Oppos' voice resonated in Qin Rui and Oppos' mind, simultaneously identifying the guard tailing him. Upon hearing this, Qin Rui and Oppos' expression darkened. The only one capable of sending a guard clad in mechanized armor to follow him could only be Xia Shan, intensifying Qin Rui and Amp, Oppos' murderous intent towards him. Nevertheless, Qin Rui understood that now was not the time to act. Although he could transform into a nano-mech form to evade the market and Amp, Oppos' guards, such an action would reveal his secret. He had an instinctive feeling that exposure would lead to relentless pursuit, potentially endangering even his parents. Qin Rui had not forgotten that he had escaped from a laboratory, which would undoubtedly seek to reclaim him. Although he was unsure why they had yet to act, he could not underestimate their capabilities. Suppressing his murderous thoughts, Qin Rui maintained a facade of nonchalance, trailing behind Xiao Shuiqin as they exited the trading market. Upon stepping outside, his gaze briefly lingered on the armored guards before shifting away. If only I could acquire that kind of mechanized armor, he mused to himself. Obtaining such wearable nano-mecha technology could significantly enhance his combat abilities without revealing his own nano-mecha form. He resolved to inquire with Xiao Shuiqin upon their return about potential sources for such equipment. As they departed the marketplace, they suddenly noticed a crowd converging towards a particular direction. What is happening? Qin Rui asked, bewildered. Let us go check it out, Xiao Shuiqin suggested. Shaking her head in uncertainty, Qin Rui agreed, and they followed the throng to a square belonging to the federal government's Sanjiang Town branch. In the square, a massive screen stood tall, typically used to display critical announcements from the federal government or the Sanjiang branch. At that moment, it showcased a wanted notice, complete with two high-definition photographs, one of a remarkably youthful boy and the other of a mechanized suit. Qin Rui and Oppos' gaze instinctively fell on the boy and Oppos' image. Upon realizing it was neither himself nor anyone he recognized, he exhaled a quiet sigh of relief. However, his relief was short-lived when he beheld the second image of the mechanized suit. His heart raced as he recognized it all too well. It was a photograph of him in his nano-mecha form. Frantically, he scanned the details of the warrant, discovering that it reported a boy named Qin Yu who had escaped from a laboratory and stolen a suit of armor. The federal government had issued a warrant for his capture, promising rewards for any information leading to his whereabouts. After reading the notice, Qin Rue again let out a breath of relief. As long as the warrant did not pertain to him, he could breathe easier. Nevertheless, this only solidified his resolve to keep his nano-mecha abilities hidden. Otherwise, his existence in this world would become precarious. This Qin Yu is quite a talent, managing to escape from such a tightly secured laboratory and steal a suit of armor. I must make an effort to meet him, Qin Rue contemplated. Unaware that the individual sought in the warrant was indeed himself, the information had been altered by Alan, whose motivations remained known only to her. Let us go, Xiaoshui. Qin Rue called to Xiaoshui as he turned to leave the square, with her closely following behind. His next course of action would be to settle scores with He Chong and the others, while Xiaoshan had now become his next target. It was not merely a matter of vengeance for Qin Rue, but rather a reflection of a world governed by the law of the jungle, where the strong devour the weak, an ethos that had become starkly evident to him following his harrowing experiences in the zombie haunt. At that moment, Qin Rue underwent a profound transformation. He was no longer the scientist from his past life, but had become a decisive figure wielding a nanomecha system. Chapter 23. Constructing a house. Come, I will take you to open an account at the Federal Bank, Xiao Shuiqin said to Qin Rue after they left the square. Nodding in agreement, Qin Rue did not voice any objections. Observing his compliance, Xiao Shuiqin led him in a specific direction. Fortunately, the Federal Bank branch in Sanjiang Town was not far from the square, and within a few minutes, they arrived at their destination. Upon entering the Federal Bank, a staff member promptly approached them, inquiring about the services they required. Unlike the disdainful attitudes often depicted in novels of the past, this bank employee greeted them with a professional smile. After assisting Qin Rue in setting up his account, Xiao Shuiqin transferred the funds from her account to his. Once the transaction was confirmed, they exited the bank together. Qin Rue, we shall part ways here. I intend to investigate the whereabouts of He Chong and his associates. I will inform you as soon as I have news, Xiao Shuiqin declared. I will wait for your news at home, Qin Rue replied, hesitating momentarily. Xiao Shui, please be cautious and ensure you are not deceived by He Chong and his gang again. Don't worry. Xiao Shuiqin waved her hand reassuringly and walked toward her motorcycle park nearby. Observing her departure, Qin Rue turned and headed in the direction of his home. Recalling that there was a shop specializing in house construction along his route, he decided to visit it to seek assistance in renovating his home. Following the path etched in his memory, he navigated through winding streets until he finally found the shop nestled in a narrow alley. The establishment was modest, with a computer situated at the back where a middle-aged man was seated. Aside from that, a tea table and a counter comprised the entirety of the shop's interior. The door was ajar, and Qin Rue walked in confidently. A young man at the counter greeted him enthusiastically. Hello, welcome. What service can we assist you with today? We not only build houses, but also offer renovation services. I wish to construct a house and have it renovated. Qin Rue interrupted before the young man could finish, clearly stating his needs. Upon hearing his intentions, the young man's face broke into a broad smile. And even the middle-aged man at the computer turned his attention towards them. A significant project, the young man thought to himself, his smile widening as he began to explain their construction and renovation services, detailing the varying costs associated with different types of houses. After listening to the young man's explanation and calculating the expenses in his mind while glancing at his account balance, Qin Rue confidently stated, I will choose the plan priced at 50,000 federal coins. He couldn't help but marvel at how affordable housing was in this world compared to the exorbitant prices of his previous life. Perhaps it was due to his location in the impoverished Sanjiang town, but it was undeniable that the real estate here was astonishingly cheap. Upon hearing that Qin Rue had opted for the most expensive plan in the shop, the young man's eyes sparkled with excitement. And the middle-aged man rose to greet Qin Rue warmly. After signing the contract and paying a deposit, Qin Rue provided his home address and left the shop. Heading back home. No sooner had Qin Rue returned home than the middle-aged man and the young man arrived at his doorstep. When the door was knocked upon, Qin Rue, still puzzled as to who it could be, was taken aback upon recognizing the two men and couldn't help but admire their swift actions. After explaining to his parents that the men were there to renovate the house, Qin Shuang remained silent, while Chu Lin anxiously inquired, Xiao Rui, where did you acquire the funds for this renovation? You haven't resorted to high-interest loans, have you? Mother, rest assured. This money was earned along with a friend. It is not from a loan, Qin Rui reassured Chu Lin. With her worries alleviated, Chu Lin joined Qin Shuang and Qin Rui in tidying up some belongings, placing them into Qin Rui's compact storage bag and allowing the two men to commence their work. When Qin Rui produced the storage bag, both Chu Lin and Qin Shuang were momentarily astonished, yet they quickly regained composure, attributing it to the money Qin Rui had earned with his friend. In this world, house construction did not require the lengthy processes typical of Qin Rui's previous life. Here, specialized robotic workers could utilize pre-prepared materials and follow programmed instructions to erect a house efficiently. Given the number of robots brought by the middle-aged man and the young man, the construction would be completed in approximately 3 hours. Once the house was constructed, the two men reprogrammed the robots, transforming them into renovation workers to enhance the newly built structure. An hour later, the renovations were complete. As Qin Rui stepped inside, he nodded in approval. The newly constructed house stood 2 stories tall, adorned in a style he particularly favored, though it appeared somewhat empty for the time being. However, he knew that once he arranged the furniture he had purchased at the market, it would feel complete. Thoroughly satisfied, Qin Rui settled the final payment with the middle-aged man and the young man, who beamed upon receiving it. After bidding him farewell, they departed. Qin Rui then began to unpack the furniture he had acquired at the market, arranging it neatly in suitable positions. As his home began to take shape, a warm sense of contentment washed over him. Observing their son's accomplishments, Qin Shuang and Chu Lin exchanged looks of pride. Father, Mother, I am going to rest upstairs for a while. Since he had previously consulted his parents about his room being on the 2nd floor, Qin Rui ascended the staircase without waiting for their reply. His desire was not genuinely to rest. Rather, he had just received a message from Xiao Shuichen. To avoid causing concern for Qin Shuang and Chu Lin, he opted for the pretext of needing a break. Pulling out the phone he had bought at the market, he unlocked it to reveal a message. The whereabouts of Yichong have been uncovered. Hurry, signed Xiao Shuichen. So soon. As he read the message, a flicker of surprise crossed Qin Rui's features, and his eyes narrowed slightly, a glimmer of murderous intent flashing briefly before vanishing without a trace. Chapter 24. The Emergence of a Tier 3 Zombie. Qin Rui swiftly gathered his belongings and left his room. After informing his parents, he departed from home, hastening toward the address provided by Xiao Shuichen. The location was near the entrance of Sanjiang Town. It took Qin Rui roughly half an hour to arrive, where Xiao Shuichen was already waiting. Get on, she commanded upon seeing him, gesturing toward her motorcycle. Without hesitation, Qin Rui mounted the rear seat. With a twist of the throttle, the bike roared to life, kicking up dust as they sped toward their destination. This is the road to the primal forest. Recognizing the familiar path, Qin Rui frowned. Shuichen, are Yichong and his group in the primal forest? Correct, she replied, her expression unusually grave. After parting ways with you, I began gathering information. I learned they're currently in the primal forest, and there is more. She paused before continuing. A wounded Tier 3 zombie has been spotted there. Yichong and his team are after it, as are numerous other zombie hunters. They're all converging on the primal forest for the same target. Qin Rui's pupils constricted. Though he had never encountered a Tier 3 zombie, he vividly recalled the struggle against Tier 2 specimens. Without Lingfeng's enhancement of his weapons, he and Xiao Shuichen might not have survived those encounters. If Tier 2 zombies were formidable, a Tier 3 would be exponentially more dangerous. The silver lining was that this one was injured, and they wouldn't be the only ones hunting it. A Tier 3 zombie's brain core is invaluable, Qin Rui mused. With so many hunters competing, this will be a brutal fight. If we have a chance, we'll seize it. If not, we'll prioritize eliminating Yichong's group. Though the allure of the core was undeniable, the risks were too great. Unless he activated his nanosuit form, which carried an 80 mortality risk, securing the core amidst so many hunters was nearly impossible. Moreover, transforming would necessitate eliminating all witnesses to maintain secrecy. For now, Yichong remained their primary objective. Lingfeng had explained that the nanosuit's lethality stemmed from Qin Rui's inadequate physical conditioning. Strengthening his body through rigorous training or energy infusion was the solution, but the latter required substantial resources. Qin Rui decided to postpone enhancement until after their next hunt. As they ventured deeper into the primal forest, the number of hunters increased. Some traveled alone, others in groups, all converging toward the same destination. Tension hung thick in the air. Every rustle of leaves drew wary glances, as alliances were fleeting and trust non-existent. Qin Rui and Xiao Shuiqin remained vigilant. In this hunt, everyone but each other was a potential enemy, sometimes even allies turned treacherous. Fortunately, restraint prevailed. Engaging prematurely would only hand victory to opportunistic bystanders. Soon, a vast valley came into view. The hunters slowed, cautiously advancing. Realizing they had reached the wounded tier 3 zombie-s location, Xiao Shuiqin parked the motorcycle, and the two joined the creeping procession. The valley sprawled wide, its sole entrance revealing a hulking zombie seated atop a boulder at its center. Surrounding it were hordes of lower-tier zombies, including several Tier 2 specimens forming a protective barrier. The Tier 3 zombie bore grievous injuries, its right arm severed at the shoulder. A gaping hole in its abdomen exposing decayed organs. Blackened blood pooled beneath it. Such wounds would be fatal to a human, but the undead endured. Still, its combat prowess was undoubtedly diminished, hence the hunter's boldness. Securing the core 1T be easy, Qin Rui muttered. Just breaching its guards will exact heavy casualties. Xiao Shuiqin nodded. Arms crossed. Their primary target was Yicheng, not the zombie. Yet a quick scan of the valley's perimeter revealed no sign of him. She remained patient. Once the assault began, Yicheng would surely emerge. As the hunters hesitated at the valley's edge, a burly, menacing middle-aged man stepped forward, breaking the stalemate. Chapter 25. Alliance. It was him. I never expected him to be here as well. Upon seeing the middle-aged man, Xiao Shuiqin's expression shifted, and her tone was laden with trepidation. Who is he? Qin Rui inquired, intrigued by Xiao Shuiqin's evident apprehension towards the man. His name is Duan Tianxiong, a seasoned zombie hunter renowned for his prowess. It is said that he has single-handedly taken down a level 3 zombie without sustaining any injuries. Earning a fearsome reputation in the zombie hunting community, Xiao Shuiqin replied, her voice tinged with wariness. Upon hearing this, Qin Rui discreetly communicated with Lingfeng, scan Duan Tianxiong's attributes. Ding. Scanning in progress. Scan complete. Name, Duan Tianxiong. Level 2 strength, 340, speed, 310, defense, 100, special abilities, none, weapon, modified dual handguns, note, suspected to possess wearable nanotechnology armor. Upon obtaining Duan Tianxiong's physical attributes, Qin Rui could not help but glance at him, astonished by the extraordinary nature of his stats, which surpassed even the 2 level 2 zombies he had previously encountered. Most strikingly, the possibility of Duan Tianxiong possessing wearable nanotechnology armor, coupled with the rumors of his solitary defeat of a level 3 zombie, led Qin Rui to conclude that such armor was indeed present. With this thought, Qin Rui heightened his vigilance. Then, recalling something, he directed his gaze towards the injured level 3 zombie in the valley and instructed Lingfeng to scan its attributes. Ding. Scanning in progress. Scan complete. At Qin Rui's command, Lingfeng swiftly executed the task, and soon, Qin Rui received the following attributes for the level 3 zombie. Species, zombie, level 3 strength, 400, 350, speed, 360, 320, defense, 150, 100. Special ability, control of lower-level zombies, weakness, head, seeing the attributes of the level 3 zombie. Qin Rui furrowed his brow, puzzled by the numbers in parentheses, but quickly deduced that they indicated the zombie's stats post-injury. Despite being injured, its attributes still vastly exceeded those of the zombie hunters present, including Duan Tianxiong. After reviewing these attributes, Qin Rui turned his attention back to Duan Tianxiong. Eager to discern his intentions, under Qin Rui's watchful gaze, Duan Tianxiong stepped forward from the crowd, addressing the assembled zombie hunters. He cleared his throat, and the previously raucous environment gradually fell into silence as the hunters awaited his words. Enjoying the attention, Duan Tianxiong allowed a smirk of satisfaction to cross his face before adopting a serious demeanor. He surveyed the crowd and began, ladies and gentlemen, our purpose here is to obtain the brain core of this level 3 zombie. However, to achieve this, we must first eliminate the remaining lower-level zombies and those level 2 zombies. He paused momentarily, and the assembled hunters remained silent, clearly aware that he had more to say. As such, he continued, I propose that we unite to dispatch these zombies first, and once they are dealt with, we can compete for the level 3 zombies' brain core based on our individual skills. What do you think of this proposal? Upon hearing Duan Tianxiong's suggestion, the crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, deliberating. Observing this, Duan Tianxiong remained patient, awaiting their consensus. After a brief interval, one of the hunters stepped forward and stated, Duan Tianxiong, your proposal is sound, but what if someone ambushes another hunter during the assault on the zombies? We shall agree that any hunter who ambushes another during the attack will face the collective wrath of all present. This should deter anyone from risking an attack that violates our agreement, Duan Tianxiong asserted firmly. Acknowledging this, the hunter nodded in agreement. And others began to voice their support for Duan Tianxiong's proposal as well. Then let us commence our assault on these zombies, Duan Tianxiong declared, his voice booming. With that, he surged forward, leading the charge into the valley, followed closely by the other zombie hunters. Qin Rui and Xiao Shuiqin were among them. But Qin Rui opted not to take the lead, instead positioning himself in the midst of the group, with Xiao Shuiqin at his side. Xiao Shui, do not rush too far ahead. Our target is not the brain core of that level 3 zombie, but rather He Chong and his group. Qin Rui cautioned Xiao Shuiqin. She nodded in understanding, fully grasping his intent. Once the zombies were dispatched, chaos would ensue, and their priority was to locate He Chong and his companions. Xiao Shui, have you seen He Chong and the others? Qin Rui inquired as they pressed on. Shaking her head, Xiao Shuiqin's tone turned grave. Given He Chong's nature, he would not miss the opportunity to confront that level 3 zombie. Yet their absence thus far fills me with unease. They must be scheming something. Stay vigilant. If anything seems amiss, we retreat immediately, Qin Rui cautioned, his tone equally serious. He silently communicated with Lingfeng. Lingfeng, alert me at the first sign of danger. Ding. Rest assured, host. Lingfeng has activated danger scanning at all times, came Lingfeng and Amp. Oppo's reassuring response. With Lingfeng and Amp. Oppo's assistance, Qin Rui felt a weight lift from his shoulders, knowing he could sense danger promptly and take evasive action. Under Duan Tianxiong and Oppo's leadership, the zombie hunters charged into the valley, where the injured level 3 zombie and its guardians awaited them not far ahead. The level 3 zombie remained still, while the lower level zombies and a few level 2 zombies beside it roared and charged towards the approaching hunters. The battle was poised to erupt. Chapter 26. The Great Battle. As the valley entrance became obstructed, the zombie hunters found themselves on the brink of confrontation with the undead. In a flurry of action, they drew their weapons, some wielding firearms, others brandishing melee weapons. Those with guns relentlessly pulled the triggers, unleashing a torrent of bullets that struck the zombies. While this caused some hindrance, the bullets failed to penetrate the zombies and Oppo's skulls. Given their insensitivity to pain and fearless nature, the afflicted zombies continued to surge forth, roaring defiantly at the hunters. The melee fighters engaged the zombies in close combat, their assault techniques contrasting sharply with the brutish simplicity of the zombies, who relied on bites and clawing. However, a few level 2 zombies, having developed rudimentary intelligence, picked up sturdy branches scattered about the valley to use as makeshift weapons. The small valley was drenched in blood and littered with corpses, a gruesome spectacle of carnage. Both sides suffered losses, yet neither relented in their assault. To halt would invite annihilation from the other. Qin Rui and Xiao Shuiqin dispatched several zombies, collecting their brain cores along the way. Yet, Qin Rui's complexion was notably pale, not from injury or exhaustion, but from the shocking brutality of the scene. This was his first encounter with such visceral violence. Though he had seen it portrayed on television in his past life, the stark contrast between screen and reality was undeniable. In contrast, Xiao Shuiqin appeared more composed, a testament to her extensive experience in hunting zombies, which had granted her a certain immunity to the horror. Despite his pallor, Qin Rui's combat effectiveness remained unaffected. As the battle raged on, he gradually acclimated to the grisly environment, his color slowly returning. The conflict persisted, both sides seemingly blinded by fury, relentlessly assaulting each other. However, as time elapsed, the zombie hunters began to gain the upper hand, with a numerical advantage over the zombies and the toll of battle causing the undead to fall one after another. The hunters, though suffering casualties, maintained a favorable position overall. Observing his fallen guards, the level 3 zombie remained seated on a large rock, unmoved, as though the fallen were not his subordinates. At last, as the last of the zombie sentinels succumbed, the hunters approached within 100 meters of the stone where the level 3 zombie sat. The zombie, still unresponsive, merely regarded the leader, Duan Tianxiong, with cold indifference. Noticing this unusual behavior, Duan Tianxiong furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. Heightened vigilance compelled him to discreetly prepare his wearable nano-armor. Should the situation escalate, he would be ready to activate it at a moment's notice. Unlike Duan Tianxiong's caution, the other hunters were consumed by greed, casting avaricious glances at the level 3 zombie, contemplating how to eliminate it and seize its brain core for themselves. As Duan Tianxiong hesitated to initiate an attack, one impatient hunter lunged forward with a melee weapon, believing he could easily dispatch the supposedly injured level 3 zombie. However, as he closed in, a searing pain shot through his chest, disbelief washing over his features. A bony spike had erupted from his torso, the source being the seemingly wounded level 3 zombie. As his life faded, the hunter's head drooped, devoid of any sign of vitality. With a casual flick, the level 3 zombie discarded the hunter's lifeless body, retracting the bone spike back into its arm. Witnessing this, Duan Tianxiong's pupils dilated in alarm. He realized that this was no ordinary high-level zombie, but rather a mutated one. Zombies are classified into two categories, ordinary and mutated, while both possess varying levels. Mutated zombies of the same rank exhibit far greater strength. This revelation was the reason for Duan Tianxiong's apprehension upon witnessing the zombie's transformation. The other hunters, seasoned in combat against zombies, understood the formidable power of a mutated undead. Consequently, the realization that they faced a mutated level 3 zombie quelled any thoughts of single-handedly attacking it. After dispatching the hunter, the level 3 zombie surveyed the now intimidated hunters, a sinister smirk forming on its lips as it murmured, "It is time." With the utterance of its words, an explosion erupted, followed by a resounding crash as massive boulders cascaded down from above, sealing the valley entrance. As the blockage materialized, Qin Rui's expression darkened. Just moments ago, Lingfeng had issued a warning of impending danger in his mind. Reacting swiftly, Qin Rui grasped Xiao Shuiqin's hand, intent on fleeing the valley. Yet, before they could escape, the thunderous explosions reverberated overhead, and boulders tumbled down, sealing their exit. The zombie hunters, realizing the entrance was blocked, fell into disarray. In the aftermath of their panic, their fierce gazes turned toward the level 3 zombie. With no escape, they had no choice but to fight for their lives. Unperturbed by their ferocious stares, the level 3 zombie regarded Duan Tianxiong and the others with a mocking tone, declaring, "You believe yourselves to be the hunters, yet you are all merely my prey." As it spoke, the level 3 zombie slowly rose from the rock, and simultaneously, several figures appeared above the blocked entrance. While Qin Rui remained composed, Xiao Shuiqin and Appo's demeanor shifted dramatically, her gaze fixated on one bald figure among them, her voice laced with murderous intent. "Yicheng." Chapter 27. Battlefield segmentation. Is that Yicheng? Upon hearing this from Xiao Shuiqin, Qin Rui immediately directed his gaze towards the figures above the valley entrance, more specifically, at Yicheng. It seems that this information was intentionally leaked by Yicheng. However, his true intentions remain a mystery. Fixated on Yicheng and his companions, Xiao Shuiqin slowly remarked, "I suspect Yicheng has formed some sort of agreement with that level 3 zombie." Qin Rui speculated, though his conjecture was not entirely accurate. Yicheng had not merely made a pact with the level 3 zombie, but rather proposed a plan for survival. It was not only Xiao Shuiqin who recognized Yicheng. Many of the zombie hunters present also acknowledged him, as Yicheng's notorious treachery and cunning were well known within the zombie hunting circles of Sanjiang Town. Duan Tianxiong was no exception. He glared at Yicheng, his expression darkening. "Yicheng, do you intend to betray the human race?" "Tianxiong, spare me your flattery. I, Yicheng, am merely seeking to survive." Yicheng retorted, fully aware that being labeled a traitor to humanity would leave him with no place among them. Yicheng's defiance only deepened Duan Tianxiong's scowl. Taking a deep breath, he addressed the assembled zombie hunters. "I know you all came here for the brain core of the level 3 zombie, but under the current circumstances, survival necessitates that we display our true capabilities. I will lead a portion of you to confront the level 3 zombie, while another group will deal with Yicheng and his companions." "Absolutely, we will follow your lead." The proposal received unanimous support from the zombie hunters present. Faced with such dire straits, they had no choice but to fight for their lives. With the backing of the crowd, Duan Tianxiong inhaled deeply and led a faction of zombie hunters towards the level 3 zombie, while another group surged towards Yicheng and his companions. The battle commenced once more. This time bifurcated into two distinct fronts, one pitting Duan Tianxiong and his hunters against the level 3 zombie, and the other between Yicheng and the remaining hunters. In terms of intensity, the confrontation between Duan Tianxiong's hunters and the level 3 zombie was far more ferocious. Right from the outset, several hunters fell victim to the level 3 zombie's onslaught. However, Rather than instilling fear, these casualties ignited a fierce determination among the remaining hunters to survive. They had to vanquish the level 3 zombie. Fortunately, the hunters were not the primary aggressors against the level 3 zombie. They merely provided support while Duan Tianxiong bore the brunt of the assault. True to his formidable reputation, Duan Tianxiong held his ground against the injured level 3 zombie, managing to engage in a reciprocal struggle, albeit at a disadvantage, thus showcasing his strength. While this battlefield was fraught with tension, the other front was decidedly one-sided. Yicheng and his group, benefiting from the high ground, easily repelled the advancing zombie hunters, with assistance from 2 level 2 zombies dispatched by the level 3 zombie. Yicheng's faction sustained no losses while inflicting significant damage upon the hunters, given their advantageous position and the absence of aerial capabilities among the zombie hunters. Yicheng's group posed no real threat. Observing the unfolding chaos, Qin Rui furrowed his brow. His initial intention was to take cover alongside Xiao Shuichen. Yet Yicheng's strategic advantage had resulted in substantial harm to the hunters. Xiao Shui. Qin Rui nodded at Xiao Shuichen, understanding his cue. She retrieved the energy gun he had gifted her and stealthily concealed herself behind a large boulder amidst the turmoil. Qin Rui mirrored her actions, taking refuge behind another massive rock. Locking eyes, they simultaneously raised their energy guns, aiming at Yicheng and his companions above the valley. As they prepared to eliminate Yicheng, approximately 1 to 2 kilometers away, a group of individuals stood silently, encircling a young man, Xia Shan, the head of the Sanjiang Town trading market, who was surrounded by his guards. Clad in mechanized armor, these guards remained vigilant, ready to neutralize any threats at the slightest hint of danger. At that moment, Xia Shan held a screen displaying the events unfolding in the valley. Interesting, he mused. I never expected this level 3 zombie to exhibit such audacity, using itself as bait to lure so many zombie hunters. And this Yicheng, how bold he is to collaborate with the level 3 zombie. Intrigued by the spectacle, Xia Shan had initially planned to wait until the battle concluded before making his appearance, thereby acquiring the level 3 zombie's brain core with minimal effort. Thus, upon receiving word of the situation, he promptly arrived and deployed small reconnaissance drones to survey the valley. However, he did not anticipate encountering such fascinating developments. Let them fight. The more intense, the better. In the end, they shall all serve to adorn my victory. Xia Shan quipped, his gaze fixated on the screen, eagerly awaiting the moment when he would lead his guards to the valley once the skirmish concluded. Suddenly, Xia Shan's expression shifted to one of surprise as he witnessed 2 beams of light shoot towards Yicheng's group, striking down Gao Bufan and Wang Yu. Energy guns? I didn't realize anyone among them could procure such weapons. Recognizing the source of the assault, Xia Shan was nonetheless astonished that individuals among the zombie hunters had managed to acquire energy guns, given that energy guns were weapons designed by an extraterrestrial race. Albeit not overly sophisticated, they were not easily obtainable. Even wealth could not guarantee possession. Intrigued by the revelation that some among the zombie hunters had acquired energy guns, Xia Shan instructed one of his guards, deploy all reconnaissance drones. I must ascertain who among that group possesses energy guns. Yes, young master, the guard responded, promptly moving to execute the orders, while Xia Shan continued to monitor the unfolding events in the valley. Chapter 28. The battle between Duan Tianxiong and the level 3 zombie after Qin Rui and Xiao Shuichen utilized their energy guns to eliminate Yicheng's companions, Gao Bufan and Wang Yu. They prepared to target Yicheng once more, only to discover that he was already on guard. The moment Yicheng witnessed the lethal assault from the energy guns that dispatched Gao Bufan and Wang Yu, he recognized the source of the attack. After all, he had previously observed Qin Rui and Xiao Shuichen using the energy guns to eradicate a horde of zombies while plotting against him. To his dismay, the cunning Xiao Shuichen had arrived as well. Yicheng's expression darkened as he swiftly concealed himself, ensuring he remained out of sight from the two. Although he evaded the immediate threat of the energy guns, Yicheng found himself at a disadvantage against Qin Rui and Xiao Shuichen. Despite having 2 level 2 zombies by his side, they were merely sent to monitor him by the level 3 zombie and could not be commanded to attack the hunters. Otherwise, he might have unleashed them upon Qin Rui and Xiao Shuichen. Cursed be it. Upon seeing Yicheng hide, Qin Rui inwardly cursed, taken aback by Yicheng's swift reaction. The moment he detected the energy guns, he vanished, robbing them of their chance to eliminate him. Yicheng remained as cautious as ever. In contrast to Qin Rui's frustration, Xiao Shuichen maintained her composure. She was all too familiar with Yicheng. His treachery was matched only by his infamous prudence. Take their prior assault, for instance. They refrained from attacking Yicheng precisely because he had strategically positioned himself behind his allies, rendering the energy guns ineffective. Otherwise, they would have already eliminated him. After a moment of exasperation, Qin Rui recognized that lamenting would yield no results. He exchanged a glance with Xiao Shuiqin and, utilizing the extensive range of their energy guns, launched an assault towards He Chong and his companions above the valley. However, upon witnessing the formidable power of the energy guns, those positioned at the valley's entrance sought cover, leading Qin Rui and Xiao Shuiqin to lose their targets. With the adversaries above the valley now hidden, they reluctantly redirected their aim towards the two level 2 zombies. Although these zombies possessed a modicum of intelligence, they lacked any ranged attack capabilities. Consequently, after a brief period of the zombie hunters launching their assaults at the valley's entrance, the level 2 zombies could no longer contain themselves and charged down the slope towards the hunters. The battlefield had been distinctly divided. The stronger fighters, under Duan Tianxiong's command, confronted the level 3 zombie, while the weaker ones were relegated to the valley to deal with He Chong and his entourage. Thus, when the two level 2 zombies charged down, it was akin to wolves descending upon a flock of sheep, inflicting considerable losses upon the zombie hunters in mere moments. This was a result of He Chong and Appo's caution in avoiding the energy guns. Otherwise, the casualties would have been even greater. Utilizing the targeting system of their energy guns, Qin Rui and Xiao Shuiqin focused on one of the level 2 zombies, preparing to launch their attack. However, to their astonishment, the zombies seemed to sense the impending danger, shifting their positions and advancing towards the larger group of hunters, making it impossible for the two to take aim. Faced with this predicament, they were compelled to abandon their assault. Simultaneously, Qin Rui pondered strategies in his mind, overwhelmed by an intense sense of impending peril, urging him to devise a swift escape from the valley. Meanwhile, in another part of the battlefield, Duan Tianxiong found himself increasingly at a disadvantage. With more and more zombie hunters falling victim to the level 3 zombie, the creature began to regain strength by consuming the flesh and blood of those it had slain. As the tide shifted, Duan Tianxiong's situation became increasingly precarious. With a resounding clash, Duan Tianxiong raised his weapon once more, clashing against the bone spikes that emerged from the level 3 zombie and Appo's left hand. The immense force caused his arm to tremble uncontrollably, and he lost his grip on his weapon, which clattered to the ground. Observing the weapon and Appo's fall, the level 3 zombie chose not to pursue, but instead regarded Duan Tianxiong with a sense of calm, casually dispatching a nearby zombie hunter and feasting upon his remains to further mend its injuries. With a darkened expression, Duan Tianxiong awaited the return of feeling in his arm before slowly articulating, "Your strength is indeed formidable. Even wounded, I am no match for you. However, mark my words, your brain core shall become my trophy." Upon hearing this, the level 3 zombie and Appo's expression shifted to one of rare seriousness, heightening its vigilance. For it was uncertain whether Duan Tianxiong possessed any additional capabilities. Realizing this, the level 3 zombie initiated its first proactive assault against Duan Tianxiong. Yet, rather than displaying any signs of panic, Duan Tianxiong remained composed and produced a device, while the others exhibited little reaction to the device. The level 3 zombie and Appo's demeanor shifted drastically. It recognized the apparatus as the portable nano-armor and Appo's carrier device. As a level 3 zombie, it had encountered humans and participated in battles against them. Thus it was familiar with the portable nano-armor, developed by an extraterrestrial race for military application. The technology had spread following their conquest of Earth. However, the versions that circulated were outdated and discarded by their creators. Despite being obsolete, the formidable power of the portable nano-armor was well known to the level 3 zombie, which had witnessed its prowess in the earlier conquests of Earth. The armor not only decimated human genetic warriors, but also eradicated the higher-tiered combatants of the zombie and hybrid factions, enabling the extraterrestrial race to dominate the planet. Recognizing the device, the level 3 zombie abruptly halted its advance towards Duan Tianxiong. It then swiftly retreated towards the valley's mouth, regretting its decision to block the exit. Although mutated, the level 3 zombie lacked the ability to fly, necessitating its escape through the valley and Appo's entrance. With that route obstructed, it could only rely on its strength to scale the valley walls before making its exit. Chapter 29. Seizing food from the tiger's mouth hiding behind a rock. Qin Rui and Xiao Shuiqin, who were engaged in combat with two level 2 zombies, were the first to notice the silhouette of a level 3 zombie charging towards the mouth of the valley. Qin Rui's expression shifted. He could not fathom why this level 3 zombie was heading towards the valley's entrance. But that did not deter him from urgently signaling Xiao Shuiqin to retreat from the approaching threat. After all, the power of a level 3 zombie was beyond their capacity to withstand, unless Qin Rui was willing to expose his identity and forcibly transform into his nanomecha form. As they hurriedly distanced themselves from the valiant Appo's entrance, Qin Rui's expression changed once more, this time prompted by a notification from Lingfeng echoing in his mind. Ding! A significant amount of energy has been detected. Target, Duan Tianxiu. Immediately, Qin Rui directed his gaze towards the direction of Duan Tianxiu. He observed a layer of mech armor rapidly enveloping Duan Tianxiu, extending from the portable nanomecha device he held in his hand. The black mech continued to spread until it completely covered his body, the angular contours of the armor giving Duan Tianxiu an imposing presence. Is this the nanomecha? Qin Rui's expression gradually regained its composure as he understood that the energy accumulation was due to Duan Tianxiu activating his wearable nanomecha. This was Qin Rui's first experience of such a striking wearable nanomecha. Although he had seen guards adorned in nanomecha at the trading market, none had the striking elegance of Duan Tianxiu's. Ding! The host's transformation into the nanomecha form is more impressive and powerful than the one worn by Duan Tianxiu. Once the host's physical qualities are enhanced, the transformation into the nanomecha form can be executed at will. Lingfeng's voice resonated in Qin Rui's mind as if aware of his thoughts. Clenching his fists, Qin Rui resolved that once this matter was concluded, he would prioritize enhancing his physical abilities. With the support of the wearable nanomecha, Duan Tianxiu's strength had far surpassed that of the level 3 zombie. Observing the level 3 zombie struggling to climb over the boulder obstructing the valley's exit, Duan Tianxiu moved swiftly, propelled by the capabilities of his nanomecha, and appeared beside the level 3 zombie in an instant. 2 azure flames erupted from the lower back of his mech, allowing him to hover beside the level 3 zombie. Upon detecting Duan Tianxiu's proximity, the level 3 zombie reacted swiftly, transforming its left hand into bone spikes and lunging towards him. A sharp crack resonated as Duan Tianxiu's right hand, equipped with a shimmering blade formed from the nanomecha, slashed through the bone spikes with ease. Momentarily stunned, the level 3 zombie seemed taken aback that its own creation had been so effortlessly severed. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, a flash of steel cut through the air, and the level 3 zombie was bisected, its form plummeting downwards. Following the swift decimation of the level 3 zombie, Duan Tianxiu darted towards the 2 level 2 zombies, swiftly beheading them with the blade in his hand. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the onlooking zombie hunters in utter shock at the display of power. Boss, we should escape. This place is too terrifying. He swallowed hard as he witnessed the level 3 zombie being cleaved in half by Duan Tianxiu, cold sweat trickling down his face. He was equally drenched in sweat, yet he dared not move, fearing that Duan Tianxiu might turn his wrath upon them. However, after waiting for what felt like an eternity without any action from Duan Tianxiu, he signaled to Liu He, and the two quietly withdrew from the valley's entrance while Duan Tianxiu was preoccupied. Their departure went unnoticed amidst the trepidation that filled the air, as the remaining zombie hunters gazed at Duan Tianxiu with a mix of fear and respect. With Duan Tianxiu present, the core of the level 3 zombie was no longer their concern. Zombies, being the most resilient of creatures, demonstrated their tenacity, while other beings would perish swiftly if bisected. The level 3 zombie remained alive, albeit gravely wounded. Yet, such injuries were not fatal. As long as sufficient flesh and blood were available, it could recover swiftly. Duan Tianxiu was aware that the level 3 zombie had not perished, but in his eyes, the severely injured creature was merely prey on his chopping board, ripe for the taking. He surveyed the remaining zombie hunters in the valley, reveling in their fearful glances. It was precisely because he did not eliminate the level 3 zombie immediately that he lost any chance of claiming its core. As the level 3 zombie's form tumbled downward, Qin Rui and Xiao Shuiqin stood not far away. Observing the hesitation of the onlookers, Qin Rui felt a surge of determination. Lingfeng, if I absorb the core of this level 3 zombie along with the one I possess, will it enhance my physical abilities to endure the energy surge from transforming into the nanomecha? He inquired urgently in his mind. Ding. The host will not be able to fully withstand the energy surge from the transformation into the nanomecha. However, it will not pose a threat to the host's life. Merely inflicting pain, Lingfeng replied promptly. Satisfied with the response, Qin Rui turned to Xiao Shuiqin beside him and instructed, Xiao Shui, distance yourself from me. I may not be able to protect you shortly. Xiao Shuichen looked at him quizzically, struggling to grasp his reasoning until realization dawned on her. With deliberate steps, Qin Rui moved closer to the level 3 zombie, and when he noticed Duan Tianxing's attention diverted, he surged forward towards the fallen creature. Simultaneously, he commanded in his mind, Lingfeng, activate. Ding, initiating transformation into nano-mech form. A surge of energy erupted from the nanoparticles within him, enveloping his body in a layer of mech armor. As he felt his vitality rapidly diminish, Qin Rui displayed no sign of distress. In an instant, he had reached the side of the level 3 zombie. With unwavering focus, Qin Rui plunged his hand into the zombie's head, seizing its core. Lingfeng, he shouted internally as he grasped the core. Ding, commencing enhancement. Without further ado, Lingfeng began absorbing the energy from the level 3 zombie's core to fortify Qin Rui's physical form. Chapter 30. Identity exposed. A surge of energy emanated from the level 3 zombie brain core, held in Qin Rui's hand, flooding into his body. With this influx of power, Qin Rui felt his vitality rapidly rejuvenating. Moreover, he sensed a fortification of his physical attributes. The energy shock resulting from transforming into a nanomechanical form, absorbed from the level 3 zombie brain core, enabled Qin Rui to endure the strain. Although the energy surge caused him immense pain, it no longer posed a threat to his life. Everything transpired so swiftly that none realized what was happening until Qin Rui had completely absorbed the energy from the level 3 zombie brain core and successfully transformed into a nanomechanical form. When Qin Rui appeared clad in the striking silver and crimson armor, a wave of astonishment swept through the crowd, especially for Duan Tianxiong, who had not anticipated the presence of another individual with nanomechanical capabilities. Nearby, Xiao Shuichen stared at Qin Rui with wide eyes, equally taken aback by his possession of such armor. This armor looks so familiar, she murmured. However, she quickly dismissed this thought, recalling why Qin Rui had previously urged her to maintain her distance. It was clear now that he had seized the level 3 zombie brain core while everyone was distracted, and inevitably, he would soon be confronted by the collective assault of the onlookers. A fleeting look of conflict crossed Xiao Shuichen's face. Her rational mind urged her to distance herself from Qin Rui, as he was about to face an onslaught. Yet her emotions compelled her to stand beside him and confront the horde of zombie hunters together, for Qin Rui was her ally, and she could never abandon a comrade. Ultimately, her emotions triumphed. Gripping her energy gun tightly, Xiao Shuichen approached Qin Rui, her demeanor alert and watchful. Witnessing her unwavering support stirred something within Qin Rui. He had not expected her to resolutely stand by his side against the impending threat of the zombie hunters. In that moment, Xiao Shuichen truly entered Qin Rui's heart, becoming one of the most significant individuals in his life, aside from his parents. What shall we do next, Qin Rui? Xiao Shuichen inquired softly, unaware that the gazes of the surrounding zombie hunters had shifted to one of insatiable greed. Leave the rest to me, just stay behind me. Qin Rui's voice, now imbued with a mechanical resonance due to his transformation, conveyed an unmistakable sense of confidence. This confidence stemmed from his nanomechanical form. With this new state, he possessed a wealth of data regarding its capabilities. Armed with this knowledge, Qin Rui felt an overwhelming power, envisioning himself capable of effortlessly shattering Duan Tianxiong's wearable nanomechanical armor with a single blow. Duan Tianxiong remained oblivious to this disparity. After the initial shock, his expression darkened as he glared at Qin Rui, seething with rage. Well, you are the first to dare claim my spoils after all these years. I shall make you wish you were never born. Unfazed by Duan Tianxiong and Appo's threats, Qin Rui maintained his calm demeanor, which only fueled Duan Tianxiong and Appo's fury. Just as he prepared to teach Qin Rui a lesson, a voice pierced through the tension. Is it him? Yes, it is. The armor he wears matches the one on the wanted poster. Wanted poster? Duan Tianxiong pondered, having been occupied with his own affairs and unaware of recent developments. Following the voice, he approached the two zombie hunters who had spoken and inquired about the wanted poster. The hunters, intimidated by Duan Tianxiong, recounted the details of the wanted notice and even presented it for his inspection. Upon seeing the likeness of the armor in the poster and that worn by Qin Rui, Duan Tianxiong's anger transformed into elation. It appears fortune is on my side. If I capture you, not only will I claim the level 3 zombie, but I shall also receive rewards from the federal government and floating city, Duan Tianxiong announced with a triumphant laugh, oblivious to the fact that Qin Rui had already absorbed the brain core. However, with the promise of rewards from the federal government and floating city, The level 3 zombie brain core had become inconsequential to Duan Tianxiang, while Qin Rui remained indifferent to his words. Xiao Shuichen's expression morphed into one of shock as she scrutinized Qin Rui, specifically the nanomechanical armor he wore. In that moment, she finally understood the source of her familiarity. It was because she had seen the wanted poster alongside Qin Rui in the square of Sanjiang town. Qin Rui, you. I will explain later. Right now, we must find a way to eliminate everyone here and escape. Qin Rui replied coldly. He had no desire to slaughter all the zombie hunters. But with his life at stake, he had to be ruthless. The signal is blocked. No messages can be sent out. One of the zombie hunters shouted. Upon hearing this, the remaining hunters frantically checked their phones and communication devices, but found themselves unable to establish contact with the outside world. Panic swept through the crowd, an icy dread settling over them as they realized Qin Rui intended to leave no one alive. Duan Tianxiang also recognized the unfolding situation but chose not to rush into action against Qin Rui. Instead, he observed calmly, as though awaiting something significant. After a brief moment of panic, the zombie hunters regained their composure, their eyes now filled with fierce determination as they fixed their gazes on Qin Rui. We are doomed either way. We might as well fight. Encouraged by some among them, the group of zombie hunters, desperate to survive, launched their assault on Qin Rui. Out of fear, those attacking Qin Rui wielded firearms, while those with only melee weapons dared not approach him, let alone initiate an attack. Alert! Hostile action detected. Activating defense protocols, Lingfeng announced at the appropriate moment. Chapter 31. The Energy Shield, Unleashing Carnage. Upon witnessing the multitude of assaults directed at Qin Rui, Xiao Shuichen could not help but exclaim in alarm. Instinctively, she wished to evade, yet upon seeing Qin Rui beside her, she resolutely halted her retreat, choosing instead to confront the onslaught alongside him. Qin Rui, if there is a next life, I hope to encounter you again, to team up and hunt zombies together. Xiao Shuichen murmured, then closed her eyes, bracing herself for the impending assault. In her view, with such overwhelming attacks, Qin Rui, encased in his nano-armor, would only be able to protect himself. As for her, having chosen to stand with him, she prepared herself for the possibility of demise. Seeing Xiao Shuichen's readiness to face death stirred deep emotions within Qin Rui. He had not anticipated that she would go to such lengths for him. Fear not. As long as I am here, no one shall inflict harm upon you, Qin Rui declared, as if speaking to himself yet also proclaiming his resolve. The thunderous sounds reverberated throughout the valley, the explosions stirring dust that obscured Qin Rui's figure, rendering the scene unclear. As the attacks found their mark, the zombie hunters present exhaled in relief, their gazes fixated on the direction where Qin Rui stood, eager to discern the outcome. Do you think you will be unscathed? One zombie hunter voiced his concern. Impossible. With so many of us launching an attack, there must be high explosive bombs among them, even clad in nano-armor. I cannot believe you would emerge unscathed. Another hunter countered. In the earlier battle against the zombies, the hunters had refrained from using high explosive bombs due to the chaos. Yet now they had recklessly unleashed their full arsenal in a bid to eliminate Qin Rui. They had abandoned the notion of capturing Qin Rui alive to claim a reward from the federal government and the floating city, regardless of whether they could actually capture him. It was evident that many among them would likely perish. Driven by the instinct for survival, the zombie hunters united in their assault on Qin Rui. In light of this situation, Duan Tianxiang did not intervene. He sensed the dangerous aura emanating from Qin Rui, his instincts telling him that he could not defeat him, which led him to tacitly allow the hunters to attack. Could such a multitude of high explosive bombs truly harm him? A question unwittingly surfaced in Duan Tianxiang's mind as he squinted toward the dust-laden area, attempting to discern the situation through the nano-armor. However, the feedback from his armor informed him that it was impossible to see through the haze. Left with no choice, he awaited the settling of the dust. Little did he know that his inability to perceive the scene was due to Qin Rui's use of nano-armor to create a force field, rendering all probing methods ineffective. Under the watchful eyes of all, the dust gradually dispersed, revealing the scene within. Hiss. As the sight became clear, everyone involuntarily gasped in astonishment. In their view, Qin Rui stood unharmed amidst the chaos. Had it not been for the uneven ground scarred by the explosions, they might have believed the earlier attacks were mere phantoms. Not only was Qin Rui unscathed, but Xiao Shuichen, who stood beside him, was also unharmed, gazing around with a dazed expression, clearly unable to fathom how she had survived such fierce onslaughts. What is this? While Duan Tianxiang was equally astonished by Qin Rui and Amp Oppo's intact state. His keen observation through the nano-armor revealed an invisible layer of force field surrounding both Qin Rui and Xiao Shuichen. Could it be that their safety was attributed to this force field? To test his hypothesis, Duan Tianxiong seized a handgun from a nearby zombie hunter and aimed it at Qin Rui, pulling the trigger. With a resounding bang, the bullet shot toward Qin Rui. Yet as it neared him, it was halted by the force field enveloping him. Indeed, as I suspected, an energy shield. His nano-armor surpasses mine by an entire generation. Duan Tianxiong realized in an instant, dismissing any thoughts of battling Qin Rui. His sole desire now was to find a way to escape, for Qin Rui, equipped with superior nano-armor, was no longer a foe he could confront. However, Qin Rui would not afford Duan Tianxiong the chance to flee. Follow me. Qin Rui turned to Xiao Shuichen and commanded. Without waiting for her response, he strode toward Duan Tianxiong. Ah, all right. Xiao Shuichen was momentarily taken aback by Qin Rui and Appo's words. But as she witnessed him approaching Duan Tianxiong, she quickly regained her composure and followed closely behind him. The zombie hunters present kept their eyes firmly on Qin Rui. As they observed his movement, they instinctively retreated, and when they realized his target was Duan Tianxiong, they collectively sighed in relief and promptly distanced themselves from him. In an instant, not a single zombie hunter remained near Duan Tianxiong. Duan Tianxiong, witnessing this scene, maintained a calm demeanor, as he had never expected these individuals to join him in confronting Qin Rui. In stark contrast, Qin Rui wore a sardonic smile, and with a mere thought, 2 energy guns manifested on his shoulders, crafted from the writhing nanoparticles. Lingfeng, auto-targeting, all zombie hunters present, Qin Rui coldly commanded. Knowing that to prevent these individuals from escaping and revealing his identity, he had no choice but to act decisively. Lingfeng did not respond. Yet it automatically targeted the present zombie hunters. Boom. The energy guns on Qin Rui and Appo's shoulders, under Lingfeng and Appo's guidance, unleashed a barrage upon the zombie hunters. With the overwhelming power of the energy guns, several hunters fell lifelessly with a single strike. Upon witnessing Qin Rui and Appo's sudden aggression, the remaining zombie hunters were momentarily stunned. Then glared fiercely at him, shouting, "He has no intention of letting us go. To survive, we must all attack together." With that, all the zombie hunters lunged toward Qin Rui in a frenzied assault. In an instant, Qin Rui and Appo's figure was engulfed by a sea of attacks. Yet, this could not hinder Qin Rui and Appo's advance. As he continued toward Duan Tianxiong, he retaliated against the zombie hunters with his energy guns. The hunters' assaults were effortlessly deflected by the energy shield, while Qin Rui's counterattacks inflicted devastating losses upon them. By the time Qin Rui stood before Duan Tianxiong, the remaining zombie hunters had been effortlessly dispatched. Chapter 32. The Fall of Duan Tianxiong. The arrival of crisis as Duan Tianxiong faced the slowly approaching Qin Rui. An overwhelming pressure bore down upon him. It was this very weight that compelled Duan Tianxiong to remain a mere spectator while Qin Rui dealt with the zombie hunters. Once Qin Rui stood before him, having vanquished the foes, the oppressive atmosphere extinguished any flicker of rebellion within Duan Tianxiong. "Your Excellency, I am willing to submit to you." Unable to withstand the pressure emanating from Qin Rui, Duan Tianxiong chose life over dignity, bowing his head as he spoke. After uttering these words, he awaited Qin Rui and Appo's response. In his mind, armed with a wearable nano-armor and possessing considerable strength, he believed his submission would be met with acceptance. However, Qin Rui's subsequent words left Duan Tianxiong in disbelief. "I refuse." "What?" Duan Tianxiong questioned his own hearing. And as he sensed the killing intent radiating from Qin Rui, he realized he had not misheard. Qin Rui had indeed rejected his submission. Though he could not fathom the reason for Qin Rui's refusal, the intensifying malice compelled only one thought in Duan Tianxiong's mind: escape. The moment this notion flickered through his mind, he sprang into action, swiftly fleeing towards the valley's exit. The azure flames jetting from the back of his nano-armor propelled him with greater speed. "Flee? Do you think you can escape?" Qin Rui sneered, taking to the skies in pursuit of Duan Tianxiong. Their differing armor tiers meant that in an instant, Qin Rui closed the distance between them. As Qin Rui drew nearer, terror gripped Duan Tianxiong's heart. "Your Excellency, spare me. I will offer you all my wealth, including this wearable nano-armor. Surely your girlfriend could use it." Upon hearing Duan Tianxiong and Appo's plea, an idea struck Qin Rui. If he gifted this wearable nano-armor to Xiao Shuichen, it would ensure her safety during future zombie hunts. However, just as he contemplated agreeing, a sudden alert echoed in his mind, dispelling that thought. "Warning. Current energy at 10. Insufficient energy, please replenish promptly. Warning. Large number of zombies detected. Danger level, extremely high. These two alerts reverberated in Qin Rui's consciousness. Realizing the urgency, he abandoned the idea of sparing Duan Tianxiong and accelerated towards him, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at his foe. No. Duan Tianxiong could only watch in despair as Qin Rui's strike landed, crying out in hopelessness. In an instant, his nano-armor shattered, and he was consumed by the explosion. With Duan Tianxiong eliminated, only 9 energy remained in the nano-armor. Aware of the impending danger, Qin Rui swiftly made his way towards the valley. Meanwhile, in the valley, Xiao Shuiqin was busy clearing the battlefield, collecting the valuable brain cores of zombies and the possessions of the zombie hunters. However, her frequent glances skyward betrayed her anxiety, as she feared Qin Rui might not be a match for Duan Tianxiong. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky. Upon recognizing him, Xiao Shuiqin's heart leaped into her throat. But as he descended before her, relief washed over her. It was Qin Rui. Before Xiao Shuiqin could speak, Qin Rui urgently urged, Xiao Shuet, we must hasten our preparations to leave. Though puzzled by his anxiety, Xiao Shuiqin chose to trust him. Together, they expedited their efforts in clearing the battlefield. Once they had gathered all their spoils, Qin Rui embraced Xiao Shuiqin and soared into the sky, departing the valley. Not long after their departure, a figure clad in black armor arrived at the scene. It was a guard dispatched by Xia Shan to assess the situation. Due to Qin Rui's transformation into nano-armor, which disrupted the valley's signals, Xia Shan had been unable to utilize his small reconnaissance devices to monitor the area, prompting him to send a guard instead. Unfortunately, the guard's outdated nano-armor lacked flight capabilities, and by the time he arrived, Qin Rui and Xiao Shuiqin had already flown far away. Gazing at the carnage strewn across the ground and the desolate valley, the guard gasped in horror, clearly unaccustomed to such a gruesome sight. Realizing something was amiss, he hurriedly retreated, heading towards Xia Shan to report his findings. As he ventured forth, a series of roars suddenly pierced the air. More zombies? The guard pondered. And just as he contemplated following the sounds, the ground erupted with thunderous roars. Utilizing the long-range camera of his nano-armor, he witnessed a scene that would haunt him for life. A massive horde of zombies surged forth, obliterating trees and underbrush in their wake. Faced with this terrifying sight, the guard summoned every ounce of strength to sprint towards Xia Shan, desperate to relay the alarming news and evacuate the primordial jungle. After a frantic dash, he reached the thicket where Xia Shan awaited. What has transpired to cause such panic? Xia Shan inquired, his brow furrowing in displeasure at the guard and Appo's distressed demeanor. Young master, the zombies have come. A vast multitude is advancing through the primordial jungle towards the eastern continent. Preliminary estimates suggested is a colossal tide of the undead. Gasping for breath, the guard relayed the information, having discerned the zombies and Appo's target by their trajectory. What did you say? Is this true? Xia Shan sprang to his feet, alarmed. Indeed. Young master, I have witnessed the horde with my own eyes, a vast number of zombies moving through the primordial jungle towards the eastern continent. The guard spoke with unwavering certainty. Quickly, we must leave at once and report this to the federal government. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Xia Shan wasted no time, leading the guard to a rugged vehicle as they sped towards the jungle's edge. Simultaneously, Xia Shan hastily began sending messages via his phone and other communication devices to inform his family, as he lacked direct contacts within the upper echelons of the federal government. Chapter 33, The Summer Family Manor. Why is it still impossible to get in touch? As the inability to contact his family persisted, Xia Shan grew increasingly anxious. His concern did not stem from the potential catastrophe that a zombie invasion could wreak upon humanity. Rather, he was most troubled by the prospect that, should the zombies breach the eastern continent, Sanjiang Town would bear the brunt of the assault. Although he could flee, the trading market he had painstakingly built over many years in Sanjiang Town would be obliterated. The destruction of this market would deal a heavy blow to his standing within the family. Thus, Xia Shan exerted every effort to reach his family, hoping they would liaise with the federal government to dispatch personnel to fend off the zombies, ideally keeping them confined within the dense, primordial forest. At this moment, within the expansive grounds of a grand estate in Yundu, the atmosphere was abuzz with activity. This estate belonged to the Xia family, the overseers of the trading market. And as one of humanity's foremost clans, their possession of such a vast estate in Yundu exemplified their might. The summer manor was alive with excitement, as a steady stream of guests arrived to partake in a lavish gathering hosted by the Xia family. The occasion celebrated the birthday of Xia Qingyu, the primary heir to the Xia family. As one of the elite families of humanity, The gathering drew not only the most distinguished clans, but also representatives from the federal government, and even a general from the floating city was present. Xia Shan, the individual he had been attempting to contact, was also at the summer manor, albeit relegated to the entrance, performing reception duties due to his lower status. Preoccupied with welcoming various dignitaries, he had overlooked the messages from Xia Shan, believing that nothing was more pressing than attending to these esteemed guests. What an inconsiderate fellow. Xia He hung up on yet another of Xia Shan's calls, furrowing his brow in irritation. However, a sycophantic smile quickly spread across his face as a figure caught his eye. The newcomer, adorned with distinctive purple hair and violet eyes, bore a mystical symbol upon his forehead, flanked by a cadre of armored guards. Upon seeing the guest, Xia He donned a fawning expression, hunched slightly, and approached. Speaking in a subservient tone, "General, your presence truly elevates the stature of our Xia family." AI Qixing replied curtly, and under Xia He and Appos' respectful guidance, he entered the summer manor. Once AI Qixing was inside, Xia He and Appos' reception duties concluded, as his esteemed guest was the last to arrive. Breathing a quiet sigh of relief, Xia He wiped the perspiration from his brow, muttering to himself, "This reception duty is truly unbearable." As he grumbled, Xia He retrieved his phone to check what Xia Shan desired. However, the moment he read the message, his expression shifted dramatically. Xia Shan, unable to reach Xia He by phone, had sent a brief but alarming message. A large horde of zombies has been discovered in the primordial forest at the eastern continent and Appos' border, suspected of launching a massive invasion. Urgently inform the family to contact the federal government. This succinct message sent Xia He into a panic, overshadowing the festive atmosphere of the birthday celebration as he rushed inside. Within the manor, the gathering had reached its zenith with AI Qixing and Appos' arrival, drinks flowing and conversations lively, yet Xia He and Appos' abrupt entrance disrupted the celebratory mood. Xia Qingyu, engaged in a toast with AI Qingsheng, furrowed his brow upon seeing Xia. He burst in without regard for decorum. He turned to a family member nearby and inquired, "Who is he?" Sensing Xia Qingyu and Appos' displeasure, the relative hastily replied, "Young master, he is Xia He, responsible for the reception of this banquet. Once the festivities conclude, he should be reassigned from Yunqing." In just 2 brief sentences, Xia He and Appos' fate was sealed. "Very well." The family member responded promptly, then quickly approached Xia He. Having noticed Xia Qingyu and Appos' irritation, to prevent further disruption of Xia Qingyu and Appos' good mood, he intended to intervene and escort Xia He away. Xia He. The family member approached Xia He, ready to instruct him to leave the banquet, but was taken aback by Xia He and Appos' urgent words. "You must inform the young master. A massive horde of zombies has been discovered in the primordial forest at the eastern continent and Appos' border, seemingly poised to invade." Gasping for breath, Xia He relayed the urgent news he had received from Xia Shan. "What did you say? Is the information credible?" the family member asked in shock. "This news comes from one of our kin in Sanjiang town, and it is indeed accurate," Xia He replied hastily, emphasizing the urgency of the matter. He hoped to expedite the family and Appos' awareness of the situation and prompt communication with the federal government for assistance. Previous invasions by zombies had inflicted substantial damage upon the eastern continent, and it was only through the combined efforts of the federal government and humanity, aided by radical factions from the extraterrestrial races, that the zombies were eventually repelled. Ultimately, the extraterrestrial radicals had even dispatched personnel to the western continent to inflict significant losses on the zombie faction, securing a promise from them to refrain from further incursions into the eastern continent. After all, the extraterrestrial radicals perceived that, despite their dominion over Earth, the half-human, half-zombie creatures posed far less utility than humanity. Thus, they favored humans in their alliances. Yet, inexplicably, this time the zombies had broken their pact and were preparing to invade the eastern continent once more. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, the family member hastily led Xia He to Xia Qingyu. Upon seeing Xia He approach, accompanied by the family member, Xia Qingyu and Appos' expression darkened. He was on the verge of punishing the family member for defying his orders, thereby maintaining his dignity, when the family member and Appos' words altered his demeanor. "Young master, Xia He brings alarming news. A large horde of zombies has been discovered in the primordial forest at the eastern continent and Appos' border, preparing to invade. Upon hearing this, not only did Xia Qingyu and Appos' countenance change, but AI Qingxing and Appos' expression also shifted. Neither doubted the veracity of the information, given their status. It was unlikely anyone would dare to deceive them with falsehoods. Chapter 34, Movements from All Sides. General AI, please excuse me for a moment. The matter is of great significance, and I must inform my father. Xia Qingyu, aware of the gravity of the situation, offered her apologies to AI Qixin before preparing to depart and share the news with her father, Xia Baichuan. Recognizing the urgency, AI Qixin did not impede her exit, as he too intended to relay this information to the elders. In Floating City, within the Elder and Appos' hall, a member of an alien clan, upon receiving AI Qixin and Appos' message, promptly arrived to report to the 5 elders. After listening to the report, the 5 elders waved their hands, dismissing the messenger. Once he departed, the eldest elder spoke. What are your thoughts on the recent invasion by the zombie clan? Who do you propose we send in response? The zombie clan and Appos' blatant violation of treaties and large-scale incursion into the eastern continent suggests that they must have encountered unforeseen circumstances. Once we resolve this invasion, we must send someone to investigate this matter further, opined the 4th elder. Nodding in agreement, the other elders concurred. As for who should be sent, I trust you all have candidates in mind, the eldest elder remarked, glancing at the others. At his gaze, the remaining elders nodded in agreement, a hint of amusement playing on their faces. It is time to make the announcement. The eldest elder and Appos' voice resonated softly and gradually. The 5 elders and Appos' figures faded from the elder and Appos' hall. Meanwhile, Xia Qingyu conveyed the alarming news to her father, Xia Baichuan. Upon learning of the situation, Xia Baichuan remained remarkably composed. He instructed Xia Qingyu, I am already aware of this matter. Inform the federal government and request their assistance in repelling the zombies. As for our Xia family, we can provide support, but the main force must remain with the federal government. For now, let us keep this information from the other families. Father, why should we conceal this from the other clans? Xia Qingyu queried, perplexed. My dear, while this situation poses a crisis, it also presents a lucrative opportunity. If our Xia family exerts the most effort in this incident, we shall reap the greatest rewards. Should the other families also involve themselves, our share of the benefits would inevitably diminish, Xia Baichuan patiently explained. Although the human race currently endures a semblance of peace under alien rule, competition among the prominent families remains fierce. Despite outward appearances of harmony, these families would not hesitate to strike ruthlessly at one another when the opportunity arises. Understood. Xia Qingyu nodded, grasping her father and Appos' perspective. She then contacted the representative from the federal government attending the event to relay the urgent news. The representative, astute and perceptive, quickly discerned the Xia family and Appos' intentions but chose to remain indifferent, as the fortunes of these families held no relevance for him. The representative promptly reported the news to the higher authorities, and the federal government reacted swiftly, dispatching the federal army via transport aircraft towards the borders of the eastern continent and Appos' primal jungles. Simultaneously, several transport planes departed from Floating City, carrying personnel assigned to the task. The Xia family also sent a contingent to join the federal government, embarking on the aircraft towards the primal jungles. Such large-scale movements could not escape the notice of other elite families within the human race. Upon receiving the news, the heads of these families derided Xia Baichuan as a cunning old fox. Yet they wasted no time in sending their own forces to the primal jungles to aid the federal government against the zombies. In a flash, the attention of the human race and Appos' elite powers converged upon the primal jungles. Within the primal jungles, Xia Shan, desperately fleeing, finally received a response from Xia He. Breathing a sigh of relief, he urged his guards to hasten their pace towards Sanjiang town. Meanwhile, Qin Rui, having left the valley with Xiao Shuochen, continued to fly for quite some time. Only after Lingfeng could no longer detect the presence of zombies did they finally come to a halt, landing behind a massive tree. Qin Rui assured their safety before reverting from his nano-mech form back to his human self. What on earth is happening, Qin Rui? Xiao Shuochen inquired. Her curiosity piqued upon witnessing his transformation. Earlier, while pursuing Duan Tianxiong, I detected a substantial number of zombies in the primal jungles, Qin Rui replied candidly. Upon hearing this, Xiao Shuiqin felt as though her head had been struck by a hammer, her mind buzzing as she struggled to process the severity of the situation. "This is serious," she murmured. "Why do you say that?" Qin Rui asked, puzzled, as he could not grasp why the emergence of numerous zombies would be so alarming. "Because the zombie clan is preparing to invade the eastern continent. These zombies are merely the vanguard." Xiao Shuiqin paused before continuing. "The zombie clan has attempted to invade the eastern continent several times before, each incursion resulting in significant losses for the human populace. The most recent invasion was only repelled with the assistance of the alien clans. My parents perished during that invasion, which is why I became a zombie hunter. I vowed to eliminate every zombie in existence to avenge my parents." As she spoke, a flicker of hatred illuminated her eyes, revealing the depth of her animosity towards the zombies and her unwavering resolve to vanquish them. Faced with Xiao Shuiqin and Appo's fervor, Qin Rui found himself at a loss for words and could only remain silent. At that moment, a thought struck him. His parents resided in Sanjiang Town, which would be among the first to face danger should the zombies invade. Realizing this, his expression shifted dramatically as he turned to Xiao Shuiqin. "My parents are still in Sanjiang Town. I must return to bring them to safety. Xiao Shui, please hand over all the zombie cores you have. I need them. I will consider any extra ones as borrowed, and I promise to return them later. Here you go." Without hesitation, Xiao Shuiqin produced all the zombie cores she possessed, handing them to Qin Rui in a spatial storage bag. Chapter 35. Emergency evacuation of Sanjiang Town. Faced with the unwavering trust of Xiao Shuiqin, Qin Rui felt a surge of emotion. He accepted the compact storage bag she handed him and calmly addressed her. "You should stay here for the time being. I have scanned the surroundings and found no signs of zombies. Once I have dealt with the situation, I will return to find you. Just be careful." Xiao Shuiqin did not insist on accompanying Qin Rui, understanding well that her capabilities would only hinder him rather than assist. At that moment, she felt a profound yearning for strength. She wished to acquire a nano-mech of her own so that she could be of help to Qin Rui. "I will return," Qin Rui reiterated to Xiao Shuiqin. With a flicker of thought, he activated the nano-mech transformation, its silver and crimson armor enveloping his entire being. Nodding at Xiao Shuiqin, he took flight, soaring towards the sky and, after orienting himself, sped towards Sanjiang Town. At this moment, he cast aside any concerns about revealing his identity. To him, the thought of his parents encountering danger due to his hesitation was unbearable, especially for Qin Rui, who had been an orphan in his previous life. While flying towards Sanjiang Town, he mentally contacted Lingfeng, urging it to promptly replenish its energy through the zombie brain cores. After the earlier battles and prolonged flight, Lingfeng and Appo's energy reserves had dwindled to a mere 5. To confront the impending events, Qin Rui needed to restore Lingfeng and Appo's energy. As he sensed Lingfeng and Appo's energy gradually replenishing, he sighed. While the nano-mecha form was formidable, it consumed an excessive amount of energy, thus limiting its potential. "It seems I have yet another task at hand," Qin Rui mused. To resolve the energy constraints of the nano-mecha, he resolved to gather materials for crafting an energy core once this situation had been settled, striving to manufacture it as soon as possible to eliminate the energy limitation. Lingfeng had already provided him with the blueprints and materials for the energy core, but Qin Rui had yet to delve into the research. Nevertheless, he was confident that with the blueprints and materials in hand, he would successfully create the energy core. Ding! A large number of transport planes detected. It is advised that the host evade them. Just as Qin Rui traversed towards Sanjiang Town, Lingfeng's alert resonated in his mind. Halting his flight, Qin Rui inquired, "Lingfeng, can you analyze what the transport planes are carrying?" His curiosity piqued. Typically, Lingfeng would only issue warnings when there was a direct threat. Ding! The transport planes belong to the federal government, transporting federal troops. Lingfeng replied, "The federal government is quite responsive," Qin Rui remarked, swiftly changing direction to avoid the transport planes. He surmised that the purpose of these planes was to dispatch military forces in response to the news of a zombie invasion. As Qin Rui took a detour to evade the transport planes, a pilot aboard one of the aircraft noticed a fleeting shadow on the radar and furrowed his brow. He contemplated reporting this to the commander but hesitated, fearing it might merely be a bird and not wanting to waste time and manpower, especially since their primary mission was to head to the primordial jungle to combat the zombies. Ultimately, the pilot chose not to report the anomaly, continuing instead towards the primordial jungle. Unbeknownst to Qin Rui, his earlier departure had been detected by the transport planes and Appo's radar, and he would never know that the pilot and Appo's moment of indecision had allowed him to escape detection. Had he realized it, He might have insisted that Lingfeng maintain a signal shield. Taking a more circuitous route, Qin Rui finally glimpsed the outline of Sanjiang town. He found an unoccupied area to land and deactivated the nano-mech form. As he resumed his human form, he jogged into Sanjiang town. Just as Xia Shan and Apos' bodyguards arrived in an off-road vehicle, transporting Xia Shan into the town. Through the car window, Xia Shan spotted the running Qin Rui and narrowed his eyes, addressing the bodyguard he had previously dispatched to investigate. Did you find any results regarding the person I asked you to investigate? Yes, young master. I have discovered that the individual and Apos' name is Qin Rui. He is impoverished, with only his parents at home. However, due to recent fortunate circumstances, he has come to know Xiao Shuiqin and has become a zombie hunter, forming a team with her. The bodyguard, though confused about Xia Shan and Apos' interest in such a poor individual, understood the boundaries of his inquiries as a bodyguard. Furrowing his brow, Xia Shan fixated on Qin Rui and Apos' receding figure. After a long pause, he instructed, find an opportunity to eliminate him. Remember, root out the threat completely. Xia Shan had always sensed a dangerous aura emanating from Qin Rui, although he could not pinpoint the source of this unease. It did not prevent him from taking preemptive measures to eliminate Qin Rui. Had it not been for the potential repercussions of violence in Sanjiang town, he might have already dispatched his bodyguards to deal with Qin Rui. Upon receiving Xia Shan and Apos' orders, several bodyguards acknowledged promptly and committed Qin Rui and Apos' appearance firmly to memory, ready to act at the first opportunity. Unbeknownst to Qin Rui, even if he were aware, he would not take it to heart, for he could effortlessly transform into the nano-mech form, posing no fear of these bodyguards. Upon arriving home, Qin Rui immediately sought out his parents to inform them of the zombie invasion in the eastern continent, urging them to leave Sanjiang town with him. Upon hearing the news of the zombie invasion, Qin Shuang and Chu Lin grew anxious. Father, mother, the zombies have not yet reached the eastern continent, and the federal government has dispatched troops to confront them. It is not as dire as it seems. Nevertheless, it is prudent for us to leave Sanjiang town. For if the federal troops fail to hold back the zombies, our town will be in peril. Sensing his parents and Apos' fear, Qin Rui smiled reassuringly. Hearing his words alleviated some of their anxiety, though concerns lingered. Thus, Qin Rui continued to comfort them while gathering a few belongings from their home and placing them into the compact storage bag. He then led his parents away from Sanjiang town. As Qin Rui departed with his parents, the federal government and Apos' branch in Sanjiang town issued an emergency evacuation notice, recognizing that should a conflict arise between the federal troops and the zombies, the proximity of Sanjiang town to the primordial jungle would render it exceedingly dangerous. Chapter 36. Evacuation Objective. Songqing town. Upon the federal government's announcement of an emergency evacuation, Xia Shan received a directive from his family, instructing the younger generation, particularly those residing near the original jungle, to gather the wealth from the trading market and evacuate to prevent any potential loss to the family fortune. At that moment, Xia Shan was at the trading market, and he immediately ordered his guards to collect their assets before boarding a small transport aircraft to leave Sanjiang town. As the clandestine family behind the trading market, the Xia family had equipped each branch with a small transport plane, ensuring that in the event of a disaster, they could swiftly relocate their wealth and safeguard their family and Apos' interests. Once the majority of the trading market and Apos' wealth had been secured, Xia Shan, accompanied by a portion of his guards, boarded the aircraft and set off towards other cities in the eastern continent, while the remaining guards had to rely on ground transportation. Meanwhile, following the emergency evacuation announcement, the federal government began evacuating its officials via small aircraft. Although the higher-ups departed, they left the military stationed in Sanjiang town to defend it. The plight of the town's residents was of no concern to them. Despite Sanjiang town being a slum, it housed hundreds of thousands of people. After the federal government's evacuation order, individuals began to leave Sanjiang town, making their way towards the relatively nearby Songqing town. Having received advance notice, Qin Rui had already taken his parents and departed Sanjiang town following the federal government's urgent evacuation announcement. Due to a lack of transportation, they were forced to travel on foot, but Songqing town was at least 100 kilometers away from Sanjiang town. Walking alone would take a full day and night. Qin Rui considered transforming into a nano-mech to transport his parents, but he feared it might frighten them, so he abandoned that idea. Gradually, more people began to head towards Songqing town, with the responsibility of caring for his parents. Qin Rui and Apos S group moved at a slower pace and was soon caught up by others fleeing Sanjiang town. As they all sought refuge in Songqing town, Qin Rui and his companions joined forces with fellow evacuees. However, just half an hour after leaving Sanjiang town, a warning chime echoed in Qin Rui and Apos S mind. Ding! A large number of zombies detected in Sanjiang town. Upon hearing this, Qin Rui and Apos S expression shifted dramatically, and he inquired mentally, Lingfeng, how can there be a significant number of zombies in Sanjiang town? Wasn't and Apos, the federal government supposed to have dispatched troops to fend them off? Could it be that the federal forces were defeated? Ding! The zombies in Sanjiang town are not the same batch I detected in the original jungle, Lingfeng promptly clarified. Understanding dawned on Qin Rui. Evidently, some zombies had evaded the federal army and Apos S detection and infiltrated the eastern continent. Father, mother, please join the main group heading to Songqing town. I have some matters to attend to. Once I resolve them, I will meet you there. Qin Rui softly communicated to his parents. Is there something that requires immediate attention? The zombie invasion has begun in earnest, and Sanjiang town is no longer safe. Chu Lin expressed her concern as she gazed anxiously at Qin Rui. Xiao Rui, handle your business, but remember to stay safe. Your father and I will be waiting for you in Songqing town. Qin Shuang, though worried, encouraged Qin Rui. Rest assured, I will join you in Songqing town as soon as I finish my tasks. Please take care of yourselves. With a determined glance at Qin Shuang and Chu Lin, Qin Rui turned resolutely and sprinted towards Sanjiang town. Qin Shuang and Chu Lin watched until Qin Rui and Apos S figure vanished from sight. Why did you agree to let Xiao Rui handle this alone? What if something happens to him? Chu Lin lamented to Qin Shuang. Our child is growing up, with his own ideas and paths to follow. We cannot expect him to remain by our side forever. Qin Shuang embraced Chu Lin, sighing deeply. He harbored his own worries for Qin Rui, but he recognized that his son was no longer a child who would stay with him at all times. May Xiao Rui remain safe. Chu Lin whispered a prayer before joining Qin Shuang as they moved with the crowd towards Songqing town. In Sanjiang town, people continued to evacuate, while the federal forces left behind established defensive fortifications. Moreover, the military personnel patrolled the perimeter of Sanjiang town, ready to sound alarms at the first sign of trouble. Within a modest, low-ceilinged room in Sanjiang town, a young man was preparing to evacuate with his parents. Suddenly, a faint cracking sound reached his ears. Startled, the young man followed the sound to its source, discovering a fissure appearing in the corner of the room. Cautiously, he approached the crack, but as he neared its edge, the ground beneath him suddenly collapsed, revealing a bottomless pit. Staring into the abyss, the young man felt an overwhelming sensation, as if something within the chasm were poised to consume him. Instinctively, he stepped back, desperate to distance himself from the ominous opening. But in the next moment, he froze, his body trembling uncontrollably. Before him stood a towering zombie, emanating a menacing aura that rendered him motionless. He attempted to scream, but found himself unable to command his own mind, helplessly watching as the creature extended its hand and seized his throat. With a sickening crack, the zombie snapped the young man's neck. Holding the lifeless body aloft, the towering zombie tilted its head back and opened its gaping maw, devouring the young man whole. Leaning back, the monstrous figure gazed at the young man and Apos as parents, a glimmer of ravenous desire for human flesh flickering in its eyes. Xiao Fei, have you finished packing? We must evacuate at once. The young man and Apos as parents called out, but received no response. How can he be so unconcerned at a time like this? The mother complained, turning to search for Xiao Fei. Just at that moment, an overwhelming wave of terror enveloped her. Chapter 37, The New Breed. Zombie Lord, a piercing scream reverberated through the air, startling the nearby residents who had yet to fully evacuate. Curiosity piqued. They turned their gazes towards the humble dwelling from which the cry emanated, wondering what could have instigated such terror in its occupant. However, just as they cast their eyes in that direction, a dark figure crashed through the door of the small abode, materializing before them. Upon recognizing the shadowy form, gasps of horror escaped the lips of the onlookers, and in a frenzy of panic, they began to scatter, for the figure was none other than a zombie. Observing the fleeing crowd, the zombie let out a guttural roar before choosing a path toward the throng of escaping individuals, dashing forth with lethal intent. Some residents, relieved that the zombie was not pursuing them, momentarily exhaled in relief. Yet, before they could entirely relax, several more figures erupted from the dwelling. The fleeting sense of safety vanished as these new apparitions were revealed to be zombies as well. Confronted with the speed of the undead, many were unable to escape far before being overtaken and consumed. A massacre of humanity by the zombies unfolded in the town of Sanjiang, while the federal troops stationed at its periphery remained oblivious. One soldier, though faintly hearing the distant roars of zombies, dismissed them as mere hallucinations. After all, the dense primordial jungle ahead housed forces from prominent families dispatched by the federal government. It was inconceivable that zombies could suddenly materialize in Sanjiang. Thus, the soldier refrained from reporting the ominous sounds until a bloodied resident burst forth from the town and Appo's entrance. This individual, barely able to stagger away, collapsed on the ground, saturating the earth beneath him with crimson. The federal troops stationed at Sanjiang were momentarily taken aback. Yet, as realization dawned, their expressions transformed with alarm. Something had gone terribly amiss in Sanjiang. A collective thought raced through their minds, prompting them to seize their weapons and charge toward the town and Appo's entrance. One soldier produced a flare gun and fired it into the sky. With a whoosh, the red signal flare ascended, exploding in the heavens above. The sight of the flare compelled the patrolling federal troops outside Sanjiang to abandon their posts, hastening towards the town and Appo's entrance. Upon entering Sanjiang, a gruesome scene greeted them, a ground littered with blood and corpses, beside which several figures squatted. The soldiers quickly deduced that these figures were zombies, engaged in the gruesome act of devouring the dead. The arrival of the federal troops startled the zombies, who, upon spotting the living, abandoned their feasting and lunged toward the soldiers. "Open fire," commanded the federal officer, and bullets rained down upon the advancing zombies like an unrelenting storm. Fortunately, these were merely low-level zombies. Before they could close the distance, they were reduced to mere remnants. Having dispatched the lowly foes, the officer and Appo's countenance grew serious. He was at a loss as to how these zombies had invaded Sanjiang, but he understood the urgency of the situation. You, and you. Take your teams and search the area for any remaining zombies. If you encounter any, eliminate them immediately," he ordered, pointing to several soldiers. "Yes, sir," they responded dutifully before leading their teams into a thorough search of the town. "The rest, follow me. We must uncover the reason behind the zombies and Appo's appearance in Sanjiang." The officer commanded the remaining soldiers. "Yes, sir," they replied in unison. With that, the officer led the remaining troops into a meticulous investigation of Sanjiang, determined to ascertain how the zombies had manifested. As for reporting to higher-ups, he remained uncertain whether this was a chance occurrence or a premeditated invasion. All would be revealed in due time after his inquiry. Fortune favored this contingent of federal troops, for they had not encountered the towering zombie that lurked nearby. Had they come across it, they likely would have met their doom in an instant, as that creature was a level 5 zombie. At this very moment, the level 5 zombie stood in confrontation with a figure clad in a silver and red mech suit, none other than Qin Rue. In truth, Qin Rue had arrived at Sanjiang long before, and upon his arrival, he had witnessed the level 5 zombie wreaking havoc among the townsfolk. Instantly, he transformed into his nano-mech form, prompting the zombie to sense a threat and cease its slaughter, entering a standoff with Qin Rue. Through the spirit wind, Qin Rue gleaned insight into the zombie and Appo's attributes. Species, zombie clan. Name, zombie lord. Level, 5 strength, 560 speed, 450 defense, 550 special ability, burrowing skill, earth shatter, weakness, head, note. This zombie has never appeared before. It is likely a newly evolved variety. Given the current level of the host and Appo's nano-mech form, the probability of victory stands at only 40. Upon seeing the spirit wind's assessment of a mere 40 chance of victory, Qin Rue's expression hardened, his demeanor growing grave. This was the first time he encountered such a high-level zombie outside the nano-mech system, as well as the first instance of receiving such a dismal victory probability. Instinctively, Qin Rue commanded the spirit wind to scan the data of his nano-mech form. Current form, nano-mech form. Level, 1 strength, 480, speed, 450, defense, 510, current abilities, flight, force field shield, current weapons, energy cannon, energy gun, energy sword, upgrade conditions, zombie brain core, upgrade points, 0-100 in terms of strength and defense. Qin Rue found himself at a disadvantage, with only speed being on par with the level 5 zombie. The 40 victory probability likely stemmed from the diverse array of weaponry at his disposal. As Qin Rue and the zombie lord faced each other, neither made a move to attack. Qin Rui, wary of the 40 odds, hesitated to strike. While the zombie lord sensed the threat emanating from Qin Rui and refrained from initiating the assault, they remained locked in this tense standoff until an unexpected figure entered the scene, disrupting the precarious balance. Chapter 38, Skill, Earthquake Ding. Warning to the host, another zombie lord has been detected, with a current victory probability of 10. As the shadow emerged, Lingfeng's voice resonated in Qin Rui's mind instantly. His expression shifted as he utilized the nano-mech and Appos S display to observe a shadow hurtling towards him at great speed. It was indeed another zombie lord. Realizing he could no longer afford to wait, Qin Rui focused his mind, and 2 energy cannons erupted from his shoulders, hurtling towards the approaching zombie lord. Simultaneously, he concentrated, and 2 beams of light coalesced in his hands, ultimately forming 2 energy swords, each extending to a meter in length. Gripping the energy swords, Qin Rui sprang forward, aiming to cleave the zombie lord confronting him. He intended to unleash the full power of the nano-mech in a swift, overwhelming assault to dispatch this zombie lord, thereby freeing himself to contend with the other. For if the 2 zombie lords united, given the current level of the nano-mech, Qin Rui stood no chance against them. As he charged towards the zombie lord, his peripheral vision caught sight of the other zombie lord successfully blocking the energy cannon he had fired. This did not surprise Qin Rui. He had never expected to eliminate a zombie lord with just the energy cannon. His objective was to impede the zombie lord and Appos S advance and buy himself some time. He fired another 2 energy cannons at the zombie lord while closing the distance to face him directly. Just as Qin Rui and Appos S energy sword was about to strike the zombie lord, it reacted. The zombie lord raised its arm to block the incoming blade. The clash echoed with a metallic ring as the energy sword met the zombie lord and Appos S arm. Such formidable defense! Qin Rui and Appos S heart sank. Although he had been informed by Lingfeng of the zombie lord and Appos S robust defenses, experiencing it firsthand was a different matter entirely. The energy sword, upon impact, merely left 2 white marks on the zombie lord and Appos S arm without inflicting significant damage. Realizing his strike had failed, Qin Rui intended to retreat and launch an attack with the energy cannon. However, the zombie lord initiated its counteroffensive. A wave of force emanated from the zombie lord, rippling outward. While this wave did not inflict direct harm on Qin Rui, it significantly hampered his speed. A sense of foreboding flashed through his mind as he attempted to retreat more swiftly, but the zombie lord would not permit this. Opening its maw, the zombie lord unleashed a deafening roar, and the force wave that had initially spread outwards began to surge rapidly towards the ground. Ding! The zombie lord has activated the skill, Earthquake. Force field shield initiated. The voice of Lingfeng echoed in Qin Rui and Appos S mind, and a transparent energy shield enveloped him. With the force field shield activated, the zombie lord and Appos S earthquake skill culminated, and Qin Rui and Appos S figure was involuntarily drawn towards the ground by the force wave. Boom! A violent rumble erupted as a crater, 3 meters in diameter, formed around the zombie lord. Protected by the force field shield, Qin Rui suffered minimal harm. However, he felt a weight in his heart as the energy of the nano-mech had decreased by 30. More troubling was that the other zombie lord had arrived at the edge of the crater, positioning itself to launch a pincer attack. Lingfeng, is there any way to defeat these 2 zombie lords? Qin Rui immediately inquired. Ding! Host, to conquer these 2 zombie lords, the nano-mech must be upgraded. Otherwise, retreat is the only option. Upon hearing this, Qin Rui felt a sense of helplessness. Despite the formidable appearance of the nano-mech, its low level and energy constraints limited its effectiveness. Stealing one last glance at the 2 zombie lords, Qin Rui prepared for withdrawal. Unconcerned for those still trapped in Sanjiang town. For him, the safety of his parents and Xiao Shuiqin was paramount. The fate of others mattered little, as he was not a saint. With this thought, Qin Rui addressed the 2 zombie lords. I know you can understand me. This time, my strength was insufficient. But next time, I will claim your zombie brain cores as my trophies. Without waiting for their response, he sprang into the air and soared away. Though the 2 zombie lords were level 5, they lacked the ability to fly, leaving them to roar in frustration as Qin Rui departed. Yet, Qin Rui did not truly leave. He hovered at a height, watching the 2 zombie lords. Should they show intent to pursue those fleeing from Wangsong town, he would swiftly intercept them to rescue his parents, ensuring they did not fall victim to the zombie lords. Moreover, another critical reason for his reluctance to leave was to await the federal government's arrival to deal with the 2 zombie lords. Once the federal forces intervened, Qin Rue would stealthily venture into the primal jungle to hunt zombies, acquire their brain cores, replenish the nano-mech and Oppos' energy, and facilitate its system upgrade. Under Qin Rue's watchful gaze, the two zombie lords rampaged through Sanjiang Town, devouring many residents who had yet to escape. It was not long before one of the zombie lords encountered a small squad from the Federal Army. Upon sighting the zombie lord, the squad was momentarily taken aback, having never before encountered this type of zombie. However, they quickly regrouped and launched an attack on the zombie lord. Unfortunately, their efforts bore no fruit against the zombie lord and Oppos' defenses, only serving to incite its fury. Infuriated by Qin Rue's earlier escape, the zombie lord charged towards the federal squad, prepared to annihilate them in the most brutal manner. Realizing their attacks were futile, the squad understood that this zombie was beyond their capacity to handle and promptly relayed this information to their commander. Chapter 39. Temporary Command Center in Sanjiang Town. A contingent was diligently investigating the emergence of zombies in the area, comprising the remaining forces of the Federal Army. Among them was the commander, who guided his team toward a squat, unassuming house. Their reconnaissance indicated that the zombies had likely originated from this very structure. At that moment, they had effectively surrounded the low dwelling, where an abyssal opening was teeming with an overwhelming horde of zombies, led by a formidable zombie lord. As the commander prepared to enter the house, a message from his subordinate caused his expression to shift dramatically. Reports indicated the presence of high-level zombies in Sanjiang Town, suspected to be a newly evolved strain of the zombie species. Faced with this alarming news, the commander promptly relayed the information to his superior overseeing the Federal Army and Oppos' resistance against the zombies in the primordial jungle. After reporting, he cast a wary glance at the low house, then ordered his men to retreat while instructing those dispersed throughout the area to cease their extermination efforts, find shelter, and await reinforcements. He understood that the emergence of high-level zombies in Sanjiang Town was beyond their current capacity to handle and aimed to prevent unnecessary casualties with this decision. After issuing the command, he led his team in search of a safe hiding place, awaiting reinforcements. This scene was clearly observed by Qin Rue, hovering in the sky, who remained still and patient, awaiting the arrival of Federal Army personnel. As soon as reinforcements were confirmed, he intended to venture into the primordial jungle to hunt zombies and harvest their brain cores for the enhancement of his nano-mech. The primordial jungle, serving as a buffer zone between the eastern and western continents, was vast and densely populated with towering trees. However, it now reeked of blood, as countless corpses lay scattered across the once serene landscape, rendering the area eerily terrifying. The bodies belonged to both the zombie species and humans. Not far from the primordial jungle, atop a modest hill, numerous armored warriors were entering and exiting a fortress situated at the summit, which served as the temporary command center for the Federal Army's defense against the zombies. Despite its temporary nature, the fortress boasted formidable defenses. It was constructed using building robots and equipped with automated solar cannons and energy shields. Surrounding the command center were several defensive fortifications featuring solar cannons, and towering three-story structures crackled with arcane electricity loomed nearby. These towers encircled the command center, ready to deploy powerful electric currents to form a protective energy shield in the event of an attack. Within the temporary command center, the officer in charge of the operation was engaged in discussions with high-ranking officials before a massive holographic projector, which simulated the terrain of the primordial jungle. Countless red and blue dots were displayed on the simulated map. The blue dots represented the personnel dispatched by the Federal Army and various families, while the red dots indicated the invading zombies. The red dots vastly outnumbered the blue, a fact that weighed heavily on the minds of the commander and his high-ranking colleagues. Although the Federal Army had inflicted considerable losses on the zombies through the use of nano-mechs and solar artillery, the sheer volume of the undead was overwhelming. Furthermore, among the zombie ranks were formidable high-level specimens, necessitating the deployment of even more powerful mechs for combat. However, these stronger mechs consumed energy rapidly. While they had methods to quickly replenish energy, this process required time, limiting the endurance of these powerful machines in battle. "How are the casualties?" the commander inquired, his eyes fixed on the holographic display. "Report, sir. The Federal Army has suffered 1/3 casualties, with the greatest losses among the warriors dispatched by the prominent families, nearly half of whom have perished," replied an officer, the deputy commander responsible for coordinating the Federal Army and allied forces. Hearing such devastating news, the commander furrowed his brow, taken aback by the severity of the losses. "What is the current status of the zombie forces?" He continued. Report, sir. The zombie faction currently shows no signs of aggression. They appear to be regrouping. The deputy commander answered. This news deepened the commander's furrowed brow. Based on his understanding of the zombie species, once they initiated an assault, they would not relent until their objectives were achieved or they were entirely vanquished. The fact that the zombies were not launching continuous attacks struck him as peculiar. Maintain close surveillance on the movements of the zombies. Report to me immediately upon any developments. After pondering the situation, the commander issued this order to his deputy. Unable to ascertain the zombies' intentions. Also, recall the nano-mech warriors stationed outside in batches for energy replenishment, in preparation for the impending battle. The commander added after a moment of thought. Yes, sir. The deputy commander responded respectfully before departing the temporary command center to relay the commander's orders. General, do you foresee any issues with my arrangements? The commander turned to a man, Lingfeng, an envoy from the alien faction sent to support the federal army. Nodding. Lingfeng remained silent, allowing the commander to exhale in relief, as his silence indicated agreement with the plans. Despite being the commander of the operation, he recognized the necessity of yielding to Lingfeng, whose status as a radical member of the alien faction far surpassed his own. Just then, the deputy commander hurried back into the room, saluting both the commander and Lingfeng. General, sir, urgent news from the federal army in Sanjiang town. Zombies have been reported, and they are high-level specimens, possibly a newly evolved variety. The deputy commander and Oppo's proclamation sent shockwaves through the minds of the commander and Lingfeng. Chapter 40, Mission. Support for Sanjiang town. The commander and Lingfeng hastily directed their gazes towards the virtual projector, meticulously analyzing the terrain and current situation. Upon realizing that Sanjiang town was in close proximity to Zhongxing town and that there were no nearby settlements, coupled with the fact that the zombie clan was currently regrouping, the commander swiftly grasped their intentions. It dawned on him that this cunning faction had devised a strategy, however. He could not fathom when the zombie clan had become so astute. Clenching his teeth, the commander understood the gravity of the situation. If his suspicions held true, the success of the zombie clan would mean establishing a foothold on the eastern continent. With this foothold, they could wreak havoc across the region. Yet, he was perplexed by the newfound strategic vision of the zombie clan. For their previous incursions merely involved sending hordes of zombies through the primordial jungle to attack the eastern continent. General, the commander turned to Lingfeng, hoping he could deploy personnel to support Sanjiang town. Currently, the federal army, in their efforts to fend off the zombies from the primordial jungle, was unable to send reinforcements to Sanjiang. The troops Lingfeng brought with him had not engaged in battle while defending against the zombie invasion from the primordial jungle. And they were all radical members of the alien faction, equipped with the most advanced mechas and weaponry. In contrast, the federal army and Oppo's equipment consisted of outdated models discarded by the alien faction. I will send personnel to support Sanjiang town. You need not worry. Facing the commander and Oppo's expectant gaze, Lingfeng understood his unspoken thoughts and readily agreed. After all, the headquarters of the radical alien faction was in the floating city above the eastern continent. And they too did not wish to see the region descend into chaos due to the zombie clan. Thank you, General. The commander exhaled in relief, expressing his gratitude. Following that, Lingfeng turned and departed from the temporary command center, making his way to another fortress, which served as the command post for the radical faction atop the mountain. General, upon Lingfeng and Oppo's arrival, the alien soldiers greeted him respectfully. Sanjiang town has reported the emergence of newly evolved high-level zombies. We need to send support. Without elaborating further, Lingfeng relayed the situation regarding the zombies in Sanjiang town. The soldiers present brightened at this news, and soon, a young man stepped forward. General, I request that our squad be dispatched. We have not participated in any combat since our training began. Observing the young man, Lingfeng pondered for a moment before replying. Very well. I entrust this support mission to you. Remember, do not underestimate the enemy. Yes, General. We will accomplish the mission. The young man beamed with excitement as he assured Lingfeng. Afterward, he turned and exited the fortress, heading toward another stronghold. Inside that other fortress, a group of young individuals, all of whom were 18 years old, languished in boredom. When will the general finally send us into action? One young man lamented while playing a mobile game. Who knows? We've trained for so long, eagerly awaiting a real combat opportunity. Yet the general has yet to assign us any missions. When will we finally show the world what our squad is capable of? Another young man chimed in. The general has his reasons for this. Be careful what you say, or he might make things difficult for you. A third young man, reclining, cautioned. Upon hearing this, the previously speaking young man merely rolled his eyes and fell silent. Just then, the young man who had received the mission from AI Qingsheng entered the fortress. Upon seeing him, the others set aside their activities and stood up respectfully, addressing him as captain. Waving his hand, the young man, now referred to as captain, signaled for them to relax and then spoke. I just received a mission from the general to provide support for Sanjiang Town and to eliminate the newly evolved high-level zombies there. Hearing this, the young soldiers and Oppos faces lit up with excitement. Great. Finally, we have a chance for real combat. We and Oppos been itching for it. The captain, witnessing their exhilaration. Kuden and Oppos, help but smile. He waved his hand and declared, 10 minutes to prepare, then we depart for Sanjiang Town. Yes, captain. They chorused enthusiastically before hastily preparing. 10 minutes later, the captain and his squad boarded a transport aircraft, soaring towards Sanjiang Town. Let the world witness the prowess of our nano-vanguard, the young captain murmured. Watching the scenery recede behind them, the captain, named AI Yushan, along with his 5 comrades, were all radical members of the alien faction. And they bore another identity, the nano-vanguard. What is the nano-vanguard? They are war machines trained through cutting-edge technology developed by the alien faction. And these individuals represent the first generation of nano-vanguards. Though Sanjiang Town was in close proximity to the primordial jungle, the transport aircraft covered the distance in mere minutes, allowing AI Yunshan and his team to glimpse the outline of Sanjiang Town. Their faces subtly revealed their excitement, anticipation for the imminent battle. As the transport aircraft approached Sanjiang Town, Qin Rue, hovering above the town, detected the aircraft through Lingfeng. To avoid detection, Qin Rue concealed himself with Lingfeng, ensuring he remained undetectable by the aircraft and Oppos' radar. While continuing to observe the unfolding situation, he needed to ascertain whether the federal forces dispatched were capable of confronting the zombie lord before he would feel secure enough to depart. Otherwise, he would remain apprehensive. The transport aircraft halted a few hundred meters from Sanjiang Town, suspended in midair. Captain AI, we have arrived at Sanjiang Town. Due to the terrain, the aircraft cannot land. The pilot informed. Nodding in understanding, AI Yunshan addressed his comrades. We have reached Sanjiang Town. Prepare to enter and eliminate the zombies. Yes, Captain. They replied in unison. AI Yunshan turned to the pilot, signaling him, and the pilot gradually opened the aircraft and Oppos' hatch. Chapter 41. Nano Vanguard. Upon witnessing the transport plane and Oppos' hatch swing open, AI Yunshan rose to his feet and declared, let us proceed. It is time for the world to behold the might of our Nano Vanguard. With that, AI Yunshan was the first to leap from the aircraft, followed closely by several young comrades who followed suit. What were they doing? Suspended in the sky. Qin Rue observed this scene with a mixture of confusion and astonishment. As AI Yunshan and the others descended, a radiant white light enveloped them, and the Lingfeng system detected a surge of energy converging upon their forms. In an instant, the figures of AI Yunshan and his companions vanished, replaced by several individuals clad in armor of varying hues. Were these wearable nano-armors? No, something felt amiss. Qin Rue initially assumed these armored figures were indeed wearable nanosuits, but his instincts cautioned him otherwise. Just as he prepared to instruct Lingfeng to conduct a scan, an alert chimed in his mind. Ding! Host detected. Host detected. Startled by the notification, Qin Rue and Oppos' expression shifted, and before he could react further, a figure clad in gleaming silver armor appeared before him. It was AI Yunshan. It turned out that upon activating his nano-armor, the embedded AI had alerted him to the presence of someone hovering above Sanjiang Town. Seizing the opportunity, he had dispatched his team to Sanjiang Town to eliminate the zombies while he hastened to confront the individual in the sky. As AI Yunshan stood before him, Qin Rue braced himself, ready to strike should AI Yunshan make any sudden moves. In stark contrast to Qin Rue and Oppos' wariness, AI Yunshan regarded him with curiosity and inquired, are you also a member of the Nano Vanguard? But I thought this was solely our squad. Could you be a secret creation of the Vanguard? Ignoring AI Yunshan and Oppos' musings, Qin Rue pondered the meaning of the Nano Vanguard when Lingfeng provided a timely explanation. Ding! The Nano Vanguard is a war machine crafted by an extraterrestrial race. enabling the human body to transform into a nano-armor form through the injection of nanofactors. Isn't that akin to my own nano-armor form? Qin Rui was taken aback by Lingfeng and Appo's clarification, yet it continued. Ding. The host and Appo's nanofactors are integrated with the host and Appo's genes, allowing for genetic inheritance. Conversely, the nanofactors of the Nano Vanguard, while capable of transforming into a nano-armor form, cannot be inherited and may be stripped away. Moreover, the host and Appo's nano-armor can be upgraded, whereas that of the Nano Vanguard lacks such growth potential. Upon grasping the distinction, Qin Rui contemplated. So, can I also be considered a Nano Vanguard? Ding. Yes, host. You may interpret it that way, replied Lingfeng. With a smile, Qin Rui directed his gaze toward AI Yunshan and affirmed, Indeed, I am also a Nano Vanguard, and crafted in secret by the elders. Through AI Yunshan's response, Qin Rui deduced that the other was unaware of the bounty on his head. Thus, to elicit more information, he chose to align with AI Yunshan and Appo's narrative. AI Yunshan and Appo's eyes brightened upon hearing Qin Rui and Appo's admission. Since you are also a Nano Vanguard, did you come to Sanjiang Town under orders to eliminate the zombies? Qin Rui shook his head. I did not receive directives to cleanse the zombies in Sanjiang Town. I was tasked to assist the Federal Army in the primordial jungle against the undead. Oh, I see. AI Yunshan nodded and continued. I am AI Yunshan. Since you have a mission, perhaps we shall converse at another time. With that, AI Yunshan took to the skies towards Sanjiang Town. Qin Rui watched in astonishment. Taken aback by AI Yunshan and Appo's decisiveness, he had hoped for further dialogue, yet AI Yunshan offered him no chance. With a resigned shake of his head, Qin Rui propelled himself toward the primordial jungle, confident from Lingfeng and Appo's analysis that the Nano Vanguard team was more than capable of handling the zombie lords. Captain, where were you just now? Upon rejoining his team in Sanjiang Town, one of the members queried. I encountered a Nano Vanguard and had a brief conversation. AI Yunshan replied candidly, without withholding details. Besides our squad, are there other Nano Vanguards? Another teammate inquired with curiosity. He claimed to be a secret creation of the elders. However, my AI suggested that his strength does not match ours. I am uncertain why the elders chose to create him in secret. Perhaps he possesses some exceptional abilities. AI Yunshan remarked. Suddenly, AI Yunshan recalled something, sheepishly admitting, I forgot to ask for his name or which general he served. Captain, you really ought to work on your carelessness, the other team members teased. I will improve next time, I promise. AI Yunshan responded awkwardly. Captain, I find that hard to believe. You've made that promise many times, yet nothing changes. One teammate retorted. Quickly, let us eliminate the zombies in Sanjiang Town and fulfill the mission assigned by our superiors. AI Yunshan, slightly flustered, hastily redirected the topic. At the mention of the task, the team ceased their lighthearted banter and utilized their AIs to pinpoint the locations of the zombies in Sanjiang Town, then soared toward their targets. AI Yunshan selected a zombie lord as his objective, while another member, AI Fei, who served as the vice captain and ranked just below AI Yunshan in strength, was assigned to confront the other zombie lord. With AI Yunshan leading the Nano Vanguard team, the situation in Sanjiang Town gradually stabilized. Engage in combat. AI Yunshan and AI Fei faced off against the two zombie lords, while the remaining 4 teammates systematically cleared out the other zombies. The circumstances in Sanjiang Town appeared to be improving. Chapter 42. Persuading Xiao Shuiqin to evacuate. Is this the newly evolved high-level zombie? Its strength is indeed impressive. After narrowly avoiding the zombie lord and Appo's earth-splitting skill, AI Yunshan exclaimed excitedly. Having trained for so long, AI Yunshan eagerly anticipated the thrill of actual combat. In this mission, Appo's adversary was perfectly suited to his taste. Come on, let Appo's continue. AI Yunshan beckoned the zombie lord with a flick of his finger, then, in a swift motion, brandished 2 energy swords and charged towards the zombie lord. The Nano Elite squad was equipped with weapons similar to those of Qin Rui and Appo's nano-mech. But with AI Yunshan and Appo's prowess, the energy swords he summoned inflicted significant damage on the zombie lord. In contrast, the energy swords summoned by Qin Rui's nano-mech could barely breach the zombie lord's defenses, subtly revealing that the level of Qin Rui's mech was indeed too low. While Qin Rui could manage low-level zombies, he found himself struggling against higher-level ones. As AI Yunshan engaged in fierce combat with the zombie lord, Qin Rue successfully circumvented the federal army and arrived at the primordial jungle. Within the jungle, the zombie clan had completed their preparations and was marching towards the eastern continent. While the federal army quickly received this alarming news. As expected, their so-called rest was merely a ruse, likely waiting for news from the zombies in Sanjiang Town. At the temporary command center of the federal army, the commander glared at the virtual projection where red dots steadily advanced towards the blue ones, gritting his teeth. Relay my orders. The federal army must resist the zombie horde with all their might. They must not allow the zombies to step into the eastern continent. In no time, the commander composed himself and began issuing commands. Yes, sir, responded the officers in the command center, promptly disseminating the commander and Oppos' orders through the ranks. General, should we deploy our mech units? After making arrangements, the commander inquired of AI Qixing. Not yet. The mech units are our trump card and should not be revealed lightly. After a moment and Oppos' contemplation, AI Qixing replied. Nodding in agreement, the commander fell silent, focusing intently on the virtual projection, ready to adjust his strategy as the situation unfolded. After bypassing the federal army and reaching the primordial jungle, Qin Rue did not immediately hunt zombies, but instead headed to the designated location for Xiao Shuiqin. Who goes there? Hearing movement, Xiao Shuiqin asked cautiously, drawing her energy gun and preparing for potential danger. It's me, Xiao Shui. Qin Rue quickly responded. Upon recognizing Qin Rue and Oppos' voice, Xiao Shuiqin relaxed her guard and holstered her weapon. What's the situation, Qin Rue? Seeing Qin Rue immediately revert from his nano-mech form, Xiao Shuiqin hurriedly inquired. Clearly concerned about the situation in Sanjiang Town, the federal government has dispatched troops to fend off the zombie invasion of the eastern continent. And a newly evolved high-level zombie lord has emerged in Sanjiang Town, likely having tunneled its way there. Qin Rue succinctly conveyed the current predicament to Xiao Shuiqin. ISNT that perilous for Sanjiang Town. Xiao Shuiqin expressed her worry. Although the residents of Sanjiang Town had no direct ties to her, after living there for so many years, she felt a connection to it. Rest assured, Xiao Shui, the situation in Sanjiang Town has stabilized. The federal government has sent a nano-elite squad to eliminate the zombies, and the residents have chosen to evacuate upon the government and Oppos' announcement. Although some residents have perished, the majority have successfully fled. Sensing Xiao Shuiqin and Oppos' concerns, Qin Rue patiently reassured her. Hearing this, Xiao Shuiqin sighed in relief, then asked, what shall we do next? Should we follow the residents of Sanjiang Town in their evacuation? No. I plan to take advantage of the chaos between the federal army and the zombie horde to hunt zombies. As for you, Xiao Shui, you can accompany the residents to Songqing Town. Shaking his head, Qin Rue articulated his thoughts. I cannot agree to that. I want to join you in hunting zombies. Xiao Shuiqin strongly opposed Qin Rue and Oppos' plan to have her evacuate with the residents. Xiao Shui, listen to me. I have the nano-mech. In an emergency, I can protect myself. However, with you by my side, I cannot guarantee your safety. Qin Rue spoke with a serious tone. Are you implying that I am a liability because of my limited combat ability? Xiao Shuiqin retorted, a hint of anger in her voice. Xiao Shui, you misunderstand me. I have no intention of belittling your abilities. I simply fear that if something were to happen to you, I would regret it for the rest of my life. Seeing Xiao Shuiqin and Oppos' displeasure, Qin Rue hastily clarified. Is he confessing to me? Observing Qin Rue, who was flustered and perspiring as he tried to explain, Xiao Shuiqin and Oppos' initial irritation melted away, and she nodded, saying, in that case, I will follow your suggestion and accompany the residents to Songqing Town. As she spoke, Xiao Shuiqin secretly resolved to acquire her own nano-mech so that she would not be a burden to Qin Rue and could assist him. Seeing Xiao Shuiqin agree to evacuate to Songqing Town, Qin Rue refrained from further discussion. With a flicker of thought, he transformed into his nano-mech form, then swiftly embraced Xiao Shuiqin and Oppos' slender waist. In an instant, they soared into the sky towards Songqing Town, guided by the winds. Qin Rue soon caught up with the main group of residents from Sanjiang Town heading to Songqing Town. After gently setting Xiao Shuiqin down in a secluded area, he instructed, Xiao Shui, stay safe and await my news. Without waiting for her response, Qin Rue took off towards the primordial jungle. As Qin Rue departed, Xiao Shuiqin silently prayed for his safety, then rejoined the residents heading to Songqing Town. In his nano-mech form, Qin Rue swiftly arrived at the primordial jungle. just in time to witness the fierce battle between the Federal Army and the zombie horde. Without uttering a word, Qin Rui swiftly joined the fray. However, he did not engage directly in the frontline battle. Instead, he infiltrated the zombie horde from the side. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, the Federal Army failed to notice Qin Rui, and the zombies mistook him for one of the Federal soldiers. Chapter 43, Exposure. Lingfeng, constantly monitoring the entire battlefield, reminded me to alert him of any threatening zombies. Qin Rui, transformed into his nano-mech form, declared as he charged into the fray. Rest assured, host. Lingfeng has activated full scanning capabilities, came the response. With those words, Qin Rui summoned his energy sword and plunged into the battle. On the side of the Federation Army, seeing Qin Rui clad in armor, they mistakenly believed he was one of their own. Consequently, they paid him no mind. Rather, some members of the Federation Army chose to follow Qin Rui, joining him in the onslaught against the zombies. In response to this situation, Qin Rui said little, focusing intently on exterminating the undead. He had not forgotten his purpose: to hunt zombies, acquire their brain cores, replenish the energy of his nano-mech, and accumulate upgrade points. Thus, with each zombie he dispatched, he commanded Lingfeng to directly absorb the brain cores. In no time, the energy of the nano-mech was fully restored. Additionally, Qin Rui urged Lingfeng to complete the physical enhancements that had been left unfinished previously. With the completion of his physical enhancement, Qin Rui could now transform into his nano-mech form without experiencing any side effects or enduring immense pain. Once all was accomplished, he instructed Lingfeng to begin accumulating upgrade points through the zombie brain cores. Thanks to Lingfeng and Appos' detection capabilities, Qin Rui faced only low-level zombies. Should a high-level zombie appear, Lingfeng would notify him to avoid it. Therefore, wherever Qin Rui ventured, the casualties among the zombies were significant, all of which did not go unnoticed by the commander of the Federation Army. What is this blue dot? Why are the red dots nearby disappearing so rapidly? Could it be that the mech units have been deployed? The commander pondered, observing the virtual projection where red dots vanished in proximity to a blue dot. He ordered, "Send someone to investigate the situation on this battlefield." "Yes, sir," replied the deputy commander, who hastily left the temporary command center to dispatch an investigation. Before long, the deputy commander returned, holding a screen. "Sir, we have confirmed that it is Qin Rui, the one from the wanted list. Here is a photo of him in his mech." As he spoke, the deputy commander presented the screen to the commander, displaying an image of Qin Rui wielding 2 energy swords, slaying zombies. "It is him. I never expected him to have such audacity to come here," the commander remarked with intrigue. Though he was a member of the Federation government and had the obligation to apprehend those on the wanted list, witnessing Qin Rui and Appos' actions piqued his curiosity about the latter and Appos' intentions rather than prompting immediate capture. Should we send someone to apprehend him? After all, he is a wanted criminal, the deputy commander suggested, noticing the commander and Appos' keen interest in the screen displaying Qin Rui. "For now, we shall refrain from that. Although we do not know his purpose here, his presence alleviates some of our pressure without deploying our mech units. We can consider capturing him after the war concludes. For now, let Appos' ensure he is closely monitored to prevent his escape." The commander declined the deputy commander and Appos' proposal, opting instead for surveillance of Qin Rui. "Understood, sir." The deputy commander acknowledged and proceeded with arrangements, while the commander turned his gaze back to the virtual projection, murmuring to himself, "What is your purpose for being here?" Unable to unravel the commander and Appos' curiosity, he suppressed his doubts and shifted his focus to the gathering red dots on the virtual projection, situated deep within the primal jungle, close to the western continent. "Zombie tribe, what are your true intentions?" Deep within the primal jungle, near the border of the western continent, a multitude of zombies had amassed. Various low-level and high-level zombies stood as if they were a disciplined army, poised for action. At the forefront of this zombie legion stood a figure indistinguishable from a human. Save for the blood-red pupils in his eyes, a member of the half-human, half-zombie tribe. Beside this half-human, half-zombie individual stood a man clad in combat attire, his gaze fixed intently on the primal jungle as if trying to discern the battlefield and Appos' conditions. After a prolonged silence, the man spoke. "Liu, have your warriors of the half-human, half-zombie tribe not yet arrived? The vanguard of the zombie tribe is struggling to hold their ground." "Zhuishwanya, I have received word that our warriors will arrive in half an hour," replied Liu, the half-human, half-zombie. "Very well. Once our warriors arrive, we shall launch a full-scale attack on the eastern continent." declared Zhuoxuanya, the man in combat attire. I never anticipated that you rebels would ally with both our zombie tribe and the half-human, half-zombie tribe. Are you not concerned about incurring the disdain of the human race? Interjected another figure, his face partially missing, who was also responsible for the assault on the eastern continent. His name was Zhang Yichen, a level 7 zombie known as the Tyrant. History is written by the victors. As long as we can overthrow the alien race and dismantle the Federation government, I believe the human race will remember us rebels. Zhuoxuanya retorted dismissively. Upon hearing Zhuoxuanya and Appo's words, both Zhang Yichen and Liu remained silent. By the way, the zombie lord I sent to Sanjiang town has reported that their actions have been hindered. The Federation government dispatched a 6-man mech squad, which the zombie lord cannot contend with and is currently maneuvering through the terrain of Sanjiang town. Liu suddenly spoke. Another mech squad? The aliens are employing the same old tactics. The eastern continent is not chaotic enough. Liu, you should deploy more zombie lords to tunnel into the eastern continent. Or even send a few titans. Our objective is to incite turmoil within the eastern continent and divert the attention of the Federation government and the alien race. Zhuoxuanya suggested. Understood. I will send additional high-level zombies to create chaos within the eastern continent. Liu agreed to Zhuoxuanya and Appo's counsel, recognizing that while their high-level zombies possessed a degree of intelligence, they could not rival humans in terms of cunning strategy. Thus, he was inclined to follow Zhuoxuanya's advice as long as it was reasonable. Chapter 44. Accumulated upgrade points. Upon concluding his remarks, Liu dispatched 4 level 5 zombie lords, 2 level 6 zombie titans, in addition to a number of lower-tier zombies. They traversed the tunnels left by the zombie lord's burrowing skill, heading towards the heart of the eastern continent. The burrowing ability of the zombie lords proved exceptionally advantageous on the battlefield, witnessing the titans and zombie lords leading the lower-level zombies through the underground passage. Liu could not help but exclaim, I never anticipated that the new evolutionary breed developed through our collaboration would possess such formidable strength. Zhang Yichen echoed his sentiments with a similar sense of wonder. The emergence of the zombie lords was not merely a product of natural evolution, but rather a testament to the collaborative efforts of the half-human, half-zombie race and the zombie race, resulting in this novel evolutionary variant. The presence of the zombie lords signified that the zombie race would introduce a new category of high-level zombies. This realization sent a flicker of apprehension through Zhuoxuanya's mind. Although their resistance faction had allied with both the zombie race and the half-human, half-zombie race, such a union was predicated on the overthrow of the extraterrestrial race and the federal government. Once the extraterrestrial race and the federal government were toppled, the resistance would surely sever ties with the zombie and half-human races, turning their efforts against them. After all, it was undeniable that humanity and the zombie race, alongside the half-human, half-zombie race, were irreconcilable foes, with no possibility for peaceful coexistence. This fleeting trepidation was quickly replaced by a smile from Zhuoxuanya, who remarked, The emergence of the zombie lords further bolsters your race's strength, which will undoubtedly aid us in our quest to dismantle the extraterrestrial race in the federal government. In response to Zhuoxuanya's words, both Zhang Yichen and Liu remained non-committal. The atmosphere suddenly plunged into silence. But this stillness was soon shattered by Liu's voice. Our half-human, half-zombie warriors have arrived. As Liu's declaration resonated, a cloud of dust billowed in the distance, followed by the thunderous sounds of the half-human, half-zombie warriors approaching. When the army of the half-human, half-zombie race halted before Liu and the others, 2 leaders of their kind respectfully addressed Liu, saying, Commander, the forces have arrived. Please issue your orders. Nodding, Liu instructed, Stand by in place. Yes, Commander. The 2 leaders returned to their ranks, awaiting further commands. Observing this, Liu turned his gaze towards Zhuoxuanya and inquired, Zhuoxuanya, our half-human, half-zombie army is in position. What are our next steps? Wait, Zhuoxuanya replied. Indeed, we must await news from our resistance faction. This operation not only involves a coalition with your zombie race and the half-human, half-zombie race, but also with other forces. Our task now is to wait for the resistance's signal. Once we receive word, we shall launch a full-scale assault on the eastern continent. Liu and Zhang Yichen exchanged glances, resigned to bide their time while remaining vigilant of the resistance. Now aware that they had allied with additional forces, information previously undisclosed to them, which ignited a sense of wariness. On the battlefield of the primordial jungle, empowered by nanotech mech forms, the number of zombies slain by Qin Rue had reached the hundreds, accumulating 80 upgrade points. With just 40 more zombie brain cores, He could amass a total of 100 upgrade points, allowing the nanotech mech to ascend to level 2. He eagerly anticipated the transformations that would accompany such an upgrade. Through Lingfeng, Qin Rui meticulously monitored his upgrade points, calculating that 2 zombie brain cores would yield 1 upgrade point. He needed to hunt down 40 more to complete his goal. The thought of upgrading the nanotech mech filled Qin Rui with enthusiasm as he raised his energy gun anew, charging into the throng of zombies. Conversely, the soldiers of the Federal Army trailing behind him were visibly fatigued. They had believed that following Qin Rui would provide them with a measure of safety, given his notorious ferocity. However, they were unprepared for his reckless charge into the densest clusters of zombies. While he adeptly avoided high-level zombies, the sheer volume of the undead proved overwhelming. Lacking the extraordinary nanotech mech that Qin Rui possessed, the soldiers were clad in outdated mechs discarded by the extraterrestrial race, their recovery capabilities far inferior. This relentless pursuit of the hunt left the Federal soldiers weary. As they observed Qin Rui plunging once more into the horde, thoughts of retreat began to surface. They resolved to return, replenish their mech's energy, and rejoin the fray. Yet, they had forgotten that their pursuit of Qin Rui had led them deep into the heart of the zombie army. By the time they regained their wits, they found themselves encircled by the undead. Despair washed over them as their mech's energy reserves dwindled, and they were swiftly overwhelmed. Such scenes unfolded throughout the battlefield, as Federal soldiers fell victim to the tide of zombies due to insufficient energy. Concurrently, the zombie horde, too, suffered losses under the Federal Army's counterattacks, leaving a grim tableau of fallen bodies in their wake. Amidst this chaos, Qin Rui remained indifferent. His sole focus was to gather enough upgrade points to find a tranquil spot for his nanotech mech to ascend to level 2. Through Lingfeng, Qin Rui was aware that the nanotech mech system would undergo a brief reboot during the upgrade, rendering him vulnerable. Thus, it was imperative that he secure a safe location to endure this period of weakness. Ding! Upgrade points have reached the required threshold. Would you like to upgrade immediately? As another zombie fell, Qin Rui's upgrade points hit 100, prompting Lingfeng's timely notification. Without a moment's hesitation, he declined the offer. Preposterous. He was still amidst the zombie horde. Should he choose to upgrade now, the nanotech mech system would reboot, leaving him exposed and defenseless against the onslaught of zombies. Such folly was not one he would entertain. Swiftly stowing away his energy sword, Qin Rui queried in his mind, Lingfeng. Identify a location that offers a semblance of safety. Chapter 45, Commencing Action. Ding. Analysis complete. There lies a valley 10 kilometers northeast of the host location, relatively safe and suitable for upgrading the nanoscale armor system. Lingfeng promptly provided this information. Upon hearing Lingfeng and Appo's words, Qin Rui swiftly took to the skies, departing the battlefield. After discerning his direction, he flew towards the valley, guided by Lingfeng. Commander, it seems Qin Yu intends to abandon the battlefield. Should we apprehend him immediately to prevent his escape? At that moment, the deputy commander, tasked with monitoring Qin Rui's movements, urgently relayed this information to the commander and suggested a course of action. Upon receiving the deputy commander's report, the commander quickly responded and made arrangements to send personnel to capture Qin Yu at once. Understood, Commander. The deputy commander respectfully acknowledged the order, then exited the temporary command center to convey the commander's directive and initiate the capture of Qin Rui. As the Federal Army prepared to seize Qin Rui, he, in turn, was readying himself to proceed to the valley for the upgrade of his nanoscale armor system. Meanwhile, Zhuoxuanya finally received news from the resistance forces. Deep within the primordial jungle, near the western continental border, Zhuoxuanya, Li Yu, and Zhang Yichen stood poised with their respective teams, awaiting developments. At that moment, a message arrived on Zhuoxuanya's phone. Upon reading it, his expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. All is in readiness. We are prepared for a full-scale offensive. Taking a deep breath, a gleam of determination flashed in his eyes. Everyone, I have just received word that our resistance forces are in position. It is time for us to prepare for a comprehensive assault. Zhuoxuanya and Appo's declaration invigorated Li Yu and Zhang Yichen, who had been growing weary from the wait. Zhuoxuanya, just tell us how we should proceed with the full-scale attack. Both Li Yu and Zhang understood that, given their limited wisdom, they could not devise an effective strategy. So they entrusted the decision-making to Zhuoxuanya. After a moment of contemplation, Zhuoxuanya spoke. We can split our forces. Zhang Yichen, you will lead the warriors of the zombie clan through the caverns created by the zombie lord's earth split ability, launching an assault on the eastern continent's interior. Remember, it is crucial to incite chaos within the eastern continent. Nodding, Zhang Yichen replied, rest assured, Creating turmoil within the eastern continent is our forte. With Zhang Yichen's assurance, Zhuoxuan turned his gaze to Li Yu, continuing with his instructions. Li Yu, you shall lead your half-human, half-zombie warriors in a frontal assault. It would be ideal to defeat the federal army, but even if that proves impossible, you must at least hold them back to prevent their timely reinforcements. Understood. You can trust this task to the warriors of our half-human, half-zombie clan, Li Yu declared with a firm pat on his chest. And what of you, Zhuoxuan? What about the main forces of the resistance? Zhang Yichen inquired, curious about the resistance's ultimate objective. The resistance has its own plans. As for me, I will accompany your zombie clan's forces to provide counsel and strategy. Zhuoxuan, aware of Zhang Yichen's curiosity, opted not to disclose the resistance and Appo's true intentions and instead chose to follow Zhang Yichen and Appo's lead. Seeing that Zhang Yichen would not press further, Zhuoxuan surveyed the assembled armies of the half-human, half-zombie clan and the zombie clan. With a sweeping gesture, he proclaimed, in that case, let us commence our action. With Zhuoxuan's words, the half-human, half-zombie army, under Li Yu's leadership, began marching in unison towards the primordial jungle. Observing their movement, Li Yu turned to Zhang Yichen and urged, let us also take action. As he spoke, Zhuoxuan led the way towards the cavern previously opened by the zombie lord's earth-split ability. With each step, a surge of energy converged upon him. And by the time he reached the cave entrance, his entire body was enveloped in shimmering silver armor. Nanoscale armor. Zhang Yichen's pupils dilated, filled with apprehension. This trepidation was not solely directed at Zhuoxuan, but also towards the resistance forces, as they had previously believed that the resistance lacked nanoscale armor. Zhuoxuan donning such armor compelled Zhang Yichen to question whether the resistance had indeed mastered the technology of wearable nanoscale armor. Upon activating the wearable nanoscale armor, Zhuoxuan cast a lingering glance at Li Yu. The apprehension in Li Yu's eyes did not escape Zhuoxuan's notice, and a subtle smile crept across his lips. His deliberate activation of the wearable nanoscale armor before Zhang Yichen was intended to intimidate both Li Yu and the zombie clan behind him. Moreover, the primary objective was to instill a sense of caution in the zombie clan regarding the resistance. After all, the resistance's alliance with the zombie clan and the half-human, half-zombie clan necessitated a deterrent. Otherwise, should they threaten the extraterrestrial dominance, the zombie clan might abandon the alliance and strike first against the resistance. Conversely, Zhuoxuan harbored little concern regarding the half-human, half-zombie clan, as the enmity between them and humanity paled in comparison to that which existed with the zombie clan. Both clans could evolve through mutual consumption. Let us set forth. Zhuoxuan's voice resounded as he leapt into the cavern, with Zhang Yichen leading the forces of the zombie clan closely behind. In the primordial jungle, Qin Rui had already evaded the battlefield and was en route to the valley. Yet, shortly after his ascent, Lingfeng's voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detection indicates that someone is tracking the host. Analysis reveals it to be a soldier from the Federal Army. Taken aback, Qin Rui's expression swiftly returned to normal. It seems I've been discovered. I'll have to devise a way to eliminate the pursuing Federal Army soldier before upgrading the nanoscale armor system. If they ensnare me, I may find myself in a precarious predicament. Qin Rui murmured, fully aware of the limitations of the nanoscale armor, and thus resolved to conclude matters swiftly. For if he were to be entangled, the depletion of his armor's energy would render him powerless to resist. With this thought, Qin Rui halted his flight toward the valley, hovering midair as he awaited the arrival of the pursuing Federal Army soldier. Chapter 46. The mecha troops mobilized to Qin Rui's astonishment. Just as he intended to wait for the arrival of the Federation soldiers for a swift resolution, Lingfeng's voice echoed once more. Ding. Detection indicates that Federation soldiers are departing. 3 question marks appeared in Qin Rui's mind as he pondered why the Federation soldiers, who had been tracking him, chose to leave when he was prepared to wait for them. Did they realize he was anticipating their arrival? This question plagued his thoughts. However, if they were aware of his presence, why did they not stop and summon reinforcements? Qin Rui was increasingly perplexed, ultimately unable to comprehend the intentions of the Federation soldiers. Nevertheless, since they did not intend to pursue him, Qin Rui felt reassured in proceeding to the valley indicated by Lingfeng to commence the upgrade of his nano-mech system. With this resolve, Qin Rui moved onward, flying toward the valley. Meanwhile, several Federation soldiers, tasked with pursuing Qin Rui, were racing toward the battlefield deep within the primordial jungle. The sudden cessation of their pursuit stemmed from orders received from command. All Federation soldiers, regardless of their current missions, were instructed to abandon their tasks and return to base. This command compelled the soldiers to withdraw from their pursuit of Qin Rui and redirect their efforts toward the command center. Along the way, the soldiers exchanged few words and offered no inquiries regarding the necessity of their retreat. As soldiers, they were simply conditioned to obey orders from their superiors. At the very moment when all Federation soldiers received this directive and began their return to the command center, the atmosphere in the temporary command post grew exceedingly tense. The cause of this unease was the recent detection of a formidable army composed of half-human, half-zombie hybrids emerging from the zombie clan. Gazing at the virtual projector, which displayed a red mass of dots occupying nearly half the screen, the commander's expression turned grave. The zombie clan has allied with the half-human, half-zombie faction. What could their intentions be? Do they genuinely plan to invade the eastern continent? The commander was partially correct. The alliance between the zombie clan and the half-human, half-zombie faction aimed to assault the eastern continent and overthrow the extraterrestrial dominion. However, he failed to realize that the resistance was also involved in this scheme. Commander, with our current forces, we are utterly incapable of withstanding the onslaught from the zombie clan and the half-human, half-zombie army. Should we deploy the mecha troops and request assistance from higher command? Given the gravity of the situation, the commander turned to AI Qixing for guidance. Under such pressure, AI Qixing felt the weight of responsibility. He scrutinized the virtual projection for a moment before responding. As you suggest, deploy the mecha troops and seek reinforcements from above. Additionally, contact the Nano Vanguard squad and instruct them to eliminate the zombies in Sanjiang town before immediately rendezvousing with us. I sense that the actions of the half-human, half-zombie faction and the zombie clan are driven by a specific purpose. Nodding in agreement with AI Qixing's latter remarks, the commander promptly dispatched orders to the Nano Vanguard squad to proceed to Sanjiang town post-haste after dealing with the zombies. Simultaneously, he sent a request for assistance to the Federation government. Having completed these tasks, the commander urged the Federation soldiers to prepare for the impending assault from the zombie clan and the half-human, half-zombie army. Due to the commander's orders, Federation soldiers engaged in various missions laid down their tasks and returned to the command center. Meanwhile, the vanguard of the zombie clan had been decimated by the Federation soldiers' resistance, leaving the primordial jungle strewn with corpses, both zombies and humans alike. The pervasive stench of blood hung heavy in the air, transforming the battlefield into a hellish scene that bore witness to the savagery of war. The gruesome aroma and the multitude of bodies rendered the battlefield a veritable hell, illustrating the brutal reality of conflict. The nauseating scent filled the air, causing the Federation soldiers to wear expressions of grim determination as they awaited the onslaught from the zombie clan and the half-human, half-zombie army. In response to the overwhelming bloodshed, the armies of the zombie clan and the half-human, half-zombie faction became increasingly frenzied. Although the half-human, half-zombie warriors did not possess the same insatiable thirst for flesh as their zombie counterparts, the presence of the zombie virus within them heightened their aggression, turning their already blood-red eyes into an even deeper crimson. The combined forces of the zombie clan and the half-human, half-zombie faction advanced rapidly toward the Federation soldiers. Despite Zhang Yichen having taken a significant portion of the zombie clan and Apos' army with him, the remaining zombie warriors viewed the Federation soldiers as mere sustenance, a source of nourishment. As the distance between the two sides diminished, the Federation soldiers could even detect the foul odor of decaying flesh emanating from the approaching zombies. At a distance of 1,000 meters, then 800 meters, the commander issued the order as the armies of the zombie clan and the half-human, half-zombie faction drew within 700 meters of the Federation soldiers. Mecha troops, mobilize. With the commander's decisive order, a thunderous roar resonated from the fortifications surrounding the temporary command post. In rapid succession, massive figures erupted from the fortresses, soaring into the sky and speeding toward the battlefield. The colossal forms landed with a resounding crash 400 meters in front of the Federation soldiers, kicking up clouds of dust and causing the ground to tremble beneath their weight. Observing the formidable silhouettes before them, the commander exhaled a quiet sigh of relief, yet his gaze remained fixed on the real-time footage from the battlefield, tension mounting once more. These imposing figures were none other than the mecha troops the commander had referenced, one of his trump cards for this engagement. The Nano Vanguard squad and the mecha troops represented the two key assets the commander had brought to this confrontation. While he had dispatched the Nano Vanguard squad to address the newly evolved zombies in Sanjiang town, the mecha troops had remained in reserve. Faced with the formidable alliance of the zombie clan and the half-human, half-zombie army, the commander could no longer withstand the pressure and deployed his second trump card, the mecha troops. The sudden appearance of these gigantic figures caused the advance of the zombie clan and the half-human, half-zombie army to falter momentarily. Chapter 47, The Great Battle Begins. The mech troops emerge. Although the armies of the undead and the half-human, half-undead were slowing their advance, they nevertheless continued to approach the soldiers of the Federation. However, as they marched, the undead and half-undead forces heightened their vigilance against the colossal figures that loomed ahead. Liu, the commander of the half-undead army, refrained from leading the charge and instead orchestrated the strategy from the rear. Upon witnessing the appearance of these towering figures, a rare glint of apprehension flickered in his eyes. As the dust gradually settled, the massive silhouettes became increasingly distinct. Indeed, they were the mech troops. Upon recognizing these formidable machines, a knowing expression crossed Liu's face. He was well aware of the mech troops' prowess, having seen them shine brilliantly during the conflicts between their kind and humanity. When the dust cleared, these towering figures stood before the armies of the half-undead and undead. Each mech towered at an impressive height of 30 meters, their bodies gleaming with a metallic luster. Dark as the depths of night. Key sections of their frames were shielded by protective armor, yet they bore no semblance of bulkiness. Rather, their design exuded a sense of harmony. The concave circular core on their chests glimmered faintly, indicating the energy propulsion system powering the mechs. Gazing upward, one could see the colossal heads of the mechs, their sharply defined lines lending an air of grim determination. The eyes were not the typical glowing electronic orbs found on nanosuits. Instead, they featured large V-shaped screens crafted from special materials. Above these screens, two circular apertures served as illumination devices, enabling the mechs to operate effectively in darkness. Behind the screens lay the cramped cockpit, where a solitary circular glass dome stood, filled with an enigmatic green liquid. Enclosed within this liquid were warriors clad in specialized black attire, their eyes shut tight. These individuals were the mech pilots. The piloting mechanism of these mechs diverged from traditional methods. Through a neural connection, the pilots achieved a profound synchronization with their machines. This green liquid not only enhanced the pilots' neural capabilities, but also provided them protection. Thus, the mech troops, commanded by the pilots, possessed a formidable strength, with their effectiveness directly correlated to the prowess of their operators. This particular squadron of mech troops brought forth by the commander consisted of merely 10 members. For as an extraterrestrial supported force, it was impractical to deploy all personnel into the primordial jungle. Observing the 10 mechs on the battlefield, Liu's mind raced with a strategy. He resolved to direct the undead army to confront the mech troops while leading the half-undead forces to circumvent them and engage the Federation soldiers. Without hesitation, Liu issued commands to the undead army from the rear, as Zhang Yiqian had entrusted him with the command of this contingent of undead. They surged forward towards the 10 mech warriors. Meanwhile, Liu led the half-undead soldiers, preparing to flank the mech troops and assault the Federation forces. Following Zhang Yiqian's orders, the undead warriors charged furiously towards the 10 mechs. In the face of the towering 30-meter machines, the undead soldiers resembled ants. A popular adage suggesting that numerous ants can bring down an elephant. Alas, these mechs were not elephants, but rather formidable war machines. As the countless undead soldiers rushed forth, the 10 mechs began to move. A mere lift and drop of their legs resulted in the demise of numerous undead warriors beneath their colossal feet. Witnessing this, Liu felt no surprise, having previously observed the combat capabilities of the mech troops. It seemed that Zhuoxuanya had also accounted for the mech forces. For the contingent of undead left behind by Liu included not only lower-tier undead, but also formidable 6th-tier titans, towering 10 meters high. As the undead warriors fell victim to the mech's relentless onslaught, Zhang Yiqian finally deployed the titans. Though 3 titans faced 10 mechs, a daunting challenge, one must remember the sheer number of undead soldiers at their disposal. In a fleeting moment, the 10 mechs found themselves momentarily occupied by the titans leading the undead forces. Each attack claimed countless undead lives, yet the relentless tide of warriors continued to surge. Undead soldiers relentlessly climbed the mech exteriors, launching futile assaults against the composite armor, their attacks akin to mere tickles. While the losses for the undead forces were indeed severe, they managed to stall the 10 mechs, allowing Liu to lead the half-undead against the Federation soldiers. Despite suffering some casualties under the Federation and Oppos, as firepower, they pressed forward. The Federation soldiers, having anticipated the advance of the half-undead, quickly stowed their ranged weapons and engaged in close combat. Although the half-undead bore resemblance to the undead, both factions categorized strength by evolutionary levels. The half-undead possessed a distinct randomness in their evolution, influenced by the zombie virus and human genes within them. In their initial clash, the half-undead activated the zombie virus coursing through their veins, causing their flesh to rot and morph into grotesque forms. However, unlike the typical undead, These warriors exhibited a bewildering array of transformations. Some grew larger, some sprouted wings, others developed tentacles, while some had their hands transformed into blades or claws, and some were entirely encased in black armor. In short, the half-undead warriors displayed a myriad of bizarre forms, and their combat prowess momentarily overwhelmed the Federation soldiers, shifting the tide of battle in their favor. Chapter 48, Support, Nano-Mecha System, commences upgrade. All of this was observed by the commander monitoring the battlefield. He gazed upon the formidable warriors of the half-human, half-corpse tribe and couldn't help but exclaim, "No wonder the zombie tribe and humanity were suppressed by the half-human, half-corpse tribe before the extraterrestrial beings descended upon Earth. Their combat prowess is indeed formidable." After this reflection, the commander continued, "It is fortunate that Lingfeng went missing. Without a leader, the half-human, half-corpse tribe could not annihilate the zombie and human tribes. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly face extinction." At this moment, the commander felt a sense of admiration for the extraterrestrial beings, for after conquering humanity upon their invasion of Earth, their immediate target was the half-human, half-corpse tribe, which ultimately led to Lingfeng and Appo's disappearance. Had it not been for this, one might question whether the extraterrestrial beings could establish dominion over Earth. Relay my orders. Summon the Nano Vanguard squad to the battlefield post-haste. The commander instructed his deputy as he surveyed the dire situation before him. Without a moment and Appo's hesitation, the deputy began transmitting the commander's orders to the Nano Vanguard squad. However, unbeknownst to the commander, the Nano Vanguard squad was already embroiled in peril. Rewinding to the time before the assault by the half-human, half-corpse tribe and the zombie legion, the zombies in Sanjiang Town had been swiftly eradicated by the formidable strength of the Nano Vanguard squad, including the acquisition of the brain cores of the two zombie overlords as trophies. Yet, just as they prepared to depart Sanjiang Town to report back to the temporary command center, their Mecha and Appo's SAI issued a warning, initially dismissing the alert. The Nano Vanguard squad assumed it was merely another zombie encounter, confident in their ability to handle such trivialities. However, to their astonishment, they were confronted not by one or two zombies, but by a horde. While low-level zombies posed no threat to them, they were unprepared for the emergence of high-level zombies, including a particularly formidable 7th-level zombie, the Tyrant. Upon sighting the Tyrant, the expressions of the Nano Vanguard squad shifted dramatically, leading them to instinctively flee. They were acutely aware that, despite the formidable capabilities of their nano-mecha, they were no match for the 7th-level Tyrant, especially with numerous 6th-level zombies and countless low-level zombies in pursuit. Reacting swiftly, they chose to retreat at the first sign of danger. Yet the Tyrant's speed far surpassed theirs. In an instant, the Nano Vanguard squad found themselves intercepted by the elite zombies led by the Tyrant. Not only did they suffer significant energy depletion from the relentless assaults, but they also sustained varying degrees of injury. In dire straits, the Nano Vanguard squad was compelled to fight while retreating, desperately defending against the onslaught of the Tyrant and its minions. If this continues, defeat is inevitable. Why are there so many high-level zombies in Sanjiang Town? Captain AI Yunshan pondered, aware of the urgency of their predicament. He promptly reported the situation to the temporary command center. As they dispatched their report, they received the command from the deputy commander. Faced with this order, they found themselves at a loss and were compelled to send a second message. At the temporary command center, the deputy commander had just relayed the orders to the Nano Vanguard squad when two messages arrived from them. Upon opening one, the deputy commander's pupils constricted, his expression shifting dramatically. "Commander, the Nano Vanguard squad is in trouble. They just reported that a horde of zombies, led by the 7th-level Tyrant, has appeared in Sanjiang Town, and they have sustained severe injuries from the Tyrant and Appo's attacks." Speaking rapidly, the deputy commander conveyed the information from the Nano Vanguard squad, awaiting the commander's next directive. Equally shocked by this news, the commander's expression darkened. He glanced at the battlefield in the primal jungle and remarked, "All our warriors are already engaged in battle. I cannot dispatch reinforcements to the Nano Vanguard squad, and my recent call for assistance has yet to be acknowledged." After a brief pause, the commander turned to General AI Qingsheng and, with a heavy tone, said, "General, with our current forces, we can no longer cope with this situation. I request that you seek reinforcements from Floating City." General AI Qingsheng furrowed his brow in deep contemplation, struggling to comprehend how the zombie tribe could materialize in Sanjiang Town. However, recognizing the urgency, he understood that despite the extraterrestrial beings viewing the three major tribes as insignificant, they were still the rulers of Earth. Should the zombie tribe and half-human, half-corpse tribe annihilate humanity, it would also spell a loss for them. Thus, without hesitation, AI Qingxing began to request aid from Floating City. In Floating City, the message reached another general, who, upon grasping the gravity of the situation, promptly convened with the elders in the Elder Hall to report the circumstances. The elders, understanding the potential chaos in the eastern continent could threaten their dominion, wasted no time. They dispatched several nano-vanguard squads and mecha units, along with other ordinary nano-mecha warriors, aboard transport aircraft, racing towards Sanjiang Town and the Primal Jungle. The war escalated into a fevered intensity. From the current battlefield conditions, the zombie and half-human, half-corpse tribes held the advantage, and the arrival of extraterrestrial reinforcements could alter the course of events in unforeseen ways. Unbeknownst to all of this, Qin Rui, guided by the spirit wind, finally arrived at a relatively safe valley. Upon entering, he did not immediately initiate the upgrade of the nano-mecha system. Instead, he utilized the energy cannon to excavate a cave measuring 2 meters in height and 5 meters in depth within the valley. After completing this task, Qin Rui entered the cave, sealing the entrance with a massive stone before releasing the nano-mecha form. Spirit Wind commenced the upgrade. He instructed, settling into a meditative position. Beep. Command received. The nano-mecha system will now initiate upgrades. Following completion, the system will reboot. Please ensure your safety during this process. The voice of Spirit Wind resonated in Qin Rui and Apos' mind. As the voice faded, a progress bar appeared before Qin Rui, indicating the upgrade of the nano-mecha system. 1, 2, 3. Watching the progress bar increment slowly, a smile crept across Qin Rui and Apos' lips. At last, the nano-mecha system had begun its upgrade. He could hardly wait to witness the power it would wield thereafter. Chapter 49, Nano-mecha, upgrade complete, patiently awaiting the gradual progression of the loading bar. Qin Rui and Apos' heart brimmed with anticipation. At last, the loading bar reached 100, and the voice of Lingfeng resounded. Ding! The upgrade of the nano-mecha system was successful and is about to restart. As Lingfeng and Apos' voice faded, another loading bar materialized before Qin Rui. But this time it indicated the restart rather than the upgrade. The restart bar advanced rapidly, reaching 100 in no time. Ding! The nano-mecha system has restarted successfully. With the loading bar and Apos' disappearance, Lingfeng and Apos' voice echoed in Qin Rui and Apos' mind. Upon hearing Lingfeng, Qin Rui sensed a change. The voice felt less mechanical and more intelligent, as if it had evolved. Ding! The host is correct. With the upgrade of the nano-mecha system, the AI program also becomes increasingly intelligent and humanized. Nodding in understanding, Qin Rui inquired, Lingfeng, what changes have occurred after the upgrade of the nano-mecha system? In response to Qin Rui's question, Lingfeng promptly displayed the attributes of the nano-mecha system. Host, Qin Rui, level 1, strength, 100, speed, 100, defense, 80, current weapon, energy pistol. Seeing a notable enhancement in his physical attributes, Qin Rui felt a twinge of surprise. However, he quickly recalled that he had previously requested Lingfeng to augment his physical stats to mitigate the risk of demise while transforming into the nano-mecha form. Thus, he was not astonished by his current attributes. With this realization, he continued to examine the information presented. As Lingfeng not only revealed his own status but also that of the nano-mecha system and its form. System, nano-mecha system AI program. Lingfeng, current level 2, upgrade condition, zombie brain core, upgrade points, 0-1000, available functions, scan, analyze, enhance, activate nano-mecha form, level 2. Energy transfer, knowledge base, combat assistance, automatic energy absorption from light. The nano-mecha system had advanced to level 2, gaining functionalities such as a knowledge base, combat assistance, and automatic energy absorption from light. After reviewing the nano-mecha system's details, Qin Rui continued to explore further. Form, nano-mecha form, level 2, strength, 700, speed, 700, defense, 700, current abilities, flight, force field shield, current weapons, energy cannon, energy gun, energy sword, upgrade condition, zombie brain core, mecha core, upgrade points, 0-1000. The attributes of the nano-mecha form had also seen a significant boost, with strength, speed, and defense all reaching 700. Qin Rui felt satisfied with these numbers, as they surpassed those of the zombie lord. indicating that he could easily overpower them should he encounter them again. The abilities and weapons remained unchanged, which Qin Rui understood. For the nano-mecha form was inherently designed for combat, focusing primarily on its melee capabilities. As for the upgrade points, he recognized that the required amount would likely increase with the system S level, though he was puzzled by the term mecha core. Curious about the newly introduced capabilities of the upgraded nano-mecha system, Qin Rui began to question Lingfeng. Lingfeng, what do the functions of the knowledge base, combat assistance, and automatic energy absorption entail? Eager to learn, Qin Rui sought clarification. Ding, the knowledge base contains information regarding various technological innovations. Combat assistance allows AI Lingfeng to grant the host enhanced combat awareness, enabling extraordinary performance of the nano-mecha and Oppos as capabilities. As for automatic energy absorption, it allows the nano-mecha system to replenish energy by absorbing external light. Lingfeng patiently elucidated. Nodding, Qin Rui posed another query. Lingfeng, why does the combat assistance function enable me to perform beyond the nano-mecha's capabilities? Am I unable to do so without this function? Ding. The host can indeed excel without the combat assistance function, but it necessitates the host's own training in combat awareness. The power of the nano-mecha is significantly tied to the strength of its operator. The more formidable the host, the more potent the nano-mecha will be, Lingfeng explained. With this clarification, Qin Rui grasped the essence of the combat assistance function. Moving past this inquiry, he pressed on with another question. Lingfeng, what exactly is the mecha core? Ding, the mecha core is the central device of the nano-mecha, serving as its energy source. If the nano-mecha is equipped with artificial intelligence, it too resides within the mecha core. It can also serve as one of the upgrade conditions, depending on the power of the nano-mecha. Consuming the mecha core yields varying amounts of upgrade points. Some exceptionally powerful nano-mechas require the consumption of just one core to facilitate an upgrade. Lingfeng elaborated in great detail. After Lingfeng's thorough explanation, Qin Rui gained fresh insights into the upgraded nano-mecha system. Eager to experience the evolution to level 2, Qin Rui transformed into the nano-mecha form without delay. The silver-red mecha enveloped him instantaneously. The appearance of the level 2 nano-mecha form remained largely unchanged, save for the addition of 2 wing-like shields on its back. The shields hovered quietly behind the mecha, intermittently flickering with arcs of electricity. Connected to the mecha and Oppos, backed by a flow of energy, without any visible junctions. Upon transforming into the nano-mecha form, Qin Rui immediately noticed the wing-like shields levitating at his back. With a mere thought, the shields detached and floated before him. Go, Qin Rui commanded, and the shields, guided by his intent, spun and surged forward. With a sharp sound, 2/3 of the shield embedded itself deeply into the mountain wall ahead. Chapter 50. The first battle after upgrading. Upon witnessing the formidable power of the shield, Qin Rui and Oppos' eyes sparkled with excitement. Previously, when he had maneuvered the shield to strike the mountain wall, he felt no resistance, indicating the shield and Oppos' exceptional sharpness. With a mere thought, the shield embedded within the mountain trembled and swiftly returned, hovering before him. Another thought conjured a pair of shields, which fused together to form a massive shield, now suspended in front of him. To his surprise, the shield could be utilized in this manner for defense. An idea suddenly struck Qin Rui and Oppos' mind. Under his command, a beam cannon launched from his shoulder towards the shield. With a thunderous roar, the cannon struck the shield, producing a sound that echoed like thunder, causing debris to rain down from the mountain wall. Nevertheless, the beam cannon inflicted no damage on the shield. Such formidable defensive capabilities, delighted by the shield's resilience, Qin Rui realized that he could now employ it for defense against attacks. Moreover, manipulating the shield required minimal mental effort. With just a thought, it would automatically position itself as directed by him. After contemplating the shield further, he instructed it to hover behind his mech. After shattering the boulders blocking the cave entrance, Qin Rui emerged and, with a swift motion, soared into the air. The Federation army had discovered his presence. The primitive jungle was no longer a viable option. Therefore, he decided to investigate the situation in Sanjiang Town to ascertain whether the zombies had been cleared before heading to Zhangxing Town to find his parents and Xiaoxue. Having formulated his plan, Qin Rui swiftly flew towards Sanjiang Town. Thanks to the upgraded nano-mech, his speed had significantly increased, allowing him to arrive in less than 10 minutes. Upon reaching Sanjiang Town, he was taken aback by the scene before him. The town had transformed into a desolate ruin, overrun by zombies. What could have transpired here? As he surveyed the devastation, a commotion in the distance captured his attention. Lingfeng, investigate what is occurring over there, he commanded, sensing the disturbance not far from Sanjiang town. Ding. Energy fluctuations detected. A battle is underway. Lingfeng promptly reported. Upon hearing this, Qin Rui swiftly moved towards the source of the noise. He arrived to find 6 warriors clad in nano-mechs, members of the Nano-Vanguard squad, struggling against a towering 10-meter-tall zombie, known as the Titan, a level 6 zombie. Surrounding the Titan were several high-level zombies, including a level 5 zombie lord and level 4 hellhounds resembling dogs. However, the zombie lord and hellhounds did not engage the Nano-Vanguard. The Titan's strength alone was sufficient to handle the 6 warriors. When Qin Rui arrived, he witnessed the Nano-Vanguard retreating under the relentless assault of the Titan. What is the reason for the presence of so many high-level zombies in Sanjiang town? Lingfeng quickly analyzed the levels of the zombies present, realizing the gravity of the situation. Qin Rui knew he must eliminate these zombies promptly and inquire with the Nano-Vanguard about what had transpired. Resolute, Qin Rui summoned the 2 shields hovering behind him, sending them hurtling towards the Titan in a fierce assault. The Titan, a level 6 zombie, quickly reacted to the ambush, crossing his arms defensively in an attempt to block the incoming shields. However, he underestimated their sharpness and the power of Qin Rui and Oppo's attack. With a slicing sound, the shields made contact with the Titan and Oppo's arms, carving deep gashes into his flesh, blood splattering as a result. Despite the wounds, the Titan and Oppo's formidable resilience allowed him to remain undeterred, and under the relentless regeneration typical of his kind, the injuries were minor. As Qin Rui commanded the shields to return, he observed the Titan's wounds heal within moments. Faced with such an extraordinary regenerative ability, Qin Rui felt a mix of envy and dread, recognizing that a fierce battle lay ahead. On the other hand, while the Titan had successfully defended against Qin Rui and Oppo's attack and quickly recovered, the genuine pain from the shield and Oppo's impact ignited his fury. Abandoning his assault on the Nano-Vanguard, the Titan turned his wrath upon Qin Rui, charging at him with surprising speed for his massive frame. With determination, Qin Rui wielded his shield against the Titan and Oppo's onslaught, while simultaneously summoning his energy sword. Armed with the energy sword, he too advanced towards the Titan. The collision between Qin Rui and the Titan produced a thunderous sound. As a level 6 zombie, the Titan possessed immense strength, capable of shattering lower-tier nano-mechs with his fists. Yet, Qin Rui managed to block one of the Titan and Oppo's punches with his shield. Seizing the opportunity, he swung his energy sword at the Titan. Reacting swiftly, the Titan withdrew his fist and adopted a defensive stance. Despite Qin Rui and Oppo's efforts, the energy sword failed to inflict a fatal blow, resulting in a stalemate between the 2 combatants. As Qin Rui engaged the Titan in fierce combat, the Nano-Vanguard seized the moment to recover, while the zombie lord and hellhounds refrained from attacking. They awaited the Titan's command, knowing that any disobedience could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 51. Activation of auxiliary combat function. With a resounding boom, Qin Rui collided once more with Titan, the clash echoing like thunder. Titan and Oppo's fist struck the shield suspended before Qin Rui, yet failed to inflict any damage, while the force of the rebound sent Titan staggering backwards several paces. After fending off Titan and Oppo's powerful blow, Qin Rui deftly maneuvered his shield to strike at Titan once again, all the while wielding 2 energy swords, keen to slash at his opponent. Faced with Qin Rui and Oppo's fierce onslaught, Titan found himself momentarily confined to a defensive stance, his occasional counterattacks effortlessly parried by Qin Rui. Captain, who is this person? He is formidable. Could he be the nano-soldier you spoke of, trained in secrecy? One of the nano-soldier squad members inquired of AI Yushan, observing Qin Rui dominate Titan. Well, he does share a resemblance, but when I encountered him previously, he was not equipped with a shield, AI Yushan replied, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Qin Rui. Unable to comprehend the situation, AI Yushan resolved to inquire further after Qin Rui dealt with Titan and the surrounding zombies. First, let Oppo's recover from our injuries. I anticipate a fierce battle ahead. AI Yushan instructed his team before initiating the healing functions of his nano-mech to mend his wounds. Meanwhile, the battle between Qin Rui and Titan intensified. Although Qin Rui managed to gain the upper hand, he struggled to land a decisive blow. The longer the fight persisted, the more unfavorable it became for him. Despite the upgraded nano-mech system and Oppo's capability to absorb light energy autonomously, the energy gained was insufficient to match the demands of Qin Rui and Oppo's combat efforts. Noticing the gradual decline of his nano-mech's energy reserves, Qin Rui felt a pang of urgency and communicated mentally, Lingfeng, activate the auxiliary combat function. Beep. Auxiliary combat function activated. Lingfeng and Oppo's voice resonated within Qin Rui and Oppo's mind. As the words echoed, a torrent of information surged into his consciousness. Upon assimilating this influx of knowledge, a glimmer of brilliance ignited in Qin Rui and Oppo's eyes as he perceived an abundance of offensive techniques. Moreover, strategies to maximize damage against Titan began to crystallize in his mind. Is this the auxiliary combat function? The essence of combat awareness? Qin Rui murmured, absorbing the newfound insights. As Qin Rui immersed himself in the capabilities of the auxiliary combat function from Titan and Oppo's perspective, Qin Rui appeared motionless and utterly unguarded, hovering before him. With a flash of determination in his eyes, Titan, a level 6 zombie, seized the opportunity. In an instant, Titan lunged forward, his fist hurtling toward Qin Rui's head. Just as Titan and Oppo's fist was about to connect, Qin Rui, sensing the impending strike, instinctively initiated his evasive maneuver. He subtly shifted his body, narrowly dodging Titan and Oppo's blow, while simultaneously unleashing two shields, one slicing from the left and the other from the right, toward Titan's head. In addition, Qin Rui merged the two energy swords in his grip into one, swiftly directing the blade toward Titan's midsection. Titan, caught off guard by Qin Rui's rapid counterattack, was unable to react in time as the shields collided with his head. The sound of slicing resonated through the air. Despite Titan's formidable defenses, his head remained his Achilles heel. The rapidly rotating shield shredded through, leaving a gruesome scene of carnage. Concurrently, the combined energy sword struck Titan's waist. Yet even this formidable weapon was only able to penetrate halfway before it halted, unable to cleave further. Nonetheless, Titan, deprived of his head, could not endure. With a resounding thud, Titan and Oppo's lifeless body collapsed to the ground, while Qin Rui promptly retrieved Titan and Oppo's brain core. This spectacle left the nano-soldier squad, who were in the midst of recuperating, utterly astonished. They had not anticipated Qin Rui would vanquish Titan. They had merely hoped he could hold his ground against such a foe. The reality, however, delivered a sobering lesson. As for Qin Rui and Oppo's acquisition of Titan and Oppo's brain core, they harbored no objections, recognizing that it was only just for him to claim what he had earned. Having dispatched Titan, Qin Rui and Oppo's gaze shifted toward the zombie lord and hellhounds. Upon witnessing Titan and Oppo's demise, neither the zombie lord nor the hellhounds exhibited fear in their minds. The concept of fear was non-existent. With Titan defeated, the zombie lord and hellhounds ferociously roared at Qin Rui before charging toward him, followed closely by a horde of ordinary zombies. Yet, faced with this oncoming tide, Qin Rui felt no trepidation. Instead, he surged forward into the mass of zombies. The upgraded nano-mech had significantly enhanced his prowess, and as he plunged into the throng, he resembled a wolf among sheep, dispatching zombies with swift strokes of his energy sword. Even the zombie lord and hellhounds proved no match for Qin Rui, swiftly losing their heads. In a brief span, the remaining zombies were eradicated. As for the zombies roaming Sanjiang town, Qin Rui resolved to gather their brain cores before seeking answers from the nano-soldier squad. With determination, Qin Rui swiftly collected the brain cores and approached AI Yushan and Oppo's nano-soldier team. Upon seeing him, the squad instinctively recoiled slightly, only to feel a tinge of embarrassment as they regained their composure. "Ah, AI Yushan, it is good to see you again," Qin Rui greeted with a smile. In response to Qin Rui and Oppo's salutation, AI Yushan reciprocated, albeit with a complex expression, astonished by Qin Rui and Oppo's overwhelming strength. After exchanging pleasantries, Qin Rui delved into the matter at hand, voicing his confusion. Was it not said that the Federal Army was holding the zombie horde at bay in the primordial jungle? Why, then, do we see such a multitude of zombies in Sanjiang town? In light of Qin Rui and Oppo's inquiry, AI Yushan gathered his thoughts and proceeded to elucidate the situation. Chapter 52. The flames of war ignite the eastern continent. Listening to AI Yushan and Amp, Appos, account, Qin Rue and Amp, Appos, expression gradually soured. He had not anticipated that so many events would unfold during his upgrade of the nanomechanical armor system, exceeding his expectations. Suddenly, thoughts of his parents and Xiaoxue, who had retreated to Songqing town, caused his countenance to shift dramatically. AI Yushan, I entrust the remaining zombies in Sanjiang town to you. I have other missions to attend to. With that, Qin Rue moved swiftly without waiting for AI Yunshan and Appos' response and soared towards Songqing town. Observing his rapid departure, AI Yushan and the others refrained from unnecessary chatter and began to eliminate the remaining zombies in Sanjiang town. Once they completed this task, they would need to report back to the temporary command center. Ding, combat detection indicates the host has disengaged. Combat assistance functions are now disabled. The voice of Lingfeng echoed in Qin Rue's mind. As he flew towards Songqing town, he felt the techniques in his mind dissipate, along with the instinctive sense of when to attack and when to defend against foes. Understanding the situation, Qin Rue was not surprised. Instead, he focused all his energy on reaching Songqing town, continuously utilizing Lingfeng to scan for the presence of zombies or members of the human race. However, Lingfeng's feedback indicated that along the way, no zombies or humans were detected, which instilled a sense of unease in Qin Rue, who fervently prayed that the worst outcome would not materialize. Fortunately, his fears were unfounded. Upon arriving outside Songqing town, Lingfeng confirmed that his parents and Xiaoxue were already there, and the town had not succumbed to the same fate as Sanjiang town. Relieved, Qin Rue discreetly exhaled, maneuvering his nanomechanical armor to land in an unoccupied area. He prepared to disengage from the nanomechanical form and entered Songqing town to reunite with his family. Just then, Lingfeng and Appos' voice reverberated through his mind once more. Ding! A significant number of zombies detected, multiple transport and combat aircraft identified. Please prepare for combat. Upon hearing Lingfeng and Appos' warning, Qin Rue halted his actions to disengage from the nanomechanical form and directed his gaze towards the area Lingfeng had indicated. In the sky, a fleet of transport and combat aircraft was advancing towards Songqing town, accompanied by a horde of zombies, led by a level 7 zombie tyrant. Qin Rue gasped in shock at the sight of such a formidable assembly. Even with the upgraded nanomechanical armor system, he would be unable to withstand such an onslaught. As he prepared to evacuate his parents and Xiaoxue from Songqing town, Lingfeng and Appos' voice echoed again. Ding! Analysis indicates that the transport and combat aircraft are not targeting Songqing town. You may remain at ease. However, the zombie horde may dispatch a portion to assault Songqing town. Having analyzed the trajectory of the aircraft and the zombie army, Lingfeng conveyed this information to Qin Rue. Upon hearing this, Qin Rue steeled himself for battle. Should the transport and combat aircraft shift their focus to Songqing town, he would promptly enter the town to escort his family to safety. Conversely, if Lingfeng and Appos' assessment proved accurate and their target was not Songqing town but a faction of zombies sent to attack it, he would swiftly neutralize the advancing zombies. After all, securing a small town was preferable to constantly escorting his family. Under Qin Rue and Appos' vigilant gaze, the transport and combat aircraft soared past Songqing town, continuing deeper into the eastern continent, while the zombie army followed closely behind. Nevertheless, a portion of the zombies was dispatched to assault Songqing town, led by a level 5 zombie lord. Observing the retreating aircraft and the zombie army, Qin Rue sighed in relief, only to soon fix his gaze with murderous intent on the segment of the zombie horde that had broken off. Without uttering a word, he focused his mind, launching 2 energy cannons towards the approaching zombies. These 2 energy blasts marked the commencement of Qin Rue and Appos' battle against the zombie horde. As the energy cannons fired, 2 energy swords materialized in his hands, and he swiftly charged towards the zombies. His objective was to halt the zombies a kilometer away from Songqing town, thereby preventing chaos from erupting within the town. With his formidable strength, Qin Rue faced minimal resistance from the zombies, who were swiftly eradicated. In the process, he amassed a collection of zombie brain cores to replenish his energy for the ongoing battle. After dispatching the horde, Qin Rue glanced at Songqing town, then at the direction the transport and combat aircraft and the zombie army had taken. Gritting his teeth, he propelled himself towards their path, eager to uncover their true intentions. The transport and combat aircraft belonged to the rebel forces, while the leading figure of the zombie army was none other than Zhang Yichen. Under the guidance of Zhuoxuanye, Zhang Yichen led the zombie horde into Sanjiang town. Following their arrival, Zhuoxuanye contacted the rebel forces, and after establishing a rendezvous point, he left a portion of the zombies with Zhang Yichen and led the rest towards the meeting location. Upon joining forces with the rebel army, Zhang Yichen and Zhuoxuanye directed the zombie horde to follow behind the rebels, advancing toward their intended target. At each town they passed, some zombies were dispatched to instigate chaos, aiming to plunge the eastern continent into disorder. The segment of the zombie army that had been directed towards Songqing town was precisely what Qin Rui had just neutralized. And Songqing town remained the only town in the vicinity untouched by the zombie scourge. Meanwhile, the nanomechanical vanguard squad swiftly made their way towards the original jungle after clearing the zombies in Sanjiang town, eager to report back to the commander. Likewise, several squads of nanomechanical soldiers and mech units dispatched from the floating city had already departed for the original jungle. The federal government had also sent a contingent of warriors equipped with wearable nanomechanical armor to provide assistance in the original jungle. In an instant, the flames of war engulfed the entire eastern continent. Chapter 53, The Objective in the Heart of the Primal Jungle. The federal army found itself in retreat against the relentless onslaught of the half-human, half-corpse army, suffering grievous losses. Although the mech units remained unscathed, they were ensnared by the overwhelming force of the undead, rendering them unable to provide assistance to their beleaguered comrades. This dire situation was closely monitored by the commander at the temporary command post. While he felt an acute sense of urgency witnessing the federal army's continuous withdrawal, he was powerless to intervene, forced to await reinforcements while occasionally inquiring about the status of the Nano Vanguard Squad. What news of the Nano Vanguard Squad? The commander asked, his eyes glistening with anxiety. Sir, we have just received word from the Nano Vanguard Squad. They have successfully cleared the zombies from Sanjiang town and are en route to the temporary command post. They also reported that a portion of the zombies that entered Sanjiang town has been left behind, while the remainder is advancing towards the inland of the eastern continent. The deputy commander quickly relayed. Nodding thoughtfully, the commander turned his gaze towards General AI Qingsheng and inquired, has the support from Floating City arrived yet? I have just received word from the elders that support from Floating City is on the way. However, the commander of the reinforcements mentioned encountering zombies along the route, and they will clear them before proceeding, which may delay their arrival, AI Qingsheng informed the commander. In light of this situation, the commander nodded in understanding, as they had anticipated such developments. If the half-human, half-corpse army were to wreak havoc across the eastern continent, it would undoubtedly affect the battlefield and the primal jungle. Thus, the commander could only issue orders for the federal army to steadfastly withstand the onslaught of the half-human, half-corpse army while awaiting assistance from Floating City. Sir, the Nano Vanguard Squad has arrived, the deputy commander suddenly announced. Quickly, arrange for them to assist the federal army. Upon hearing that the Nano Vanguard Squad had returned, the commander and Oppo's eyes brightened as he commanded. Although the Nano Vanguard Squad consisted of merely 6 members, their advanced nano-mechs were not to be underestimated. The addition of the 6 would surely alleviate some pressure from the federal army. Commander, they request to report in person. Just as the deputy commander had given orders to the Nano Vanguard Squad, he received a request for an in-person report. Furrowing his brow, the commander pondered why the Nano Vanguard Squad felt it necessary to address him directly, but he promptly issued the command, let them in. Yes, sir. The deputy commander acknowledged and relayed the message for the Nano Vanguard Squad to enter the temporary command post. Commander, I have matters to report. Upon entering, AI Yunshan saluted the commander and the others. After receiving permission from the commander, AI Yunshan spoke. Sir, while we were clearing zombies in Sanjiang town, we encountered another nano-mech of exceptional power. Had it not been for this mech, our squad would likely have perished in Sanjiang town. As he spoke, AI Yunshan described the appearance of Qin Rui's nano-mech. Hearing this, the commander pulled up a large screen and gestured to it before handing it to AI Yunshan. Is this the mech you mentioned? The commander inquired, pointing to the screen. After scrutinizing the image, AI Yunshan affirmed, yes, sir, this is indeed the mech we encountered. But we were unaware it was on the federal government and Oppo's wanted list. Waving his hand dismissively, the commander chose not to dwell on the matter. Instead, he addressed AI Yunshan. We will discuss this later. For now, your squad is tasked with supporting the battlefield to relieve the pressure on the federal army and to delay the advance of the half-human, half-corpse army as much as possible. Understood, sir. We will complete the mission. AI Yushan saluted once more before leading his team out of the temporary command post, racing toward the battlefield in the primal jungle. With the arrival of the Nano Vanguard squad, the pressure on the Federal Army lessened momentarily. Nevertheless, the commander and Oppos' expression remained grave. For the Nano Vanguard squad could only ease the burden, not drive the half-human, half-corpse army from the eastern continent. As he observed the battlefield, the commander frequently inquired about the status of the reinforcements from AI Qingxing, who faithfully relayed the updates. The atmosphere in the temporary command post grew increasingly tense. Meanwhile, Qin Rue followed closely behind the rebel army and the horde of zombies, advancing into the depths of the eastern continent. As the rebel army passed through several towns, portions of the zombie horde would detach to assault these settlements. Qin Rue initially considered intervening to assist these towns, but upon detecting the presence of Federal Army troops, he refrained and continued to trail the rebel army and the zombie horde. The reinforcements en route from Floating City to the Primal Jungle also discovered zombie activity in several towns within the eastern continent. To prevent chaos from erupting, the support units, upon receiving authorization from Floating City, commenced clearing the zombies active in these towns. However, this effort delayed their immediate support of the Federal Army. The eastern continent and Oppos' border and its interior became engulfed in flames of war, with countless lives lost to the jaws of the undead. The zombie horde, too, suffered heavy casualties at the hands of the Floating City's support forces. As the support units advanced towards the primal jungle at the eastern continent's border, the rebel army and the horde of zombies pressed further into the continent. Despite the cleanup of zombies within the eastern continent, the support units remained steadfast in their course toward the border jungle. Consequently, the forces from Floating City and the rebel army managed to avoid a confrontation, perfectly circumventing one another. Neither Floating City nor the federal government was aware of this intricate dance, believing that the zombies' incursion into the eastern continent was merely a prelude to widespread slaughter. They remained oblivious to the fact that this offensive was a calculated collaboration led by the rebels, in league with the half-human, half-corpse army and the undead, with a singular objective: the headquarters of the federal government, Yuandu. Chapter 54. The ferocious battle. The support troops dispatched from the Floating City to the primordial jungle were commanded by Eric. Due to the urgency of the situation, the elders summoned Eric back from the research base in Ireland, instructing him to lead the troops in providing assistance. Along the way, Eric commanded the troops to march with all their might while also deploying the Nano Vanguard squads to eliminate the zombies along the route. As the Nano Vanguards were far more agile than the mech units, thus, Eric and Oppos' support troops not only cleared the zombies but also reached the border of the eastern continent. The Primordial Jungle. Inside the temporary command center of the Primordial Jungle, the commander anxiously surveyed the faltering battlefield. Just as he prepared to order the federal troops to retreat, the voice of the deputy commander rang out. "Commander, support from the Floating City has arrived." Hearing the deputy commander's somewhat jubilant tone, the commander's face also lit up with joy. Just as he was about to greet the commander of the support troops, Eric entered the temporary command center. "General." Upon seeing Eric, both the commander and the deputy commander greeted him respectfully, while AI Qingxing acknowledged him as well, albeit with less deference than the other two. Without further ado, Eric directly inquired, "What is the status of the battle?" "Returning, General, the half-human, half-zombie faction and the zombie faction have united their forces. After the federal troops exhausted their mech units and Nano Vanguard squads, they still could not withstand their onslaught and have suffered heavy losses." The commander reported the situation truthfully to Eric. Upon hearing this, Eric and Oppos' brow furrowed. He was already aware of the alliance between the half-human, half-zombie faction and the zombie faction, so it did not come as a surprise. However, he was astonished to learn that even after deploying the mech units and Nano Vanguard squads, the federal troops remained at a disadvantage. Although the federal soldiers could not compare to the warriors of the alien races in terms of skill or equipment, Eric had not anticipated such dismal performance from the federal troops despite the assistance they received from the alien races. "Withdraw the federal troops," Eric declared, his tone tinged with disdain for the federal forces. "I shall take command of the battlefield with the mech units and Nano Vanguard squads I brought." While the commander felt some dissatisfaction upon hearing Eric and Oppos' words, he refrained from further comment. It was well known that the alien races had a tendency to look down upon the three major races, and since they ruled over the entire Earth, the commander could only endure his discontent. He promptly issued orders to the deputy commander to facilitate the withdrawal of the federal troops. As soon as the order was given, the federal soldiers, who were valiantly resisting the half-human, half-zombie faction and the zombie faction, began to retreat like a receding tide. Upon witnessing the federal troops and AMP-OPPO's withdrawal, the combined forces of the half-human, half-zombie faction and the zombie faction surged forward. However, just as they advanced, enormous figures descended upon the vast space left by the retreating federal soldiers. The leading forces of the half-human, half-zombie faction and the zombie faction were instantly crushed by the appearance of these colossal figures, suffering significant losses. These imposing figures were none other than the mech units Eric had brought, each standing nearly 30 meters tall. This time, Eric had brought an impressive contingent of 100 mech units. Moreover, as the mech units joined the fray, numerous figures clad in nano-armor began to appear on the battlefield, leveraging their agility and formidable strength to inflict severe damage on the half-human, half-zombie faction and the zombie faction. In total, Eric commanded 10 nano-vanguard squads, with 6 members in each squad, totaling 60 soldiers. In a matter of moments, the tide of battle shifted dramatically with the arrival of Eric and AMP-OPPO's support troops, tilting the scales of victory increasingly towards the eastern continent. Li Yu, who was commanding the half-human, half-zombie and zombie forces from the rear, felt his heart race upon witnessing the sudden reinforcement. He realized that with his current manpower, he could not possibly withstand the mech units and nano-vanguard squads. Through his communicator, Li Yu reached out to Zhuoxuanya, who was stationed inland in the eastern continent. Zhuoxuanya, support from the floating city has arrived. 100 mech warriors and 10 nano-vanguard squads have come. We cannot hold out here for long. How much longer until you achieve your objectives? Upon receiving Li Yu and OPPO's message, Zhuoxuanya and OPPO's expression turned grave. He had not anticipated that support from the floating city would arrive so swiftly. Zhuoxuanya murmured to himself before reporting the situation to the commander of the resistance forces. After contemplating for a moment, the commander replied, Zhuoxuanya, instruct Li Yu to hold off the half-human, half-zombie and zombie forces for another half-hour. Once that time has elapsed, if they wish to retreat, they may do so. Understood, Commander. Zhuoxuanya relayed the commander's words to Li Yu. Hearing this, Li Yu's expression reflected his internal struggle before he gritted his teeth and declared, I will do my utmost to hold for half an hour. After that, I will order a retreat. At that point, you are on your own. With that, Li Yu ceased communication with Zhuoxuanya and turned his attention to the battlefield, where the half-human, half-zombie and zombie forces were beginning to crumble under the support of the mech units and nano-vanguard squads. Determined to resist for half an hour, Li Yu ordered all half-human, half-zombie and zombie forces to engage in suicidal attacks. Upon receiving Li Yu's command, the combined forces of the half-human, half-zombie and zombie factions became frenzied, charging recklessly toward the nano-vanguard squads and mech units. Even in death, they aimed to unleash their strongest attacks. While their assaults might not inflict fatal wounds on the nano-vanguard squads and mech units, the sheer volume of desperate attacks exhausted the energy of the mech units and nano-vanguard squads rapidly, and some soldiers sustained significant injuries amidst the relentless onslaught. Eric, observing the scene from the temporary command center, pondered the desperate actions of the half-human, half-zombie, and zombie forces. What had driven them to such a fanatical state? What were their true intentions? As one of the mech warriors succumbed to exhaustion and was overwhelmed by the half-human, half-zombie, and zombie soldiers, resulting in a catastrophic explosion, Eric and AMP-OPPO's furrowed brow deepened as he murmured to himself. Chapter 55. The Retreat of the Half-Human, Half-Corpse Clan. Though the true intentions of the half-human, half-corpse clan and the zombie clan remained shrouded in mystery, Eric remained resolute in issuing commands to the nano-vanguard squad and the mech division, urging them to withstand the onslaught of the united forces. In fact, Eric went so far as to request that, if possible, they annihilate the opposing armies entirely. Upon receiving Eric's orders, and spurred by the sacrifice of a soldier from the mech division, both the nano-vanguard squad and the mech division ignited their fervor, charging fearlessly into the fray against the half-human, half-corpse clan and the zombie clan. The nano-vanguard squad, in particular, utilized their agility to weave through the ranks of their foes, inflicting significant losses with each strike. For a time, the two armies appeared evenly matched, each suffering casualties. However, the overall losses for the half-human, half-corpse clan and the zombie clan outweighed those of the nano-vanguard squad and the mech division. As the combat prowess of the former was somewhat inferior, albeit compensated by their greater numbers. The battlefield was a merciless arena, littered with the fallen from both sides, their lifeblood staining the ground. As the conflict raged on, both factions, driven by fury, launched their most potent assaults against one another, seeking to bring their adversaries to their knees. This chaotic scene was keenly observed by the commanders. Liu gazed anxiously upon the battlefield, occasionally checking the time. The moment the half-hour mark, as dictated by Zhuoxuanye, was reached, Liu would unhesitatingly lead the remaining forces of the half-human, half-corpse clan in retreat. While instructing the zombie clan to impede the nano-vanguard squad and the mech division, providing cover for his kin, Liu understood well the adage that those not of his kind may harbor treachery. In contrast to Liu's palpable anxiety, Eric, upon witnessing the severe losses sustained by the nano-vanguard squad and the mech division, remained relatively composed, his brow furrowed slightly. It was crucial to remember that these warriors were members of their alien race, whose numbers were already limited compared to the three major factions. Thus, the casualties inflicted upon his kin by this war filled Eric with both hatred towards the half-human, half-corpse clan and the zombie clan, and a deep-seated anger at the Federation and Oppo's ineptitude. Fortunately, the tide of battle seemed to favor the nano-vanguard squad and the mech division, and it appeared merely a matter of time before they would vanquish the opposing forces. As he anxiously monitored the clock, the moments Zhuoxuanye had predicted finally arrived. Liu swiftly commanded the retreat of the half-human, half-corpse forces and ordered the zombie clan to hold the line against the pursuit of the nano-vanguard squad and the mech division. Without hesitation, the half-human, half-corpse warriors abandoned their current foes and retreated into the depths of the primordial jungle, while the zombie clan ferociously engaged the nano-vanguard squad and the mech division in a desperate bid to buy time for their retreat. This unexpected maneuver caught Eric off guard. Once he realized the half-human, half-corpse clan was withdrawing, he quickly ordered the nano-vanguard squad and the mech division to pursue. However, the zombie clan and Oppo's relentless resistance ensnared them, rendering them unable to prevent the retreat of their adversaries into the jungle. "Damn it!" Eric exclaimed, striking the table with his fist, his eyes glinting with cold determination. "If you wish to provide cover for their escape, then let it be so." With a chilling resolve, Eric instructed the nano-vanguard squad and the mech division to abandon their pursuit of the half-human, half-corpse clan and focus on annihilating the zombie clan instead. Following their orders, the nano-vanguard squad and the mech division launched a fierce assault on the zombie forces. In the face of such overwhelming aggression, the zombie clan could only withstand the onslaught for a mere 10 minutes before being completely obliterated, granting the half-human, half-corpse clan the opportunity to retreat into the depths of the primordial jungle. "General, shall we pursue the half-human, half-corpse forces?" a commander inquired, witnessing the complete destruction of the zombie clan. "No need," Eric replied, shaking his head. "We shall remain here to prevent any potential schemes from the half-human, half-corpse clan." "Understood, General," the commander acknowledged, promptly commencing the organization of post-battle cleanup efforts. Due to the intensity of the conflict, the energy reserves of the nano-vanguard squad and the mech division were nearly depleted. Consequently, Eric instructed them to return to the temporary command center to replenish their energy. Had it not been for the energy concerns, Eric, with his fiery temperament, would have already issued orders to pursue the half-human, half-corpse forces. As the nano-vanguard squad and the mech division recharged at the temporary command center, the Federation troops began to advance to the battlefield to commence cleanup operations. After approximately an hour, they had collected a substantial number of zombie brain cores, though they dared not hoard them, surrendering them to Eric. After presenting 1/3 of the cores to the Federation, Eric retained the remaining 2/3, intending to report back to the floating city. Having completed these tasks, Eric did not immediately lead the nano-vanguard squad and the mech division back to the floating city, but chose to establish a temporary encampment. He remained wary of the possibility that the half-human, half-corpse clan might be feigning retreat, preparing to launch another attack once they departed. The commander, witnessing Eric and Oppo's decision to remain, felt a surge of relief, hastily transferring command authority to him. With Eric and his forces stationed, the commander felt assured against any further assaults from the half-human, half-corpse clan and the zombie clan. Chapter 56. The reluctant action plan of the rebels as Eric led the nano-vanguard squad and the mech forces stationed in the primordial jungle. Poised to thwart the impending onslaught of the half-human, half-zombie faction, the internal strife of the eastern continent unfolded. The rebel forces, alongside the zombie army, had already advanced to the very heart of the eastern continent, lying just outside the grand city of Yundu. Unlike other cities, Yundu stood as the largest metropolis in the eastern continent, a veritable epicenter, housing the headquarters of the federal government. Its defenses were unparalleled, with a garrison of elite troops dedicated solely to its protection, ensuring that it would not fall into enemy hands. At this moment, a small town situated 10 kilometers from Yundu served as the covert base for the rebels and the zombie army. The unfortunate residents of this town had fallen victim to the relentless slaughter inflicted by the zombie forces, a grim reality that the rebels tacitly accepted. They were acutely aware that any revelation of their presence would incite the wrath of the federal government, potentially drawing the alien forces into the fray. Despite the significant deployment of federal and extraterrestrial soldiers to the primordial jungle, they could not afford to overlook the remaining military contingents. With their sights set on Yundu, the rebels chose to adopt a passive stance, allowing the zombies to exterminate the defenseless townsfolk, a deed they themselves could not commit. This harrowing scene did not escape the notice of Qin Rue, who, upon witnessing the massacre, was reminded of his own dismal memories from a past life, where a similar atrocity had transpired during the history of the Dragon Kingdom, perpetrated by a nation known as the Plaster Kingdom. As he observed the brutal slaughter, Qin Rue felt an overwhelming urge to intervene, only to be restrained by Lingfeng's voice. "Host, do not act impulsively. The system has detected numerous high-level zombies within the army, and the rebels may possess weapons that pose a threat to you. Your chances of success are merely 0.01. Lingfeng and Appo's words pierced through his fury, compelling Qin Rue to regain his composure. His gaze turned icy as he scrutinized the zombie army and the rebels who sanctioned their actions. "Left Xianyi, what shall be our next course of action?" Zhang Yichen inquired within the town. Left Xianyi and Appo's response was succinct. "Wait." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Zhang Yichen resigned himself to await developments within the town. Meanwhile, in a seemingly understated yet opulent estate in Yundu, a gathering of individuals donned in rebel combat attire convened within a grand hall. Leading them was a remarkably young man, distinguished by his attire, marking him as a minor leader among the rebels. "Esteemed comrades, I have received word that our main forces have reached a town located 10 miles from Yundu, accompanied by the zombie army. The success of this operation hinges upon our actions," the young leader, known as Li Xiu, proclaimed with fervor. Once an inconspicuous individual, his fortunes had transformed dramatically after joining the rebels, allowing him to acquire a personal estate in Yundu. He was but one of many pawns inserted strategically within the city, serving as a facilitator for the impending operation. Numerous individuals akin to Li Xiu had been nurtured by the rebels, strategically placed throughout Yundu. As the internal operatives received directives from the commander stationed outside the city, they initiated their plans of action. The commander, a high-ranking official named Guitianchuan, was one of the masterminds behind this operation. The rebels aimed to dismantle the federal government and Appo's headquarters in Yundu, seeking to overthrow its dominion. However, the presence of alien forces rendered such an endeavor futile, for the extraterrestrials could readily install a new regime in the event of a successful coup. The rebels were cognizant of this reality. Their objective was to buy time for another critical plan in motion. Initially, the rebels had not intended to act so swiftly. Their original strategy involved uniting with the half-human, half-zombie faction in the zombie army to launch a coordinated assault on the eastern continent after the completion of their secondary plan. Yet, the unexpected disruption caused by Qin Rue's interference during the plundering of Alan prompted the alien forces to scrutinize the rebels' base, preparing for a counterstrike. To avert jeopardizing their secondary plan, the rebels hastily orchestrated this operation to obliterate the federal headquarters, diverting the alien forces' attention and buying precious time for their ulterior motives. Thus, this operation was compelled upon the rebels by the alien threat, falling short of their initial expectations, yet they had made extensive preparations. Consequently, the operatives embedded within Yundu were equipped with wearable nano-mech stealthily delivered over the years, and some had even procured additional weaponry through the federal government. Once activated, the rebels' internal agents would plunge Yundu into chaos. Upon receiving Guitianchuan's command, the internal operatives began their maneuvers, distributing the wearable nano-mechs and other equipment to the infiltrating rebel soldiers. Armed and ready, the operatives led their comrades into the throngs of Yundu's populace, advancing towards the federal government headquarters at the city's core. Unbeknownst to the federal government and alien forces, Or perhaps they simply could not fathom the audacity of the rebels to launch an offensive from within the very heart of Yundu. Chapter 57. The explosion in the heart of Yundu City. A sprawling edifice loomed large, its presence commanding the vast square that lay before it. Filled to the brim with various vehicles. Surrounding the square, warriors clad in mechanized armor stood vigil every few steps. This imposing structure was none other than the headquarters of the federal government. In addition to the guards stationed around the square, soldiers also watched over the entrance, while numerous mechanized warriors patrolled the vicinity, creating a formidable state of alert. At the pinnacle of this building rested the office of the President of the federal government. At this moment, the President sat before an expansive desk, flanked by high-ranking officials of the government, with soldiers in armor standing at either side. These soldiers formed the President's personal guard, tasked primarily with ensuring his safety. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon all present, as news from the front lines concerning the ongoing conflict at the border of the eastern continent had reached them. Though reinforcements led by Eric had successfully stalled the advance of the half-human, half-corpse army, forcing a retreat, there was little cause for celebration. Uncertainty loomed over the intentions of the half-human, half-corpse tribe. Additionally, reports from various cities indicated the emergence of zombies. While some had been dealt with by Eric during his mission to support the front lines, a significant number remained, necessitating military intervention from the federal government headquarters. Rubbing his temples in frustration, the President issued a command to a general standing before him, instructing him to deploy a contingent of troops to cleanse the cities of the undead. After acknowledging the order, the general exited the office, at which point another middle-aged man, standing before the President, spoke up. "Mr. President, I find this situation rather peculiar. I suspect the enemy's target is our headquarters." "Oh, please elaborate on your reasoning." The President replied, raising an eyebrow, intrigued by the man's assertion. This middle-aged figure held a significant position as an advisor to the federal government, akin to a military strategist from ancient times. With the President's interest piqued, the advisor continued, "Mr. President, consider this. Why would the undead army not attack alongside the half-human, half-corpse army from the eastern continent's jungle? Instead, they have chosen to infiltrate the interior of the eastern continent and incite chaos in the cities. Their motives appear twofold. Firstly, by allowing the half-human, half-corpse army to engage us, they can draw away substantial forces, even diverting some of the extraterrestrial troops. Secondly, the undead army's emergence in various cities is a ploy to compel our government to deploy forces to eliminate the zombies. Consequently, this would weaken the defenses of Yundu City, leaving the headquarters vulnerable. Should the undead launch an assault on Yundu City, it could pose a grave threat, and if they were to infiltrate the city, the federal government headquarters would be perilously endangered." The President fell into deep contemplation after hearing the advisor's analysis, remaining silent for some time before responding. "Even if your assessment holds true, the characteristics of the undead are quite distinguishable. Moreover, there are means to detect the presence of the undead within a 5-kilometer radius of Yundu City. Should the undead attempt an assault, they would surely be discovered, unless someone is aiding them." The advisor interjected, completing the President's thought. "But who would assist the undead?" The advisor murmured. "Could it be the rebels?" The two men shared a knowing glance, their thoughts aligned. Suddenly, the advisor's expression shifted dramatically. "This is bad." Before he could elaborate, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the air, accompanied by a tremor that shook the very foundations of the office. The President, the advisor, and others present felt the ground quaking beneath them. After the shaking subsided, they turned their gaze toward the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, witnessing a colossal fireball erupting into the sky from the federal government square. Indeed, their target is the headquarters. The President seethed through clenched teeth. The soldiers flanking him immediately shielded the President, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. "Quickly, escort the President to safety," the advisor commanded, directing the personal guard to lead the President away from the office. Simultaneously, he addressed the other high-ranking officials present, "Mobilize all troops to safeguard the federal government headquarters, and relay orders to the forces defending Yundu City to prepare for a full-scale defense against any potential assault." With that, the advisor hastily departed the office, trailing behind the guards escorting the President. The others followed suit, promptly disseminating the advisor's orders through the ranks. Chaos erupted within the federal government headquarters. Fortunately, due to the ongoing conflict with the half-human, half-corpse army at the border, the federal government had already entered a state of preparedness, allowing for a swift response. Had they been caught off guard, the headquarters would have faced dire consequences, with troops unable to return in time for defense. As the personal guard ushered the president into a secure location, a multitude of soldiers clad in wearable mechanized armor suddenly emerged around the federal government headquarters. The massive explosion that had just occurred in the square was the handiwork of these rebels, who had managed to infiltrate Yundu City through an insider within the federal government. This insider, having leveraged their abilities, successfully became a staff member at the headquarters. The enormous explosion in the square was orchestrated by this individual, who had smuggled high explosives into the area, evading scrutiny from the station's soldiers. The detonation obliterated the square, causing chaos among the guards, while the insider safely entered the main building of the federal government, unaffected by the blast. With the square destroyed and the guards incapacitated, the defensive strength of the federal government headquarters was significantly compromised. Seizing the opportunity, the rebels activated their wearable nanotech armor and advanced toward the headquarters. The two guards stationed at the entrance had already been neutralized by the insider at the moment of the explosion. Chapter 58. The retreat fails. Upon entering the headquarters of the federal government, the insider immediately contacted the resistance fighters who were anxiously awaiting news outside. Armed with this intelligence, the resistance swiftly activated their wearable nanotech armor and launched an assault on the federal government headquarters, coinciding with the evacuation of the president, who was being escorted by his elite guards. With the insider and Oppo's assistance, the resistance fighters quickly infiltrated the headquarters, while the federal army, responsible for its defense and patrolling, rushed to provide support at the first sign of an explosion. The two factions clashed in the grand hall of the headquarters, igniting a fierce battle. Historically, the federal army had maintained a dominant position against the resistance, thanks not only to their formidable wearable nanotech armor, but also to superior weaponry that far surpassed that of the rebels. However, upon encountering the resistance fighters equipped with their own nanotech armor, the federal army was initially taken aback, though they did not perceive the rebels as a significant threat. Yet, as the first skirmishes unfolded, the federal army was astonished by the combat effectiveness displayed by the resistance, suffering unexpected setbacks due to their underestimation of the enemy. As the adage goes, the advantage in battle belongs to those who seize the initiative. The federal army, having momentarily let their guard down, found themselves on the defensive as the resistance capitalized on their initial advantage. As more resistance fighters arrived, the situation for the federal soldiers deteriorated rapidly, with many falling in the grand hall of the federal government headquarters. Having swiftly neutralized the initial wave of federal reinforcements, the resistance pressed on, launching coordinated assaults on each floor of the headquarters. Their strategy was ruthless. Any individual not aligned with the resistance was met with lethal force, resulting in a scene of carnage and bloodshed throughout the building. Meanwhile, in a small town 10 kilometers from Yundu City, Guitianchuan received word of the resistance's assault on the federal government headquarters. Without delay, he ordered the resistance forces to assemble and prepare for an advance towards Yundu City. Similarly, Zhang Yichen learned of the situation and, upon realizing the presence of an insider within the city, marveled at the resistance's capabilities. However, instead of delving into the intricacies of their operations, he mobilized the undead army in response to Guitianchuan's command, preparing for a grand march towards Yundu City. This unfolding scenario did not escape Qin Rui's notice. Utilizing Lingfeng's insights, he discerned the objectives of both the resistance and the undead army. Such audacity! Recognizing their intent towards Yundu City, Qin Rui could not help but exclaim in admiration. He held no desire to precede the resistance and the undead army to Yundu City to alert the federal government. In his view, whether alien forces dominated the earth or the federal government was overthrown bore little significance to him. He merely wished to live his life in peace, devoid of aspirations to be a savior. Moreover, Qin Rui harbored reservations regarding the resistance's tacit approval of the undead army's slaughter of the town's inhabitants, rendering any assistance to the rebels implausible. Thus, he decided to follow the chaos in the hopes of witnessing the unfolding drama, trailing behind the resistance and the undead army towards Yundu City. With Lingfeng's help to conceal his presence, he felt assured of remaining undetected. As the resistance and the undead army commenced their offensive towards Yundu City, the situation at the federal government headquarters shifted from a promising assault to one fraught with obstacles. The primary reason for this was the federal army's reinforcements, which had gathered and begun to mount a staunch defense against the advancing resistance on various floors of the headquarters. Despite the federal army's fierce resistance, The progress of the resistance began to stall. Although they continued to push forward, their momentum had undeniably slowed compared to the initial onslaught. Battles erupted throughout the federal government headquarters, while the president, under heavy guard, made his way to a helipad on the top floor. There, a small transport aircraft awaited, surrounded by a squad dressed in wearable nanotech armor, tasked with ensuring the aircraft's safety and facilitating the president's escape. Upon reaching the helipad, the president exhaled a sigh of relief, ready to board the transport and depart. However, an unforeseen crisis erupted as a missile hurtled towards the stationary aircraft. Protect the president. The missile was quickly spotted by the president's guards, who immediately formed a protective circle around him. The Federal Army unit stationed near the transport also reacted swiftly, retreating from the aircraft's vicinity. They wished to intercept the missile, yet its speed and suddenness rendered them unable to respond in time. A deafening explosion ensued, obliterating the transport aircraft into fragments. Fortunately, those on the helipad had been on high alert and were spared from harm, though the pilot was tragically lost in the explosion. Smoke billowed from the wreckage as the president's guards and the Federal Army unit turned their vigilant gazes towards the source of the attack, revealing a resistance fighter clad in wearable nanotech armor hovering before them. Casting a glance at the destroyed transport, the resistance fighter made no further aggressive moves, instead cautiously retreating away from the helipad's occupants. The guards and federal soldiers, recognizing the fighter's withdrawal, refrained from pursuing, wary of a potential trap. For their primary mission remained the protection of the president. Chapter 59. Reinforcements under the vigilant watch of the elite guards and the small contingent of federal troops. The rebel fighter who had destroyed the small transport aircraft did not make another appearance, nor did any other rebels show themselves. Observing this situation, both the elite guards and the federal troops breathed a quiet sigh of relief, while the president they were escorting felt a rising anxiety. With the small transport aircraft gone, he could not escape from the headquarters of the federal government, and the rebels were mounting a fierce assault on the building, causing the president to worry for his own fate. Where were the reinforcements? Why had they not yet arrived? The president, increasingly agitated by his precarious situation, expressed his frustration. The federal troops stationed nearby had all rushed to assist, but they were being held back by the rebels. A staff officer, who had just received this information from the ground, hurriedly conveyed it to the president. What? A handful of rebels has managed to hold them off? Are these soldiers utterly inept? The president's expression darkened upon hearing that the federal troops stationed at the headquarters were being thwarted by the rebels. Sensing the president's ire, the staff officer, steeling himself, replied, "The rebels have somehow managed to infiltrate a substantial force into Cloud City. Their numbers attacking the federal headquarters are not inferior to ours. Our federal troops possess superior weaponry and wearable nanotech armor. Surely we can vanquish the rebels?" The president, suppressing his anger, inquired with curiosity. "Sir, the rebels seem to have received unexpected support. Their armaments are comparable to ours, and they too possess wearable nanotech armor." Upon hearing this, the president's face fell into a deeper gloom, though he recognized that venting his anger would not remedy the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed his staff officer. "What of the federal troops stationed in Cloud City? Have they been notified to come to our aid?" "Sir, I have not informed the forces in Cloud City because they are needed to defend against a potential rebel attack on the city itself," the officer replied. "That is unacceptable. We must summon the garrison in Cloud City immediately. If the federal troops cannot withstand the rebels' assault and the headquarters falls, Cloud City will soon follow under siege." The president paused, then continued with a calm resolve. "Our immediate priority is to allocate a portion of the Cloud City garrison to assist in quelling the rebels at the federal headquarters while ensuring the remaining forces there defend against any attacks on Cloud City." The officer nodded in agreement. His original plan had been to utilize heavy weaponry for a decisive strike against the rebels at the federal headquarters once the president had evacuated, thus avoiding the need to mobilize the garrison in Cloud City. However, with the transport aircraft destroyed and the president still present, that plan was rendered moot. Therefore, the staff officer began sending urgent requests for reinforcements to the federal troops in Cloud City. The federal troops stationed there were not based in the city center, but near its walls to ensure a swift response in the event of an attack. At that moment, armored vehicles were constantly moving in and out of the military base, which had gone on high alert due to the order from the staff officer to prevent any rebel advances on Cloud City. Consequently, the federal troops began urgent preparations, deploying personnel to fortify the city walls. Additionally, Fighter jets were taking off to scout the vicinity of Cloud City. The commander of these federal troops, a young man named Yu Wenping, appeared to be in his 20s. His ability to lead a contingent of federal troops, particularly those tasked with protecting Cloud City, suggested either a remarkable background or considerable prowess. At that moment, Yu Wenping was coordinating efforts within the military base based on incoming intelligence. Suddenly, a soldier rushed up to him, looking flustered. "Calm yourself and compose yourself," Yu Wenping scolded, noting the soldier's apparent panic. The soldier took a moment to steady his nerves before reporting, "Commander, we've detected a large number of undead warriors within 5 kilometers of Cloud City, rapidly approaching. And we've also observed that the rebels are allied with them." Hearing this, Yu Wenping raised an eyebrow. The president and staff officer were correct. The rebels and the undead have indeed formed an alliance. Recognizing the urgency of the situation, he relayed this information to the staff officer and inquired whether he should still lead a contingent to assist at the federal headquarters. The staff officer quickly responded, instructing Yu Wenping to hasten his troops to the federal headquarters while ordering the remaining forces to prepare for a defense against the approaching undead and rebels. Once the situation at the federal headquarters was resolved, they could counterattack against the undead and rebel forces. Receiving these clear instructions, Yu Wenping promptly organized his troops, directing them to ready various weapons and equipment for deployment to Cloud City's walls, while ensuring they held their defensive positions until his return. His soldiers swiftly complied with his orders, and Yu Wenping led a contingent of federal troops at full speed towards the federal government headquarters to provide assistance. Chapter 60. Assault on Cloud City. As Yu Wenping led a contingent of federal soldiers towards the headquarters of the federal government, Guo Tianchuan and his band of rebels, accompanied by Zhang Yiqin and his horde of zombies, approached within a mere 3 kilometers of Cloud City. From this vantage point, the grand silhouette of Cloud City and its imposing protective walls were clearly visible. Upon witnessing the proximity of Cloud City, Guo Tianchuan commanded his forces to hasten their advance. The Zombie Legion, under Zhang Yiqin's leadership, also quickened their pace, intensifying their assault towards the city. 3 kilometers is neither too near nor too far. At the speed of both the rebels and the zombies, they would reach their destination in no more than 5 minutes. However, the federal forces stationed at Cloud City would not allow the rebels and the zombie horde to approach the city walls with ease. As the insurgents and the undead neared within 2 kilometers of Cloud City, the federal defenders initiated their counteraction. Numerous fighter jets surged forth from the city, hurtling towards the advancing forces. Upon sighting the rebels and zombies, the federal fighter jets unleashed a torrent of gunfire, indiscriminately raining bullets upon the rebels and the undead. Furthermore, the jets continuously launched an array of missiles and energy cannons at the ground forces, resulting in immediate casualties among the insurgents and the zombie horde. The aerial onslaught marked the commencement of this fierce battle. The federal troops atop the city walls began to target the advancing enemies with heavy weaponry, unleashing a barrage of artillery, missiles, and energy blasts that inflicted significant damage upon the rebels and the zombies. Yet, the insurgents and the undead were not unprepared for this assault on Cloud City. The rebels deployed a substantial number of their own fighter jets, initiating an attack against the federal aircraft, thereby neutralizing their threat to the ground forces. Despite the inferior performance of the rebel jets compared to their federal counterparts, they were not the sole aerial combatants. The 5th-tier zombies, known as bloodthirsty birds, also took to the skies. Anticipating the federal aerial assault, the rebels had brought not only their own jets, but also a multitude of bloodthirsty birds. As the rebel fighter jets engaged the federal aircraft, the bloodthirsty birds unfurled their wings and soared towards the federal fleet. Initially, the federal jets held the advantage against the rebel fighters, but with the addition of the bloodthirsty birds, the tide began to shift, threatening the federal aircraft with potential defeat had it not been for their superior capabilities. Nevertheless, the federal forces found themselves restrained by the combined efforts of the rebel jets and the bloodthirsty birds, preventing them from posing a further threat to the insurgents and the zombie horde below. With the aerial threat diminished, the morale of the rebels and the undead surged. Although they still faced heavy weaponry from Cloud City, the formation of the rebels and zombies appeared more dispersed, resulting in less damage compared to the earlier aerial bombardment. In the blink of an eye, the 2-kilometer distance vanished under the relentless charge of the rebel and zombie forces. Despite suffering some losses during their advance, the combat effectiveness of the insurgents and the undead remained intact, as artillery, missiles, and energy blasts were ill-suited for close-quarters combat. The federal soldiers stationed at Cloud City began to transition from heavy ordnance to firearms as the rebels and zombies approached the city walls. Energy rifles, laser guns, Gatling guns, and automatic machine guns were unleashed upon the advancing forces. The insurgents and zombies, not the type to remain passive under fire, retaliated against the federal soldiers atop the walls. However, the federal forces enjoyed a significant positional advantage, defending from above, which limited the effectiveness of the rebels' assaults. Moreover, the lower-tier zombies were little more than targets. Fortunately, the zombie horde included not only low-tier zombies, but also their higher-tier counterparts. These advanced zombies, undeterred by federal gunfire, began to scale the walls, determined to inflict damage upon the defenders. The federal soldiers, aware of the zombie horde's intentions, dispatched a portion of their forces to counter the climbing higher-tier zombies. Recognizing that conventional weaponry posed little threat to these formidable foes, the federal troops wielded powerful armaments, including flamethrowers, to combat the advancing zombies. Streams of fire erupted from the flamethrowers, engulfing the higher-tier zombies in flames. Despite the inferno, the higher-tier zombies continued their ascent, seemingly unaffected by the flames. However, as they reached the midway point of the wall, the heat proved too much, and they began to plummet, crashing down upon their fellow zombies below. The fallen zombies ignited, creating a barrier of flames at the base of the wall, a result of the high-tier zombies reduced to ashes. Witnessing this scene, Guotianchuan furrowed his brow in concern, grateful that he had ordered the rebels to position themselves behind the zombie horde during their advance. Otherwise, the losses would have been catastrophic for the insurgents. Yet, faced with the federal troops' flamethrowers, Guotianchuan found himself at a loss, as the rebel aircraft and bloodthirsty birds remained preoccupied with the federal jets, leaving them unable to launch an effective aerial counterattack. Chapter 61. Support blocked, offensive stalled. Guotianchuan and Zhang Yiqian wore solemn expressions, for they belonged to the attacking force, and were now engaged in an assault on Yunda City, the most heavily fortified stronghold in the eastern continent. The heavy weaponry of the resistance could not be brought within the city, and the higher-level zombies from the zombie clan remained outside. Faced with the valiant defense of Yunda City's garrison, they found themselves at a loss for effective strategies. In a state of helplessness, Guotianchuan commanded the retreat of the resistance forces from the city walls, allowing Zhang Yiqian's zombie army to continue the assault, primarily to exhaust the defenders and apply pressure on them. Simultaneously, Guotianchuan placed his hopes on the resistance fighters attacking the federal government's headquarters within Yunda City, wishing for them to swiftly destroy the building and eliminate the president, thereby enabling a coordinated internal and external siege to breach the city. Indeed, Guotianchuan harbored grand ambitions. Their original mission was to dismantle the federal government's headquarters and overthrow its rule. However, upon learning that the resistance had already captured a significant portion of the headquarters and had slain many of its personnel, Guotianchuan altered his plan, aiming to exploit this internal strife to facilitate a breach of Yunda City. He believed that if he succeeded in breaching the city, he would return to the resistance headquarters with immense credit, potentially elevating his standing within the ranks. Unbeknownst to him, Zhang Yiqian remained oblivious to Guotianchuan's ulterior motives. He assumed that Guotianchuan's decision to unleash the zombie clan upon Yunda City was simply a tactic to distract the defenders and prevent them from aiding the headquarters. Although Zhang Yiqian felt some dissatisfaction with Guotianchuan's unilateral strategy, he understood that this was not the moment for discord. Once the federal government's headquarters fell and the president was assassinated, he would settle accounts with Guotianchuan. The assault continued unabated. The zombie army, unyielding to fatigue, pain, or fear, launched relentless attacks on the walls of Yunda City under Zhang Yiqian's orders. The defenders, despite their advantageous position and array of weaponry, were still mere mortals. As they faced wave after wave of fierce assaults from the zombie horde, exhaustion began to etch itself onto their faces. Guotianchuan perceptively noted the diminishing intensity of the defenders' resistance and surmised that they were succumbing to fatigue after over an hour of combat. This realization ignited a flicker of hope within him for breaking Yunda City's defenses. He turned to Zhang Yiqian and declared, "Zhang Yiqian, the defenders are weary. Let us unleash our full strength against Yunda City and seize it at once." Zhang Yiqian's eyes brightened at Guotianchuan's words, and he promptly issued a command for an all-out assault to his beleaguered zombie forces. In a similar vein, Guotianchuan ordered the resistance to mount a full offensive, emphasizing that they should follow closely behind the zombie army. Zhang Yiqian noticed Guotianchuan and oppose this maneuver, yet chose not to confront him, having resolved to settle matters after the battle. As the combined forces of the resistance and the zombie clan pressed forward with renewed vigor, the defenders of Yunda City felt the mounting pressure. Several sections of the wall, inadequately protected, nearly fell to the relentless onslaught, though the defenders paid a heavy toll to maintain their hold. Despite their efforts, the defenders felt increasingly overwhelmed, and losses mounted as the coordinated assault intensified. Realizing that Yunda City might soon succumb to the combined might of the resistance and the zombie clan, a commander responsible for the city's defense hastily relayed the information to Yu Wenping. At that moment, Yu Wenping was engaged with the resistance forces, leading the federal army in a fierce skirmish. After receiving the plea for reinforcements, he had swiftly mobilized a portion of his troops to assist the federal government's headquarters. However, to his dismay, as they approached the building, they fell into an ambush. To his astonishment, the assailants included not only the resistance but also other warriors. Although he could not ascertain their allegiance by their armor, Yu Wenping sensed that these fighters hailed from several prominent families within Yunda City. Damn it! Have these families allied with the resistance? He thought, as he witnessed his federal forces being staunchly held back from reaching the headquarters. Faced with this predicament, he felt a sense of frustration, for most of his troops were engaged at the city walls, defending against the relentless assaults from the resistance and the zombie clan. The reinforcements he had brought were outnumbered by the forces obstructing his path. After an hour of fierce combat, both sides suffered losses. Yet Yu Wenping found himself unable to advance. Uncertain of the situation at the federal government's headquarters, whether the president had evacuated, he received distressing news from the defenders at the city walls. Upon reading the message, the muscles in his forehead tensed, caught in a dilemma. Should he remain in a stalemate here or return to the walls to thwart the attacks of the resistance and the zombie clan? The choice weighed heavily on him. As he observed his soldiers falling one by one under the combined onslaught, he inhaled deeply and closed his eyes. When he reopened them, a resolute determination filled his gaze. He had made his decision to lead his federal forces back to the walls to defend against the impending assault. In that instant, Yu Wenping understood that the warriors sent by the prominent families to thwart his advance were not in league with the resistance, but rather sought to reshape the balance of power within the federal government for their own gain. A cunning group, indeed. You must have longed to overthrow the federal government, he murmured, before rallying his troops and charging toward the city walls. Chapter 62. The destruction of the federal government headquarters. In light of the circumstances, Yu Wenping chose to lend his support to the city walls of Yundu. His decision took everyone by surprise, including the prominent families and the rebels who dispatched warriors to impede his advance. They could not comprehend why he would retreat. However, only Yu Wenping understood that his choice aligned with his true convictions. His duty was to defend Yundu and prevent its breach. His allegiance was never to an individual, but to the federal government. As long as the federal government remained, he cared not who held the presidency. His responsibility was to safeguard Yundu, and thus he chose to reinforce its walls. Although the prominent families and the rebels were baffled by his retreat, they felt a sense of relief. Once it was confirmed that Yu Wenping had indeed departed, the warriors from the prominent families retreated to their respective clans, while the rebels maintained their position to guard against a potential counterattack from Yu Wenping. Upon returning, the leaders of the prominent families ordered their warriors to remain on standby, prepared to support the walls of Yundu at a moment's notice. While they aspired to reshape the federal government, they could not allow Yundu to fall. With Yu Wenping's reinforcements, the situation at the walls of Yundu gradually stabilized, achieving a precarious balance against the forces of the rebels and the undead. Despite sustaining losses on both sides, the rebels and the undead suffered the most, as they were the attackers. Upon receiving news that the walls of Yundu had been secured, the leaders of the prominent families quickly turned their attention to the battle at the federal government headquarters. If the rebels failed to destroy the headquarters or eliminate the president, they would have no choice but to send warriors to assist the rebels. Fortunately, the rebels proved more formidable than anticipated. They had already dismantled two-thirds of the federal government headquarters, while the defending federal soldiers had suffered over two-thirds of their forces in the fierce assault. The remaining third was consolidating their troops, retreating towards the helipad to prepare for a strategic counterattack against the rebels. The president, aware of the rebels' advance, felt a surge of anxiety upon learning that two-thirds of the headquarters had fallen and that the rebels were encircling the helipad. He inquired of his aide whether Yu Wenping's reinforcements had arrived. Mr. President, Yu Wenping encountered an ambush en route and, with the walls of Yundu on the brink of collapse, has led the federal soldiers to assist there, the aide lamented. What of the prominent families? Have they sent reinforcements? The president urged, recalling their potential support. I have contacted the leaders, but they claim all their warriors are deployed to the border jungles and cannot assist, the aide replied. Despair evident in his voice. The president was engulfed in despair, his resentment towards the prominent families growing. What about the floating city? Have we sent a request for assistance? He asked, clinging to hope that the alien factions supporting his government would not allow his demise. However, the aide's next words plunged the president into hopelessness. There has been no response from the floating city. Mr. President, we have been abandoned. This revelation struck the president like a thunderclap, leaving him a mere husk of despair, collapsing to the ground, his eyes reflecting utter hopelessness. The sounds of gunfire erupted from the helipad as the rebels breached its defenses and engaged the federal forces in combat, oblivious to the chaos around him. The president remained transfixed until a pair of shoes caught his eye, snapping him back to reality. Looking up, he saw a rebel clad in wearable nano-armor aiming a weapon at his head. Surveying his surroundings, he realized that the federal forces had been entirely eliminated, including his personal guard. Nearby, the aide lay lifeless, a bullet wound marking his forehead. The president managed a bitter smile. He had no pleas for mercy, aware that the rebels would show him no clemency. As he had surmised, upon meeting his gaze, the rebel unhesitatingly pulled the trigger. With a deafening crack, the bullet passed through the president's skull, leaving a gaping hole as he fell backward, lifeless. After dispatching the president, the rebel soldier holstered his weapon and led his comrades away from the federal government headquarters. Upon reaching the plaza outside, the rebels produced explosives and hurled them at the headquarters. With a thunderous explosion, the edifice symbolizing the pinnacle of power for the eastern continent's humanity crumbled into ruins. Having completed their task, the rebels did not linger but hastened towards the walls of Yundu. They had just reported the destruction of the federal government headquarters and the assassination of the president to Guotianjuan, who commanded them to launch an offensive against the walls of Yundu, aiming to breach the city entirely. Without hesitation, the rebel soldiers surged forward to attack the city walls. Unsurprisingly, this turn of events caught the attention of the prominent families. Observing the rebels' aggressive advance towards the city walls, the leaders of the families exchanged worried glances and promptly ordered their warriors to halt the impending assault. Responding to their leaders' commands, the warriors departed their clans and raced towards the approaching rebels, successfully intercepting them before they reached the walls. As the two sides clashed, there was no time for idle words. They immediately engaged in combat. The escalating conflict plunged the interior of Yundu into chaos. Chapter 63, Retreat within the confines of Yundu City. The insurgents encountered formidable resistance from warriors dispatched by several prominent families, a development that took Guotianjuan by surprise. Through informants embedded within the city, he had gleaned that these families harbored grievances against the federal government's rule and were seeking an opportunity to overthrow it, assassinate the president, and negotiate with the floating city to reconstruct the government based on their own interests. It was evident that their dissatisfaction was not with the government per se, but rather with their own family's exclusion from the division of power within the federal structure. This intelligence, coupled with a strategy to buy time for another insurgent plan, prompted Guotianjuan to initiate the assault. He was confident that these families would not support the federal government in countering the insurgents. In fact, he anticipated they might even assist the rebels. Ultimately, his predictions proved accurate, as the families did not aid the federal government but instead obstructed Yu Wenping's reinforcements, thereby enabling the insurgents to successfully demolish the federal headquarters and eliminate the president. However, the sudden opposition from the families caught Guotianjuan off guard. Upon reflection, Guotianjuan understood their motivations. The families aimed to establish a government led by themselves rather than to conquer Yundu City. Thus, they were determined to thwart the insurgents' attempts to breach the city. Indeed, a pack of cunning old foxes, he muttered under his breath, realizing that with his current forces, breaching Yundu City was no longer feasible. Consequently, he issued a retreat order to the insurgents. Upon receiving the command, the insurgents attacking Yundu City began to withdraw in an orderly fashion. Those within the city, informed of the situation, ceased their combat and followed suit. Observing the retreat, the warriors of the prominent families refrained from pursuing, remaining vigilant against a potential counterattack, while the logistics of the insurgents' exit from Yundu City were beyond their concern. Meanwhile, Zhang Yichen, leading the zombie clan's forces, also received the retreat order from Guotianjuan. Anger ignited within him as he confronted Guotianjuan, demanding, "Why are we retreating? The losses to our zombie clan have been severe, and we have failed to capture Yundu City. With your command, we stand to gain nothing." In response to Zhang Yichen's fury, Guotianjuan maintained a calm demeanor, explaining, "I am acutely aware of the heavy losses your clan has sustained. However, our current forces are insufficient to breach Yunda City, and our insurgents inside are facing resistance from the warriors of the prominent families. Our objective has been accomplished. The federal headquarters has been destroyed, and the president eliminated. Continuing the assault on Yunda City could provoke support from the floating city. Do not forget, there are elite nanotech squads and mechanized units stationed in the primitive jungle." After contemplating Guo Tianquan's reasoning, Zhang Yiqian regained his composure, cast a cold glance at him, and then issued a command to the zombie clan. "Warriors of the zombie clan, heed my orders, retreat." With this command, the zombie clan troops began their orderly withdrawal from the assault on Yunda City. "I will report this matter truthfully to the zombie king," Zhang Yiqian declared before leading his forces towards Sanjiang town, intending to retreat through the underground passages to the western continent. Guo Tianquan, witnessing this, did not intervene but instead led the insurgents in another direction. Unlike Zhang Yiqian's exit through the tunnels, the insurgents had their own means of departing the eastern continent. And Guo Tianquan had already made arrangements for those in Yunda City, ensuring their safe withdrawal. High above, Qin Rui observed the entire conflict unfold. He even detected the explosion of the federal headquarters through his spiritual wind. Through this same channel, he learned of the president's demise. The ease with which the insurgents had toppled the federal government astonished him. He envisioned the aftermath, with the headquarters destroyed. The various federal branches would descend into chaos and disarray. It was only a matter of time before news of their destruction reached him, marking the complete overthrow of the federal government that had long dominated the eastern continent. Yet, he pondered, why had the alien faction failed to provide reinforcements to the federal headquarters? And why had the troops stationed in the primitive jungle not returned to offer assistance? Why would the alien faction allow the federal government to be dismantled by the insurgents? He mused. Although they could establish a new federal regime, the resources and energy required would far exceed the effort needed to support the existing government. Unable to resolve this conundrum, Qin Rui dismissed his concerns and swiftly moved towards Songqing town, determined to find his parents and Xiao Shuiqin and bring them back to Sanjiang town, their true home. In the floating city, within the Elder Hall, several elders gathered, facing a young member of the alien faction. This individual was reporting on the war in Yunda City. When the news of the federal headquarters destruction and the president's assassination reached the elders, their expressions remained inscrutable, as though they had anticipated these developments. Once the report concluded, the elders dismissed the young member. As he departed, silence enveloped the hall. After a prolonged pause, the fifth elder spoke. "The federal government has been obliterated. Should we not now advance our plans? Patience, now is not the time. We must observe the reactions of the prominent families in Yunda City after the dust settles," interjected the fourth elder. The others nodded in agreement, and one by one, their figures faded from the hall. No one could have anticipated that the federal government's destruction was tacitly approved by the alien elders, nor that Eric, stationed in the primitive jungle, had received similar intelligence, which explained his absence from the reinforcement efforts in Yunda City. Chapter 64. Elrin. It was precisely because of the directives from the elders of the extraterrestrial race that the resistance was able to stealthily infiltrate the eastern continent and launch an assault on Yunda City. Poor Guo Tianquan remained oblivious to the fact that the resistance's entry into the eastern continent was orchestrated by the elders. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for them to achieve such an unnoticed incursion. Everything lay within the control of the elders, including the allowance for Zhang Yiqian to lead the zombie clan into the eastern continent, while the dispatched nanoscout teams and mecha units struggled to fend off the half-human, half-zombie clan. These were mere illusions created by the elders, smoke screens intended to confuse the resistance and, through them, dismantle the federal government. Apart from the extraterrestrial elders, no one else was privy to these machinations, and concerning the plans spoken of by the elders, only they were aware of the details. The elders had implanted moles within the ranks of the resistance, which allowed them to anticipate the impending attack on Yunda City and the subsequent attempt to overthrow the federal government. It could be said that the elders were thoroughly informed about the resistance's movements, even to the extent of knowing their headquarters location. However, they refrained from taking direct action against the resistance, as they had more significant plans in motion. Under Guo Tianquan's leadership, the resistance retreated towards the eastern continent's border, not towards the primal jungles, but to another frontier. Yet, they did not head straight for the border. Instead, they sped towards a specific research base, the very one where Elran was located. At that moment, Elran was in her laboratory, the same one previously used for experiments on Qin Rui. However, the laboratory was devoid of test subjects, and besides Elran, there was another figure present. This figure appeared to be another woman, sporting long purple hair and purple eyes, with an intricate purple pattern adorning her forehead, indicating her lineage as part of the extraterrestrial race. "Sister, are you surprised to see me?" the figure said, a smile gracing her lips. "Elrin," Elran exclaimed, recognizing her sister. "I thought you perished in that calamity." Elran's expression was complex. For years, she had received no news of Elrin and presumed her to have died in the disaster. Little did she know that Elrin had survived and now stood before her. "My dear sister, I was fortunate to escape with my life. Otherwise, I too would have met my end in that tragedy. Now that I have returned, I wish not only to see you but also to take you to a certain place." Elran's eyes glimmered with a hint of resentment. Had it not been for Elran, she and their parents would not have been caught in that disaster, leading to their deaths and her own suffering. Elran attributed all her tribulations to her sister, fostering a deep-seated animosity towards Elran. "You mean to go to the Resistance, don't you?" Elran replied coolly. "Indeed, you are perceptive, sister. I intend to take you to the Resistance. With your scientific prowess combined with mine, we could develop even more powerful nanomechs. Once we have those, the Resistance shall surely overthrow the radical faction of the extraterrestrial race." As Elrin spoke, her excitement grew. "Once we topple the radical faction, we can avenge our parents." "Sister, do you not yearn for retribution?" There was an unspoken thought lingering in Elrin's mind that besides avenging their parents, she sought to make Elran pay for the suffering she had endured. Yet, she kept this to herself. Her immediate priority was to bring Elran to the Resistance. Observing Elran's fervor, Elran sighed. "Given the current circumstances, I must accompany you." She then gazed deeply into Elran's eyes and remarked, "Elran, you have changed." Before Elran could react, Elran stood and declared, "Let us go to the Resistance, but you must assist me in bringing 2 individuals back." "Who are those 2? Elran inquired, intrigued. Elran did not directly answer her sister's question. Instead, she produced 2 photographs and handed them to Elran. As Elran took the photos, her curiosity piqued. The images depicted a man and a woman. The woman, like them, was a member of the extraterrestrial race, while the man, resembling a human, bore an enigmatic purple pattern on his forehead. Indeed, the individuals in the photographs are Ziox Weekend and Qin Rue, and they are precisely who I require you to bring." Elran stated. "What is your connection to them? Why do you want them here?" Elran pressed, her questions lingering. "That is of no concern to you. Simply know that I require these 2 individuals," Elran replied, her tone growing colder. "Very well, I understand. I will instruct the Resistance to search for them, and as soon as any trace of them is found, I will have them brought to us." Elran tucked the photographs away and continued, "Sister, can we depart now?" With a resigned sigh, Elran strode towards the laboratory door, and Elran followed closely behind. Elran had contemplated refusing Elran, but she was not naive. Elran's bold appearance in her laboratory signified that the research base had likely fallen under the control of the Resistance. Additionally, with Eric leading forces to support the primal jungles, the base and Oppos, defenses had become vulnerable, allowing the Resistance to exploit the opening. The extraterrestrial elders had not anticipated this. They believed the Resistance and Oppos' sole target was the destruction of the federal government. Little did they realize that the Resistance had another objective, Elran within the research base. However, it was not that the Resistance had targeted Elran. Rather, upon learning of her presence in the base, Elran decisively led the Resistance there. This oversight allowed Elran to take advantage of the situation, successfully extracting Elran from the research facility. Chapter 65, Convergence as anticipated by Aelin. The guards at the research facility were swiftly subdued by the Resistance led by Aelin. The warriors tasked with defending the facility were vanquished, while the remaining staff were spared harm, merely bound and restrained. Exiting the facility, Aelin guided Aelin to one of the large transport aircraft parked outside, which then roared to life and descended towards the border. Of the other transport planes, all but one took to the skies, following closely behind Aelin's vessel. The lone aircraft remained grounded at Aelin's command, intended for the soldiers aboard to locate Qin Rue and Xiao Shuiqin and escort them to the Resistance base. Aelin had already provided Aelin with photographs of the 2, hence her familiarity with their whereabouts. The aircraft left behind not only housed a squad of Resistance fighters, but also a soldier trained by Aelin, clad in the latest nano-mecha armor, a fitting title of Nano Vanguard for him. Aelin, being Aelin and Oppos' sister and a distinguished PhD, exhibited remarkable research prowess, often deemed a genius. The Nano Vanguard was a product of her innovation. Aelin, having developed various nanomechas and weaponry for the radical faction of the alien race, also contributed to the creation of the nano-vanguard. Yet, Ailing, upon joining the resistance, had equally produced an array of nano-mechas, including the nano-vanguard, showcasing that both sisters were on par in their scientific capabilities. Although Ailing had left behind blueprints for her technologies, enabling the radical faction to continue production. Ailing's involvement with the resistance promised a future where their technological advancements would surpass those of the alien radicals. Should the elders of the council become aware of this development, they might launch an all-out assault on the resistance, seeking to eradicate them before they could gain the upper hand. In a more extreme scenario, the alien faction could resort to sending assassins after Ailing and Ailing. However, the elders remained oblivious to Ailing's abduction by the resistance and Ailing's survival and allegiance to their cause. Once all transport planes had vanished from sight, the final aircraft initiated its departure, heading towards Chongqing Town. Unbeknownst to Qin Rui, he was en route to Chongqing Town. With the terrifying speed of the nano-mecha, he arrived near the town in just over 20 minutes. As he approached, he descended and disengaged from the nano-mecha form, stepping into the slum area. Chongqing Town, much like Sanjiang Town, was a slum surrounded by iron fences, with an old gate marking its entrance. A sign emblazoned with the name Chongqing Town hung above the entrance. Due to an influx of displaced individuals from Sanjiang Town, Chongqing Town appeared somewhat crowded, with the federal government's local office having allocated shelter for the newcomers in a small corner of the town. Once the threat of zombies in Sanjiang Town was neutralized, the local government would facilitate the return of the displaced residents. However, at this moment, the local government was unaware that the federal headquarters had been destroyed, the president assassinated, and the zombies in Sanjiang Town eradicated, while the half-human, half-zombie army had retreated from the primordial jungles at the border. The local government office in Chongqing Town awaited news from the federal headquarters, blissfully ignorant that such news would never arrive. Upon entering Chongqing Town, Qin Rui inquired about the location of the Sanjiang Town residents and promptly set off towards their designated area, simultaneously retrieving his phone to contact Xiao Shuiqin. At that moment, Xiao Shuiqin was with Qin Rui and Appo's parents at the gathering point for the Sanjiang Town residents. Holding her phone, she engaged in conversation with them to alleviate their anxieties. Although her demeanor appeared calm, her frequent glances at her phone betrayed her inner turmoil, as she too was deeply concerned for Qin Rui and Appo's safety. Suddenly, her phone rang, and upon seeing that it was Qin Rui calling, she felt an inexplicable wave of relief wash over her. Answering the call, Qin Rui and Appo's voice resonated through the receiver. Xiao Shui, are you and my parents safe? I'm in Chongqing Town, on my way to find you. Hearing his voice, Xiao Shuiqin and Appo's heart finally settled. Qin Rui, we and Appo's, we all fine. What about you? Are you hurt? I and Appo's am perfectly fine. How could I possibly be injured? He replied with a smile, continuing toward the location Xiao Shuiqin had provided. Upon reaching the gathering point, Qin Rui and Appo's eyes immediately fell upon Xiao Shuiqin and his parents. Her distinctive purple hair made her stand out in the crowd. Navigating through the throng, he approached them, feeling a quiet sense of relief wash over him. Seeing Xiao Shuiqin and his parents in person allowed Qin Rui to release the worry that had lingered in his heart. He then addressed them, Xiao Shui, father, mother. The zombies in Sanjiang Town have been cleared, and the half-human, half-zombie army has retreated. We can return to Sanjiang Town now. Chapter 66. Sudden Changes Really? Upon hearing Qin Rui and Appo's words, Xiao Shuiqin remained silent, while Qin Rui and Appo's parents and Appo's eyes brightened with excitement. Having lived in Sanjiang Town for many years, it was their home. Although they had been forced to evacuate due to the zombie crisis, they constantly yearned to return. In response to his parents and Appo's inquiries, Qin Rui nodded gravely and said, "There is one more thing I must tell you, but it is best discussed on the way back to Sanjiang Town, as there are too many years here." Nodding and understanding, Xiao Shuiqin and Qin Rui's parents rose to their feet, urging him to leave Chongqing Town with them. Without further ado, Qin Rui turned and headed toward the town and Appo's exit, followed closely by Xiao Shuiqin and his parents. After walking a short distance and confirming they were alone, Qin Rui finally spoke. "Xiao Shui, father, mother, I anticipate some chaos in the eastern continent ahead. Why? Has the zombie faction and the half-human, half-zombie army not retreated?" Xiao Shuiqin asked, her curiosity piqued. "It is not that the zombie faction and the half-human, half-zombie army have not retreated." Qin Rui paused, his expression turning serious. The gravity of his next words left Xiao Shuiqin and his parents in a state of shock. The headquarters of the federal government has been destroyed, and the president has been assassinated, all at the hands of the rebels. As Qin Rui revealed this shocking news, Xiao Shuiqin and his parents were rendered speechless. They had never imagined that the headquarters of the federal government would be obliterated by rebels, nor that the president would fall victim to their wrath. Once the initial shock wore off, Xiao Shuiqin's expression became grave. She realized that if this news were to spread, the eastern continent would descend into turmoil. The local federal government branches would face the wrath of various factions. Previously, they had the support of the federal government headquarters and the backing of the extraterrestrial faction, which allowed them to operate with impunity. However, without that support and with the stance of the extraterrestrial faction uncertain, the branches would likely face numerous threats. It was clear that the impending chaos would not only stem from the assault on the federal government branches but also from various factions vying for the extraterrestrial faction's favor, seeking to become the new rulers of humankind. Xiao Shuiqin understood why Qin Rui believed there would be chaos in the eastern continent. She refrained from questioning how he had acquired this information, knowing he possessed a nano-mech that enabled him to learn such things. Sanjiang Town had just endured a zombie crisis, with all residents evacuated and in need of reconstruction. While some residents would eventually return, the town currently lacked any significant power. Therefore, returning to Sanjiang Town would provide an opportunity to evade the forthcoming turmoil. Qin Rui explained that this was why he had hurried back from Yunda City to Songxing Town to find Xiao Shuiqin and his parents and bring them back to Sanjiang Town. Nodding in agreement, Xiao Shuiqin supported Qin Rui's perspective, while his parents, trusting their son, did not dwell on the complexities of the situation. Consequently, they quickened their pace towards Sanjiang Town. However, just as they had traveled a considerable distance and were about 20 minutes away from their destination, a transport aircraft suddenly sped toward them, hovering in their path. As the aircraft approached, Qin Rui's mind alerted him, prompting him to shield his parents and Xiao Shuiqin behind him, watching the hovering transport warily. The aircraft gradually descended and came to a halt, its door opening to reveal a squad of armored soldiers stepping out. This unit was sent by the rebels to retrieve Qin Rui and Xiao Shuiqin, led by a nano-soldier developed by Erling. Upon the nano-soldier and Appo's arrival, Qin Rui and Appo's mind issued a warning. Warning, nano-soldier detected. Please exercise caution. Current success rate, 40. Startled by the alert, Qin Rui cast a wary glance at the leading nano-soldier, his vigilance heightened. From their attire, he recognized that this squad belonged to the rebels. But he had never had any dealings with them and was puzzled as to why they sought him out. With Qin Rui and Appo's cautious gaze fixed upon him, the nano-soldier approached to within 10 paces, producing a photograph. After scrutinizing the image and comparing it to Qin Rui and Xiao Shuiqin, the nano-soldier nodded and declared, "Identity confirmed. You can be taken." As the nano-soldier and Appo's words echoed, the other rebel soldiers began to encircle Qin Rui and Xiao Shuiqin. Furrowing his brow, Qin Rui questioned, "I have no connection to your faction. Why do you wish to take us?" Understanding that the rebels aimed to capture him and Xiao Shuiqin, Qin Rui was perplexed by their motives and voiced his confusion. The nano-soldier replied, "I do not know why we are to take you, but I am simply following orders. Therefore, do not resist, comply with us, and you will avoid unnecessary suffering." Qin Rui and Appo's expression darkened at the soldier and Appo's response. "If you wish to take us, you should first demonstrate your capability." With that, he urged his parents and Xiao Shuiqin to distance themselves slightly. The nano-soldier observed Qin Rui with intrigue, a hint of mockery in his eyes, unaware of the courage that fueled Qin Rui's defiance. As for Xiao Shuiqin, the nano-soldier paid her no mind, confident that neither she nor Qin Rui could escape his grasp. Chapter 67. Weakness, Mecha Core. After ensuring that Xiao Shuiqin and his parents were at a safe distance, Qin Rui's mind stirred, and the nano-mecha form was activated. Under the astonished gaze of the nano-soldier, Qin Rui became enveloped in a striking silver-red nano-armor, emanating a formidable aura from his being. The nano-soldier's expression shifted from mockery to seriousness, for he had not anticipated that Qin Rui was also a nano-soldier. And by the strength of his presence, he was evidently his equal. In that moment, the soldier understood why Erling had ordered the apprehension of Qin Rui and Xiao Shuiqin for transport to the rebel base. If Qin Rui was a nano-soldier, could it be that the girl was as well? The soldier cast a wary glance toward Xiao Shuiqin, pondering this possibility. Simultaneously, he remained on guard. If it were confirmed that Xiao Shuiqin was also a nano-soldier, he would swiftly retreat with his men, despite his confidence in his own abilities. He recognized the peril of confronting two equally formidable opponents. Under the soldier's scrutiny, Xiao Shuiqin made no move. Nor did she exhibit any intention of transforming into her nano-mecha form, prompting the soldier to quietly exhale in relief. It appeared that she was not a nano-soldier after all. Relieved, the nano-soldier murmured to himself, then redirected his gaze toward Qin Rui, his expression sharpening with intent. Since you refuse to comply peacefully, I shall be compelled to employ forceful measures. With that declaration, the soldier sprang into action, racing toward Qin Rui with remarkable speed. Two energy swords extending from his arms, firmly grasped in his hands. As the nano-soldier advanced, other rebel fighters began to encircle Xiao Shuiqin, realizing the imminent threat. She positioned herself protectively behind Qin Rui's parents, brandishing the energy gun that Qin Rui had gifted her, eyeing the oncoming rebels with vigilance. Likewise, upon witnessing the rebels converge upon Xiao Shuiqin and his parents, Qin Rui's heart surged with anxiety, fearing for their safety. This very anxiety rendered Qin Rui at a disadvantage in his confrontation with the nano-soldier, relegating him to a defensive stance. He maneuvered the two shields behind him to strike at the soldier, yet each attempt was deftly thwarted. Consequently, he summoned his energy sword, preparing for close combat against the soldier while simultaneously keeping a fragment of his focus on Xiao Shuiqin and his parents, ready to spring into action should they find themselves in peril. Yet, this divided attention caused Qin Rui to falter in his melee engagement, as each of his strikes was countered by the soldier's energy swords. When the soldier launched an attack, Qin Rui's delayed reaction prevented him from parrying with his energy sword, forcing him to activate the force field shield of his nano-mecha system to absorb the blow. Although the shield mitigated the attack, it could not nullify the impact. Witnessing his strike halted by Qin Rui's force field shield, the nano-soldier delivered a powerful kick to Qin Rui's chest. While the shield absorbed the blow, the sheer force propelled Qin Rui backward, leaving a trail on the ground as he skidded away. Thanks to the protection of the force field shield, Qin Rui emerged from the encounter looking disheveled but uninjured. Rising to his feet and brushing off the dust, he refrained from immediately retaliating against the nano-soldier, instead casting his gaze toward Xiao Shuiqin. At that moment, she was under siege by the rebel fighters. Aware that the rebels' target was her, Xiao Shuiqin had distanced herself from Qin Rui's parents to shield them from harm, inadvertently placing herself in the rebels' crosshairs. Fortunately, the rebels had been instructed to capture Qin Rui and Xiao Shuiqin for transport to the base, thus refraining from utilizing lethal weaponry, intent instead on subduing her. As a result, although besieged, Xiao Shuiqin faced no mortal danger, and since Qin Rui's parents were not the rebels' objective, their safety remained assured. However, they stood in shock, not only at the sight of Qin Rui's transformation into a nano-mecha, but also at the overwhelming display of the rebel forces, a sight they had never encountered in their life in Sanjiang town. Seeing that his parents and Xiao Shuiqin were unharmed, Qin Rui finally felt a sense of relief and turned his attention back to the nano-soldier, who now posed a headache for him. The soldier's prowess appeared superior to his own, and given the current trajectory of their battle, defeat seemed inevitable. With this realization, Qin Rui mentally reached out to Lingfeng, asking, "Lingfeng, is there a method to overcome my opponent? Or does the soldier and Appo's nano-mecha possess any vulnerabilities?" Beep. Analysis in progress. Lingfeng and Appo's voice resonated in his mind. After a brief interval, Lingfeng and Appo's voice returned. Beep. Analysis complete. The weakness of the opponent and Appo's nano-mecha resides in the core located at the chest. If you can damage the core, the opponent's nano-mecha will become inoperative. As Lingfeng's voice echoed, a star-shaped crosshair appeared in Qin Rui's vision, precisely aligning with the core of the nano-soldier's armor. While Lingfeng had highlighted the core's location, Qin Rui understood that breaching it would not be a trivial task. In addition to marking the core, the analysis revealed that it was shielded by a force field. In other words, to damage the core, Qin Rui would need to shatter the protective force field. However, the power required to breach the force field was immense. Perhaps if his nano-mecha system were upgraded to a higher level, such a feat might be feasible. Yet, at his current level, it seemed an impossible dream. Just as the soldier could not penetrate Qin Rui's force field shield, Qin Rui found himself equally thwarted by the soldier and Appo's defenses. Contemplating this predicament left Qin Rui feeling despondent. The knowledge of his adversary's weakness coupled with the inability to exploit it was disheartening. Nevertheless, he resolved not to allow the soldier to take him and Xiao Shuiqin away. Who knew what the rebels intended to do with them? The mere thought of becoming a test subject sent shivers down his spine. for he had once experienced the horror of being a lab rat, a fate he wished to avoid at all costs. Chapter 68. Xiao Shuiqin is taken away. Qin Rui rose once more, fixing his gaze upon the nano-soldier, who advanced towards him with a swift motion. This time, however, Qin Rui targeted the mech core located at the soldier's chest. The nano-soldier, wielding his energy sword, launched an assault on Qin Rui. Yet he appeared perplexed by Qin Rui's singular focus on a specific area. Despite his confusion, the nano-soldier adeptly parried Qin Rui's strikes, employing his energy sword to fend off the attacks aimed at his chest, while utilizing his personal force field shield against those he could not block. As Qin Rui wielded his own energy sword in retaliation, he managed to create some distance between them. His brow furrowed deeply as he observed the nano-soldier and Oppo's mech core, a sense of futility washing over him. At that moment, troubling news reached Qin Rui's ears. Amidst the onslaught of the rebels, Xiao Shuiqin had been rendered unconscious by one of them. The remaining rebels surged forward, capturing her. Witnessing this unfold, a heavy despair settled in Qin Rui and Oppo's heart. He yearned to rush to her aid, but as he moved, the nano-soldier obstructed his path. As the rebels lifted Xiao Shuiqin and headed towards their transport, fury ignited within Qin Rui. "Stand aside," he bellowed, his attacks becoming increasingly frenzied. He abandoned his defense, opting for a reckless offensive strategy. The nano-soldier, initially caught off guard by Qin Rui's ferocity, soon regained composure, and the tide turned against Qin Rui once more. "Commander, Xiao Shuiqin has been captured. Should we unite to subdue Qin Rui?" A few rebel soldiers communicated with the nano-soldier. Although he had witnessed Xiao Shuiqin's capture firsthand and felt no surprise, he firmly rejected their proposal to assist in capturing Qin Rui. "There's no need. You all should pilot the transport out of here." With Qin Rui possessing nano-armor, even united, we cannot guarantee his capture. If he wishes to flee, we lack the means to stop him, the nano-soldier instructed the rebels. Upon hearing their commander's words, the rebels acquiesced and piloted the large transport towards the eastern continent and Oppo's border. "Leave now." As the transport took off, panic surged through Qin Rui. He attempted to intercept it, but the nano-soldier blocked his path once more. "Stand aside." Qin Rui's fury had reached its zenith, his voice chilling the air around him. "This route is impassable." The nano-soldier, sensing Qin Rui and Oppo's wrath, replied with equal coldness. As the nano-soldier obstructed him, madness began to swell in Qin Rui and Oppo's eyes. In his mind, he urged Lingfeng, "Prepare to detonate the nano-armor. Warning, detonating the nano-armor will damage the system, rendering you unable to revert to nano-armor form for a period of time. You will also sustain severe injuries. Confirm detonation?" Confirm detonation. Madness filled Qin Rui and Oppo's gaze. The detonation was a mechanism Qin Rui had stumbled upon during his research on the nano-armor, a function that allowed him to detach the mech core after transforming and concentrate energy within it before triggering an explosion. Given the immense energy contained within the nano-armor, the power of the explosion would rival that of an atomic bomb from his past life. However, this was a double-edged sword. The explosion would damage the system, disabling certain functionalities and preventing further transformations unless repaired. Initially, Qin Rui had considered this ability a last resort, never expecting to use it, but now, desperate to prevent Xiao Shuiqin's abduction and to eliminate the nano-soldier before him, he was willing to take the risk. Executing nano-armor detonation protocol. Progress. 1, 2, 3. A progress bar materialized before Qin Rui and Oppo's eyes. As he awaited the completion of the countdown, the nano-soldier felt an inexplicable chill, observing Qin Rui's eerie calm. A voice echoed in his mind. "Flee, flee now." Without hesitation, the nano-soldier heeded this inner command. "I never expected you also possessed nano-armor. Consider yourself fortunate this time. You have escaped. Next time, I will personally bring you to our rebel base." With that, he dashed towards the direction of the transport. Qin Rui could not impede the nano-soldier's escape, just as the soldier could not halt his own departure. Witnessing the soldier and Oppo's decisive retreat, Qin Rui felt powerless. In his mind, he implored Lingfeng, "Stop the nano-armor detonation. Detonation function has been halted." As Lingfeng and Oppo's voice faded, the progress bar vanished. Qin Rui cast a lingering glance towards the transport and the retreating nano-soldier, a fleeting glimmer of cold resolve crossing his eyes. "Xiao Shuiqin, wait for me. I vow to rescue you from the rebel base. I believe that day shall not be far off." Silently vowing, Qin Rui deactivated the nano-armor system and approached his parents, saying, "Let us go home, father, mother." "What about Xiaoshuichen?" His parents inquired anxiously, their concern evident. "Rest assured, father, mother. One day, I will safely bring Xiaoshuichen back." With that, Qin Rui and his parents made their way towards Sanjiang town. Chapter 69. Function of the knowledge base. Throughout the journey, Qin Rui wore a sullen expression, remaining silent. His parents, aware that Xiaoshuichen had been taken away, refrained from asking too many questions, recognizing their son's distress. After approximately 20 minutes of travel, the group finally returned to Sanjiang town. The town, ravaged by the onslaught of zombies, appeared chaotic and dilapidated. Many of the single-story houses had been reduced to ruins due to the attacks, and a multitude of corpses littered the streets. Some were zombies, while others belonged to federal soldiers. Having witnessed the brutality of the battlefield, Qin Rui felt little discomfort at the sight of the numerous bodies. However, his parents, unaccustomed to such horrors, were deeply affected. The sight of the fallen had a profound impact on their pale faces, and Qin Rui's mother was overwhelmed to the point of vomiting. Observing this, Qin Rui hurriedly comforted his parents and guided them away from the gruesome scene back to their home, which he had painstakingly rebuilt with his own funds. Fortunately, their residence, situated on the outskirts of Sanjiang town, had escaped the zombie onslaught and remained intact. Once he ensured his parents were settled, Qin Rui departed his home, intent on clearing the remaining zombies in Sanjiang town. The eradication of these zombies left behind a bounty of zombie cores, which Qin Rui eagerly collected. Additionally, the belongings of the fallen federal soldiers became his spoils. With no one else in the vicinity aside from his parents, he was able to gather all the zombie cores without hindrance, subsequently piling the corpses of both zombies and soldiers outside the town. After setting the bodies ablaze, Qin Rui began to assess his haul. The collection of zombie cores had exceeded 1,000, and from the federal soldiers, he acquired an undamaged wearable nano-armor. Upon receiving the armor, Qin Rui utilized Lingfeng to analyze it, swiftly uncovering the principles behind the wearable nano-armor. He learned that whether it be the nano-soldiers, the wearable nano-armor, or the nano-armor he possessed, all were constructed from nanomaterials. The variation in the materials determined the strength and energy capacity of the different types of nano-armor. The wearable nano-armor was made from the most common nanomaterials available on the market. Typically, it remained dormant within a launch device, and upon activation, the nanomaterials would assemble in a specific manner to envelop the wearer, thus forming the nano-armor, hence its designation as wearable. In contrast, nano-soldiers stored their nanomaterials within nanoparticles that integrated with the human body. This allowed nano-soldiers to activate the nanomaterials merely with a thought, generating nano-armor. While this type of nano-armor was indeed superior to the wearable variant, it had a significant drawback. It could be forcibly extracted from the body. Conversely, Qin Rui and Appo's nano-armor was genetically bonded to him, allowing for potential hereditary transmission and presenting a lower risk of being forcibly taken. To seize Qin Rui and Appo's nano-armor, one would need to capture him and manipulate his genetic makeup. Upon grasping the principles of the wearable nano-armor, Qin Rui lost interest, deeming it worthless. Nevertheless, he resolved to dismantle the armor to extract its core for the enhancement of his own nano-armor system. He had not forgotten about the Heart of Energy. Possessing it would alleviate any concerns regarding the energy source for his nano-armor. The Heart of Energy provided an inexhaustible supply of power, as it constantly generated energy, akin to controlled nuclear fusion, albeit with a much longer depletion timeline. Since upgrading his nano-armor to level 2, Qin Rui had experienced most of its functionalities, save for the knowledge base feature, which he had yet to explore. At this moment, he finally had the opportunity to engage with the knowledge base. Lingfeng, activate the knowledge base, he instructed. With that command, the knowledge base opened, and Lingfeng's voice echoed, "Ding. The knowledge base is now accessible. Please browse, host." As Lingfeng's voice faded, Qin Rui sensed a luminous orb appearing in his mind. Through Lingfeng, he understood that this orb represented the knowledge base. Without hesitation, he plunged his consciousness into the orb. As he immersed himself, a series of names flashed through his mind: nano-armor, energy guns, energy cannons, nuclear bombs, genetic modification, bioengineered humans, and cosmic battleships, among others. Intrigued by the concept of bioengineered humans, he focused his mind and selected that entry. Instantly, information about bioengineered humans flooded his consciousness, detailing their creation process. Simply put, Bioengineered humans were cultivated from zombies, utilizing zombie materials and viruses. The manufacturing process involved placing zombies in specially treated viral substances and implanting specific chips for control purposes. Once created, bioengineered humans, like zombies, felt no pain and were devoid of fear or other negative emotions. Furthermore, they harbored substantial quantities of zombie viruses, granting them strength comparable to level 5 zombies. More alarmingly, bioengineered humans had the capability to self-destruct, releasing the contained viruses into the air and potentially converting anyone who came into contact with them into zombies. Thus, bioengineered humans represented one of the most terrifying forms of biological weaponry. Chapter 70. The method of crafting the heart of energy after perusing the introduction to bioengineered humans. Qin Rui found himself somewhat astonished. He had not anticipated that bioengineered beings could serve as such formidable weapons. Fortunately, in this world, no one had yet succeeded in creating bioengineered entities. Otherwise, despite the dominance of an extraterrestrial race, chaos would surely ensue, potentially plunging the world back into an apocalyptic state. Exiting the section on bioengineered humans, Qin Rui resumed his exploration of the knowledge repository but consistently failed to locate information on the heart of energy. Thus, he inquired of Lingfeng, "Does the knowledge repository not possess a search function?" Beep. Host, the knowledge repository indeed has a search function. Simply articulate the name you wish to search for, Lingfeng replied. Upon hearing this, enlightenment dawned upon Qin Rui. He then spoke to the repository. Search for the heart of energy. As soon as his words resonated, all previously fleeting names vanished, and shortly after, the term he sought, heart of energy, materialized within the repository. Eagerly selecting this name, Qin Rui's mind was flooded with details concerning the heart of energy, including its crafting method. The heart of energy encapsulated an inexhaustible source of energy, applicable in various energy-dependent devices. The crafting process required a zombie brain core, the core of a nano-mech, and several other materials. In essence, the method of creating the heart of energy bore resemblance to controlled nuclear fusion. However, it diverged from this process by incorporating the mech core and the zombie brain core, which reacted with the materials used in controlled nuclear fusion, thereby generating an endless supply of energy. Fortunately, given Qin Rui's background as a scientist in his past life, albeit primarily in the realm of artificial intelligence, his practical skills were commendable, provided he could gather the necessary materials. He could forge the heart of energy according to the knowledge repository's instructions. Once crafted, the heart of energy would significantly bolster Qin Rui's strength, alleviating his concerns regarding the nano-mech losing combat capability due to energy depletion. After committing the crafting method and requisite materials to memory, Qin Rui exited the knowledge repository. Presently, he possessed a zombie brain core and a mech core. What he lacked were the materials necessary for controlled nuclear fusion. Uncertain of where to procure these materials, he mused that even if he did know, his current financial resources would likely be insufficient. The headquarters of the federal government has been destroyed. My bounty should have been rescinded, correct? If that is the case, it might be worth considering joining the federal government as a soldier once it is restructured. This could lead me to information regarding the materials I seek, Qin Rui contemplated, concluding that this seemed to be his only viable path forward. Resolute in his decision, he prepared to await news of the extraterrestrial race's reorganization of the federal government. However, what Qin Rui did not anticipate was that the extraterrestrial race had no intention of re-establishing the federal government, a revelation that caught him off guard. As expected, following the destruction of the federal government's headquarters, towns were plunged into chaos. The remaining branches of the federal government in various towns faced assaults from numerous factions, resulting in the obliteration of their buildings and the annihilation of the officials and soldiers within. Meanwhile, a commander stationed in the primitive jungle with Eric prepared to lead his federal troops to assist the beleaguered branches upon hearing of the headquarters destruction. Yet, before he could muster his forces, Eric and his squad of nano-soldiers, along with the mech troops, swiftly subdued him. General, why do you obstruct me? The federal government's headquarters has been destroyed, and the branches are under siege. Will you not intervene? The commander shouted in fury at Eric, witnessing his subordinates being restrained. In response to the commander's outrage, Eric remained unfazed. Once the commander had vented his frustrations, he calmly replied, "The elders have commanded us to allow the destruction of the federal government's headquarters and the assault on its branches. I am merely following orders. Were it not for your remaining value, you would have already met your demise." Upon hearing Eric's words, the commander's heart sank, and he despondently lowered his head. allowing Eric's subordinates to escort him away. As he observed the commander being led away, Eric turned his gaze inward towards the eastern continent, murmuring, "Elders, what are your true intentions?" Eric, too, could not fathom the elders' motives. His reason for detaining the commander and his troops stemmed from a recent directive he had received from them to seize control of the commander and his forces. The order stipulated that should the commander or his troops dare to resist, they were to be eliminated without hesitation. Fortunately, Eric acted swiftly, preventing any rebellion from the commander and his troops. Had he delayed, a bloody conflict might have ensued. With these actions completed, Eric ceased his movements, awaiting further communication from the elders to determine the next course of action. At that moment, within the elders and Appo's chamber, the elders remained vigilant, monitoring the chaos within the eastern continent. Reports continuously flooded in, detailing the destruction of various federal government branches and the infighting among factions, with some being opportunistically wiped out by others. Then, a piece of news arrived that altered the previously calm demeanor of the elders, a report confirming that Ling was still alive and had been taken by Lon to the rebel base. Upon hearing this, the fifth elder, seated at the end, struck the armrest of his chair in fury, causing it to splinter and crumble. The other elders also bore grim expressions, their countenances darkening. The first elder, sitting at the head of the table, took a deep breath, regaining his composure. Ling and Appo's survival and subsequent alliance with the rebels indeed caught me off guard. However, the event has transpired. Our anger serves no purpose. Let the rebels revel for a time. When our plans are executed, it will be time to strike. As the first elder concluded, the other elders gradually regained their tranquility. Chapter 71. Journey to the northern continent. At another border of the eastern continent, several large transport aircraft were racing beyond its confines, tasked with retrieving Lin and Xiao Shuiqin by the resistance. At this moment, on board one of the aircraft, a nano-commando was reporting to Ling about the attempt to capture Qin Rui and Xiao Shuiqin, informing her that only Xiao Shuiqin had been apprehended, while Qin Rui had escaped due to his own nano-armor. Upon hearing the commando's account, Ling was momentarily taken aback. Yet she maintained her composure in front of her subordinates, simply acknowledging with a calm "I understand," before unilaterally severing the communication. Once the call was disconnected, a smile crept onto Ling's face as she turned to Lin and inquired, "My dear sister, did the nano-armor on Qin Rui originate from your handiwork?" In response to Ling and Appo's question, Lin remained silent, tacitly admitting that Qin Rui was indeed her creation. Observing Lin and Appo's acquiescence, Ling and Appo's smile broadened as she remarked, "Is Qin Rui your newly developed nano-commando? However, it seems that the nano-commando you devised this time does not possess the prowess of mine. It appears this is the first time you have been bested by me." With that, Ling let out a laugh, seemingly reveling in the superiority of her own creation over Lin and Appo's. Yet, it was at that moment that Lin spoke up. "Qin Rui is not merely a nano-commando. Although he possesses nano-armor, it is distinct from both the wearable nano-armor and the commando and Appo's suit. While he may currently seem weak, there will come a day when his strength will astonish all who underestimate him." "Ah, I eagerly anticipate that day, sister," Ling replied, her smile deepening, leaving her stance ambiguous. She then shifted the conversation, saying, "My dear sister, while I can comprehend your desire to bring Qin Rui, your experimental subject, to the resistance base, I must inquire why you also wish to take Xiao Shuiqin. Is she perhaps a member of the peace faction? Could you enlighten me on this matter?" Upon hearing Xiao Shuiqin and Appo's name, a complex expression emerged on Lin and Appo's face. She lifted her gaze towards the transport aircraft carrying Xiao Shuiqin, as if trying to penetrate the aircraft and discern her figure within. "Do you remember Xiao Yuqing and Xiao Yuan?" Lin asked after a prolonged pause. "You mean?" Ling recalled something upon hearing Lin and Appo's words. "Indeed, Xiao Shuiqin is their daughter, a member of the peace faction. Unfortunately, her parents perished in that upheaval, and she was subsequently ostracized by the radicals, finding herself in Sanjiang town." Lin continued, "Initially, I had not paid her much attention. But upon learning that Qin Rui was with her, the name Xiao Shuiqin struck a familiar chord. Thus, I had her investigated and discovered her true identity. At that moment, Lin grasped Lin and Appo's motive for wanting to take Xiao Shuiqin away. She was well aware of Xiao Yuqing and Xiao Yuan, as their families had been quite familiar with each other, and the bond between Lin, and Xiao Shuiqin had been strong during their childhood. However, the tragic upheaval had claimed the lives of their parents, and they had not seen Xiao Shuiqin in years. It was only when Lin, through Qin Rue, unearthed Xiao Qin and Apos, s name that she learned of her survival in Sanjiang town. This was also the reason Ailin sought to bring Xiao Qin along. Despite her becoming a zombie hunter and earning a decent living from it, Ailin wished to spare her from such a perilous existence. Upon learning this, Ailin refrained from further inquiries, and a silence enveloped them. Fortunately, this silence was short-lived as the transport aircraft had departed the eastern continent, heading towards the northern continent. Although Ailin had been engaged in research at the scientific base for years, she was not unfamiliar with the geography of the three continents. Noticing the direction of the aircraft, she surmised that it was en route to the northern continent. You resistance fighters are quite capable, managing to establish a base in the northern continent, which is, after all, the territory of the half-human, half-zombie tribe. Ailin remarked, astonished by the daring of the resistance. Having deduced that the resistance base was situated in the northern continent, Ailin was surprised. She had initially believed it would be discreetly located on the eastern continent and Apos' border. This was unavoidable. Following the failed assault on the scientific base, the radicals intensified their scrutiny of the resistance. It was I who persuaded the current leader of the half-human, half-zombie tribe to allow us to establish our base in the northern continent. Ailin added, today, the resistance has formed a partnership with the half-human, half-zombie tribe, who permit us to set up our base in Northern Road in exchange for our assistance in their research. They too are amassing strength to overthrow the radical regime. Upon hearing this, Ailin fell into silence. For her, who ruled the earth, was of little consequence. Her sole passion lay in scientific endeavors. However, should her family be involved, she could not remain indifferent. Ailin shared this information with Ailin precisely because she understood her sister and Apos' character. Once again, silence enveloped them. Ailin sat on the transport, her gaze lost in the distance, while Ailin, noticing Ailin and Apos' disinterest, settled into silence as well. The aircraft maintained a steady course towards the resistance base on the northern continent. Through the windows, they could see the figures of the half-human, half-zombie tribe appearing below, signifying that they had entered the northern continent. Qin Rue, are you well? When will I see you again? Ailin pondered as she gazed out the window, a complex expression crossing her face, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Chapter 72. The underground base of the resistance. The transport aircraft glided into a dense forest on the northern continent, slowly coming to a halt on a vast, cleared expanse. As the aircraft settled, several resistance fighters approached to welcome Ailin and her companions. Once they disembarked, the fighters guided the transport to another open area to avoid obstructing the landing of other aircraft. At that moment, Xiao Qin had awakened. However, facing the vigilance of the resistance soldiers, she realized her inability to resist. Yet, her anxiety gradually subsided as she observed two individuals before her, both sharing the alien features she possessed. For reasons unknown, she felt an unprecedented sense of reassurance emanating from them. Noticing that Xiao Qin was awake, Ailin and Ailin exchanged no further words. Ailin directly addressed one of the resistance fighters, requesting, "Take me to see the general." "Yes." The fighter responded respectfully, leading the way, followed closely by Ailin, and Xiao Qin. The base of the resistance was not situated above ground but rather underground, with its entrance concealed within a valley. Surrounded by mountains, the valley had only a single point of entry. The entire area appeared remarkably flat, as if meticulously cleared. As they entered the valley, the ground beneath them began to tremble. Suddenly, the earth around them cracked open, revealing the hidden underground base of the resistance. Ailin realized that they had been standing on a circular platform, which served as the elevator to the base. As the platform descended, darkness enveloped them, illuminated only by sporadic flashes of light. After several minutes, the platform finally reached the bottom, revealing a bustling scene before them. Resistance fighters clad in nano-armor, various armored vehicles, and transport trucks scurried about. Among them, Ailin also spotted towering mechas, reaching heights of 20 meters, massive constructs reminiscent of the alien mecha forces, albeit smaller in stature. Surveying the surroundings, Ailin couldn't help but marvel at the formidable strength of the resistance. She reflected on how effectively they had concealed their capabilities. Had she not witnessed it firsthand, she would have underestimated their power. It was no wonder that the half-human, half-corpse faction chose to ally with them. With this thought, Ailin glanced at Ailin, realizing that Ailin must have played a significant role in the Resistance's remarkable development, given her comparable scientific prowess. "What do you think, dear sister? Our resistance is quite impressive, isn't it?" Ailin remarked proudly, her face beaming with satisfaction. Ailin offered no response, prompting Ailin to realize her own folly. They continued to follow the resistance fighter toward the general's office, with with Ailin and Xiao Shuiqin trailing behind. Navigating through a labyrinth of corridors, they finally arrived at the office situated at the end of a hallway. The resistance fighter knocked and announced, "General, Ailing and her companions have arrived. Allow them to enter," came a robust male voice from within. "Yes, General." The fighter respectfully complied, opening the door and ushering Ailing and her companions inside. Once they were in, he closed the door behind them, standing guard outside. The general's office was adorned not in extravagance but rather simplicity, aside from a desk and a chair. The only notable feature was a large screen mounted on the wall beside the desk, displaying a topographical map of the 3 continents. Upon seeing Ailing and the others, the general rose from his chair and addressed Ailing. "Dr. Ailing, it is an honor to finally meet you, a figure renowned across the world. I have long wished for this opportunity." In response to his flattery, Ailing maintained a cool demeanor. "The honor is truly yours, General. Under your leadership, the resistance has achieved remarkable feats that astonish the world." "Not at all." The general smiled humbly. After their pleasantries, Ailing inquired, "I wonder, General, what is the purpose of bringing me to the resistance base? Are you seeking my service?" "Indeed, Dr. Ailing. I have summoned you with the hope that you would lend your expertise to our cause, assisting us in developing more powerful weapons and mechas to overthrow the radical faction of the alien race." However, Ailing replied nonchalantly, "I harbor no interest in serving your resistance, nor in toppling the alien radicals. I am indifferent to the conflict between your faction and theirs. Please, Dr. Ailing, do not be so quick to decline. I have heard from Ailing that your passion lies in research. Rest assured, we will fully support your endeavors, but I hope your findings can be prioritized for our use." The general paused, then continued, "Dr. Ailing, I am aware of your dispassionate nature, yet do you not wish to avenge your parents? Remember, they perished at the hands of the radicals." At the mention of her parents, a flicker of hatred crossed Ailing's eyes, only to vanish swiftly. The general noticed this brief glimmer of emotion, understanding that he had struck a chord. He knew that invoking Ailing's feelings of vengeance could sway her decision, as hatred often clouds judgment. Recognizing the need for a gradual approach, the general smiled and said, "There is no rush, Dr. Ailing. Take your time to consider my proposal." Turning to Ailing, he added, "Ailing, I kindly ask you to accompany your sister as she explores our resistance base." "Yes, General," Ailing responded promptly, leading Ailing and Xiao Shuiqin out of the general's office. Chapter 73. Joining the resistance. Ailing led Ailing and the others into another room and addressed them. "Here is your room at the resistance base." After speaking, Ailing turned to Ailing and said, "Sister, please take your time to consider." With that, Ailing chose not to say more and exited the room, where 2 resistance soldiers stood guard. Once Ailing left, Ailing stood up to close the door and said to the waiting Ziox Weekend, "Please, have a seat. I understand you have many questions for me." Upon finally engaging with Ailing, Ziox Weekend voiced her curiosity. "Who are you? Why have you brought me to the resistance base? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity with you?" In response to Ziox Weekend's inquiries, a smile graced Ailing's face as she settled comfortably into her seat, leisurely replying, "My name is Ailing. Like you, I am a member of the peaceful faction of our extraterrestrial kin. The reason you feel familiar with me is that we met when you were very young." As Ailing spoke her name, a look of confusion crossed Ziox Weekend's face, but it was quickly followed by a spark of recognition in her eyes, for memories began to resurface. "Have you remembered?" Ailing asked, noticing the glint in Ziox Weekend's gaze. "Yes, I remember now. You are Ailing, and the person earlier was Ailing. I met you both when I was little. But why did you bring me to the resistance base?" Ziox Weekend continued to question, clearly puzzled about Ailing and Appos' intentions. Ailing sighed at her question and explained, "In the past, my parents were acquainted with your parents. When I learned that you were engaged in the perilous work of a zombie hunter, I couldn't bear to let you continue down that dangerous path. Thus, I asked Ailing to bring you here, hoping to spare you from a life teetering on the edge of danger." Upon hearing Ailing's words, Ziox Weekend finally grasped the reason behind her arrival at the resistance base, and warmth filled her heart. There was a 10-year age gap between Ziox Weekend and Ailing, with Ailing and Ailing having cared for her like elder sisters during her childhood. Even now, they had not changed. They still thought of her first. Suddenly, a thought struck Ziox Weekend, and she inquired, "What about Qin Rue? How is he? Were you not also going to bring him to the resistance base? Is something wrong since he has and Appos? T-cum?" Worry creased Ziox Weekend and Appos' brow at the mention of Qin Rue. Ailing, noticing her concern, smiled reassuringly. "Rest assured, Qin Rue is unharmed. He possesses a nanotech exosuit, which renders him nearly invulnerable. As for why he was brought here, it is simply because our operatives were unable to capture him. Relieved to hear that Qin Rui was safe, Xiao Suiken then asked Ailin, Sister Ailin, has Sister Ailin joined the resistance? Although she had heard of the fact in the General and Apos S office, Xiao Suiken still sought confirmation from Ailin. Sighing at the mention of Ailin, Ailin replied, You are correct. Ailin has indeed joined the resistance. To be honest, I had no intention of joining myself, but the General and Apos S call for vengeance stirred something within me. More importantly, by joining, I can leverage the resistance's strength to bring Qin Rui here. This last thought remained unspoken, residing solely in Ailin's heart. Hearing the word vengeance ignited a spark of hatred in Xiao Suiken's eyes. It would be a lie to say she did not harbor resentment against the radical faction. After all, her parents had perished at their hands. Previously, she had cast aside thoughts of revenge due to her own weakness, resorting to becoming a zombie hunter for survival. Now, hearing the word vengeance from the general rekindled her desire to join the resistance and seek retribution for her parents. Do you wish to join the resistance to avenge your parents? Ailin observed the shift in Xiao Suiken and Apos S expression and remarked, Yes, I want to join the resistance and use its power to avenge my parents. Xiao Suiken boldly declared, unashamed of her desires upon realizing Ailin had seen through her thoughts. Ailin was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Suiken and Apos S decisive acknowledgement, but soon she smiled and said, In that case, I shall also join the resistance to seek vengeance for my parents. Xiao Suiken was momentarily stunned by Ailin's swift agreement to join the resistance. Yet, she quickly comprehended that Ailin, like herself, had previously refrained from seeking revenge due to a lack of ability. Now that she possessed the means, it was entirely reasonable for Ailin to choose vengeance. However, Xiao Suiken remained unaware that Ailin's primary motivation for joining the resistance was not merely revenge. It was also to aid her sister Ailin as well as Xiao Suiken and Qin Rui, who was currently being pursued by the radical faction. Ailin's decision stemmed from a desire to support those dear to her, including her newfound family ties to Qin Rui. Having made our resolutions, let us seek out Ailin, Ailin said to Xiao Suiken as she rose to her feet. She opened the door and addressed the two soldiers stationed outside. Please summon Ailin to see me and inform her that I have agreed to join the resistance. Upon hearing this, one of the guards promptly contacted Ailin through a communicator, relaying Ailin's commitment to join the resistance. Upon receiving the message, Ailin immediately set aside her tasks and hurried to Ailin's room. Upon entering, she found Ailin and Xiao Suiken waiting inside. My dear sister, you have finally agreed to join the resistance. Together, we shall surely enhance the power of the resistance and surpass the radicals. When that day comes, it will be our time for vengeance. Chapter 74, Blizzard Mecha. As the conversation drew to a close, a flicker of hatred and anticipation appeared on Ailin's face, clearly yearning for the day to arrive swiftly. Once Ailin composed herself, Ailin continued, Not only do I intend to join the resistance, but Xiao Suiken also plans to join. Xiaoxiwe, are you also joining the resistance? Upon hearing Ailin's words, Ailin cast an inquiring glance at Xiao Suiken. In response to Ailin's gaze, Xiao Suiken nodded earnestly and replied, Ailin's sister is right. I also intend to join the resistance, for I seek vengeance. Ailin nodded in understanding, recognizing that Xiao Suiken and Apos S parents had also fallen victim to the extremists. Seeing both Ailin and Xiao Suiken resolved to join the resistance, Ailin prepared to lead them to meet the general and inform him of their intentions. However, just then, a thought struck Ailin, and her eyes sparkled as she looked at Xiao Suiken. Feeling uneasy under Ailin's gaze, Xiao Suiken mustered the courage to ask, Ailin's sister, what is on your mind? Nothing. Ailin replied with a smile, then shifted her gaze to Ailin. Upon seeing the understanding in Ailin and Apos S eyes, she realized that Ailin had grasped her thoughts. Truly, my sister is in sync with my mind. Ailin withdrew her gaze and stepped out of the room, followed closely by Ailin and Xiao Suiken. Once they arrived at the General and Apos S office, Ailin knocked and, upon receiving permission, entered with Ailin and Xiao Suiken. Let me guess, Doctor. Ailin has made a decision? The General, seated comfortably in his chair, wore a confident smile. Indeed, General, my sister has agreed to join the resistance. And another person is also poised to join. As she spoke, Ailin introduced Xiao Suiken to the General. After hearing Ailin and Apos S introduction, the General smiled at Xiao Suiken and said, Welcome, Miss Xiaoxue, to our resistance. Of course, we also welcome Dr. Ailin to our ranks. With both of you joining, I believe the day we overthrow the extremist alien regime is not far off. After making arrangements for Aelin and Zyok and Apos' roles, the general instructed Aelin to take them to familiarize themselves with the resistance base. Once Aelin, and Zyok exited the office, the general stood up and gazed at the large map of the 3 continents displayed on the wall, ambition gleaming in his eyes. One day, all of this shall be mine. He reached out towards the map, as if to seize the 3 continents, his tone filled with unrestrained ambition. Meanwhile, Aelin guided Aelin and Zyok through the resistance base. As they delved deeper into their understanding, Aelin, Kuden, and Apos' help but marvel at the rapid development of the resistance over the years. Their displayed strength was likely on par with the undestroyed federal army. It would not be long before the resistance and Apos' power surpassed that of the federal forces, and with the assistance of Aelin, surpassing the extremist aliens would merely be a matter of time. After their exploration, Aelin led Aelin and Zyok back to their room, but rather than leaving, she settled in with them. Let us discuss your thoughts. Aelin broke the silence, intuitively aware of Aelin and Apos' intentions. This prompted Zyok to feel somewhat puzzled, and reluctantly, she braced herself to listen. Blizzard Mecha. Aelin directed her gaze towards Zyok and spoke. I share your thoughts. The Blizzard Mecha is indeed perfect for her. Aelin echoed, also looking at Zyok which only deepened her confusion. In desperation, Zyok asked, Aelin sister, what are you talking about? What is the Blizzard Mecha? Why are you both looking at me? Before Aelin could respond, Aelin interjected, Xiaoxue, do you wish to possess your own mecha? Upon hearing Aelin's question, the astute Zyok immediately grasped the implication. Aelin sister, are you suggesting? Precisely. The Blizzard Mecha is what we intend to develop for you, a mecha uniquely yours. Though it may require some endurance on your part, Aelin added before Aelin could elaborate. With Aelin and Apos' explanation, images of Qin Rue transforming into his nano-mecha form flashed in Zyok's mind, followed by memories of Qin Rue facing enemies alone while she remained powerless. Her gaze grew resolute as she nodded emphatically, stating, Aelin sister, what must I do? Seeing Zyok's determination, Aelin replied, the Blizzard Mecha is distinct from wearable mechas and nanosoldier mechas. Aelin then proceeded to explain the Blizzard Mecha to Zyok. After Aelin's elucidation, Zyok found herself thinking of Qin Rue, and she inquired, is the mecha Qin Rue possesses similar to the Blizzard Mecha? Indeed. The mecha Qin Rue wields is also one of my creations, known as the Lingfeng mecha. However, for reasons unknown, I sensed an inexplicable change in the Lingfeng mecha at the moment of its successful development. I have longed to understand this alteration but have yet to find the opportunity. Aelin clarified the origins of Qin Rue and Apos' mecha while noting its transformation. This transformation was due to the fact that Qin Rue and Apos' soul did not belong to this world. He had traversed from another realm. Moreover, his arrival brought along the artificial intelligence system he had developed, resulting in the unique changes to the Lingfeng mecha. It can be said that the Lingfeng mecha is unparalleled in this world, and so too is his nano-mecha system. Even if the Blizzard Mecha is successfully developed, it will not manifest the same system. Upon learning that the Lingfeng mecha was also a product of Aelin and Apos' research, Zyok looked at Aelin with brightened eyes, having witnessed the prowess of the Lingfeng mecha firsthand. Thus, she held deep anticipation for the impending power of the Blizzard Mecha. Chapter 75. The Kingly Mecha and the Emperor Mecha's sister Aelin. How does the power of the Blizzard Mecha compare to Qin Rue and Apos' Spirit Wind Mecha? Suddenly struck by a thought, Xiaoxueqin curiously inquired, her interest piqued by the question. In response to Xiaoxueqin's curiosity, Aelin gathered her thoughts and replied, the power of the Blizzard Mecha is not significantly inferior to that of Qin Rue and Apos' Spirit Wind Mecha. However, the two mechas emphasize different aspects. After a brief pause, Aelin continued to explain, the Blizzard Mecha prioritizes speed. While its strength and attack capabilities are formidable, they pale in comparison to the Spirit Wind Mecha, which focuses on combat, thus exhibiting greater strength and attack power, albeit at the expense of speed. Nevertheless, both mechas surpass the capabilities of wearable mechas and nanosoldiers. Xiaoxueqin nodded in understanding, then inquisitively asked, why is it that the Blizzard Mecha and Spirit Wind Mecha are incomparable to the wearable mechas and nanosoldiers? What is their origin? Aelin was taken aback by Xiaoxueqin and Apos' profound curiosity. However, she patiently refrained from providing a direct answer, instead posing a question. Do you know what the greatest secret weapon of our alien race is? Upon Alan and Appos' counter-question, Xiao Shuiqin shook her head, indicating her ignorance. Not wishing to keep her in suspense any longer, Alan spoke candidly. Our alien race's greatest secret weapon is the nano-mecha. The nano-mecha referred to here is not the wearable nano-mechas or those possessed by the nano-soldiers, but rather the nano-mechas akin to Spirit Wind and Blizzard, which represent the most formidable weapons of our alien race. Noticing Xiao Shuiqin listening intently to her explanation, Alan tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, a smile gracing her face as she continued, drawing Xiao Shuiqin and Appos' thoughts into the rich history of their alien lineage. The developmental trajectory of our alien race mirrors that of humanity, having traversed the eras of cold weapons, mechanical advancements, and ultimately, the age of intelligence. However, unlike humanity, our technological advancement has been remarkably swift. During the age of intelligence, our alien race mastered interstellar travel and began exploring the cosmos. Our wearable mechas were already conceived during this era, though they were far less powerful than those of today. Our alien race and Appos' survival hinges upon our technology. At that time, mechas such as Spirit Wind and Blizzard were not yet our secret weapons, until our planet was besieged by a cosmic storm. In that devastating assault, our alien race suffered tremendous losses, countless kin perished, and our civilization and technology endured unprecedented setbacks. Yet, as the saying goes, calamity begets fortune, and fortune conceals calamity. Although we were severely wounded, the cosmic storm induced changes in our genes. The form we embody today is a result of the cosmic storm and Appos' alteration of our genes, a legacy passed down through generations, becoming emblematic of our alien race. However, the cosmic storm not only transformed our appearance but also bestowed upon us other gifts. This gift enabled us to acquire our secret weapon, nano-mechas akin to Blizzard and Spirit Wind. Among those of our alien race who survived the cosmic storm, a few experienced genetic enhancements, allowing them to seamlessly integrate the nano-factors of the nano-mechas into their very being. Because of the incorporation of nano-factors into their genetic makeup, these individuals could directly transform into the form of a nano-mecha. While we had successfully developed nano-mechas by that time, they were nowhere near as potent as those transformed through the integration of nano-factors. Thus commenced a revolution within our alien race. Those who possessed the nano-factors sought power, overthrowing the reigning chieftain and violently suppressing all dissenters. These individuals successfully established their rule over the alien race, bestowing names upon their nano-mechas: Blizzard, Spirit Wind, Poison Blade, Apocalypse, Silver Wing, Hunter's Blade, and Titan. They categorized these 7 mechas, designating 5 as kingly mechas and the remaining 2 as emperor mechas. Blizzard and Spirit Wind are indeed the emperor mechas. Faced with the oppression of these rulers, the members of the alien race had no choice but to submit. They initially planned to overthrow their rule upon the death of these individuals. However, they were unaware that these 7 mechas could be passed down through genetics. Essentially, as long as these 7 individuals had descendants, the mechas would endure, and those who inherited them would continue to lead the alien race. Thus, the rulers of the alien race changed repeatedly, yet they all shared a commonality. They were heirs to these 7 mechas. As time passed, the alien race seemed to acclimate to the governance of the heirs of these 7 mechas. Moreover, the strength of these mechas allowed them to guide the alien race through numerous crises. Gradually, the members of the alien race came to regard these 7 mechas as their secret weapons. Originally, these 7 mechas were meant to be perpetually transmitted. However, unexpectedly, the previous inheritor of the mechas, aside from the 5 kingly mechas, had no descendants for Blizzard and Spirit Wind, resulting in their discontinuation. Subsequently, the 5 elders of the alien race dispatched Alan and me to ensure the continued legacy of the Spirit Wind and Blizzard mechas, hoping to bring them back into existence swiftly. The experiment I conducted on Qin Rue involved infusing him with the genes of the Spirit Wind mecha, thus granting him the opportunity to inherit it. Initially, I believed the experiment was destined for failure, as the integration of differing genes is notoriously challenging. To my astonishment, the experiment succeeded. Qin Rue successfully merged the genes and acquired the Spirit Wind mecha. Chapter 76, Upgrading the nano-mech system. After speaking at length, Erlen paused to sip some water, then continued. When Ailing and I were conducting our experiments, the alien race had not yet divided into factions of pacifists and radicals. However, it was not long before they discovered Earth and split into these 2 camps, leading to the unfortunate events where our peaceful faction was eradicated. Despite my reluctance to align with the radicals, the allure of that experiment was too powerful to resist, and thus I agreed to continue. Which ultimately led to the emergence of Qin Rue. Erlin then turned her gaze towards Ailing, saying, "You were in charge of the inheritance experiment for the Blizzard Mech surely. The genes of the Blizzard Mech must still be in your possession?" "Indeed, the genes have remained with me all these years. I have contemplated conducting experiments on the Blizzard Mech, but I have been unable to find suitable candidates and lacked the necessary confidence to proceed." Ailing nodded in affirmation. "You need not worry about the success rate. Qin Rue's experiment has revealed a pattern, and barring unforeseen circumstances, I would estimate the likelihood of success for this experiment to be over 90%. However, Xiao Shui may have to endure some hardships. As gene fusion is not a trivial endeavor," Erlin remarked, directing her gaze towards Xiao Shui. In response to Erlin's scrutiny, Xiao Shui quickly asserted, "I am fine. I can endure. Even if it becomes difficult, I must not hinder Qin Rue." This declaration echoed in her mind. Erlin nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. Instead, she turned to Ailing and said, "Let us begin our preparations. Xiao Shui, take this time to rest and ready yourself. Once Ailing and I are prepared, we shall conduct your experiment. Rest assured, Sister Erlin, I will be ready for your return." Xiao Shui replied earnestly. Seeing Xiao Shui's determination, Erlin acknowledged her with a nod and, along with Ailing, exited the room to prepare for the Blizzard Mech experiment. Xiao Shui watched them depart, and then lay down on the bed in the room, staring at the ceiling while thoughts of Qin Rue filled her mind. "What are you doing, Qin Rue? Are you worried about me?" she pondered. With that thought, Xiao Shui retrieved her phone, intending to send a message to Qin Rue. Initially, she assumed there would be no signal at the rebel base, but to her delight, she discovered her phone had reception. Overjoyed, she promptly dialed Qin Rue's number. At that moment, in Sanjiang Town, Qin Rue was at home with his parents. During this time, his activities revolved around spending time with them, stealthily hunting zombies along the border or gathering information regarding the alien faction and Oppo's movements since the destruction of their forces by the federal government. Yet, there had been no signs from the aliens, which left Qin Rue feeling somewhat despondent. Suddenly, his phone rang. Upon checking the caller ID, his pupils contracted in surprise. Without hesitation, he answered the call, only to be met with silence on the other end. With a trembling heart, he tentatively asked, "Xiao Shui, is that you?" "It's me, Qin Rue." Hearing her familiar voice brought a wave of relief to Qin Rue. He quickly inquired, "Are you at the rebel base now? Are you safe?" "Yes, I am at the rebel base, and I am well. You need not worry. I have encountered 2 of my older sisters from childhood, so I am in good hands." With Xiao Shui's reassurances, Qin Rue felt a profound sense of relief wash over him. They conversed for a while, and as they neared the end of the call, Qin Rue promised, "Xiao Shui, wait for me. One day, I will come to the rebel base and bring you back." "Yes, I will wait for you." Xiao Shui did not disclose her involvement with the rebels or her willingness to undergo the Blizzard Mech experiment, not wanting to drag Qin Rue into her vendetta. After exchanging these sentiments, she allowed Qin Rue to hang up first before putting her phone away. A cold glint flashed in Qin Rue's eyes as he gazed towards the northern continent, silently vowing, "Rebels, if anything happens to Xiao Shui, I will not let you go unpunished." Clenching his fists, he resolved that since there were no updates from the alien faction and the materials needed for the Heart of Energy were still incomplete, he would instead utilize the mech core and zombie brain cores at his disposal to upgrade Lingfeng once more. With this thought in mind, Qin Rue informed his parents and swiftly departed from Sanjiang Town. Once outside, he transformed into his nano-mech form, swiftly making his way to the secluded valley where he had upgraded Lingfeng previously. He deemed it a safe and discreet location for the upgrade. After a brief journey, he arrived at the valley. Following his previous approach, he entered the cave and sealed the entrance with a large rock. Once prepared, he retrieved the materials required for this upgrade. Due to the ongoing war, he possessed a substantial number of zombie brain cores, ample for upgrading Lingfeng. As for the mech core, he needed to extract it, a task made easier with Lingfeng's assistance. With Lingfeng's help, Qin Rue successfully extracted the mech core from the wearable nano-mech. The removal rendered the mech entirely inoperative, reducing it to countless tiny nanomaterials. While uncertain of their utility, Qin Rue carefully gathered the materials. After completing this task, he took a deep breath and issued the command in his mind, "Lingfeng, commence the upgrade." Beep. The nano-mech system is about to begin upgrading. Please confirm. Host. Confirm. Without hesitation, Qin Rui affirmed. As he did so, a progress bar appeared before him, much like before. The zombie brain cores on the ground were continuously absorbed by Lingfeng, while the mech core began to merge with Qin Rui under Lingfeng and Appo's guidance. Qin Rui observed the process intently, fixated on the progress bar. Once it reached 100%, his nano-mech system would successfully upgrade to level 3, heralding a transformative shift in his capabilities. Chapter 77. The nano-mechascale reaches level 3 with anticipation coursing through him. Qin Rui watched as the progress bar steadily advanced, ultimately reaching a complete 100. At that moment, the voice of Lingfeng resonated within his mind. Ding, upgrade complete, rebooting. As the voice faded, another progress bar appeared in his consciousness, indicating the rebooting process. Once this bar also reached 100, the nano-mechascale system successfully rebooted. Eagerly, Qin Rui commanded, Lingfeng, activate nano-mechascale form. Ding, initiating nano-mechascale form. As Lingfeng and Appo's voice echoed, the familiar mech enveloped Qin Rui and Appo's body. Once the transformation concluded, Qin Rui hastily examined the nano-mechascale he now donned. Though the upgraded level 3 nano-mechascale bore a striking resemblance to its predecessor. Characterized by its silver and crimson exterior, one notable difference lay in its eyes. The horizontal-shaped eyes emanated a haunting blue glow, exuding an aura of intimidation. Furthermore, the metallic connections at the shoulders and other joints had vanished, replaced by a fluid-like energy radiating a soft blue light. Despite the absence of traditional armor in these areas, Qin Rui understood that their defensive capabilities surpassed those of the previous configuration. The shield hovering behind him appeared thinner yet possessed sharper edges, enhancing its power significantly. After surveying the appearance of the nano-mechascale, Qin Rui promptly instructed a scan of his mech and Appo's attributes. Obeying his command, Lingfeng swiftly provided the attributes of the nano-mechascale form for Qin Rui and Appo's perusal. Form: nano-mechascale, level 3, strength 1000, speed 850, defense 1000, current abilities, flight, force field shield, current weapons, energy cannon, energy gun, energy sword, upgrade requirements, zombie brain core, mech core, upgrade points, 0-10,000. The enhancements in strength, speed, and defense were substantial, while the abilities and weapons remained largely unchanged. The upgrade requirements continued to be the zombie brain core and the mech core, however. The upgrade points had surged to 10,000, signifying a tenfold increase. Qin Rui recognized that as the nano-mechascale system advanced, the requisite upgrade points would inevitably grow exponentially. Thus he was not surprised by this development. Familiarizing himself with the level 3 nano-mechascale, Qin Rui exited the valley and soared towards Sanjiang town. Meanwhile, the chaos within the eastern continent was drawing to a close. The federal government branches across various regions had been purged by powerful factions, their buildings reduced to ruins, and countless federal soldiers perished, prompting some to shed their military garb in favor of civilian life. During this tumultuous period, the floating city refrained from intervening, allowing the federal branches to be dismantled, which led the factions to lower their guard. As the unrest began to dissipate, the obliteration of the federal government signified the permanent disappearance of this puppet regime. Seemingly in collusion, the leaders of the major factions commenced their journey towards Yundu. Their intent clear: to establish a foothold in the city and await the floating city and Appo's representatives to negotiate the reformation of the federal government. Naturally, the floating city was keenly observant of these movements. As the factions settled into Yundu, the floating city finally dispatched a contingent, led by none other than Eric. Indeed, following the conclusion of the eastern continent and Appo's turmoil, Eric received orders from the elders and Appo's Hall of the floating city to return with his mech battalion and nano vanguard squad. This deployment signaled significant intentions from the floating city. The once grand headquarters of the federal government in Yundu had transformed into a mere wasteland, with a nearby building serving as the meeting venue for Eric and the faction leaders. Within the expansive hall on the top floor, adorned with numerous seats, only the most prominent leaders of the human factions gathered, while Eric, representing the floating city, occupied the foremost position. All eyes were fixated on Eric, anticipating his words. However, he maintained an air of leisure, and only when impatience began to ripple through the assembly did he finally speak. Ladies and gentlemen, your presence here speaks for itself. However, I must convey that your aspirations have come to naught. His declaration incited a wave of uproar among the attendees, their gazes toward Eric turning hostile. They had exerted tremendous effort to dismantle the federal government, envisioning a share in its reconstruction, only to have Eric and Appos' initial pronouncement shatter their hopes. Sensing the growing tension, several nano-vanguards beside Eric stepped forward, standing resolutely by his side. The palpable aura of intimidation from the nano-vanguards compelled the factions to regard Eric with wariness, their voices dwindling to whispers. Once the hall fell into a profound silence, Eric resumed speaking. The elders and Appos' hall has decreed that the federal government shall not be reconstituted. However, in light of the insurgents and Appos' audacity, the elders and Appos' hall has resolved to establish a mech academy to cultivate competent mech warriors to combat these rebels. As his words hung in the air, the factions were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances filled with confusion. A representative from one faction finally broke the silence, inquiring, "General, does the mech academy possess the same responsibilities as the federal government?" "No," Eric clarified. "The mech academy is merely an institution, its primary aim being the training of proficient mech warriors. Furthermore, the academy will be overseen by our alien kin. Given the deficiencies in the federal government and Appos' management, which have incited numerous issues in the eastern continent, the elders and Appos' hall has mandated that the floating city will henceforth assume full governance of the eastern continent." Chapter 78. The Mecha Academy. Departure. Upon the utterance of these words, a wave of commotion erupted among those present, as astute individuals began to discern the ulterior motives behind the establishment of the Mecha Academy by the extraterrestrial race. Undoubtedly, the primary objective of the Mecha Academy and Appos' creation was to cultivate proficient mecha warriors to combat the insurgents. However, a secondary aim lurked beneath the surface, to transform these trained warriors into staunch supporters of the alien race. As long as the Mecha Academy exists, the alien race will have a continuous influx of mecha warriors championing their cause, and it is likely that humanity across the eastern continent will eventually succumb entirely to the extraterrestrial dominion. It is essential to note that although the alien race had previously exerted a stronghold over Earth, subjugating humanity through sheer force, there remained factions among humans who yearned to overthrow this alien rule. Yet, constrained by the formidable might of the alien race, their aspirations had been thwarted. With the establishment of the Mecha Academy, as a significant number of individuals departed to study there, humanity would inevitably become the most loyal adherents of the extraterrestrial faction. Realizing this, certain powers present felt a chill run down their spines, yet they found themselves powerless to intervene, for their strength was insufficient to thwart the alien race. It was no wonder that the alien faction allowed the federal government to be dismantled. Even in the absence of insurgent intervention, they would likely find an opportune moment to strike at the federal government. One representative mused on this notion, acknowledging that the federal government, a puppet nurtured by the alien race, could be extinguished at will. This indicated that, despite being a mere FAOD, a considerable portion of its members harbored dissent against alien rule. The alien race, too, must have been aware of this discontent. However, without a suitable pretext to act against the federal government, they would risk losing the trust of humanity. Thus, they sought to uproot the federal government through the insurgents and other major factions. It was conceivable that the insurgents' infiltration into the eastern continent was not without the alien race's influence. Another representative, increasingly perturbed by these thoughts, cast a fearful glance at Eric. After a period of tumult, it seemed the various factions had grasped the inevitability of the situation. No amount of struggle would sway the alien race from their course. Consequently, after the initial inquiries posed by one faction, the others began to direct their questions toward Eric. Eric, in turn, responded to their queries, and soon, all doubts had been dispelled. Surveying the surroundings and noting the absence of further questions, Eric stood and declared, "The location of the Mecha Academy has been finalized. It will be established on a vast plain, situated 20 kilometers from Yunda City. Soon, our extraterrestrial race will dispatch personnel to commence construction. I trust that before long, you will witness the Mecha Academy's emergence." With that, Eric departed the hall, accompanied by several nano-soldiers. As he exited, the atmosphere erupted into a fervor, with various factions exchanging their opinions. When the time was ripe, they began to leave the hall, and the news they carried would soon reverberate throughout the eastern continent. Indeed, as these factions dispersed, the announcement of the Mecha Academy's impending establishment spread like wildfire across the eastern continent. The human populace, upon hearing this news, formed diverse perspectives. Some believed that entering the Mecha Academy could grant them the opportunity for social ascension and power. Qin Rui was among those who became aware of this development. Upon learning of the alien race's plans for the Mecha Academy, his spirits lifted, igniting a spark of excitement within him. His enthusiasm was not solely for the prospect of becoming a mecha warrior, but stemmed from the potential assistance the Academy could provide in his quest to gather materials for crafting an energy core. As the human populace eagerly anticipated the criteria for admission to the Mecha Academy, the alien race released a message that sent ripples of exhilaration through the community. The announcement was straightforward. Anyone who successfully passed the Academy's assessment could gain entry, regardless of their race. Upon receiving this news, countless members of humanity set forth from their homes, journeying toward the location of the Mecha Academy as proclaimed by the alien race. Qin Rui, eager to seize the opportunity, consulted with his parents about his desire to enroll. They did not deter him but advised him to exercise caution. Acknowledging their counsel, Qin Rui quickly gathered his belongings and departed from Sanjiang town. Upon reaching the town's outskirts and ensuring he was unnoticed, Qin Rui transformed into his nano-mecha form and soared into the sky, heading toward Yunda City. Having been to Yunda City before, he was well acquainted with the route. Although the Mecha Academy lay 20 kilometers beyond the city, the direction remained the same. At the terrifying speed of the nano-mecha, Qin Rui swiftly arrived at the site designated for the Mecha Academy. As he approached within 5 kilometers, he descended in an isolated area, reverting to his human form and proceeding on foot towards the academy. Along the way, he encountered throngs of individuals heading in the same direction, all driven by the aspiration to gain entry into the Mecha Academy. Observing yet another group making their way toward the academy, Qin Rui couldn't help but marvel at its allure, having already crossed paths with at least 5 such crowds. As he continued on his journey, Qin Rui chose not to engage with the people he encountered, preferring to focus on his own path. Although some invited him to join their group, he declined, maintaining a sense of vigilance around unfamiliar faces. Thanks to the enhancement of his physical capabilities by Lingfeng, while not comparable to his nano-mecha form, Qin Rui and Appo's speed surpassed that of an average person. After approximately half an hour, he finally reached his destination, the Mecha Academy. Upon laying eyes on the academy, a sense of awe welled up within him. Chapter 79. A narrow path for enemies. Before Qin Rui stood a vast base, entirely encircled by towering steel walls. He found himself at the entrance, where sentinels clad in formidable mecha armor stood guard. The sophistication of their gear suggested they were far superior to the former federal soldiers. Indeed, these sentinels were warriors of an alien race, adorned with the highest grade of their wearable nano-mecha technology. Their presence not only deterred malicious attempts to breach the base, but also maintained order. The previously unruly crowd fell silent upon their arrival, forming an orderly line as they entered the base. The purpose of their entry was clear. The Mecha Academy and Appo's assessment was to be conducted within the confines of this very base. Following the orderly procession, Qin Rui ventured inside, only to be awestruck by the sheer magnitude of the establishment and the multitude of its structures. Upon entering, he was greeted by a series of buildings gleaming with a metallic luster. To the side, he observed an expansive square, which he estimated to span over 10 kilometers. The sheer scale of the base was indeed monumental, and the testing grounds were situated quite a distance from the entrance. As Qin Rui traversed this immense space, he took in the architectural marvels around him, noting that each entrance was guarded by alien warriors in mecha armor. After a considerable walk of over 10 minutes, he finally arrived at the testing site, which further underscored the base and Appo's vastness. The testing location was housed within one of the buildings, and after passing through the vigilant sentinels at the entrance, the group entered the towering structure. The building shimmered with a metallic sheen, constructed from an unknown metal. Inside, a contingent of alien warriors awaited their arrival. Due to the overwhelming number of participants, the leader among the alien warriors organized them into several groups, each designated to different floors for their assessments. Once grouped, they proceeded to their respective levels, with Qin Rui assigned to the final batch, destined for the uppermost floor. As Qin Rui followed the alien warrior toward the topmost level, a sudden impulse prompted him to glance in a specific direction. Upon doing so, his expression hardened, and a wave of murderous intent surged within him. He recognized several figures striding purposefully toward the designated floor, figures he despised deeply. Among them were Xia Shan, the former head of the Sanjiang town trading market, along with Yi Chong and his underling Lu He. Although the reasons for their association eluded him, Qin Rui surmised that Yi Chong had likely ingratiated himself with Xia Shan due to the latter and Appo's lineage. regardless of the circumstances. These individuals were firmly on Qin Rui's list of targets. Quickly averting his gaze, Qin Rui managed to regain his composure, though the murderous intent simmered just beneath the surface. Carefully suppressed, he understood that this was not the opportune moment for confrontation. The Mecha Academy was teeming with alien warriors, and any rash action could lead to dire consequences. Even if he were to eliminate Xia Shan and his companions, escaping the academy presented its own set of challenges. Despite the advancement of his nano-mecha system to level 3, it did not render him invincible. Thus, he refrained from acting impulsively. Unbeknownst to Qin Rui, Xia Shan had detected a shift in the atmosphere, sensing a gaze scrutinizing him. This familiar feeling triggered memories of Qin Rui and Appo's name and visage. Could it be that he too had come to this place? Xia Shan murmured, quickly scanning his surroundings yet finding no trace of Qin Rui, casting doubt upon his instincts. Young master, is something amiss? Yicheng inquired, feigning concern. Nothing, let us proceed. Xia Shan replied, dismissing his earlier unease as he followed the alien warrior toward their designated testing floor. Meanwhile, Qin Rui, now at the pinnacle of the building, was led by an alien warrior to a room with its door firmly closed. Upon arrival, the warrior knocked, and before he could utter a word, the door swung open automatically. The alien warrior ushered Qin Rui and the others inside. The room was spacious yet sparsely furnished, containing merely a table and a chair occupied by a member of the alien race. Beside the table loomed a securely shut iron door, the contents of which remained a mystery. Upon their entrance, the seated alien addressed the group. We shall conduct individual assessments. Should you pass, you will gain entry into the Mecha Academy. After a brief pause, he inquired, who will go first? A moment of silence ensued as the participants exchanged glances, hesitant to step forward. Just as the alien seemed to grow impatient, Qin Rui took a bold step forward. I shall go first, he declared. His decision relieved the others, and the alien nodded in approval. Very well, you shall begin. With that, the alien rose and opened the iron door. Everyone craned their necks, eager to glimpse what lay beyond, but their view was obstructed. Step forward, the alien beckoned to Qin Rui. Taking a deep breath, he entered the iron door under the watchful eyes of his peers. Chapter 80. The examination of the Mecha Academy. Qin Rui stepped through the iron door into a spacious laboratory that radiated a distinctly sci-fi ambience, with an array of advanced technological equipment meticulously arranged around the room. At the center stood a colossal projector, emanating a soft blue glow. Inside the laboratory, there was also a member of an alien race. Upon seeing this alien individual who had escorted Qin Rui, he remarked, Commander, the test subject has arrived. The alien referred to as the commander nodded silently, prompting the escort to exit the laboratory and secure the door behind him. With the departure of the escort, the commander turned to Qin Rui, giving a slight nod of acknowledgement. You may address me as commander. Should you successfully pass the tests, you will gain entry into the Mecha Academy. After this pronouncement, the commander gestured for Qin Rui to proceed to the testing platform. Taking a deep breath, Qin Rui resolutely approached the testing station, fully aware of the significance of this examination. It would determine his eligibility for the Mecha Academy. Please stand on the marked spot, the commander instructed, pointing to a designated mark on the floor. Following the directive, Qin Rui glanced down to discover a mark on the ground, and obediently positioned himself upon it. Observing Qin Rui and Appo's compliance, the commander articulated, the test is divided into 3 parts. First, we will assess your aptitude for piloting a mecha. Second, we will evaluate your compatibility with nano-mecha. And third, we will test your combat abilities. Upon hearing this, Qin Rui inquired, Commander, must all 3 tests be passed to join the Mecha Academy? The commander replied, passing just 1 test is sufficient for admission. The reason for the 3 assessments is to evaluate your potential. The higher your score, the more attention you will receive upon joining the academy. Understanding this explanation, Qin Rui ceased his questioning. The commander then announced, we shall commence the testing now, starting with the first assessment, the aptitude test for piloting a mecha. As he spoke, the alien officer manipulated the control panel, and the projector displayed a virtual battlefield. Qin Rui found himself immersed in this simulated environment, alongside a towering mecha that stood a staggering 20 meters tall. Following the instructions, he approached the mecha, which obligingly opened its cockpit for him to enter. Once inside the cockpit, Qin Rui followed the prompts and settled into the glass dome, the cockpit. In an instant, he felt an overwhelming sense of unity with the mecha, as an array of operational commands surged into his mind. Outside, the testing commander directed Qin Rue from the control station, issuing commands for him to maneuver the mecha in various ways: walking, engaging in combat, and taking flight. Qin Rue executed each task with remarkable proficiency, earning a commendable score of 99 from the commander. Following the aptitude evaluation, the next assessment commenced, the compatibility test with the nano-mecha. This segment posed no challenge for Qin Rue, as he already possessed the Lingfeng mecha and had frequently transformed into nano-mecha form. Consequently, his compatibility reached an impressive 100, earning him a perfect score from the commander. Next was the combat test, which entailed both piloting the mecha in a simulated battle and utilizing the nano-mecha in combat. The third assessment was straightforward. Qin Rue needed to pilot the mecha and survive on the battlefield using the nano-mecha while employing various weapons and equipment to defeat virtual adversaries. Should you successfully vanquish the virtual opponents, you will pass the test, the commander elucidated. Qin Rue nodded, a look of ease washing over his face. He was well-versed in combat, having engaged in numerous battles in the nano-mecha form. He was confident that this practical test would pose no difficulty for him. As the test commenced, virtual enemies materialized across the battlefield, each exhibiting a unique yet menacing appearance. Qin Rue swiftly entered the cockpit of the massive mecha and activated it. Facing the onslaught of foes, he engaged the weapon systems of the mecha, and barrels emerged from its shoulders, unleashing a barrage of fire upon the advancing enemies, incinerating countless adversaries. While the weapons operated, Qin Rue was not idle. He activated the mecha's melee weapon, a razor-sharp sword that extended from its arm. With the melee weapon engaged, he maneuvered the mecha closer to the enemies. Just as they lunged to overwhelm the mecha, Qin Rue executed a decisive strike, cleaving through them with precision. The observing commander, witnessing Qin Rue's swift reflexes and deftly countering the virtual foes, allowed a satisfied smile to grace his features. Next, the focus shifted to the practical assessment of the nano-mecha. The commander announced, and in the virtual battleground, the massive mecha abruptly vanished. Before Qin Rue could react, he found himself adorned in a nano-mecha suit, a virtual embodiment of agility. Momentarily taken aback, Qin Rue quickly regained his composure, activating the flight function and soaring into the air while summoning a sword of light. Unlike the cumbersome large mecha, the nano-mecha allowed him to move with the grace of a fish gliding through water, akin to a masterful mecha warrior. As time elapsed, Qin Rue exhibited remarkable combat prowess on the battlefield, fearlessly and instinctively engaging in battle. The observing alien officer could not help but be astonished by Qin Rue and Appo's performance. Not only did he excel in operating the large mecha, but his prowess in the nano-mecha was equally impressive. Qin Rue and Appo's display of skill had thoroughly captivated the alien officer. Chapter 81. Passing the test in the virtual battlefield, Qin Rue transformed into a relentless war machine. Confronting virtual foes, he exhibited no mercy, vanquishing each adversary that dared to stand in his path. Observers from the extraterrestrial race expressed their satisfaction with Qin Rue and Appo's performance and his decisive actions. At long last, he eliminated the final enemy within the virtual realm, causing the battlefield to vanish abruptly, along with the virtual nanomechanical armor he wore. Qin Rue, your performance has been exceptional. Whether piloting a large mech or a nanomech, you have demonstrated remarkable prowess, praised the commander of the extraterrestrial faction. Despite the calmness in his voice, a note of admiration resonated within his tone. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Qin Rue nodded slightly in acknowledgement, replying, "Thank you, Commander." Unlike his Lingfeng mech, which allowed him to disregard physical exhaustion, the combat in the virtual arena taxed Qin Rue and Appo's own stamina. Had it not been for the enhancement provided by Lingfeng, he would have likely succumbed to fatigue long before. Next, I will evaluate your performance and inform you whether you have successfully passed the test. Noticing Qin Rue and Appo's fatigue, the commander gestured for him to rest for a moment before he began operating the control panel to compile Qin Rue and Appo's test data. Time elapsed slowly in the tense anticipation, with Qin Rue lost in thought, his gaze vacant and unfocused. It was not until the commander's voice cut through his reverie that he returned to reality. Having concluded the data analysis, the commander turned his attention back to Qin Rue. Your results are outstanding. Not only have you passed the test, but you have also achieved a near-perfect score. Congratulations, you will become a member of the Mecha Academy. Upon hearing this, Qin Rue felt no surge of emotion to him. Passing the test was an inevitability. Yet, he was pleasantly surprised by the excellence of his score. I am one step closer to my goal, Qin Rui mused inwardly. However, passing the test was merely the first step. You will spend a considerable amount of time at the Mecha Academy, where you will learn various combat techniques and mech technologies. In the future, you will face even more challenges and training. The commander and Apos' voice resonated with a tone of caution and seriousness, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Qin Rui nodded earnestly. I understand, Commander. Satisfied with Qin Rui and Apos' response, the commander pressed a button on the control panel, summoning the extraterrestrial soldier who had escorted them to the testing facility. The soldier entered, standing respectfully before the commander, awaiting orders. Qin Rui, I hereby officially declare that you have passed the test and are now a member of the Mecha Academy. This soldier will guide you to the registration office. The commander announced, directing his gaze towards the soldier. The soldier stepped forward, leading Qin Rui out of the testing laboratory. Outside the testing lab, the group that had accompanied Qin Rui to the test regarded him with curious eyes, hesitating to voice their inquiries. Just as Qin Rui was about to exit the door, a slightly gaunt man gathered his courage to ask, what was the test like? Was it difficult? Hearing the question directed at him, Qin Rui paused, turning to the man with a smile. I cannot disclose the specifics of the test, but as long as you have confidence in yourself, passing it should be relatively easy. With that, he departed without waiting for further questions. Observing Qin Rui and Apos' retreating figure, the remaining individuals fixed their determined gazes upon the entrance of the testing lab. Soon after, the man who had questioned Qin Rui stepped forward, entering the testing facility. Following the soldier, Qin Rui arrived at the elevator on this floor. Another soldier awaited there. And after a brief exchange, this soldier escorted Qin Rui down to the lobby on the ground floor. Upon exiting the building, the soldier guided Qin Rui past several structures until they halted before a vast, 3-story building. This edifice served as the registration office, the new student reception center for the Mecha Academy. Entering the spacious lobby, Qin Rui was greeted by a friendly extraterrestrial staff member, her face adorned with a warm smile. Welcome to the Mecha Academy, new student Qin Rui, she said, her voice soothing and gentle. As Qin Rui and Apos' performance data had been transmitted to the reception center during the test, the staff member recognized him promptly. Thank you, Qin Rui replied politely. The staff member handed him a card resembling an identification card, explaining, this is your student ID, containing your personal information and student number. Please keep it safe. Next, I will introduce you to the school and Apos' regulations and arrangements. In the ensuing moments, Qin Rui learned about the daily life regulations, curriculum, and special facilities at the Mecha Academy, including training grounds and laboratories. It was evident that this academy encompassed all aspects of Mecha, instilling in Qin Rui the confidence that he could create the heart of energy during his time there. Tomorrow morning, we will hold a welcoming ceremony to officially induct you as a member of the Mecha Academy. You may rest now, as the upcoming training will be quite intense, the staff member advised. Nodding in agreement, Qin Rui followed the soldier towards the dormitory building. The dormitory, located at the northern end of the new student reception center, served as the accommodation area for the entire Mecha Academy. As the first student to pass the test with an impressive score, Qin Rui was assigned a room on the top floor. Chapter 82. The Dean and Apos' summons. The top floor of the dormitory building exuded an air of luxury and uniqueness, standing in stark contrast to the other levels. Each dormitory was spacious and well-equipped, reminiscent of residing in a lavish hotel. An extraterrestrial warrior guided Qin Rui to the door of room 001. The entrance, crafted from an unknown metal, was accompanied by a small touch screen and an integrated sensing system above it. Qin Rui, this is your room. Your identity card serves as the key, the alien warrior explained. Upon your acceptance into the Mecha Academy, your identity information was recorded in the Academy and Apos' system as the first student to pass the test. Your dormitory is designated as 001, and the corresponding privileges are embedded within your identity card. After absorbing the warrior's explanation, Qin Rui nodded and presented his identity card. Scanning it across the touchscreen, an emotionless electronic voice announced, identity confirmed. Qin Rui, student 001. Please input your fingerprint. Following the prompt, Qin Rui placed his palm on the touchscreen. The electronic voice chimed again, registration successful. As the sound faded, the dormitory door slowly opened before Qin Rui and Apos' gaze. Seeing Qin Rui enter, the extraterrestrial warrior remarked, Information regarding the Mecha Academy and AMP, APOS, course schedule will be synchronized with the intelligence system in your dormitory. You need only consult it. And if you have any questions, you may contact us through the system. With that, the warrior turned and departed. As the warrior left, Qin Rui refrained from urging him to stay and began to explore the dormitory. The interior was infused with a strong technological aesthetic, boasting various intelligent devices and an intelligent butler. Recognizing the butler as the intelligent system referenced by the warrior, Qin Rui chose not to immediately check the course schedule. Instead, he wandered through the dormitory. In addition to a bed, a desk, and a computer, the dormitory was equipped with a large laboratory and training room. Qin Rui was taken aback by this unexpected provision but soon realized that the Mecha Academy's foresight was prudent. Should any student have experimental inclinations, they could promptly engage in their pursuits. He couldn't help but admire the Academy's meticulous planning. After a brief training session in the nano-mech form within the training room, Qin Rui exited and began to organize his living space. As he tidied up, other individuals gradually passed the Mecha Academy's tests and became new members. The day swiftly passed, and that evening, Qin Rui did not hasten to rest. Instead, he consulted the intelligent butler regarding the Mecha Academy's course schedule and study materials. The offerings were extensive, ranging from fundamental nanotechnology to advanced mecha tactics. Time slipped away, and as Qin Rui immersed himself in the materials, night descended. Anticipating the Academy's orientation ceremony the following morning, he lay down and soon drifted into slumber. The next morning, the crisp sound of an alarm clock roused Qin Rui from his dreams. This was the Mecha Academy's standard time, designed to ensure students were not hindered in their learning by time zone differences. Ready for the day, Qin Rui exited the dormitory and followed the directions to the orientation venue. Along the way, he encountered fellow freshmen clad in the Academy's standard attire. He chose not to engage in conversation but hurried toward the ceremony. Upon arriving at the Mecha Academy Square, the new students lined up early, awaiting the commencement of the orientation. Dressed uniformly, they presented a striking sight. Once all the freshmen had gathered, the ceremony officially began. A middle-aged man of extraterrestrial descent ascended the stage under the watchful eyes of the newcomers. This man was the Academy's dean, General Ida Sheng. After a brief introduction, Ida Sheng delivered a lengthy speech that left many students feeling drowsy. However, the subsequent spectacle captured the students' attention, showcasing a series of performances, including mecha maneuver demonstrations and weapons exhibitions, each displaying the Academy's formidable strength and rich heritage. As the orientation concluded, the new students began to disperse, ready to embark on their new lives at the Mecha Academy. Yet, Qin Rui was called back by an officer, the very one who had overseen his testing. "Is there something you need, sir?" Qin Rui inquired, puzzled. "Qin Rui, due to your outstanding performance in the test, the dean wishes to meet you." The officer replied with a smile. "Meet me?" Qin Rui questioned, perplexed as to the reason for the dean's interest. Nevertheless, he refrained from further inquiry and followed the officer toward the dean's office. Along the way, their conversation remained light, but Qin Rui's mind was abuzz with speculation. Could it be that his status as the first successful candidate had attracted the dean's attention? Unable to resolve his curiosity, Qin Rui maintained his composure and trailed behind the officer. Upon reaching the office door, the officer knocked 3 times. A deep voice responded, "Come in." They entered the office, which appeared spacious and well-lit, adorned with various mecha design blueprints and models. Behind the desk sat Ida Sheng, who offered Qin Rui a slight smile, gesturing for him to take a seat. "Qin Rui, I have heard of your remarkable performance during the test, which has pleasantly surprised me." Ida Sheng spoke in a low, resonant voice. Uncertain of the dean and Apos' intentions, Qin Rui managed a faint smile and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your kind words, Dean. I merely did my best." Chapter 83. Tears of the Stars. Ida Sheng gazed at Qin Rui through the model on his desk, a sharp glimmer flashing in his eyes as if he could see through Qin Rui and Apos' innermost thoughts. "I did not summon you merely for your performance in the test," he began, "but rather to present you with a unique opportunity." Qin Rui and Apos' eyes flickered momentarily, his heart tightening at the notion of a unique opportunity. Ida Sheng nodded, remaining silent as he produced a small chip and handed it to Qin Rui. "This is a special mission. If you accept and complete it, not only will you be richly rewarded, but you will also graduate early and gain entry into the ranks of the alien race and Apos' military." Qin Rui was taken aback. He was acutely aware that the Mecha Academy and Apos' program spanned 4 years. Early graduation bore significant implications. And joining the alien military would greatly enhance his chances of gathering the materials for the Heart of Energy. However, he was not swayed by these prospects and inquired, "What is the nature of this mission?" Ada Xing refrained from answering directly. "You may first examine this chip. It contains all the details of the mission. But be warned. Once you view it, even if you choose not to accept the task, you must not divulge any information to others." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Rui accepted the chip and connected it to the Academy and Oppo's standard-issue smartwatch. The information soon appeared, and Qin Rui and Oppo's pupils involuntarily constricted upon reading it. The mission involved accompanying a warrior of the alien race to the northern continent to seek a rare mineral known as Tears of the Stars. This mineral held immense significance for upgrading and enhancing mechas, yet its source was exceedingly rare, found solely in the northern continent, which was the territory of the half-human, half-corpse race. This led to the conclusion that the mission would be exceptionally arduous. After perusing the information, Qin Rui fell silent for a moment. Truth be told, he had considered declining the mission, but recalling Ada Xing and Oppo's earlier words, along with the fact that the rebel base was also located in the northern continent, he realized he could utilize this opportunity to investigate the whereabouts of Xiao Shuichen. With this in mind, Qin Rui took a deep breath and looked at Ada Xing, questioning, "Director, why have you chosen me?" Ada Xing smiled. "Because of your potential and the abilities you demonstrated during the test. I believe you are the best candidate to fulfill this mission, and it serves as a test for you as well." Qin Rui remained silent for a moment before resolutely meeting Ada Xing and Oppo's gaze. "I accept this mission." A glimmer of appreciation flashed in Ada Xing and Oppo's eyes. "Excellent. You may return to prepare. Detailed information about the mission, along with the weapons and equipment you require, will be delivered to your dormitory. Someone will be in touch with you shortly." "Thank you, Director," Qin Rui replied, rising to leave. Upon exiting the office, Qin Rui felt a weight on his heart. An unsettling sensation surrounded the mission. Nevertheless, to seize this opportunity to uncover Xiao Shuichen and Oppo's fate, he resolved to complete the task, no matter how daunting it might prove. Back in his dormitory, Qin Rui meticulously examined the mission details, crafting a comprehensive plan. Behind him, the door marked 001 seemed to herald the commencement of his forthcoming adventures. As night fell, Qin Rui sat at his desk, mentally addressing Lingfeng. "Lingfeng, retrieve the information on Tears of the Stars." Beep. "Data on Tears of the Stars has been retrieved. Please review." Host, came Lingfeng and Amp, Oppo's voice. With those words, the information appeared in Qin Rui and Amp, Oppo's mind. Tears of the Stars not only played a role in upgrading mechas, but also significantly expanded their energy capacity. Moreover, it reinforced the mechas and Oppo's structural integrity. In essence, this newly discovered mineral was identified by the half-human, half-corpse race. The alien race learned of its existence after the half-human, half-corpse race failed to recognize its value, allowing knowledge of the mineral to disseminate. Following their research, the alien race discovered its remarkable properties. Originally, this mission was not intended for Qin Rui. Yet his innate talent and performance during the test caught Ada Xing and Oppo's attention, prompting him to secure this opportunity for Qin Rui as a means of testing his capabilities. The following day, Qin Rui rose early. Shortly after getting out of bed, his intelligent assistant notified him of a visitor. Adjusting his attire, he opened the door to find an alien warrior standing before him, holding a large box. "This is the weaponry and equipment the director instructed me to deliver to you." After handing over the box, the warrior departed. Closing the door behind him, Qin Rui opened the box to reveal 2 energy guns, an energy sword, and a wearable nano-mech activation device. Beside the activation device lay a probe robot named Sharp Eye, crafted from nanomaterials. Sharp Eye, a product of the Academy and Oppo's latest innovations, could detect minerals and provide combat support. Upon understanding this, Qin Rui and Oppo's smartwatch began to ring. He promptly answered, and a warrior clad in a mecha appeared through the smartwatch's projection. "Qin Rui?" "Yes, I am Qin Rui. May I ask who you are?" Qin Rui inquired, curiosity piqued. "I am Commander AI Lingli of this mission. Our team is assembled outside the Academy, awaiting your arrival." Upon hearing this, Qin Rui promptly responded, "Commander, I will be there shortly." With that, he ended the communication and immediately activated the wearable mecha. The sleek, dark metallic armor enveloped him. And after ensuring everything was in order, Qin Rui took the large box and exited his dormitory. As he made his way Many students regarded the armored Qin Rue with curiosity, speculating about his identity. However, he paid them no heed, hastening to the Academy and Apos' entrance. There, Commander AI Lingli and the team of alien warriors stood ready, awaiting Qin Rue and Apos' arrival. Upon seeing him clad in the wearable nano-mech, AI Lingli called out, "Prepare yourself and board the transport." With that, AI Lingli swiftly led the team of alien warriors and Qin Rue onto the waiting transport. Chapter 84. Avalanche. The interior of the transport aircraft was remarkably advanced. It appeared to be a small flying vehicle. Yet its interior space had been technologically optimized to accommodate a considerable number of personnel and supplies. Qin Rue noticed that several tactical screens were installed on one side of the cabin, displaying real-time information about the current flight path and destination. He chose an empty seat, while AI Lingli occupied the foremost position, facing all the warriors. Sensing Qin Rue and Apos' gaze, AI Lingli turned to glance at him before continuing to review the mission details. After the transport aircraft took off, a soldier approached AI Lingli to report the estimated flight time and current status. AI Lingli nodded, stating, "We anticipate reaching the northern continent in 1 hour. During the mission, no one is permitted to leave the team without authorization, or they shall bear the consequences." This remark was evidently directed at Qin Rue, as he was the only non-alien member among them. Qin Rue offered little response, choosing instead to close his eyes and rest against the seaback, seeking rejuvenation. Observing this, AI Lingli refrained from further conversation and resumed his study of the mission documentation. Although Qin Rue had his eyes closed, his awareness of the external environment remained keen through the influence of Lingfeng. Inside the cabin, he occasionally felt the curious gazes of a few onlookers, yet none approached him for conversation. Qin Rue relished the tranquility as he awaited the aircraft and Apos' arrival at the mission destination. An hour passed swiftly, and as the transport aircraft crossed the border of the eastern continent into the northern continent, AI Lingli's voice resonated. "Everyone, heighten your vigilance. We have entered the territory of the half-human, half-corpse tribe. We must exercise caution to avoid detection by their kind." At the sound of AI Lingli and Apos' words, Qin Rue opened his eyes, silently heightening his alertness, mirrored by the other alien warriors. While the half-human, half-corpse tribe did not specifically target the transport aircraft and Apos' reconnaissance system, AI Lingli insisted on maintaining heightened awareness to ensure the mission and Apos' success. With everyone alert, the transport aircraft navigated through the northern continent toward the mission and Apos' objective. After flying for over an hour, they finally arrived at their destination, the site of the Tears of the Stars, or located at the base of a snow-capped mountain. The transport aircraft came to a halt at the foot of the mountain, and as the cabin door opened, a chilling wind rushed in, enveloping Qin Rue in a wave of cold. Fortunately, the mech he wore was equipped with a temperature control system, and he soon found himself surrounded by warm air. Gradually warming up, AI Lingli was the first to exit the aircraft, retrieving a small map to address his team. According to intelligence, the potential location of the Tears of the Stars is within this area. Our objective is to locate this or in the shortest time possible and return it to base. One soldier inquired, "Commander, should we be concerned about an attack from the half-human, half-corpse tribe?" AI Lingli replied solemnly, "Certainly, this is their territory. However, as long as we do not draw their attention, we should encounter minimal issues. Furthermore, our primary mission is to locate the ore, not to engage in combat with them." He then turned to Qin Rue, stating, "Your task is to utilize the mining robots to extract a portion of the Tears of the Stars ore. We shall handle the other responsibilities." Qin Rue nodded, fully aware of his assignment, and had no intention of charging into battle alongside the alien warriors. His primary focus was to gather the Tears of the Stars ore and, thereafter, seek information regarding the location of the Resistance and Apos' base. The team commenced their expedition along the mapped route, with each warrior remaining vigilant, prepared to confront any potential threats. Qin Rue followed closely behind, silently devising strategies to uncover the whereabouts of the Resistance base. After traversing for over an hour, they had delved into the mountainside, and with the assistance of the mining robot and Apos' detection capabilities, they confirmed that the Tears of the Stars resided within the mountain. Having ascertained the ore and Apos' location, the next challenge for Qin Rue and his team was to create an entryway into the mountain and Apos' interior. Unlike other mountain ranges, this snow-covered peak could not be breached with a light energy cannon without triggering an avalanche. Indeed, while an avalanche would spell disaster for the average person. It posed little threat to those clad in wearable nano-mechs. Their greatest fear, however, was that the noise from the avalanche might attract the attention of the half-human, half-corpse tribe. Should they be discovered, their mission would surely end in failure. As Qin Rue and his team contemplated their next move, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from a distant slope. Hearing the commotion, the group and Appos' hearts raced with anxiety, and they quickly directed their attention toward the source of the sound. To their surprise, several figures rushed down the hillside, members of the half-human, half-corpse tribe alongside a few soldiers clad in the garb of the resistance. Half-human, half-corpse tribe, resistance fighters. Upon recognizing the newcomers, AI Lingli and his team immediately entered combat mode, aiming their weapons at both the resistance and the half-human, half-corpse warriors. Only Qin Rue squinted, assessing the resistance fighters. Lost in thought, upon realizing the presence of the resistance and half-human, half-corpse warriors, both groups swiftly transitioned into combat readiness. An intense battle was imminent. Attack! AI Lingli commanded, initiating the offensive. Since combat was unavoidable, they needed to resolve the conflict swiftly before reinforcements from the half-human, half-corpse tribe arrived, allowing them to clear a path into the mountain and collect the tears of the stars. With the fight commencing, Qin Rue and his companions understood that they must escape before reinforcements arrived, or they would be trapped in the mountain forever. Qin Rue, I will lead my team to hold them off. You must hurry to the interior of the mountain to extract the tears of the stars, AI Lingli instructed. Addressing the seemingly dazed Qin Rue, upon hearing AI Lingli and Appos' words, Qin Rue and Appos' eyes flickered with determination as he activated the light energy cannon to forge a passage into the mountain and Appos' depths. At this moment, he could no longer afford to concern himself with the potential avalanche caused by the cannon. With Qin Rue exerting his full effort, the pathway into the mountain was swiftly established, yet the powerful force of the light energy cannon also triggered the onset of an avalanche. Chapter 85. Inside the Snowy Mountain. Mutated beasts' massive snow blocks cascaded from the summit of the snow-capped mountain, gaining speed with each passing moment, their thunderous roar reminiscent of the earth-shattering, instilling a sense of dread. The battle below was immediately interrupted by the impending avalanche. Both the rebels and the half-human, half-corpse warriors stared in terror at the surging tide of snow, hastily retreating quickly into the interior of the mountain. Ailing commanded his team and Qin Rue, following the order. Qin Rue and his companions calmly surged towards the passage created by the energy cannon. We and Appos, going too. Witnessing the growing avalanche, the rebels and the half-human, half-corpse warriors reached a consensus, swiftly racing towards the passage. As they entered, vast waves of snow surged, enveloping the entrance. The power of the ice and snow was awe-inspiring, filling the cavern with a deafening roar. Outside, the force of the avalanche resembled a furious beast, recklessly annihilating everything in its path. Ailing gripped his weapon tightly, gazing at the thick snow wall blocking the passage. He realized that they were now trapped within the snowy mountain. At this moment, alongside the rebels, there were also members of the half-human, half-corpse tribe. The external enemies had transformed into confined companions, and the dynamics of the confrontation became intricate. Both sides watched each other warily, yet no further battles ensued, for they were all ensnared within the mountain. A conflict here could lead to unpredictable consequences. Moreover, Ailing and his team aimed for the star tier or within the mountain, thus they refrained from launching any attacks against the half-human, half-corpse tribe and the rebels. Similarly, the half-human, half-corpse tribe and the rebels held back from attacking Ailing's group, as their objective was also the star tier, or. A curious tension lingered as both sides remained on guard. Only Qin Rue's eyes sparkled with determination. He contemplated how to approach the rebels without drawing Ailing's attention. This was essential for him to glean information about the rebels and discover Xiao Shuichen's whereabouts. However, given the current circumstances, Qin Rue found no opportunity. He suppressed his thoughts and proceeded along the passage deeper into the snowy mountain. As Qin Rue advanced, Ailing and his team followed closely behind. The half-human, half-corpse tribe and the rebels were momentarily taken aback by Qin Rue's actions. Then, they exchanged glances, a flicker of obscure understanding passing between them. It seems the extraterrestrial tribe shares our goal, the star tier, or. The rebel leader mused inwardly. Consequently, both factions heightened their vigilance and also ventured into the depths of the mountain. In the narrow passage, the atmosphere grew exceedingly tense. Former adversaries were now compelled to march side by side, Only the sound of their breaths and footsteps filled the air. The silence following the avalanche was stifling. Qin Rui felt a disquieting sensation. He wished to engage with the rebels, yet the current scenario afforded him no chance. Ailing's vigilance only added to his constraints. Suddenly, a faint glow emerged at the end of the passage. The light was warm and tranquil, instilling a glimmer of hope. Qin Rui quickened his pace, eager to exit the passage, locate the star-tier ore, and fulfill his mission. More importantly, he surmised that upon finding the ore, a renewed conflict would undoubtedly ensue, providing him the opportunity to approach the rebels. After all, judging by their demeanor, it was clear that their objective aligned with his. Ailing, upon seeing the light, displayed a joyful expression. He understood that it indicated the presence of the star-tier ore. The rebel leader also noticed the glow and cautioned his comrades to remain vigilant, aware that other enemies lurked nearby. Just as excitement brewed for the imminent discovery of the star-tier ore, an eerie sound echoed from the passage and Appo's end. The noise was akin to a low, mournful wail, deep and hoarse, imbued with an ominous aura. Qin Rui furrowed his brows. The sound struck a familiar chord within him, as if he had heard it before. He tightened his grip on his weapon, heightening his alertness. Suddenly, a horde of bizarre creatures burst forth from the light. These beings were covered in scales, their blood-red eyes glinting menacingly, and their sharp claws gleamed with cold light. Upon seeing these creatures, Qin Rui finally comprehended the source of the familiarity. They bore the characteristics of the half-human, half-corpse tribe, and the sounds they emitted during battle echoed those he had previously encountered. Mutated half-human, half-corpse beings? The thought flashed through Qin Rui and Appo's mind. Ailing and Appo's gaze sharpened as well. He had not anticipated the emergence of such mutated entities within the snow-capped mountain. Clearly, these aberrations differed from the half-human, half-corpse tribe they had encountered before, exhibiting a fiercer demeanor and formidable physical structure. The rebels and the half-human, half-corpse warriors displayed expressions of shock, equally unprepared for this unforeseen turn of events. Yet at that moment, the mutated half-human, half-corpse beings lunged towards them. The passage descended into chaos. Both factions momentarily forgot their previous hostilities, wielding their weapons against the sudden onslaught of mutated beings. Fearing the unpredictable consequences of utilizing energy cannons in the mountain and Appo's confines, they refrained from using firearms, opting instead for melee weapons. The energy swords, a product of research, became the primary armament for both the rebels and the extraterrestrial tribe. In an instant, the passage was ablaze with flashing blades, the icy atmosphere enveloping them. Despite their efforts, these mutated beings proved far more ferocious than the standard half-human, half-corpse warriors, resulting in mounting casualties. Qin Rui swung his energy sword, each strike claiming the life of a mutated creature. Yet the sheer number of these aberrations was overwhelming. Despite suffering significant losses from the attacks of the rebels, half-human, half-corpse tribe, and the extraterrestrial beings, countless mutated entities continued to surge towards them. Ailing showcased his formidable prowess, each of his strikes delivering lethal blows, but even he struggled against the overwhelming tide of mutated beings. Although the rebels and the half-human, half-corpse tribe had previously been adversaries, the instinct for survival compelled them to unite in battle. In this dire situation, past grievances seemed trivial. They all understood that defeating the immediate threat was paramount if they wished to contend for the star-tier ore. Chapter 86. The function of star-tier, or the passage echoed with the sounds of clashes, shouts, and battles as the mutants engaged in fierce confrontations with various factions. What is happening? Why are there so many mutants here? The leader of the resistance furrowed his brow, voicing his concern. The leader of the half-human, half-corpse tribe also wore a grim expression, astonished by the sheer number of mutants within the snow-capped mountains. This indicated that a significant number of his kin had been affected by the star-tier ore, leading to their mutations. It was unimaginable that such news had not reached the half-human, half-corpse tribe before. After all, each year, some members of their tribe perished, making their disappearances go unnoticed. However, with the discovery of these mutants, it was certain that the matter would soon garner attention within the tribe. At that moment, the leader of the half-human, half-corpse tribe resolved to acquire the star-tier ore and ensure that this information was relayed back to his kin. Perhaps, with the aid of the star-tier ore, the half-human, half-corpse tribe would undergo a transformation, enhancing their overall strength. We cannot manage. There are too many mutants, relying solely on our energy swords. We cannot eliminate them all, Qin Rui exclaimed, anxiety creeping into his voice as he surveyed the seemingly endless horde of mutants. If this continued, they would eventually exhaust the energy of their mechs, leaving them trapped within the mountains and vulnerable to being torn apart by the mutants. Lingli seemed to grasp their predicament as well. He furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before issuing a command. Everyone, use thermal weapons to launch a devastating strike against the mutants. After giving this order, Lingli turned to Qin Rue and said, "We will cover you while you create an opening. You must collect some star tier ore." "Understood," Qin Rue replied resolutely. Similarly, the half-human, half-corpse tribe and the resistance recognized the urgency of the situation, issuing commands akin to Lingli's. Thus, both sides began to employ thermal weapons. And under the might of energy rifles and cannons, mutants fell in droves, seizing the opportunity presented by the opening. Qin Rue swiftly delved deeper into the heart of the snow-capped mountains, while each faction sent a warrior into the depths as well. Deep within the mountains, blue lights flickered intermittently on the rock walls, emanating from round crystals embedded in the surface. Upon witnessing these crystals and sensing the energy they radiated, Qin Rue realized that these were indeed the star tier ores. To his astonishment, there were so many of them embedded in the walls. Without wasting a moment, Qin Rue deployed mining robots to commence the extraction of the star tier ores. Meanwhile, the half-human, half-corpse tribe and the resistance began their own collection efforts, albeit resorting to primitive methods due to the absence of mining robots. In the depths, there was no sign of mutants, as if they had never existed, leaving Qin Rue perplexed. He could only inquire within his mind to Lingfeng. "Lingfeng, why are there no mutants here?" Lingfeng promptly responded, "Ding. These mutants, having undergone mutation, can no longer withstand the energy emitted by the star tier, which is why they are absent here." Following that, Lingfeng provided an analysis of the mutants. Ding. The mutants are a result of the half-human, half-corpse tribe absorbing the overflowing energy from the star tier over time. Initially, they were drawn to the energy and chose to remain near the star tier, but as their bodies accumulated more energy, they could no longer endure it, resulting in explosive mutations. Hence, they now avoid the vicinity of the star tier. With Lingfeng's explanation, Qin Rue understood the reason behind the absence of mutants in that area. However, upon hearing that the energy from the star tier attracted the half-human, half-corpse tribe, his gaze shifted to a warrior from the tribe who had followed him. The warrior's eyes began to glaze over, and his body involuntarily absorbed the energy of the star tier. Indeed, the energy of the star tier had a magnetic allure for the half-human, half-corpse tribe, but Qin Rue pondered whether it would have the same effect on the zombie tribe. Ding. The half-human, half-corpse tribe and the zombie tribe share some commonalities. The energy from the star tier would indeed attract the zombie tribe as well. Lingfeng elucidated at an opportune moment. If that is the case, if the half-human, half-corpse tribe can mutate with the help of the star tier, then what about the zombie tribe? The thought sent a chill down Qin Rue's spine. If the zombie tribe were to learn of this, they would undoubtedly descend upon the star tier with reckless abandon. The half-human, half-corpse tribe would not let this opportunity slip, while the resistance sought the ore for research, and the extraterrestrial faction needed it to enhance their mechs. This scenario would inevitably spark a conflict among the four factions. The mere thought of such turmoil made Qin Rue shudder as he gazed at the star tier, or as if it were Pandora and Amp, Oppos, S-Box. Ding. Host. The capabilities of the star tier or extend beyond this. Analysis reveals that it can also enhance the abilities of the nano-mech systems, Lingfeng interjected, causing Qin Rue and Amp, Oppos, S eyes to widen with excitement. Enhance the capabilities of the nano-mech systems? Qin Rue could not contain his enthusiasm, his eyes shimmering with anticipation. Indeed, the unique energy contained within the star tier or can significantly enhance the performance and power of nanomechs. Furthermore, under specific conditions, it can unlock entirely new skills and functions for the mechs, Lingfeng elaborated. Qin Rue and Amp, Oppos, S heart raced. This was monumental news for him. If he could leverage the star tier or to augment his nanomech, he would possess a substantial advantage in future battles. How do I utilize the star tier or to enhance the mech? Qin Rue asked eagerly. Ding. The ore requires special processing before being integrated into the energy core of the nanomech. I can provide guidance on the specific steps, Lingfeng replied. With Lingfeng and Amp, Oppos, S assurance, Qin Rue gazed at the star tier or as if it were a delectable delicacy, unable to hide his longing. Chapter 87. Breakthrough without further ado. Qin Rue commanded the mining robots to extract more tiers of the star ore. In addition to the necessary quantity for his mission, he discreetly stowed a portion of the precious ore in his portable storage bag. Meanwhile, a soldier from the resistance was also busy collecting the ore, while a half-human, half-corpse warrior was becoming increasingly sluggish under the allure of the tears of the star. Observing this scene, Qin Rue and Amp, Appos, gaze flickered as he cautiously approached the resistance soldier. The moment the soldier noticed Qin Rue's approach, his demeanor shifted to one of alertness. "What do you want?" he inquired, eyeing Qin Rue warily. Upon being questioned, Qin Rue halted, took a deep breath, and replied, "I am Qin Rue. A friend of mine, Xiao Shuiqin, is at your resistance base. I hope you can take me to her." Upon hearing the name Xiao Shuiqin, the resistance soldier and Amp, Appos, pupils dilated, but due to his mech armor, Qin Rue failed to detect any change in his expression. After a brief moment, the soldier regained his composure and stated, "I do not know who Xiao Shuiqin is. Furthermore, do not come any closer. If you do, I will be forced to attack." With the soldier and Amp, Appos' claim of ignorance regarding Xiao Shuiqin, Qin Rue let out a sigh. Realizing that his hope of gathering information about the resistance base from this soldier had been dashed, he was not surprised. For if it were so easy to learn about the resistance base, something would surely be amiss. Reluctantly, Qin Rue resumed gathering the tears of the star ore. While the resistance soldier remained vigilant, keeping an eye on him, they both labored fervently in their collection, but the half-human, half-corpse warrior was beginning to show signs of distress. The energy emitted by the tears of the star was causing a transformation within him, leading him closer to becoming a mutant. Qin Rue was taken aback by this development. He had not anticipated that the energy from the tears of the star could induce such rapid changes in the half-human, half-corpse warrior. Not far off, the resistance soldier also took notice, dropping his mining tools and watching the mutant's gradual transformation with growing concern. "Stop him," Qin Rue urged the resistance soldier. "What can we do?" the soldier asked. "The best course of action would be to eliminate the half-human, half-corpse warrior on the spot." But the soldier understood that the current alliance between the resistance and the half-human, half-corpse faction prevented him from taking such action. Should he attack, it would surely lead to the collapse of their alliance. Thus, the resistance soldier found himself in a dilemma. However, Qin Rue was unencumbered by such considerations. Noticing the soldier's indecisiveness, he took matters into his own hands and, without hesitation, drew his energy sword, swiftly decapitating the half-human, half-corpse warrior. With the threat neutralized, the resistance soldier exhaled in relief and resumed mining, as did Qin Rue, who also continued his labor with fervor. Suddenly, a sharp voice crackled through Qin Rue and Amp, Appos, communicator. "Qin Rue, have you finished collecting the tears of the star? The mutants are multiplying. We can no longer hold out." Simultaneously, the resistance soldier received a message from his commander. Exchanging a glance, they quickly gathered their mining tools and dashed down the corridor toward the direction of their commander and the main resistance force. As they traversed the passage, they encountered numerous mutants drawn to the powerful energy emanating from the tears of the star they carried. "Damn it," Qin Rue cursed upon seeing the approaching mutants. He had not expected the ore and Amp, Appos' energy to exert such a strong pull on them. While the mutants could not linger near the ore for long due to the risk of internal explosion from energy overload, the ore and Appos' energy simultaneously attracted them, resulting in a significant influx of mutants toward Qin Rue and the resistance soldier. Nevertheless, with the combined might of Qin Rue, the resistance soldier, and the forces led by AI Lingli, they managed to regroup with the main force, successfully fending off the encroaching mutants. The mutants seem irresistibly drawn to the energy of the tears of the star. "We must leave this place at once," Qin Rue urged AI Lingli after joining the main group. The resistance soldier relayed the situation to his commander, while the leader of the half-human, half-corpse faction grew anxious at the absence of his warriors. "Why have the warriors I sent not returned?" he inquired, worry etched across his face. The resistance soldier hastily explained the circumstances, alleviating some of the tension on the leader and Amp, Appos' countenance. The cacophony of noise, explosions, and the increasing cries of mutants heightened the tension in the air. "We must retreat immediately," AI Lingli commanded. The resistance leader acknowledged the gravity of the situation and rallied his troops, instructing them to cover the retreating forces. The leader of the half-human, half-corpse faction, realizing the urgency, directed his kin to follow the retreating resistance soldiers. Qin Rue sheathed his energy sword, brandished his energy gun, and took up a position at the front lines alongside AI Lingli and the other warriors, valiantly resisting the tide of mutants while retreating toward the mountain and Amp, Appos' exterior. Though the sheer number of mutants was daunting, the united front of their combined firepower managed to halt their advance. Nevertheless, It was clear to all that it was only a matter of time before they were overwhelmed. At last, they reached the entrance of the passage, only to find it blocked by an avalanche of snow. Breakthrough, AI Lingli ordered upon seeing the obstruction. Accordingly, Qin Rue and the alien warriors unleashed a barrage of firepower, blasting a hole through the snow that concealed the entrance. In a triumphant surge, they successfully escaped through the opening, emerging into the snowy expanse beyond. Chapter 88. Movements from all sides upon exiting the passage. Both parties exchanged cautious glances before swiftly parting ways. Qin Rue and AI Lingli hurried towards the transport vessel station at the foot of the mountain, while the rebel forces and the half-human, half-corpse clan fled in another direction. As they retreated, the mutated beings, influenced by the energy emanating from the star tier ore, relentlessly pursued them. Along the way, the extraterrestrial warriors led by Qin Rue and AI Lingli defended themselves, shooting down the pursuing mutants as they made their escape. At last, they reached the site of the transport vessel. Without delay, everyone boarded quickly. The pilot, having received prior orders, took off promptly, heading towards the eastern continent. On board, the group collectively exhaled in relief, particularly Qin Rue and AI Lingli, who had not anticipated the perilous nature of this mission, facing not only the rebels and the half-human, half-corpse clan, but also the mutants. However, amid their relief, AI Lingli wore a grave expression. The experiences of this mission necessitated an urgent report. He retrieved his communication device and began relaying information back to the floating city. In the Elder Hall of the floating city, several elders were stirred by AI Lingli and Appos' report. Their faces etched with concern as they sat in their grand chairs, eyes flickering with contemplation. Esteemed colleagues, the energy contained within the star tier ore is evident through the mutations we have witnessed. I believe we must act swiftly to seize the star tier vein. This would greatly enhance our formidable mechs. As the atmosphere fell into a contemplative silence, the chief elder finally spoke. Indeed, if we can secure the star tier vein and harness its energy, I am confident that our 5 sets of king-class matches will rival even 2 sets of emperor-class matches, chimed in the second elder. The other elders nodded in agreement. Yet just as they began to strategize their next steps, the third elder broke the silence. While the value of the star tier vein is indisputable, we must recognize that it is not unclaimed territory. The rebels and the half-human, half-corpse clan are both coveting it. Not to mention the unknown factor of the mutants. The fourth elder furrowed his brow. The third elder speaks wisdom. To capture the star tier vein, we must confront the rebels and the half-human, half-corpse clan directly. Although our extraterrestrial strength is formidable, we must be wary of the zombie clan potentially joining the fray. Not to mention the other human factions that are not to be underestimated. Upon hearing the fourth elder's words, the expressions of the other elders grew somber. Despite their confidence in prevailing against a coalition of the zombie clan, the half-human, half-corpse clan, and the rebels, they understood that such a confrontation would result in devastating losses for their own kind, especially with other enemies lurking. The elders pondered deeply, and the third elder sighed. The importance of the star tier vein to our extraterrestrial clan cannot be overstated. We cannot afford to relinquish it. However, we require more intelligence to formulate our upcoming plans. The chief elder contemplated for a moment and declared, the third elder is correct. We need further information. Let AI Lingli take charge of intelligence gathering. And as for Qin Rue, have him accompany AI Lingli to facilitate our observations of his spirit wind mech, allowing us to gather crucial data. Then let us proceed with this plan. The star tier vein must remain under the control of our extraterrestrial clan. As the chief elder and Appos' voice resonated, the figures of the elders gradually faded until they vanished from the elder hall. Simultaneously, a directive was dispatched to AI Lingli and the head of the Mech Academy, Ida Xing. At this moment, Qin Rue remained unaware that his possession of the spirit wind mech had come to the attention of the elders. Although Iluan had altered the information regarding Qin Rue, upon Iluan and Appos' departure, the truth of Qin Rue and Appos' capabilities was exposed, leading to the elders and Appos' awareness of his spirit wind mech. As the elders of the floating city devised their next course of action, similar events unfolded in the northern and western continents, where the half-human, half-corpse clan and the zombie clan took notice of the immense energy contained within the star tier ore and began their own maneuvers. The leaders of these two clans dispatched scouts to investigate the location of the star tier mine in the snowy mountains, with subsequent actions contingent upon the intelligence gathered. In the northern continent, the rebel base, the general of the rebels commenced corresponding actions upon learning of the energy within the star tier, or at this juncture. Iloin and Ailing also arrived at the general and Amp, Oppos, S office, having heard of the star tier or and learned that some rebel soldiers had extracted a small quantity. Their purpose was to persuade the general to provide them with some or for research. Without hesitation, the general nodded. The quantity brought back by the soldiers is limited. I will give you all of it, hoping you can quickly determine its properties. However, I can only spare a limited amount, as we require some for ourselves. Should you assist us in investigating the vein, you might acquire more. Pausing briefly, the general continued, I will send some soldiers to the snowy mountains for reconnaissance. If we confirm the ore and Oppos' significance, the rebels will not hesitate to fight for it. Iloin and Ailing were not particularly concerned with these matters. Their primary interest lay in the potential of the star tier or to enhance the power of the Blizzard mech. After reporting their recent research progress, they departed the general and Amp, Oppos' office, deliberately omitting any mention of their studies on the Blizzard mech concerning Xiaoxue Chen. Their intuition told them that the fewer who knew about the Blizzard mech, the better. Meanwhile, Qin Rue remained aboard the transport vessel heading to the eastern continent, oblivious to the unfolding events among the various factions, as he immersed himself in the vast information imparted by the spirit wind. Chapter 89, The Study of Star Tier or Within the Confines of the Resistance Base, in a laboratory brimming with anticipation. Aelin and Ailing were engrossed in their research on the enigmatic star tier ore. Their objective was to unravel the immense energy contained within these minerals and to explore the potential ramifications for the enhancement of the Blizzard mechas. Aelin meticulously scrutinized a fragment of star tier ore, employing highly sophisticated instruments for its analysis. The surface of the ore emanated a faint azure glow, as if it harbored the twinkling light of distant stars. As she gently caressed the stone, she could feel the formidable energy pulsating within. The energy of these ores is truly extraordinary, Aelin mused to herself. Meanwhile, Ailing was engrossed in the data analysis displayed on her computer screen, striving to decipher the structure and energy composition of the star tier ore. Her brow furrowed, indicating the complexity of the task at hand. Aelin, I have discovered that the structure of these ores is remarkably intricate, exhibiting a peculiar resonance effect. Ailing conveyed her findings to Aelin. Aelin nodded in understanding. Recognizing that the ores and Oppos' complexity might stem from their unique energy properties, she began contemplating methods to integrate this energy into the Blizzard mechas, thereby augmenting their capabilities. After several hours of diligent work, they made significant progress. They determined that the energy within the star tier ore was a novel form of power, entirely distinct from conventional energy sources. This energy appeared capable of seamlessly integrating with the mecha systems, enhancing their efficiency. Aelin initiated an experiment, placing a small piece of star tier ore into a specially designed container, which she then connected to a simulated mecha system. She hoped to ascertain how the energy from the star tier ore would influence the mecha and Oppos' performance. Upon activating the apparatus, the simulated mecha system sprang to life. Instantly, the star tier ore unleashed a surge of potent energy that flowed into various components of the mecha system. The simulated mecha and Amp, Oppos' movements became more agile, and its firepower saw a significant enhancement. This is astounding, Aelin exclaimed, astonished by how effectively the energy from the star tier ore could elevate the mecha and Oppos' capabilities. Ailing, equally exhilarated, observed the data on her screen, meticulously recording the experimental results. This indicated that should the star tier ore be utilized within the Blizzard mechas, their power would be substantially amplified. Sister, should we inform the general of this discovery? Ailing inquired, recalling how, in the past, he would have been promptly informed. However, with Aelin and Amp, Oppos' integration into the resistance, Ailing had become wary of the general and Amp, Oppos' ambitions. After a moment of contemplation, Aelin replied, yes, we must relay this information to the general. I believe that once the major factions take notice of the star tier ore, its significance will inevitably be revealed. Rather than inciting suspicion, it is better to be forthcoming. However, we must keep the specifics regarding the Blizzard mechas concealed. Understood. Ailing nodded, preparing to report their findings regarding the star tier ore to the general. Simultaneously, Aelin sought out Xiaoxue. Sister Lan. Upon seeing Aelin, Xiaoxue and Oppos' face brightened. During this time, she had been collaborating with Aelin and Ailing on the Blizzard mecha project, which was now 80% complete. Once the progress reached 100%, Xiaoxue would be able to transform directly into the Blizzard mecha. Sister Lan. Did you come to inform me that the research on the Blizzard mecha is finished? She asked, inviting Aelin to sit. Shaking her head, Aelin replied, not quite. We have discovered a new ore that possesses a remarkable amplifying effect on mechas. Aelin and I have decided to investigate how to incorporate the star tier ore into the Blizzard mecha to enhance its power. Pausing for emphasis, Aelin added solemnly, Xiaoxue. I hope you can contact Qin Rui and convey the significance of the star tier ore to him. It is imperative that he visits the resistance base, as his Lingfeng mecha also requires enhancement with the star tier ore. Upon witnessing Aelin and Amp, Apos' earnest expression, Xiaox weakened and Amp, Apos' demeanor grew serious as well. She nodded and retrieved her phone, ready to reach out to Qin Rui. However, the beeping from her phone indicated that he was currently unreachable. Seeing this, Xiaox weakened and Apos' expression shifted, her concern growing as she wondered if Qin Rui had encountered danger. In a moment of urgency, she contemplated leaving the base to search for him. Yet, Aelin, maintaining her composure, interjected, Xiaoxue, do not fret. Qin Rui possesses the Lingfeng mecha. Even if he faces peril, he can navigate through it. If we cannot reach him now, he may simply be preoccupied. Let us wait a little while before trying again. Reassured by Aelin and Amp, Apos' words, Xiaox weakened calmed down and nodded. Aelin then offered a few words of encouragement before departing from Xiaox weakened and Amp, Apos' quarters. Elsewhere, Aelin relayed the findings regarding the star tier ore to the general. She also expressed her desire to apply this new technology to the mechas, aiming to enhance their competitiveness in future challenges. In response to Aelin and Amp, Apos' proposal, the general concurred. Yet he was acutely aware that the discovery of the star tier vein would intensify competition for its control. He comprehended the opportunities presented by the star tier vein, but also recognized the potential for increased conflict. Aelin, I agree with your suggestion. We shall explore how to harness the energy of the star tier or to bolster the strength of the resistance. However, we must remain vigilant and ensure that this discovery remains confidential, at least until our endeavors to secure the star tier vein are complete. Aelin nodded and exited the general's office, preparing to resume her collaborative research on the star tier ore with her sister Aelin. In the laboratory, Aelin and Aelin continued their in-depth exploration of the star tier ore. As time passed, they uncovered an array of astonishing secrets hidden within these mysterious minerals. Aelin meticulously analyzed the structure of the star tier ore, noting that it seemed to contain an ancient script, its runes obscured within the ebb and flow of energy. She initiated a computer program in an attempt to decipher the meaning of these symbols. Simultaneously, Aelin focused on the resonance effect emitted by the ore. She began to formulate a series of experiments aimed at gaining a deeper understanding of how this resonance influenced energy transfer and the performance of the mechas. Days later, they achieved even more remarkable breakthroughs. Aelin successfully deciphered a portion of the runes, revealing that they appeared to be an ancient energy coding system, capable of precisely synchronizing the energy of the star tier ore with the mecha systems. This synchronization could facilitate more efficient energy transfer, thereby elevating the performance of the mechas to unprecedented heights. Chapter 90. A new mission at the rebel base. Xiao Shuiqin was still trying to contact Qin Rui, who had just disembarked from the transport aircraft. Due to the nature of his mission, Qin Rui had not brought his mobile phone, leaving Xiao Shuiqin unable to reach him. As soon as he returned to his dormitory at the Mecha Academy, his phone rang. Upon seeing that it was Xiao Shuiqin calling, Qin Rui quickly answered, Xiao Shui. Is that you? Hearing the familiar voice on the line, Xiao Shuiqin felt a wave of relief wash over her. Qin Rui, are you all right? Why have I been unable to get through to you? I and Amp, Apos, am fine. I was out on a mission. Qin Rui then recounted the details of his assignment alongside AI Lingli. Throughout his narrative, Xiao Shuiqin listened intently, her silence reflecting her concern. When she learned that Qin Rui had been tasked with collecting star tier ore, her pupils dilated in shock. Qin Rui, I need to tell you something. Sister Lan has conducted research on star tier ore. It can enhance the power of mechas. She also mentioned that you should come to the rebel base when you have the chance. She said she could help upgrade your Lingfeng mecha. Having previously discussed AI Erlin and AI Erling with Qin Rui, Xiao Shuiqin's mention of Sister Lan did not elicit much of a response. However, upon hearing that AI Erlin had researched star tier ore and was aware of his possession of the Lingfeng mecha, Qin Rui was taken aback. You know everything? How could AI Erlin possibly know I have the Lingfeng mecha? He could not help but ask. The Lingfeng mecha you possess was developed by Sister Lan, Xiao Shuiqin explained. At this revelation, Qin Rui recalled the voice he had heard in the laboratory. It was her. He felt a sense of relaxation wash over him, if it was indeed her. It made sense that AI Erlin was aware of his mecha. However, the Lingfeng mecha had undergone transformations and was no longer the same as before. It had become truly one of a kind. Qin Rui, Sister Lan hopes you can come to the rebel base so she can assist you in upgrading your Lingfeng mecha, Xiao Shuiqin stated, noticing Qin Rui's silence. Xiao Shui, I will go to the rebel base, but I don't know where it is located. Xiao Shuiqin fell silent for a moment before responding, I don't know its location either. Since I arrived at the rebel base, I have never left. And neither has Sister Lan. With a sigh, Qin Rui replied, I will do my best to find out the location of the rebel base. Just wait for me. Xiao Shui, all right, Qin Rui, I will wait for you. After exchanging a few more words, Qin Rui ended the call. At that moment, a warrior from an alien race approached his dormitory. Qin Rui, the dean is looking for you, the warrior announced from outside the door. Upon hearing this, Qin Rui promptly replied, I'll be right there. After quickly tidying up, he left his dormitory and headed towards the dean's office. Upon entering, he found Dean Ida Sheng seated behind a desk. Dean, you called for me? Qin Rui inquired. Please, take a seat. Ida Sheng gestured to the chair across from him. His expression serious. Qin Rui sat down and calmly asked, Is there something you need, Dean? After a moment of silence, Ida Sheng looked at Qin Rui and began. Qin Rui, regarding your recent mission to collect Star Tier, or I have heard AI Lingli's report, and you performed exceptionally well. Qin Rui remained silent, awaiting further details. Ida Sheng continued, the moment we received the Star Tier, or we conducted research on it, and the results astonished us. The enhancement it provides to mechas is of utmost importance. Dean, is that why you called for me? Qin Rui asked. Indeed. You are the first student in the academy to pass the test, and your results were outstanding. The floating city has issued orders for you to join the alien military, with AI Lingli remaining your commanding officer. Would you be willing to accept this position? Ida Sheng said kindly. Taken aback initially, Qin Rui quickly responded, I accept, Dean. Excellent. You are indeed a student I have high hopes for. Ida Sheng praised him and shared a few additional details. Approximately half an hour later, Qin Rui exited the Dean and Appo's office. Outside, sunlight streamed through the clouds as he squinted towards the horizon. His mind was occupied with thoughts of how to locate the rebel base and how to gather the materials needed for the creation of the energy heart. Just then, his communicator beeped. AI Lingli and Appo's voice came through. Qin Rui, are you ready? We are about to depart. I'm ready, Qin Rui replied. Upon returning to his dormitory, he quickly packed his belongings. After deciding to join the alien military, Ida Sheng had informed him of his new mission, to act as part of an advance team to the northern continent and Appo's snow-capped mountains to investigate the Star Tier or deposits. Several large transport ships were stationed at the academy entrance, attracting the attention of the students, while AI Lingli awaited Qin Rui and Appo's arrival with a contingent of alien warriors. Soon, Qin Rui joined AI Lingli outside the academy, exchanged brief greetings, and boarded the transport ship. Once everyone was on board, AI Lingli issued the command for takeoff, directing the ship towards the northern continent. Everyone is aware of the importance of this mission, correct? AI Lingli surveyed the group and focused on Qin Rui. Nods of understanding spread through the crowd, and AI Lingli continued. The significance of Star Tier, or is well known. This mission is crucial. Our advance team must thoroughly scout the conditions of the snow mountains to lay the groundwork for the arrival of the main force. Pausing for emphasis, AI Lingli added, therefore, we must succeed in this mission. Failure is not an option. Understood? Understood. The group replied in unison, including Qin Rui, who echoed the sentiment loudly. Seeing that everyone comprehended the stakes, AI Lingli nodded in approval before turning his gaze to the window, awaiting their arrival at the northern continent and Appo's snow-capped mountains. Chapter 91, The Invitation from the Rebel General in the Snowy Mountains of the Northern Continent, a world enveloped in white stretches endlessly. At this moment, the various factions of the half-human, half-corpse tribe, the zombie clan, and humanity, along with the rebellious forces, have all converged here. The presence of the extraterrestrial race, still en route, adds to the once tranquil mountains' unusual liveliness. The sole purpose of their gathering is the precious Star Tier's mineral vein hidden within the mountains. As Qin Rui arrived at the snowy mountains aboard a transport vessel, he beheld a clear demarcation of the gathering factions, each distinct and resolute. The transport vessel came to a halt on a relatively flat expanse, and Qin Rui disembarked alongside AI Lingli and others. Upon the arrival of the extraterrestrial beings, the expressions of all present shifted, revealing a mixture of apprehension, for among all the factions, the extraterrestrial race boasted the most formidable strength. Why is that individual with the extraterrestrial beings? ISN and Opos. Tehe human? Observers noted Qin Rue's lack of any notable extraterrestrial features. Yet he descended from the transport vessel alongside AI Lingli, sparking surprise among the crowd. He must be a cadet from the Mecha Academy, one speculated. Recalling the recent news that the extraterrestrial race had opened a Mecha Academy to recruit from the entire human population. Upon hearing this, the crowd quickly grasped the situation. The announcement of the Mecha Academy had recently stirred considerable excitement across the 3 continents, with nearly everyone aware of it. Of course, the motives behind the extraterrestrial race establishing the academy were apparent to anyone with a semblance of intelligence. However, due to their overwhelming power, no faction dared to disrupt the academy and Opos' operations, allowing its reputation to spread swiftly among the 3 continents. AI Lingli surveyed the onlookers with a glance, his icy jade-like eyes betraying a hint of disdain. He then turned to his subordinates and commanded, "Commence the construction of the camp. Once completed, we shall begin our exploration of the snowy mountains." Upon hearing this order, Qin Rue nodded and began to assist the extraterrestrial warriors with their tasks. As AI Lingli observed his subordinates busying themselves, his gaze hardened as he contemplated the threats within the mountains, not only posed by rival factions, but also by the mutated entities residing therein. However, with all factions converging upon the snowy mountains in pursuit of the Star Tears mineral vein, it was only a matter of time before leaders would convene to strategize on how to deal with the mutated threats. As preparations unfolded among the factions, several soldiers from the rebels were fixated on Qin Rue, clutching a large screen displaying his photograph. "Is that him?" one soldier inquired of his companion. "Indeed, it is. The general instructed us to engage with Qin Rue and invite him to the rebel base," another soldier confirmed, acknowledging Qin Rue and Opos' identity. The reasons behind the general and Opos' desire for this invitation remained beyond their knowledge. Nodding in agreement, the soldiers concealed the screen and sought an opportunity to approach Qin Rue and extend the invitation to the rebel base. Qin Rue was busy constructing the camp with the other extraterrestrial soldiers when he suddenly felt several piercing gazes fixated upon him. Turning to investigate, he found nothing out of the ordinary. "Spirit Wind, what just happened?" Qin Rue inquired, sensing something amiss but unable to pinpoint it. "Just now, a few soldiers from the rebels were watching you. From their conversation, it appears they received orders from the rebel general to invite you to the base," Spirit Wind relayed. Qin Rue and Opos' eyes brightened at this revelation. He had long struggled to uncover the whereabouts of the rebel base, and now a chance was presenting itself. Finding an excuse, he discreetly evaded AI Lingli and the extraterrestrial soldiers, retreating to a secluded area at the back of the camp. As expected, upon seeing Qin Rue alone, the rebel soldiers exchanged glances and seized their opportunity to approach him. After a brief moment of hesitation, one soldier nodded toward Qin Rue and said, "Mr. Qin Rue, we are members of the rebel forces. Our general wishes to invite you to the rebel base." Qin Rue furrowed his brow. "Why does your general wish to see me?" With a slight smile, the soldier replied, "We are not privy to that information. We are merely following orders to extend this invitation. If you have the time, you are welcome to join us. The general will explain everything." After a moment of contemplation, Qin Rue finally nodded. "Very well, I will visit your rebel base. But not at this moment. I understand. Once the matter regarding the Star Tears mineral vein is resolved, we will escort you to the rebel base." The soldier affirmed with a smile. Nodding without further words, Qin Rue turned and departed from the rear of the camp, heading toward the extraterrestrial encampment. The rebel soldiers waited until he had walked some distance before they discreetly made their exit, returning to their own camp. Within the camp, Qin Rue was engrossed in his tasks when AI Lingli suddenly appeared. "The leaders of the various factions have sent word. A meeting is to be convened to discuss how to handle the mutated entities within the snowy mountains and how to divide the Star Tears mineral vein," he informed Qin Rue. Nodding in acknowledgement, Qin Rue remained silent as AI Lingli continued, "You will accompany me to this meeting tomorrow, as you have previously encountered the Star Tears or within the mountains and should be familiar with the situation." Qin Rue nodded in agreement. Observing this, AI Lingli said no more and exited the tent. As night fell, the camp at the foot of the snowy mountains resembled a bustling small city, ablaze with brilliant lights as various factions maintained vigilance, aware that any slight provocation could spark unnecessary conflict. Reclining within his tent, Qin Rue and Apos, eyes shimmered with contemplation as thoughts of the rebels, the star tier's mineral vein, and the mutated entity swirled in his mind. All of this seemed to herald an impending storm. At that moment, a flicker of anticipation stirred within him. The rebel general and Apos' invitation appeared to conceal deeper secrets. As the night deepened, the camp gradually quieted, leaving only the sound of the snowy winds whispering through the air. Chapter 92, The United Forces on the following day. As the first rays of sunlight bathed the earth, the inhabitants of the camp began to bustle in preparation for the impending meeting. Representatives from various powerful factions arrived sequentially at the conference venue. Once all parties had gathered, the meeting commenced. Initially, the leaders expressed their fervent desire and anticipation for the Star and Apos' terre mineral vein, a resource capable of yielding immense benefits. Subsequently, a consensus was reached regarding the mutated entities within the snow-capped mountains. They would unite to eliminate this threat. However, discord arose when discussing the division of the Star and Apos' terre mineral vein. The extraterrestrial faction, with its formidable strength, demanded a larger share, while other factions opposed, advocating for a distribution based on merit and contribution. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense, teetering on the brink of conflict. Amidst the heated debate, Qin Rue rose, drawing the collective gaze of the assembly. In a calm demeanor, Qin Rue addressed the gathering. Esteemed colleagues, our presence here is united by a common goal and adversary. To quarrel over a resource not yet acquired only grants the mutated entities more time to pose a threat. After a brief pause, he continued, I propose we first eradicate the mutated entities, and only then deliberate on the distribution of resources. Additionally, we might consider establishing a joint mining area, managed on a rotational basis by the various factions, ensuring equitable distribution while maintaining stability in the snow-capped mountains. AI Lingley smiled subtly, acknowledging Qin Rue and Apos' proposal merits consideration, as it secures our safety and interests. The other leaders concurred, albeit with some lingering doubts. Yet, given the current circumstances, they chose to temporarily set aside their disputes to collectively confront the mutated entities. The meeting proceeded, focusing on strategies for coordinated combat, aligning the strengths of each faction, and formulating a preliminary operational plan. Following the conclusion of the meeting, participants returned to their respective camps to prepare. Qin Rue was retained by AI Lingley, along with several faction leaders, to discuss the establishment of the joint mining area, which continued until nightfall, after which Qin Rue returned to his camp. Inside the camp, Qin Rue and AI Lingley sat face to face within the tent. AI Lingley remarked, Your proposal at today and Apos' meeting was commendable, as it helped avert premature conflict among the factions. Qin Rue smiled faintly and nodded. If we were to engage in strife over an unexploited resource, we might never secure the Star and Apos' terre mineral vein. Our foremost priority must be safety. Only by eliminating the mutated entities can we dedicate our time and energy to mining. They sat in silence as the cold wind howled outside, causing the tent to shudder. Yet, within the tent, the atmosphere felt remarkably warm. AI Lingley suddenly inquired, Do you believe we can truly manage this mining area collaboratively with the other factions? After a moment of contemplation, Qin Rue responded, Long-term cooperation may present challenges, as each faction harbors its own interests. However, in the short term, I trust that all parties will adhere to the agreement. If we can safeguard and cultivate this mining area together, I believe no one would act against their own interests. AI Lingley smiled softly. I hope so. They continued their conversation until late into the night before retiring to their respective tents for rest. The following morning, sunlight streamed into the tent, and dewdrops glimmered with a faint radiance. The camp had come alive. In the center, an expansive tactical sand table had been set up. Qin Rue, AI Lingley, and the leaders of other factions gathered around, meticulously discussing the impending operation. Our objective is to eliminate all mutated entities within the snow-capped mountains, Qin Rue stated, gesturing towards the sand table. According to our intelligence, these entities are drawn to the energy emitted by the Star and Apos' terre mineral. Thus, they will not venture far from the mountains. We must enter the heart of the mountains to eradicate them. Hearing this, the leaders of the various factions nodded in agreement, as they were already aware of this intelligence and had no objections. Observing their silence, Qin Rue paused before adding, however, It is crucial to note that the energy emitted by the Star and Apos' terre mineral possesses an inexplicable allure for the half-human, half-corpse tribe, and under its influence, members of this tribe may easily become mutated entities themselves. Upon hearing this, the members of the half-human, half-corpse tribe grew solemn. They were aware of this risk but had no immediate solutions, opting to wait until they could study the star and Apos, as terra mineral once acquired. Similarly, the representatives of the zombie tribe appeared grave, for the connection between the half-human, half-corpse tribe and the zombie tribe ran deep, raising concerns that the energy could similarly affect them. The meeting continued, and despite the potential risks posed by the star and Apos, as terra mineral and Apos, as energy on both tribes, the immediate priority remained the elimination of the mutated entities. If these entities persisted, no faction could safely mine the star and Apos, as terra mineral. The leaders began to discuss tactical plans against the mutated entities, including methods to lure them, encirclement strategies, and weaponry. Of utmost importance was how the half-human, half-corpse tribe and the zombie tribe could navigate the operation without succumbing to the influence of the star and Apos, as terra mineral. In this regard, Qin Rue proposed that they dispatch their strongest members, who might resist the energy and Apos, s effects. The meeting progressed smoothly, with all factions expressing a willingness to cooperate fully. Subsequently, they organized their forces to prepare for the upcoming operation. Time flew swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed, with all preparations complete. A united force, composed of the elite from each faction, set forth to the snow-capped mountains to execute their mission. Upon entering the mountains, they discovered a situation far worse than anticipated, an overwhelming number of mutated entities, fierce and relentless. Yet, the united force was well prepared. After several intense battles, they successfully diminished the number of mutated entities. At that moment, they delved deeper into the mountains, mere steps away from the star and Apos, s terra mineral, when an unexpected change transpired. This transformation originated from the members of the half-human, half-corpse tribe and the zombie tribe. Chapter 93. Indiscriminate bombardment. Just as the united forces were approaching the location of the star tier, or the members of the half-human, half-corpse clan and the zombie clan suddenly exhibited abnormal behavior. Their eyes gradually turned crimson, and a palpable aura of rage and violence began to emanate from them. Although the individuals they dispatched were stronger than the average clan members, the influence of the star tier seemed to strip them of their self-awareness, rendering them entirely under the sway of the mysterious energy radiating from the ore. Alarmed, Qin Rue swiftly recognized the anomaly among the half-human, half-corpse, and zombie clan members. He urgently addressed Commander Ai Lingli, exclaiming, "Sir, the members of the half-human, half-corpse clan and the zombie clan are on the verge of losing control." His shout captured the attention of all factions present, making them acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. They quickly took measures to manage the affected individuals. But the unfolding events exceeded their expectations. A significant portion of the half-human, half-corpse, and zombie clan members, increasingly influenced by the star tier, began to mutate. As the first mutated being, affected by the ore, emerged, a series of transformations followed in rapid succession. Chaos erupted among the ranks of the united forces, as the mutated beings launched attacks against them. Faced with this sudden crisis, all factions understood the urgency of eliminating these aberrations. Otherwise, if the mutations from within the snow mountain were to ensue, their chances of escape would diminish drastically. Thus, the various factions commenced their offensive against the mutated beings. Qin Rue and the warriors of the alien clan under Ai Lingli also joined the fray. Just as they were on the brink of subduing these mutants, a thunderous rumble resonated from within the snow mountain, causing Qin Rue and his companions to pause, their expressions shifting in alarm. They recognized the sound as footsteps, an unmistakable sign of the encroaching mutated entities lurking within the mountain. The mutated beings from inside the snow mountain are charging out. "Retreat!" Ai Lingli shouted, leading Qin Rue and the alien warriors swiftly along the passageway away from the snow mountain, with the other factions following suit. Upon exiting the mountain, they found that the mutated beings did not pursue them, allowing a collective sigh of relief to escape the assembled forces. "What shall we do next, Commander?" Qin Rue inquired during the brief respite. The sudden mutations of the half-human, half-corpse, and zombie clans had disrupted their operations, thwarting their mission to exterminate the mutants within the snow mountain. After a moment of contemplation, Ai Lingli proposed an idea. "We could deploy heavy artillery to conduct an indiscriminate bombardment of the snow mountain, annihilating those mutated beings. However, I am uncertain whether this would damage the star tier vein." Ai Lingli's suggestion caught the attention of the other faction leaders, who found it to be a viable strategy. Yet the pivotal concern remained whether the star tier vein could withstand such an onslaught. Consequently, The leaders engaged in discussions while AI Lingli relayed the proposition to the floating city. Simultaneously, the resistance forces communicated the news to their general. As for the half-human, half-corpse, and zombie clans, their dispatch members had all transformed into mutants, leaving the remaining clansmen relatively weaker. Lacking heavy artillery, they refrained from participating in the deliberations, opting instead to await the outcome of the discussions among the other factions. Before long, the floating city responded to AI Lingli, confirming through their research that the star tier or possessed formidable hardness, impervious to the bombardment of heavy weaponry. Thus, they sanctioned AI Lingli and AMP, Oppos, as proposal and prepared to transport heavy artillery to assist him. The resistance forces echoed this decision, opting to send their own heavy weaponry to the Snow Mountain as well. The transportation of these heavy weapons required some time, prompting the various factions to await their arrival at the encampment over the next few days. Eventually, a fleet of large transport ships appeared in the sky, making their approach towards the Snow Mountain. The ships, unmistakably belonging to the alien clan, brought a wave of elation to their warriors upon arrival. Just as the alien transport ships landed, a similar number of large vessels appeared, this time belonging to the resistance forces. Dozens of transport ships came to a halt, and workers began unloading components, which, under their dexterous assembly, transformed into formidable heavy artillery over the course of nearly 3 days. With the assembly of the artillery finally complete, excitement permeated the ranks of all factions. The alien clan and the resistance had reached an accord to commence indiscriminate bombardment of the Snow Mountain at dawn the following day. As the anticipated day arrived, the factions gathered near the heavy weaponry, while the alien warriors and resistance forces stood poised, awaiting the command to unleash their assault on the Snow Mountain. Once preparations were finalized, AI Lingli exchanged a glance with the leader of the resistance and issued the order, commence indiscriminate attack. With their command, dozens of heavy weapons unleashed a relentless barrage upon the Snow Mountain. The very ground trembled under the deafening explosions, snow and ice cascaded down, and the sky became obscured by plumes of smoke and dust. At this moment, countless mutated beings surged forth from the mountain, but against the onslaught of heavy artillery, they stood little chance, being obliterated one after another. The bombardment persisted for nearly an hour until every last mutant on the mountain was eradicated, leaving the once familiar Snow Mountain transformed beyond recognition. Following the cessation of hostilities, the factions moved towards the mountain, their hearts still laden with apprehension despite assurances that the star-tier vein would withstand the bombardment. With bated breath, they entered the Snow Mountain to assess the condition of the star-tier ore. Upon discovering it unscathed, a profound sense of relief washed over each member present. Chapter 94. Allocation of star-tier or veins within the snow-capped mountains. The aftermath of bombardments from colossal weaponry has rendered the landscape a scene of devastation. The ice has shattered, revealing previously concealed or veins that now glimmer faintly. This luminescence is not a mere reflection of the star-tier or itself, but rather a manifestation of the unique energy this vein exudes in the surrounding area. Ding! A substantial energy source has been detected. Absorption is possible. The voice of Lingfeng echoed suddenly in Qin Rue and Oppos' mind, startling him. Lingfeng, is it truly possible to absorb the energy emitted by the star-tier, or? He inquired, having learned from Lingfeng that the ore could facilitate further upgrades to his mech, yet unaware that its emitted energy could also be absorbed. Ding! Indeed. The energy radiated by the star-tier or can augment the energy core of the Lingfeng mech. Lingfeng and AMP, Oppos' voice resonated once more in Qin Rue and AMP, Oppos' consciousness. Upon hearing that the energy from the star-tier or could enhance the mech and AMP, Oppos' energy core, Qin Rue hesitated no longer and prepared to command Lingfeng to absorb this energy. However, just as he was about to issue the command, a thought struck him. Lingfeng, will absorbing the energy from the star-tier or attract unwanted attention? Ding! Rest assured, host, the system will assist in concealing any disturbances caused by the absorption of energy from the star-tier or Lingfeng and Oppos' assurance allowed Qin Rue to relax entirely. With that, he commanded Lingfeng to commence the absorption of the energy emanating from the star-tier or receiving Qin Rue and Oppos' command. Lingfeng wasted no time and began to absorb the radiant energy. As Qin Rue observed Lingfeng and Oppos' energy absorption, his gaze flitted toward AI Lingli and the other factions. Noticing that they remained oblivious to the unfolding events, he couldn't and Oppos' help but marvel at Lingfeng and Oppos' prowess. Minutes passed, and the faint glow began to wane. Beams of light swiftly converged from the ore vein to the Lingfeng mech, as if Lingfeng had become the epicenter of this region. Yet, this phenomenon went unnoticed by others, who perceived everything as normal. Qin Rui could feel an unprecedented transformation occurring within the Lingfeng mech as the energy from the star tier or was absorbed. It was a profound strength emanating from within, akin to a phoenix rising from the ashes. As the last vestige of energy was absorbed, Lingfeng and Oppo's voice chimed once more. Ding. Absorption complete. The energy core has reached maximum capacity, and mech performance has increased by 30. Upon receiving this news, Qin Rui could not suppress a satisfied smile. He understood that with this surge of energy and the expansion of the Lingfeng mech and Oppo's energy core, he would be far better equipped for both combat and retreat in the future. After completing this process, Qin Rui continued to trail silently behind AI Lingli, who, along with other factions, began to assess the star tier or vein, their covetousness evident in their expressions. Everyone, the aberrants have been entirely eradicated. I believe we should deliberate on the allocation of the star tier or veins, AI Lingli proposed, retracting his gaze from the or vein. Upon hearing AI Lingli and Oppo's suggestion, the attendees exchanged glances filled with intrigue, but refrained from outright rejecting his proposal. The atmosphere fell into a silence that lasted several minutes, until the leader of the resistance stepped forward and said, AI Lingli, I wholeheartedly support your proposal. I suggest we allocate the star tier, or based on the contributions and strengths demonstrated in the eradication of the aberrants. What do you think? Acknowledging the resistance leader and Oppo's words, AI Lingli nodded in agreement, as his intentions aligned with those of the resistance leader, to distribute the or according to contributions and power. This method of allocation left the weaker factions without a voice, compelling them to accept the arrangement. However, the half-human half-corpse clan and the zombie clan voiced their dissent. The leader of the half-human half-corpse clan spoke up, stating, the star tier or vein was discovered in our northern continent. Thus we hope to secure a larger share during the allocation. In a similar vein, the leader of the zombie clan added, our clan also suffered considerable losses in the eradication of the aberrants, and we too wish to claim a greater portion. In response to the proposals from both clans, AI Lingli calmly remarked, I cannot agree with your suggestions. Your warriors made no contributions during the eradication of the aberrants, and many of your kin became aberrants themselves, complicating our efforts. Therefore, it is only reasonable that your share be diminished. Indeed, I concur with AI Lingli's statement, declared the leader of the resistance. The leaders of the half-human half-corpse clan and the zombie clan displayed their anger, particularly the leader of the former, who threatened, if that is the case, we shall ensure that you cannot mine the star tier, or, similarly, the leader of the zombie clan threatened, we will dispatch our elite forces to seize control of the star tier, or, as tensions escalated, AI Lingli and the resistance leader exchanged glances before declaring, in that case, the shares for our 4 major factions will be agreed upon, while the remaining factions will divide the surplus. Noticing that the half-human half-corpse clan and the zombie clan had further objections, AI Lingli expressed his displeasure, stating, this is already our greatest concession. If you still have grievances, the alien clan will also mobilize our elite forces to contend for the star tier, or, upon hearing AI Lingli's ultimatum, the leaders of the half-human half-corpse clan and the zombie clan relented, for they recognized the formidable strength of the alien clan as the current rulers of Earth. Should conflict arise, while the combined strength of the half-human half-corpse clan and the zombie clan was not insignificant, they understood that their fate against the alien clan would inevitably lead to annihilation, while the alien clan would likely only suffer heavy losses, which they could eventually recover from. Thus, the half-human half-corpse clan and the zombie clan felt a sense of satisfaction in securing an allocation equal to that of the alien clan and the resistance. Chapter 95. Journey to the rebel base. The situation within the snowy mountains began to stabilize as various factions reached a consensus on the allocation of the star tier or deposit. Although discontent lingered, all parties recognized that continued conflict would only lead to greater losses. Following the agreement, Ailingly led the extraterrestrial warriors to commence the extraction of the star tier or, while the rebels, the half-human, half-zombie clan, and the zombie faction also initiated their mining operations. Despite the indiscriminate bombardment of heavy weaponry revealing the ore deposit, the extraction of star tier ore proved to be a challenging endeavor. Fortunately, these factions had resolved to mine the ore before arriving at the snowy mountains, ensuring that they were well equipped with the necessary machinery. With the agreement in place, each faction commenced mining in their designated areas. while simultaneously deploying personnel to patrol these zones to ensure safety and deter potential disruptions from rival factions. At this moment, Ailing Li stood beside the ore deposit, observing the extraterrestrial warriors at work. By his side was Qin Rui, who had initially intended to assist in the mining effort, as this would allow him to discreetly collect some star tier or for the enhancement of his Lingfeng mech. However, Ailing Li instructed Qin Rui to remain by his side to oversee the extraction operations instead. Reluctantly, Qin Rui complied, casting furtive glances at the ore deposit. Meanwhile, the rebels were also engaged in mining activities, with their leader occasionally glancing in Qin Rui and Appo's direction. He had received orders from the rebel general to invite Qin Rui to the rebel base. Although he had interacted with Qin Rui before, the current circumstances raised doubts about whether Qin Rui could evade Ailing Li and Appo's watchful eye to accompany him to the rebel base. As the rebel leader observed Qin Rui, the latter seemed to sense the scrutiny and turned his gaze toward the rebel leader. In response to the leader and Appo's look, Qin Rui slowly nodded, indicating that he would join him shortly. Satisfied with Qin Rui and Appo's signal, the rebel leader averted his gaze, awaiting Qin Rui and Appo's arrival. After watching the mining activities for a while, Qin Rui produced a communicator and feigned interest in it before addressing Ailing Li. Commander, the director has assigned me a task that requires me to liaise with the rebels. This mission may take some time, so I want Appo's to be returning with you. Curious, Ailing Li inquired, what task has the director given you? That the director instructed me to keep confidential. No one is to know, Qin Rui replied with a smile, though internally he worried that Ailing Li might question the director. However, it was evident that Qin Rui was overthinking, as Ailing Li merely expressed curiosity. Since the director had requested confidentiality, Ailing Li refrained from pressing further, believing that the task assigned to Qin Rui was meant for him alone. Relieved that Ailing Li had been placated, Qin Rui declared, Commander, since the director has given me a task, I shall attend to it. He saluted Ailing Li and then proceeded toward the rebel leader and Appo's location. Upon Qin Rui and Appo's arrival, the rebel warriors tasked with securing their mining area tensed, aiming their weapons at him. Any sudden movement from Qin Rui would prompt an immediate attack. Fortunately, the rebel leader intervened, calming his comrades before personally ushering Qin Rui into the rebel camp. What business does your general have in inviting me to your base? Qin Rui inquired as he entered the camp. I and Appo's am not certain. My task was merely to escort you. What awaits you at the base will be revealed there. The rebel leader replied, shaking his head. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Rui asked, when shall we depart for your rebel base? Please hold on. I need to consult with our general, the rebel leader responded before moving to confer with the general. After some time, the rebel leader returned and said, Our general has instructed me to take you to the base as soon as possible. Once I finalize arrangements here, we shall depart. With that, the rebel leader exited the camp to make the necessary preparations while Qin Rui remained seated, awaiting his return. After a considerable interval, the rebel leader reappeared and stated, Time is of the essence. We shall set off for our base immediately. Nodding in agreement, Qin Rui did not oppose the rebel leader and Appo's proposal. Observing Qin Rui and Appo's acquiescence, the rebel leader guided him toward a small transport vessel parked behind the camp. Once aboard the vessel, the rebel leader signaled to the pilot, who then steered the craft toward the rebel base. As the small transport ascended from the star tier or deposit area, all factions turned their attention toward the direction of the rebels. However, they soon diverted their gazes, assuming that the rebels were merely transporting a portion of the star tier or back to their base. As the transport vessel took flight, Qin Rui silently instructed Lingfeng, record the route to the rebel base. Commencing route recording to the rebel base, Lingfeng promptly acknowledged. With this assurance, Qin Rui closed his eyes to rest, awaiting their arrival at the rebel base. Meanwhile, at the rebel base, the general had already prepared for Qin Rui and Appo's visit, having received advance notice of his arrival. Additionally, not only the general but also Xiao Xueqing, Ailing were aware of Qin Rui and Appo's impending visit. Unlike the general, Xiao Xueqing and Ailing were filled with delight at the news, while Ailing, who was unfamiliar with Qin Rui, only recognized him as the wielder of the Lingfeng mech and thus did not share the same enthusiasm. Chapter 96 Meeting Xiao Xueqing. After a prolonged period of tranquility with his eyes closed, A voice finally broke through the silence in Qin Rue and Apos' ear. Qin Rue. We have arrived. At the sound of this voice, Qin Rue opened his eyes, and simultaneously, Lingfeng and Apos' voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Route recording complete. Upon hearing Lingfeng and Apos' words, a wave of elation surged within Qin Rue. Earlier, aboard the transport ship, he had wished to document the route to the rebel base himself. However, due to precautions, the transport ship's windows obscured the outside view, forcing him to abandon the idea. Fortunately, with Lingfeng's capabilities, the route had been recorded seamlessly, and now Qin Rue was fully aware of the rebel base and Apos' location. Let us proceed. Qin Rue, the general is awaiting your arrival. The leader of the rebels instructed, leading the way off the transport ship. Qin Rue followed closely behind. Once they disembarked, the rebel leader guided Qin Rue via the elevator into the heart of the rebel base. Upon entering, the leader did not linger but took Qin Rue straight to the general's office, where the general had been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Qin Rue, the general hurried forward, exclaiming, Qin Rue, at last, you have arrived. Faced with the general and Apos' enthusiasm, Qin Rue felt bewildered. He had never met this man before. So why the warm reception? Sensing Qin Rue and Apos' confusion, the general invited him to sit and clarified, while I do not know you personally, our rebel faction has recently gained two talented individuals, Dr. Alan and Xiao Xueqing. I sought to meet you at their request. After this explanation, Qin Rue finally understood. Following a brief exchange of pleasantries, the general instructed the rebel leader, who had accompanied Qin Rue, to escort him to meet Alan and Xiao Xueqing. Complying with the general and Apos' orders, the rebel leader said little and led Qin Rue to their quarters. Since arriving at the rebel base, Alan had been residing with Xiao Xueqing, and Eileen, being Alan and Apos' sister, had moved in next door to join them. At this moment, Alan, Eileen, and Xiao Xueqing were engaged in experiments concerning the blizzard mech in the laboratory. It seemed the rebel leader had learned of their whereabouts through other rebels, as he now guided Qin Rue toward the laboratory. Inside the laboratory, Alan and Eileen were conducting their experiments, with Xiao Xueqing as the subject. Xiao Xueqing lay on the experimental table, various tubes inserted into her body, through which an unknown green liquid continuously flowed. Her eyes were tightly shut, and her body emitted a faint glow, within which a pristine white mech began to materialize. Observing this scene, Alan and Eileen exchanged smiles. The experiment on the blizzard mech had progressed significantly. Once the mech fully manifested and enveloped Xiao Xueqing, it would signify the experiment and Apos' success. Granting Xiao Xueqing the power of the blizzard mech. Suddenly, a knock echoed through the door. Alan, without turning, called out, Who is it? Dr. Alan. I have brought Qin Rue as per the general and Apos' orders, replied the rebel leader from outside. Alan responded, Understood. You may leave now, and let Qin Rue wait outside for a moment. I still have an experiment to conclude. Yes, Dr. Alan, the rebel leader acknowledged. Turning to Qin Rue, please wait here for a moment. With that, the rebel leader exited the laboratory. Shortly after his departure, the door swung open, revealing Alan before Qin Rue. A complex expression flickered in her eyes as she said, Come in. Nodding, Qin Rue followed her into the laboratory. After closing the door behind them, Alan turned to face Qin Rue, who was surveying the lab. Upon seeing Xiao Xueqing on the experimental table, his expression shifted dramatically, a surge of anger swelling within him. With a thought, he instantly activated his mech form, enveloped by the Lingfeng mech. Just as Qin Rue was about to take action, Alan and Apos' words halted him. If you wish for Xiao Xueqing to perish, feel free to act. This statement froze Qin Rue in place. He glared at Alan, his voice cold. What on earth is happening with Xiao Xueqing? Are you conducting experiments on her? Fixating on Alan, he vowed to eliminate her should she admit to using Xiao Xueqing as a test subject. Alan, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Qin Rue, gathered her thoughts and replied, Xiao Xueqing is currently undergoing the blizzard mech experiment, which she herself requested. This is the only way she can support you in the future. As she spoke, Alan explained the intricacies of the blizzard mech and the king mech, alongside the reasons Xiao Xueqing had joined the rebels and her decision to undergo the blizzard mech experiment. Listening to Alan and Apos' narrative, Qin Rue's heart ached for Xiao Xueqing lying on the table. He had not anticipated her willingness to make such sacrifices for his sake. In that instant, he felt a tender part of his heart being struck. leaving him in a state of turmoil. After a considerable time, Qin Rui regained his composure, deactivating the nano-mech form. He turned to Aelin and inquired, "I heard from the rebel general that it was you who requested my invitation to the rebel base. May I ask what your intentions are? Surely it is not solely concerning Xiaoshua Qin?" Aelin remained silent for a while before finally responding, "Child, you have endured much hardship over the years." As she uttered these words, tears began to form in her eyes. Witnessing this, Qin Rui felt perplexed, but then recalled the mysterious alien patterns on his forehead and his human-like appearance and hair. A thought flashed through his mind. Could it be? Chapter 97. Biological parents. With such doubts lingering in his mind, Qin Rui cast a gaze towards Aelin, hoping for her confirmation despite the speculations brewing within him. "It seems you've deduced it yourself." A bittersweet smile graced Aelin's lips as she met Qin Rui's gaze, her expression becoming complex as she spoke. "You are indeed of extraterrestrial lineage, yet you also possess the blood of humanity, just as he suspected." With Aelin and Appos' affirmation, Qin Rui reflected on his prior doubts, which he had dismissed at the time. Now, with Aelin and Appos' confirmation, his heart filled with perplexity. Driven by this newfound uncertainty, he immediately inquired, "But my parents are both pure humans, does that mean?" "Indeed, you are not their biological child. They adopted you," Aelin interjected. Upon hearing this, astonishment washed over Qin Rui and Appos' face as disbelief clouded his expression, his voice tinged with an inability to accept the revelation. "Are you saying I am not the child of my biological parents? They merely took me in?" Aelin nodded, an expression of regret crossing her features, though hard to fathom. Qin Rui swiftly reconciled himself to this truth. After all, prior to his transmigration, he had been an orphan. Even if his parents in this new world were not his biological ones, they were still his parents in his heart. At that moment, noticing Aelin and Appos' expression, he felt a surge of curiosity and asked, "Do you know my biological parents?" Aelin and Appos' face grew more complex at his question, her eyes softening. "Child, in truth, I am your biological mother." The moment those words escaped her lips, both Qin Rui and Aelong beside him were left in shock. After a long pause, Qin Rui finally regained his composure, his voice trembling with disbelief. "You mean to say you are my biological mother? What of my biological father?" Although he had harbored doubts about Aelin and Appos' words, he had consulted Lingfeng in his mind, who assured him that Aelin spoke no falsehoods. Thus, despite the staggering nature of this news, Qin Rui gradually accepted the reality and pressed Aelin for information about his biological father. At this, a flicker of hatred crossed Aelin and Appos' face as she replied, "Your father was murdered shortly after your birth." With that, she began recounting the tale of her connection to Qin Rui's father. At that time, the extraterrestrial race had just arrived on Earth, embroiled in intense debates regarding how to manage the planet, with factions of peace and radicalism emerging. Aelin, aligned with the peaceful faction out of curiosity, had secretly ventured to Earth, where she first encountered Qin Rui and Appos' biological father. Their relationship blossomed, leading to the birth of Qin Rui. However, tranquility was short-lived as radicals began to target the peaceful faction. In desperation, Aelin left Qin Rui in the care of his biological father and returned alone to her kind. It was then that the radicals commenced their purge against the peace-loving faction, and Aelin's family fell victim to their brutality. Fortunately, her exceptional scientific abilities allowed her to escape the massacre. After the radicals eliminated the peaceful faction, they turned their attention to Earth. By the time they had fully established their dominion, Aelin sought out Qin Rui's biological father, only to discover he had tragically fallen to the radicals' hands. This news shattered Aelin and Appos' heart, and her thoughts immediately turned to Qin Rui. Though his father was gone, as long as Qin Rui lived, Aelin could find solace. Thus, she began her search for him, but time passed without a trace, and eventually, her hope dwindled. She immersed herself in her research to numb the pain. It was during this period that she reluctantly agreed to assist the radicals in their scientific endeavors. Ironically, it was through her research that she encountered Qin Rui. To be honest, upon first meeting him, Aelin felt an instinctive recognition that he was her child, yet she hesitated to confirm it, fearing the sting of disappointment. But as Qin Rui successfully acquired the Lingfeng mech, that feeling intensified, prompting Aelin to investigate further. At last, through her inquiries, she confirmed that Qin Rui was indeed her biological child, sent to be cared for by Qin Shuang and Chu Lin to shield him from the radicals and Appos' wrath. Following the death of Qin Rue and Amp, Apos' biological father, Qin Shuang and Chu Lin embraced him as their own, naming him Qin Rue. Listening to Ailin and Amp, Apos' narrative, a complex emotion flickered in Qin Rue and Amp, Apos' eyes. He had never anticipated such a lineage. Observing the pain etched on Ailin and Amp, Apos' face and the tenderness in her eyes, he swallowed hard and finally called out, "Mother." Upon hearing his heartfelt utterance, Ailin and Amp, Apos' eyes brimmed with tears as she enveloped Qin Rue in her embrace. Her voice choked with emotion. "You have suffered so much over the years, my child." Qin Rue said nothing, instead savoring the warmth of his mother and Amp, Apos' embrace. Feeling a profound sense of peace, a feeling he had never experienced before. After a considerable time, Ailin finally released him, smiling as she introduced him. "This is my sister, Ailong." "Your aunt." Qin Rue dutifully addressed Ailong. Ailong, still somewhat dazed, could only respond instinctively to his call. She had never imagined that her sister Ailin had a child, as Ailin had never disclosed such a secret to her. "Mother, my father was killed by the radicals. I must avenge him," Qin Rue proclaimed, his emotions simmering with vengeance. Though he had never met his biological father, the bond of blood compelled him to honor him with the title of father and seek retribution. "This is also the reason I brought you to the rebel base," Ailin nodded, continuing, "I intend to leverage the rebel forces to avenge your father. However, the general of the rebels is a man of great ambition, so we cannot fully rely on him." Qin Rue nodded in agreement, for he was no longer the scientist solely devoted to research. His myriad experiences had taught him the value of skepticism towards others. Chapter 98. The Grand Conclusion, Unification. "Departure, Mother, what is our plan?" Qin Rue inquired with curiosity. After a moment of contemplation, Ailin replied, "My initial strategy was to equip Xiaoxue with the Blizzard Mecha. Subsequently upgrade your Lingfeng Mecha, and then, with the assistance of the resistance forces, launch an offensive against the radical faction of the alien race. However, unforeseen developments have arisen. The discovery of the star tier or vein will significantly enhance the power of the mechas, allowing for a greater augmentation. Therefore, our current plan is to acquire a sufficient quantity of star tier or to fortify both the Blizzard Mecha and the Lingfeng Mecha, maximizing their potential. With these two formidable mechas at our disposal, we shall exact our revenge." Upon hearing this, Qin Rue suddenly recalled that he had absorbed a considerable amount of energy emitted by the star tier or through the Lingfeng. He promptly conveyed this to Ailin. After reflecting for a moment, Ailin remarked that energy must indeed be from the star tier, or, with the Lingfeng Mecha having absorbed such a wealth of energy, its power should be substantially augmented, which will greatly assist us in enhancing the Lingfeng Mecha with the star tier, or. Acknowledging this, Qin Rue nodded in understanding. Just as he was about to speak further, a voice reached his ears. "Qin Rue, is that you?" Startled, Qin Rue turned his gaze toward the experimental platform where Xiao Xueqing lay. To his delight, she was propped up, appearing somewhat weak, yet with eyes sparkling with joy as they locked onto him. "Xiao Xue, it's been so long. How have you been?" Qin Rue exclaimed with genuine happiness, rushing to her side and taking her hands in his, expressing his concern. Xiao Xueqing appreciated Qin Rue's concern, and they shared heartfelt sentiments until Ailin interrupted. "Xiao Xue, how do you feel? The fusion with the Blizzard Mecha should have been successful by now, right?" Ailin, as a researcher of the Blizzard Mecha, was keenly interested in the success of this integration. "The fusion was remarkably successful. I feel invigorated, and with a mere thought, I can transform into the Blizzard Mecha." Xiao Xueqing responded, taking a moment to savor the sensation. Ailin nodded in approval. "It appears that the Blizzard Mecha has fully integrated with you. Our next course of action is to use the star tier or to strengthen the mechas. Once they are fortified, we will commence our retribution against the radicals." At the mention of the radicals, Ailin and Apos' eyes burned with hatred, a sentiment mirrored in the gazes of Xiao Xueqing and Qin Rue. After regaining her composure, Ailin began orchestrating the next steps, utilizing the star tier or to enhance the mechas and create an energy core to resolve the mechas and Apos' energy requirements. Thus, Qin Rue remained at the resistance base, collaborating with Ailin and Ailing to fortify the mechas and produce the energy core. During this time, Ailing discovered that the head of the Mecha Academy had not assigned Qin Rue a covert mission. Realizing he had been deceived and acknowledging that Qin Rue had never actually been a member of the alien faction, thus negating any notion of betrayal. Consequently, the alien faction issued another bounty for Qin Rue, but he remained unfazed, for his enmity with the radical faction had reached a boiling point. After the completion of their extensive plans, he would finally seek vengeance. Meanwhile, Aelin and Ailing were not idle. They began rallying the remaining members of the peace faction, hoping to unite them against the radical regime. Upon learning of Aelin and Ailing's plans, the general of the resistance sought to eliminate them. However, with Qin Rue and Xiao Xueqing present, the resistance forces were easily quashed. After defeating the general, Qin Rue took command of the resistance, preparing to ally with the peace faction of the alien race to overthrow the radical faction and Apos' rule. Time swiftly passed, and within a year, both Qin Rue and Apos' Lingfeng mecha and Xiao Xueqing and Apos' Blizzard mecha had been enhanced to astonishing levels, now equipped with energy cores. Moreover, an increasing number of peace faction members gathered at the resistance base. One fateful day, Qin Rue and Xiao Xueqing finally commenced their campaign against the radical faction of the alien race. Their efforts were joined by the zombie clan and the half-human, half-zombie clan, and even a significant portion of the human race rallied to their cause. Consequently, Earth descended once more into turmoil. With the brilliant minds of Aelin and Ailing at the forefront, the forces led by Qin Rue and Xiao Xueqing, comprising the peace faction, the resistance, the zombie clan, the half-human, half-zombie clan, and segments of humanity, gained tremendous strength. They shifted from being oppressed by the radicals to ultimately overpowering them. In a short span, the influence of the radical faction dwindled, confining them to the last strongholds of Yunda City and Suspended City. During this time, several elders of the radical faction attempted to turn the tide with their mechas, but they found little advantage against the prowess of Qin Rue and Apos' Lingfeng mecha and Xiao Xueqing and Apos' Blizzard mecha, ultimately suffering the loss of the 5th and 4th elders, along with their mechas. As the balance of power shifted, the radical faction faced a severe setback, culminating in the fall of Yundu City to the forces led by Qin Rue and Xiao Xueqing, leaving the radicals to retreat to Suspended City. After consolidating their control over Yunda City, Qin Rue and Xiao Xueqing led their forces to attack Suspended City for the final showdown. Both transformed into their respective mechas. They confronted the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Third Elder of the radical faction. Under the overwhelming strength of the duo, the Grand Elder, Second Elder, and Third Elder fell, with their mechas claimed by Qin Rue and Xiao Xueqing. The demise of the elders forced the radical faction to capitulate, allowing Qin Rue and Xiao Xueqing to achieve their long-awaited revenge and enabling the peace faction to officially seize control of Suspended City. With the conclusion of the Great Conflict, Qin Rue was hailed as the chieftain of the alien race, while Xiao Xueqing was honored as the chieftain's consort. Upon assuming leadership, Qin Rue abolished the factional divisions within the alien race, successfully realizing true unification. He also initiated peace treaties with the major factions on Earth, fostering harmonious development between the alien race and Earth and Apos' various tribes. Following the tumultuous reign of the radical faction, Earth finally embraced peace, although minor frictions persisted among the tribes. Under the mediation of the alien race, no further ethnic conflicts erupted. Once all subsequent matters were resolved, Qin Rue stepped down from his position as chieftain, embarking on a journey into the cosmos with Xiao Xueqing. Together, they would explore the vastness of the universe, where their story would continue. The end.